In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Furong District, Donghai City, a heavily made-up woman was adjusting the collar of a 6-year-old. Ouch, Mom, you pinched my skin. Chen Xiao delicate as Jade said with tears glistening in her eyes. What cheap junk did your dad buy? Do it yourself. Zhang Na stood up, exhaled a sigh of frustration, and said irritably, Tuanshuan, you really don't want to come with me. Chen Xiao carefully pulled at the zipper looking at Zhang Na with fear, and whispered, Mom, can't you and Dad not get divorced? No, we have to divorce. I can't go on living with that loser. Zhang Na looked at her daughter's seemingly relieved little face, inexplicably irritated. She crouched down again, and said, Tuanshuan, think carefully. If you follow your worthless father, you'll live a hard life. It's been me supporting the family all these years. He has no job, no money, can't even afford food. Zhang Na made one last effort. If only her daughter would go with her. Then the divorce would leave Chen Feng with nothing. Zhang Na wanted to make him see reality. A loser is. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaowan shook her head without hesitation and said even more softly, Mommy. Tuanshuan wants to stay with Daddy. Zhang Na felt a sudden tightness in her chest and said irritably, You two are just alike. Can poverty feed you? Tuanshuan? Suddenly a magnetic voice called out. Chen Xiaowan immediately turned around in surprise. It was her father's voice. She saw a handsome middle-aged man running quickly towards her from a distance. Giggle. Chen Xiaowan laughed happily, and her father scooped her up, burying his face in her neck. Seeing this, Zhang Na felt even more choked. She pointed at Chen Feng and said angrily, Chen Feng, I'll ask you one last time. If you let Tuanshuan come with me, I'll give you the old house and another 2 million. That's a total of 5 million. You'll never earn that much in your life. You insist on leaving with nothing. How will you support Tuanshuan? Her tuition alone is 4,000 a month. Zhang Na almost growled in the end. No need. Let's finalize the divorce. Chen Feng said without hesitation, frowning. Why did you bring Tuanshuan today? She's still young, it could traumatize her. I'm fine, Daddy. Chen Xiaowan tugged lightly at Chen Feng's clothes, very afraid of her parents fighting. Mind your own business. Zhang Na retorted. It's my child, I don't need you to teach me. Do you want her to become a loser like you? I want her to know how useless her father. Chen Feng remained silent. Let's go. Zhang Na snorted, disgusted by his lack of fight. He had no blood, or how could she have married such a loser? 7 years ago they married because she was pregnant after an accidental drunken night. She had no choice because she lost her virginity to him. After that, no one would want her for marriage without her first time, and Chen Feng was handsome, so she was forced to marry him. Both were from rural both families were from Chen village. But Zhang Na's family was outsiders. At that time, Chen Feng's family was better off than hers. After marriage, Chen Feng's parents paid 4,000 for a home in Donghai City. Under the Zhang's request, both names were on the deed, making it joint property. Zhang Na's parents moved in to help with the baby. After delivery, they borrowed another 5,000 from Chen Feng's parents, draining the Chen family savings. Zhang Na opened a beauty salon that became increasingly successful. Over 7 years, property values soared, the apartment rose to 3. She opened multiple chains, amassing a personal fortune of over 60 million. Meanwhile, her husband stayed home for 7 years, gave up a master's degree, had no social connections or skills, and just raised Tuanshuan. Over the years, as Zhang Na's business grew, she constantly wanted to divorce and marry an ambitious businessman. She had countless cold wars with Chen Feng and smashed things at home. But Chen Feng always dismissed her with Tuanshuan is still young. Now she is 28, and he is 30, she can't delay remarriage any longer. Until recently, Zhang Na threatened to send their daughter abroad if he didn't agree to divorce, so Chen Feng finally consented. They negotiated property division and custody. Chen Feng only wanted custody of his daughter and nothing else. Fine. Zhang Na wouldn't even leave him the apartment, making him leave with nothing. They signed a contract. Zhang Na thought Chen Feng would regret it, but his expression remained calm, which irritated her even more. The family of 3 walked toward the divorce counter. The more Zhang Na looked at Chen Feng's handsome face, the more uneasy she felt. He was good-looking, mature, could cook, but otherwise worthless. Finally, they stood before the counter. Chen Feng and Zhang Na handed over the 30-day cooling-off period document, property division papers, and child custody intent. Mr. Chen, Miss Zhang, the 30-day cooling-off period is over. Property division and child custody are finalized. Would you like to reconsider? Once I stamp this, it cannot be changed. Yes, thank you, Chen Feng said. Wait. Zhang Na looked at Chen Feng impatiently. Chen Feng, I'll give you one last chance. 1 million and a house worth 1 million. Give me Tuanshuan's custody. If you don't change your mind, you'll get nothing and regret it. The condition was lower than before. She wanted to make him regret. I want to be with Daddy. Chen Xiaowan clung to Chen Feng in fear. Stamp it. I only want Tuanshuan. Chen Feng smiled and patted his daughter's back. Worthless. Chen Feng, you'll always be a loser. Stamp it. Zhang Na was extremely irritable. She slapped the table hard, startling the clerk. Seeing the daughter clinging to the father, the clerk, who had seen many couples, said nothing more. She stamped all the seals with 300 efficiency. Mr. Chen, Miss Zhang, here are your divorce certificates. Happy divorce. The clerk smiled. Happy divorce, said Chen Feng. Happy divorce, said Zhang Na mockingly. I'm leaving. I have visitation rights every month. If you can't support her, custody reverts to me. Fine. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Na as if she were a stranger. In this moment, he finally had nothing to do with this woman anymore. It's over. Liberated. Zhang Na felt a sudden sting in her heart. She wanted to see how long her worthless ex-husband could stay happy. Tap, tap, tap. She walked away on high heels without looking back. But the girl in Chen Feng's arms barely looked at her mother. Over the years Zhang Na was too busy with business to take care of her. She only bonded with her father. And at that moment, a sharp pain struck Chen Feng's mind. He crouched holding his head and fell to the ground. Dad, what's wrong? Mr. Chen, what's wrong? From a distance, the rapid tap of high heels faded away, leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhang Na's face broke into a smug smile. Faking a headache again, begging for sympathy. How despicable. Would she buy it? Dad, don't scare Tianquan. Chen Xiaotuan was terrified. Chen Feng fainted instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space. Where is this? There was water fields and a pond plus a thatched cottage covering about 10,000 square meters. Farther away was thick fog. Is this the golden finger that will change my life? Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. During these years raising his daughter, he had read plenty of novels. Is anyone here? Chen Feng walked toward the thatched cottage. Suddenly there was a splash in the pond. He saw a calico cat climbing out from the edge of the pond. The cat was colorful and beautiful. In its mouth it held a struggling, big grass carp larger than itself. It shook off water droplets, glanced at Chen Feng, then lowered its head to eat. A cat that's not afraid of water. Strange. Hello. Chen Feng called out loudly. The cat ignored him. It wasn't some sentient. Is anyone here? Chen Feng hurried towards the cottage. He had passed out, and his daughter was worried. He needed to find a way back. Knock. 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 He knocked on the door. Hello? Anyone? No response. With a creak the door swung open by itself. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. He saw a humanoid statue inside standing before a large cauldron. The statue's hands were pulling a long strip of dough in the cauldron. Something like fritters was frying. Next to it was a wooden barrel with something boiling. Suddenly the stone carvings began to roll, turning into mist that rushed into Chen Feng. A flood of memories and experiences overwhelmed him. Chen Feng fainted again. Dad, wake up. Mister, what kind of wife leaves when her ex-husband faints? Good riddance. They say love and kindness should last 100 days, but this is 100 days of hatred. She wants him dead. The indignant voices of the civil affairs staff rang in his ears. Thanks everyone. Chen Feng opened his eyes to see Chen Xiaotuan crying like a pear blossom in the rain. It's okay, Dad's fine. Chen Feng patted Chen Xiaotuan's little head. His mind was now cloudy with a huge amount of unfamiliar info. To his shock, the information was all about frying fritters and making soy milk, ancient traditional techniques. What was that mysterious Dad? Chen Xiaotuan's eyes still held tears as she threw herself into his arms and whispered, Dad, find Tianquan a new mommy, okay? So someone can take care of you. She was so scared just now that Daddy might leave her. She looked up at him with big sparkling eyes. She had many backup candidates among young Andes. The women at the Civil Affairs Bureau chuckled. The child's father was very handsome, but unfortunately they were all married. Hey, you won't get away from me. Chen Feng laughed and held his daughter as they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The afternoon sunlight warmed. Zhang Na walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau in high heels. She held her fair neck high like an elegant white swan. The divorce was finalized. She was free. It was the morning rush hour, and many men glanced at her. Humph, that waist. Chen Feng has delayed me long enough. Zhang Na ignored those ordinary men's stares, though she secretly enjoyed them. Hello miss, do you work at the Civil Affairs Bureau or just finished your procedures? Am Lu Chuanfeng, may I get to know you? A man in his 20s, a slicked back hair, stood before Zhang Na, tilted his head and smiled confidently. That BMW X5 worth 700 is mine. Would you honor me with morning tea? Zhang Na's lips curled slightly, and she walked toward the car. Her mood improved. Lu Chuanfeng smiled and said please. Another fresh prey hooked. When they reached the BMW, Lu Chuanfeng opened the door for her. But Zhang Na stopped beside a Maserati Quattroporte worth 2 million. Wrong, it's this one, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. Sweetie, divorce settled? The passenger window of the Maserati rolled down. A plump middle-aged man's face appeared. Dad, it's done. That waist only took Tuan and left with nothing. Zhang Na laughed. Humph, other than being handsome, that useless man is good for nothing. Zhang Taihong sneered. He'll be a beggar for life. Alright sweetie, rest for 3 days. Then mom will introduce you to a billionaire. A well-dressed middle-aged woman in the driver's seat. Zhang Li laughed. That waist finally let go. He left with nothing, can't support the daughter, so our granddaughter will still be ours. Comforted by her parents, Zhang Na felt much better. She took a business card from her LV bag and handed it to the stunned Lu Chuanfeng, smiling. Little brother, you still need a few more years. If you find a girlfriend, bring them to my shop for a 30% discount. Thanks sis. He watched her get into the Maserati and drive away. Lu Chuanfeng was still dazed. Blue Charm Beauty Chain President Zhang Na, the most popular young entrepreneur in Donghai. I will have you. This young woman was so charming. Conquering her would be a great achievement. Lu Chuanfeng clenched his fist, pocketed the card, his eyes covetous. Then Lu Chuanfeng saw a thin, handsome man walk out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding a cute little girl. That must be Sister Na's ex-husband. He's even more handsome than me. Lu Chuanfeng muttered, puzzled. Is he really a kept man? Daddy, can Tuan find a mommy for herself? Chen Xiaotuan cooed softly in Chen Feng's arms. Not happening. Chen Feng gave a fond smile. He was tired of relationships for now. As Zhang Na said, he left with nothing. To afford raising his daughter and not lose custody, Chen Feng only wanted to focus on his career. Then where are we going, Daddy? Chen Xiaotuan's clever black eyes twinkled. She didn't pester. Let's go see Daddy's new shop. Then Chen Feng hailed a taxi and went with his daughter to Shangfu Road. Before leaving, he saw a man casting a hostile glance. Chen Feng didn't care. During 7 years of marriage, he had endured plenty of contempt from his parents-in-law and Zhang Na. Chen Feng didn't bother to argue. Endless arguments only wasted a finite life. Live, briefly cherish the ones around you. Too bad his in-laws didn't get it. They were completely money-grubbing. Chen Feng believed money was good, but some things mattered more. Since Zhang Na's business grew, Chen Feng knew her heart was no longer at home. For 7 years his in-laws lived with them, each doing their. His daughter Tuan Tuan was raised entirely by Chen Feng. To take care of the family, he even gave up studying for a master's degree in civil. So it's fine. Divorce is a relief for everyone. Leave the past behind. Watching his daughter grow up peacefully brings him joy. Over these 7 years, due to zero work experience, he was too old for many jobs, but he did occasional part-time work like food delivery. Besides household expenses, Chen Feng saved 1,000 yuan. During the 30-day divorce cooling-off period, Chen Feng had already rented a good apartment, 3 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 3,000 yuan monthly, close to his daughter's school. Chen Xiaotuan wasn't in kindergarten. She attended a pre-primary class at a school in Donghai, tuition 4,000 monthly. Chen Feng didn't board her, he picked her up every day. In the taxi, Chen Feng received a call from his mother. Son, did you really divorce? The mother asked. Yes, Mom. She worried, what will happen? Tuan Tuan has been without a mother since she was little. Grandma. Chen Xiaotuan said happily, Grandma, I'm fine. Mommy wasn't nice to me anyway. I'm happy. Oh dear Tuan Tuan, Grandma misses you. Mother added, son, shall I come to Donghai to help take care of her? No need, Mom, I can manage for now. When I can, I'll ask you. All right. Chen Feng asked, by the way, is Dad doing well? Fine, very well. The mother's voice lowered. Knowing you're divorced today, your dad happily had an extra drink this morning. By the way, Mom, are you still planting vegetables on the land? Chen Feng thought of that mysterious space. We or your dad planted some melons? The mother asked. Nothing, just asking. Chen Feng smiled. They chatted about health and hung up. Chen Feng felt that mysterious space could grow many fruits and vegetables. So he thought about future development. Then they finally arrived at Shop No. 30 on Xiangfu Road. The shop was newly renovated. Name Life Snack Shop. Inside, glass doors. Decor had a rustic charm. Inside, 1 table for 4, 5 tables for 2, all antique style. During the 30-day cooling off, Chen Feng rented housing and used savings to decorate the snack shop. Having no work experience after years of caring for his daughter, Chen Feng could only do what he was good at, making snacks. Unexpectedly, it seemed a mysterious space had opened in his mind, along with an old recipe for fried dough sticks and soy milk. Heaven was helping. This is challenging, but I have confidence. Our future will get better and better. Chen Feng stood before the shop. It was a crossroad in Old Street. Life Snack Shop sat right at the corner, very visible. Next door was a Hunan cuisine restaurant. Nearby, supermarket, telecom store, kitchenware shop, jewelry store. Not far, Huaxiaobei. Across the street, a large auto factory. The other side, several medium restaurants behind, which was a large resettlement compound. Obliquely opposite Life Snack Shop was a snack street with over 100 stalls, Lanzhou noodles, etc. Fierce competition. Competition was fierce because a tourism vocational school was nearby. Several vocational schools clustered in the area. Further away were several office buildings with many companies. This was Donghai's development zone. White-collar workers, factory workers, residents, all covered. Daddy, is this Life Snack Shop your shop? Chen Xiaotuan asked. Yes, let me show you the new place. Chen Feng took out keys. Just then a middle-aged man approached. Dark-skinned, sturdy, thick arms. Tuan Tuan became nervous. Hello, my name is Lu Qi and I'm the owner of this Hunan cuisine restaurant. You're the owner of this new shop. The middle-aged man revealed. He proactively offered a cigarette, a pack of Furong Wang, costing 25 yuan. Hello, Brother Lu, my name is Chen Feng, and I run the snack shop. I don't smoke, but thank you, Brother Lu. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. These past few days he had been coming and going from his shop like a ghost, never having the chance to meet his new neighbor. Hello, Uncle Lu, my name is Chen Xiaotuan. You can call me Tuanzi or Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan beamed a sweet smile. What a beautiful little girl. We're neighbors, both in the food business. If you ever need a hand, just say the word. If I can help, I will. Lu Qi said with a smile. Because Chen Xiaotuan was there, he only held the cigarette, not lighting it. At first sight, he had taken a liking to this little girl. She was so adorable. Then thank you very much, Brother Lu, Chen Feng said. After greeting them, Lu Qi returned to his own shop. Chen Feng, holding his daughter, took out his key and opened the door. Husband, the owner of this shop, is so handsome, and his daughter is beautiful too. Why haven't we seen his wife? Lu Kai's wife asked. I don't know. Stop prying into other people's business, Lu Qi said. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his daughter entered the shop. Chen Xiaotuan immediately wriggled out of his arms and began running joyfully around the store. This was her family's shop. Then Chen Feng walked to the back kitchen. All the cookware, freezers, and refrigerators were readily available. The payment QR codes were also already set up. They were Chen Feng's Lianxin communication app code and Yuqianbao payment code. The business license and the lease contract for the Life Snack Shop were also there. The lease had 1 month remaining with a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan. The transfer fee and renovation costs had cost Chen Feng a total of 50,000 yuan. For future rent, Chen Feng would have to negotiate directly with the landlord. The business license had also been obtained through an agent. Chen Feng carefully put them away. Calculating the cost, his daughter's tuition was 4,000 a month, rent was 3,000, and the shop rent was 5,000. Including utilities and transportation, the minimum monthly expenses amounted to 13,000 yuan. The pressure on Chen Feng was immense. With his savings of 100,000 yuan after accounting for other expenses, he could last at most 3.5 months. Tuan Tuan, Daddy is going to start cleaning. Daddy Tuan Tuan will help you, Chen Tuan said considerately. Throughout the morning, Chen Feng busied himself with Tuan Tuan helping by his side. Chen Feng also ordered a bean grinder, spending another 2,000 yuan, causing his savings to dwindle rapidly. He moved the coal stove and large pot to the front hall. In the future, customers could see the fried dough sticks being made in the morning, which would put their minds at ease. At noon, Chen Feng had a simple meal at the Hunan cuisine shop. The taste was passable. He also chatted for a while with the owner Lu Qi and his wife. Afterwards, he rested for a bit. Then Chen Feng took his daughter to school. In the afternoon, he still had to buy groceries, flour, and grind soy milk, which was inconvenient with his daughter. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to sell items like pan-fried dumplings, boiled dumplings, and fried noodles. But now he decided to start by selling just soy milk and fried dough sticks. He would get the shop running step by step, watching the two figures, one big and one small, walk away. Husband, this Chen Feng is divorced and raising a child alone. It's rather pitiful. Lu Kai's wife said. Yeah, we should help him out when we can, Lu Qi said, frowning. But starting a snack shop by only selling soy milk and fried dough sticks. Chen Feng probably has never run a business before. Hell, lose his shirt. Oh yeah. The business in this area is already being stolen by the snack street across the way, and he's only selling soy milk and fried dough sticks. It seems Chen Feng's family was well off before he's never done business. The two of them thought that this shop selling only soy milk and fried dough sticks was like throwing money into the water just to hear a splash. A rich man's amusement. Let's wait and see. 20 minutes later, Chen Feng and his daughter arrived in front of tomorrow's school. This was the designated drop-off and pickup point for the kindergarten class. Although it was a primary, middle, and high school that allowed day students, each level had its own designated entry point. By now, some fathers had already arrived to drop off their children for school. Daddy, teacher Lu Yu is here. His daughter's voice rang out, causing a stir in the crowd. On the steps in the distance within the school grounds, a female teacher with long, straight black hair walked over. She possessed perfectly delicate features, wore a light dusting of foundation, and was almost completely makeup-free. Yet she had skin as fair and creamy as the full moon. She was 2 notches more beautiful than Chen Feng's ex-wife Zhang Na. She had arrived at tomorrow's school at the same time as Xiao Tuan a year ago and immediately became his daughter's piano teacher. In fact, because of teacher Lu Yu's presence where grandparents used to bring the children to school, the proportion of fathers doing the drop-off had everyone just wanted to catch a brief glimpse of that first love face to reminisce about those youthful, beautiful bygone days. Teacher Xiao Tuan waved enthusiastically. Tuan Tuan. Lu Yu's face lit up when she saw Xiao Tuan. Seeing Chen Feng beside Xiao Tuan, she became even happier. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen Xiao Tuan's handsome father for many days. Hello, Teacher Lu. Sorry for the trouble. Xiao Tuan directly hugged Lu Yu's long legs and whispered, Teacher Lu, my daddy looks really handsome today, right? He opened his. Lu Yu's face flushed slightly. It's no trouble at all. Oh, it's my job. I won't keep you from receiving the other children. They'll come back to pick up Tuan Tuan this afternoon. Goodbye. They both nodded, and Chen Feng turned and left. Just then Xiao Tuan looked up and said, Teacher Lu, if you give Tuan Tuan a kiss, Tuan Tuan will tell you some good news. Oh, you little rascal. Lu Yu crouched down, revealing her graceful curves, and planted a kiss on the little girl's soft cheek. Smiling, she asked, all right, what's the good news? Xiao Tuan slowly leaned in close to Lu Yu's ear. She whispered softly, Teacher Lu, my daddy just got divorced this morning. He's single now. You need to seize the opportunity. Lu Yu's body trembled slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered in disbelief. She had waited for a full 7 years. Had her time. Really? Lu Yu asked again. Really? If I'm lying to you, Teacher Lu, I'm a dog. Xiao Tuan asked innocently. Teacher Lu, do you want to be Tuan Tuan's mommy? Lu Yu parted her rosy lips. Her pretty face instantly flushed crimson, breathtakingly beautiful. The fathers dropping off their on the other side. After dropping his daughter off at school, Chen Feng walked for 10 minutes and arrived at the market. At the market, he bought 100 jin of premium soybeans, as well as red dates, white sugar peanuts, black beans, sesame seeds, lilies, lotus seeds, and wolfberries. These were all the raw ingredients for making soy milk, and they were all of the finest quality. The old craft for making soy milk and fried dough sticks that he had in his mind included not just the techniques, but also the eye for selecting ingredients. These cost Chen Feng 500 yuan. Then Chen Feng bought a large bag of wheat flour, all-purpose flour, fresh yeast, and eggs. These were the ingredients for the fried dough sticks, costing 300 yuan. After buying everything, Chen Feng carried the soybeans on his back and the other ingredients in his hands as he walked back to the shop. After another 10 minutes or so, when he reached the crossroads, the owner of the Hunan restaurant Lu Qi saw him and came over from a distance to help Chen Feng carry the load. Phew. After putting the ingredients in the shop, Chen Feng was drenched in sweat and his legs were trembling. Brother Lu, thank you so much. I have an electric bike and a 3-wheeler at home that I use for grocery shopping. Next time you buy supplies, come get them from me, Lu Qi said. Try to buy everything from one shop in the future. At least you can ask the boss to deliver for free. It's my first time buying. I don't have much experience, Chen Feng said with a smile. He wouldn't do that. The raw materials from a single shop can vary in quality, which would ultimately affect the taste of the final product. If Chen Feng was going to do it, he would do it with the best. Lu Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He had held some hope for Chen Feng. So this was his first time in business. In his mind, he had already written Chen Feng off. Even the gods couldn't save him now. After Lu Qi left, Chen Feng rested for a while. Next, he soaked and rinsed 50 jin of soybeans and peanuts, letting them sit. This step would take 8 to 16 hours, allowing the soybeans and peanuts to perfectly absorb the water. He also washed the other ingredients like the red dates one by one. Then Chen Feng began kneading and resting the dough, adding eggs, yogurt, and so on. Once the dough had fully set, he cut it into pieces, wrapped them in plastic wrap, and placed them in the refrigerator to rest. After preparing all the ingredients, he rested for a bit, and soon it was time for his daughter to finish school. Chen Feng greeted Lu Qi, noticed the Hunan restaurant was getting busy, and went to pick up his daughter. When he picked up his daughter, it was still teacher Lu Yu who was responsible for the after-school handover. They exchanged a brief greeting. Chen Feng suddenly felt that teacher Lu Yu's eyes were even more beautiful, as if they held an autumn lake shimmering with light. Let's go. Daddy will take you home to see our new house, Chen Feng said. Daddy, turn around. Look back at teacher Lu one more time. Chen Xiaotuan tugged on Chen Feng's big hand, shaking it. So Daddy, wouldn't teacher Lu be a great mommy? Tuan, stop it. The setting sun slanted westward, casting its light upon the father and daughter, stretching their long shadows behind them. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at their new home. It was located behind Beitian Community, a 5-story resettlement apartment building. Room 301, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2-bathroom unit. Each floor housed 2 families. Chen Feng had not yet encountered the owner of room 302. Dad, is this our new home? Yes. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly as he unlocked the door. Wow. Chen Xiaotuan rushed inside, her eyes sparkling at the decorations. Dad. Chen Xiaotuan was stunned. The bedroom looked exactly like her little nest in their previous home. How is it? Chen Feng asked. Woo-woo. Chen Xiaotuan suddenly hugged his thigh and burst into loud sobs. Chen Feng thought that although she disapproved of her mother Zhang Na was still her mother. She was young and learning they would part ways from now on. She couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Tuan, don't cry. Chen Feng crouched down and gently patted her back. He knew that Zhang Na's desire for custody of their daughter wasn't because she truly wanted Chen Xiaotuan. His ex-wife had always been strong-willed. She just wanted to prove to him that he was a useless fool. The child was still young. Chen Feng would never reveal this to her. Woo-woo. Chen Xiaotuan looked up, her face streaked with tears, wiping them repeatedly on Chen Feng's pants. Woo-woo. Dad, find Tuan a new mommy. Teacher Lu is really nice. Woo-woo. Chen Feng was amused despite himself. This little girl wasn't moved by the scene. She was pretending to be pitiful so he would find a new... Indeed. Over the years to her ex-wife Zhang Na was merely a creature called Mom. She was not as close as her teacher Lu Yu. If teacher Lu doesn't work, Tuan will find another one. Sister Ruoxin is also great. Though she's still young, Dad can raise her for 3 years and slowly develop feelings. She even had her eye on a minor. Thump. Chen Feng lightly tapped Chen Xiaotuan's head. You're forfeiting your ice cream tomorrow. No, Dad, I'm sorry. Chen Xiaotuan immediately backed down. But who was Ruoxin? How many little girls had this clever daughter secretly hooked up with behind his back? With questions lingering, Chen Feng went to cook. Over the years, his culinary skills had improved greatly. Soon he had steamed the rice. Tomato egg drop soup, sautéed, shredded potatoes, and steamed pork with rice flour. Dinner's ready. Before long, the father and daughter were both sprawled out like Guyu. Then they watched TV together. Around 8 o'clock, Chen Feng helped his daughter with her homework and then took her to wash up. Afterward, he read her a bedtime story by the bed. Tuan, go to sleep early. Dad has to get up at 4 tomorrow to open the shop, then come back at 7 to take you to school. Chen Xiaotuan blinked. Dad, are you going to open the shop to earn money? Tuan wants to go too. No, Chen Feng refused firmly. Studying is your job. Dad. Chen Xiaotuan looked at him with big pleading eyes, a pitiful expression. Behind every successful man, there's a virtuous daughter. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh, his heart softening. All right, sleep early. But if I hear from your teacher that you're drowsy in class, the deal's off. Yes, sir. Chen Xiaotuan saluted excitedly, then went to sleep early. She had many dreams. In her dreams, with her help, Dad's shop earned a fortune buying many big houses. And Dad also found her many beautiful mothers. Each mother gave birth to many little sisters for her. Tuan. Dad's voice rang out. Dad, are you sleeping with the second mom or the... Chen Xiaotuan opened her eyes drowsily and saw her handsome dad. Chen Feng said helplessly, Tuan, you'd better go back to sleep. No, Dad, wait for me. Chen Xiaotuan jumped out of bed with a jolt and began dressing herself. Meanwhile, Chen Feng squeezed toothpaste. After finishing everything, a 20-minute walk brought Chen Feng and his daughter to the snack shop. Tuan, sit down. Dad's going to prepare the soy milk. I'll call you if I need help. Got it, Dad. Soon Chen Feng took out the soybeans and black beans that had been soaked overnight. Each bean was plump and fully hydrated. Then he started grinding the beans. The shop had a bean grinder. Chen Feng wouldn't use a stone mill to manually press them. This was the 21st century. Technology and the times moved forward together. People should keep up with the times. Whatever experts said about stone mills creating a richer, more layered flavor in soy milk was all not. He turned on the grinder and slowly fed the beans in. For the filter net, following his memory, he chose a coarse mesh net. The machine roared in the shop. Soon the soybeans and black beans were ground in batches. Then Chen Feng dealt with peanuts, red dates, wolfberries, lotus seeds, and other ingredients. Since it was the first day, Chen Feng didn't know what kind of soy milk the local customers preferred. So he chose traditional recipes: red date and lotus seed soy milk, peanut, soy milk, black bean, and sesame soy milk, and plain soy milk. Chen Feng carried bucket after bucket of soy milk to the front of the shop. He placed the 4 buckets in order, added different proportions of ingredients and water, and began to boil them. For delicious soy milk, besides the quality of ingredients, the most critical factor was the boiling process. Meanwhile, he set up a large... He heated oil and took out chilled flour from the refrigerator. There were 2 types of fried dough sticks: crispy fried dough sticks and regular egg. Dad, do you need my help? Chen Xiaotuan asked bored. If you're watching carefully, you're already helping Dad. Chen Feng replied. Then I've helped Dad a lot, Tuan Chuan boasted. As the 4 types of soy milk simmered, Chen Feng kept stirring slowly with a large ladle to evenly distribute the flavors. Before long, the aroma of soy milk wafted out. Dad, it smells so good. Tuan Chuan is hungry. Chen Xiaotuan sniffed, eagerly full of anticipation. Wait a bit longer, it'll be ready soon. It was 5:15. Chen Feng had already boiled the plain soy milk and the red date and lotus seed soy milk. He turned down the heat. Then he wrapped the soy milk buckets with quilts to keep them warm. Further boiling would ruin the texture. The peanut soy milk was simmering on low heat. The black bean and sesame soy milk was still boiling on high heat. Chen Feng also put up a sign with prices and set up payment QR codes for Alipay and WeChat. Red date and lotus seed soy milk 5 yuan per bowl. Peanut soy milk 5 yuan per bowl. Black bean and sesame soy milk 6 yuan per bowl. Plain soy milk 4 yuan per bowl. Although the prices seemed low, the bowls in Chen Feng's shop were not large. They were the small rice bowls used at home. Crispy egg fried dough sticks 4 yuan each. The price for fried dough sticks was double the market rate. He risked being seen as a profiteer, but Chen Feng had confidence. Let's eat. He brought over a bowl each of 2 types of soy milk. The soy milk is really fragrant. Just then an old man dressed in a mouse suit strode in. He was probably planning a morning stroll, but was drawn by the aroma instead. What a cute little girl. The old man's face was ready. After seeing the prices, he clicked his tongue. Pretty expensive. 1 bowl of plain and 1 crispy fried dough stick. Let's see if the taste is any good. Coming right up, please wait a moment. Chen Feng, unable to eat first, immediately handed the old man the bowl of plain soy milk and said with a smile, fried dough sticks taste best when freshly fried. It'll take a bit longer. Detail-oriented, I'll wait. Old man Chen Jiangwo nodded approvingly. Dad, the red date and lotus seed soy milk is amazing. On the other side, Chen Xiaotuan, ignoring the heat, drank big gulps. Her eyes curved into crescents, her little hands tightly clutching the bowl. Chen Jiangwo chuckled. Don't burn yourself, drink slowly, little one. Grandpa, you have to try it. My dad's soy milk is super delicious. Chen Xiaotuan became an active advertisement. Mom. Chen Jiangwo nodded with a smile, picked up the bowl, and blew on it. Then he took a sip. Instantly his eyes widened in surprise. The thick soy milk liquid like a warm stream flowed down his throat into his stomach. Chen Jiangwo felt his entire body warm up, and the thick texture with a faint sweetness that wasn't cloying was 100 times more refreshing than porridge. It tasted just like what he had eaten decades ago when he was in the army in the north. Absolutely exquisite. Chen Jiangwo praised wholeheartedly. Gulu gulu. This was the sound of drinking soy milk in large gulps. The distinct layers of soybean milk churned in the stomach, activating the entire body. For a moment his whole body felt warm. Dad, 1 more bowl. I also want another bowl of plain soy milk. Chen Jiangwo and Tuan Tuan's voices rang out simultaneously. Grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a knowing smile. This soy milk was simply too delicious. Tuan Tuan's eyes sparkled. Her little tongue licked the milky residue from the corners of her mouth. She swore she had never tasted such wonderful soy milk. Wicked father, clearly so skilled at making soy milk, yet he had never made it all. Chen Jiangwo, however, was filled with emotion. Such delicious soy milk. One would have fewer and fewer chances to enjoy it in this lifetime. It reminded him of the war stories from decades ago. On the other side, Chen Feng had already softened the cut pieces of dough on the stove. This was also called resting the dough. But it wasn't that. The oil in the large wok was heated to about 80%. Chen Feng pulled the dough until it stretched to half an arm's length. With a twist of his hands, the 2 strands of dough intertwined, spinning together. Then Chen Feng placed it into the oil wok. Next, Chen Feng repeated the process to fry a crispy youtiao. The best youtiao are those freshly fried, crispy, and crunchy. Paired with soy milk, it was a delicacy that even immortals couldn't resist. Chen Jiangwo watched Chen Feng's fluid movements. He nodded continuously. This young man, though young, was someone who appreciated the finer things in life. Then Chen Feng, wearing an apron, picked up a pair of long wooden chopsticks and gently turned the youtiao in the oil, ensuring it heated evenly. As the soybean oil seeped into the dough, under the intense heat, the youtiao puffed up, slowly taking shape. A minute later, 2 youtiao as thick as an arm emerged from the wok. Golden and glistening, their aroma wafted out, looking incredibly appetizing. Chen Feng placed them on a rack in the wok, letting the excess oil drip away. The youtiao are ready. Chen Feng picked up a long wooden tray, placed 2 youtiao on it, and looked up to ask, "Old sir, would you like some crispy sugar? Or plain?" "Dad, why didn't you ask me?" Chen Xiaotuan pouted, feeling jealous. "Haha, kids shouldn't eat too much sugar. As for me, no need. My blood sugar is high." Chen Jiangwo chuckled. "Alright." Chen Feng didn't roll the youtiao in the crispy sugar, but brought them directly to the table. Then Chen Feng brought over 2 bowls of soy milk. The elder and the child immediately began eating. Slurp slurp. It was as if they were in a competition. Chen Feng also ladled himself a bowl of plain soy milk and watched with a smile. As soon as he took a sip, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Truly, it lived up to the mysterious heritage of the old craft. He had underestimated the old craft. It was incredibly delicious. This soy milk was simply beyond words. Before long, Chen Xiaotuan finished half a youtiao, let out a small burp, and reluctantly said, "Dad, you eat it. Tuan Tuan can't eat anymore." "Okay." Chen Feng wasn't fussy. He picked up the half-eaten youtiao his daughter had left and started eating. Actually, this half youtiao was essentially 1 whole youtiao, because 1 youtiao consists of 2 strands. Having had 2 bowls of soy milk and 1 youtiao, his daughter was already full. However, Chen Xiaotuan rubbed her little belly and stared longingly as Chen Zhangwo ate and as Chen Feng ate. Dad, why didn't you tell me earlier it was so good? She wished she could grow up quickly. That way she could eat more. Finally, Chen Zhangwo finished with a ruddy complexion, his face full of nostalgia. He picked up his bowl and said, "Boss, another bowl of plain soy milk." "Old sir, wouldn't you like to try another flavor?" Chen Feng asked. Chen Zhangwo shook his head, a trace of remembrance in his eyes. "No need. Plain is the best flavor." Chen Feng brought another bowl. Soon the father and daughter watched as the old man finished it. "Boss, how much?" Chen Zhangwo supported his back. He had eaten too much. Since being diagnosed with diabetes, he had never eaten this much. He had accidentally overeaten. It was just too delicious. But Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. "Old sir, you're the shop's first customer. For good luck, it's on the house. No charge." "How can that be?" Chen Zhangwo's eyes widened, exuding an imposing aura. "In all my years of dining, I've never once reneged on a debt. I never owed the common folks before, and I want start now. 3 bowls of soy milk, 1 youtiao. That's 18 total. As the first customer, I should pay even more for good luck." Then Chen Zhangwo took out 30 yuan from his pocket, slapped it on the table, and strode away. "Old sir, that's too much. You've overpaid. Keep the change. I've also paid for the little one's meal. Wishing you a prosperous business, boss." "Thank you, old sir." "Thank you, grandpa. Next time Tuan Tuan will treat you." Chen Xiaotuan called out obediently. Chen Feng was both amused and exasperated. This old sir was a man of true character. He had even forgotten to ask the old man's name. After all, he was his first customer. Then Chen Feng finished a bowl of red date and lotus seed soy milk, feeling full. He still craved more. Chen Feng hadn't expected his own skills to be this impressive. After tidying the table, the peanut soy milk and black sesame soy milk were also ready. Chen Feng turned off the heat, wrapped them in a quilt to keep warm, and waited in the shop with his dog. "Dad, when will the second customer come?" Chen Xiaotuan stared out at the street, but it was empty. "They'll come when they come. Don't rush." Chen Feng smiled, confident in the deliciousness of his soy milk and youtiao. It was 5:30 in the morning. The sky was already. Occasional cars passed by on the road waiting at traffic lights. There were also sanitation workers sweeping the streets, starting their day's work, and early rising students heading to school, as well as young people who had stayed up all night gaming. A few drunkards stumbled along with ghostly steps, while exhausted office workers clocked out after overtime. Elderly people out for morning walks also began to appear. However, these people all headed to the snack street across from the shop to find breakfast. There was a wider variety there. On the street by Chen Feng's shop, there were also mobile breakfast vendors pushing their carts selling jianbing, steamed dumplings, fried noodles. Everyone was competing for business. The competition was fierce. "Grandpa, Grandma, big sister, big brother, come to my dad's shop for soy milk and youtiao." Chen Xiaotuan shouted enthusiastically. At first some customers glanced over, but when they saw the prices at Chen Feng's shop, they immediately backed. After all, the youtiao at Life Snack Shop were twice as expensive. The soy milk was 3 times as expensive. People just wanted to fill their stomachs. "Dad, no one's coming." Chen Xiaotuan felt a bit discouraged. Her dad made such delicious food, yet no one appreciated it. This hit the little girl hard. Chen Feng smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair. "It's okay. Like Jiang Taigong fishing. Those who are willing will bite." "Then Jiang Taigong must be a big fool," Tuan Tuan said. Chen Feng chuckled. "Hey, there's a new shop here selling soy milk and youtiao. After staying up all night to find that bug in the program, I deserve something warm. To warm our weary hearts." At that moment 3 office workers approached together. When they saw Chen Xiaotuan, their eyes lit up. They were a bespectacled man, a pot-bellied man, and a slightly balding man. "Little one, are you open?" one of them asked. "Yes, we're open. Come on in, big brothers. My dad's soy milk and youtiao are super delicious." Chen Xiaotuan blinked her big pearl-like eyes. This scene instantly melted the hearts of the 3 office workers. After all, programmers had the weakest resistance to adorable little girls. In no time, the 3 found themselves somewhat dazedly stepping in a Life Snack Shop. "3 big brothers, this way please." Chen Xiaotuan, acting as the little boss, led 3 programmers inside and seated them at a 4-person table. "Boss, ID like 1 bowl of peanut soy milk and 2 crispy fried dough sticks. They'll have 1 bowl of black bean and sesame paste and 1 fried dough stick. Plain flavor and 2 more fried dough sticks." The 3 sat down, each ordering what they wanted. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen." Chen Feng immediately went to ladle the soy milk. Brother, look here." Chen Xiaotuan excitedly ran over, holding the Yuqianbao code and the Lianxin code. "Nonsense." Chen Feng scolded with a smile. The 3 found it amusing and took out their phones to scan the codes. Yuqianbao received 13 yuan. Lianxin received 10 yuan. Yuqianbao received 12 yuan. At that moment Chen Feng brought over 3 cups of soy milk and said, "Fried dough sticks are best when freshly fried. Please wait a moment." After that Chen Feng began to fry the dough sticks. The 3 watched the boss frying and shook their heads. Why weren't the dough sticks prepared in advance? The customer is king, time is money. Couldn't he see they stayed up all night working on their careers? "This soy milk looks good." Looking at the thick steaming soy milk in the bowls, the 3 felt their appetites stirred. It stirred the hunger in their bellies. Slurp slurp. They began to drink. Instantly the soy milk seemed to penetrate their souls, exploding through their bodies and minds. The 3 felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. The crushed peanuts are amazing, crispy and fragrant, and the bean juice is so sweet. The black sesame, so delicious. The plain flavor is incredible too. Fantastic. The 3 programmers exclaimed in amazement, then buried their heads and giggled. Chen Xiaotuan watched happily. Seeing that her father's food could earn the guest's approval made her the happiest. Chen Feng was earnestly frying the dough sticks. Boss, give me another bowl of peanut soy milk. I want that black bean and sesame drink to try something new. 1 bowl of red date and lotus seed drink. Little sister, come scan the code. In just over 10 seconds the three perked up and started. Please wait, the dough sticks will be ready soon. Chen Feng smiled. Yuki Ambeo received 5 yuan. Lianxin received 6 yuan. Yuki Ambeo received 5 yuan. The three exchanged glances, all excited. They swore they had never tasted such delicious soy milk in their lives. So this is what soy milk, it completely exceeded their expectations. If the soy milk was this good, could the dough sticks be any less? While the 5 fried dough sticks were draining oil, Chen Feng filled 3 more bowls of soy milk and brought them over together with the dough sticks. The 3 programmers looked at the food before them with reverence, as if they had seen a dimensional wife. Someone tried to grab a dough stick with his bare hand, but was burned. Helpless, they had to use chopsticks, blowing hard with their mouths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while it wasn't as hot. Taking a bite of the crispy dough stick, the 3 were all intoxicated. Their bodies felt as if floating in the clouds, and then another sip. All the fatigue from staying up all night dissipated, as if they could take on the entire day again. Boss, this is too delicious. Dough sticks dipped in soy milk. I think this is soul food. 2 more dough sticks. No wonder it's called Life Snack Shop. Are there other snacks? Say no more. Another bowl of plain soy milk. This flavor is extraordinary. Even 100 yuan wouldn't be too much. The 3 ate while talking, either dipping the dough sticks into the soy milk bowl or alternating between a sip and a bite. Various combinations of eating each had their own deliciousness. The shop just opened today, only soy milk and dough sticks for now. Well, add new varieties later. Chen Feng said with a smile. He felt that if he entered that mysterious space again later, he would surely unlock more snacks. Boss, will you open? Okay, we'll come back at noon. Go catch some sleep first. This soy milk and dough sticks I could eat for a lifetime. Giggle. Brother, goodbye. 5 minutes later the 3 all left Life Snack Shop leaning against the wall. This breakfast was the most satisfying. At this moment, watching the 3 programmers leave the small shop in such an exaggerated manner. Boss, what did they eat? 1 bowl of plain soy milk and 1 fried dough stick. An elderly woman with a vegetable basket asked curiously. However, seeing the simple menu, she directly placed an order. Grandma, coming quickly. The soy milk and dough sticks my dad makes are delicious. Okay, little girl. The elderly woman smiled. The little girl was very cute, especially resembling her own granddaughter. At that moment, besides the elderly woman, an elderly man and 2 middle school girls carrying backpacks also came in. What does this breakfast shop have that's so delicious? They had all seen the exaggerated behavior of the 3 programmers and came following. Oh, this shop has so many kinds of soy milk and quite expensive. Boss, 1 bowl of red date and lotus seed drink, 1 fried dough stick. I want 1 crispy dough stick and 1 bowl of peanut soy milk. Cece, look, the boss is so handsome. Yes, so young. I wonder if we can. Don't even think about it. Look, his daughter is here. The 2 middle school girls' eyes sparkled, then dimmed, and they found a chair to sit down. Chen Feng ladled soy milk for each of the 4, showing a gentle smile. Please wait for the dough sticks. Freshly fried tastes better. Young man, you're meticulous. The 4 customers nodded repeatedly, began blowing on the hot steam of the soy milk. While waiting for the soy milk to cool, they watched the boss fry the dough sticks. And indeed it had a unique charm. The 2 middle school girls hadn't even tasted the soy milk yet, but they already felt this breakfast was worth it. After all, the boss was just too handsome. They were face slavers. Grandpa, Grandma, the soy milk my dad makes is delicious. You have to try it if you don't believe me. Especially the boss daughter was so cute, like she had stepped out of a TV show. After the soy milk had cooled a bit, the girl named Cece took a sip of the plain soy milk and exclaimed, holy SHD. What's wrong, Cece? It's so delicious. Try your red date and lotus seed drink quickly. Boss, do you have a spoon? Yes, big sister. Tuan ran over with a spoon, very enthusiastic. Thank you, little sister. This black sesame soy milk is way too delicious. Boss, another bowl, said the elderly man. The elderly man and woman were also shocked. This soy milk was too delicious. Hey, old Zhang, enjoying it alone here without calling me. Suddenly, an old man appeared at the entrance of Life Snack Shop. Old Lu, coming quickly. This soy milk is simply amazing, the flavor. Hee, old Zhang, Life Snack Shop is newly opened. Not your relative, is it? Old Lu jested as he walked in with a smile. Boss, 1 bowl of plain soy milk. Please enjoy, everyone. As Chen Feng finished frying each of their dough sticks 1 by 1, the elderly customers all started eating in What level of soy milk and dough sticks were these? They made them feel like floating in the sky, not wanting to come down at all. And as the number of customers at Life Snack Shop increased more and more. Oh, a new shop. Let's try it. Boss will have 1 fried dough stick and 1 bowl of black sesame soy milk. They'll have 1 bowl of soy milk. Gradually more and more customers arrived. Tuan ran around very excited. Father was really amazing. The street vendors frowned as they watched. This Life Snack Shop was somehow strong. Should they avoid its edge? Move to another street. Meanwhile, on the street, the 3 programmers were still supporting each other as they walked home. Hey buddy, you ate so extravagantly. What did you eat that was so delicious? Go straight ahead at the intersection, the newly opened shop, Life Snack Shop. Soy milk and dough sticks. Simply amazing. A delicacy only found in heaven. Then I'll have to give it a try. You too are living advertisements. As more and more customers came, the business of Life Snack Shop complete. Boss, 2 crispy fried dough sticks, please. They'll have 1 too. Little sister, 1 bowl of peanut soy milk, thank you. The soy milk is absolutely delicious. Boss, you must make soy milk every day from now on. The boss is a true master of his craft. Boss, how much does it cost? You Bao account credited 12 yuan. I only just realized that soy milk paired with fried dough sticks is such a delight. Boss is the second bowl of soy milk half price here. It's not enough to last. This is a new shop business seems good. Want to give it a try? Soon it was past 6 o'clock. This was the morning rush hour for work and school. The life snack shop was packed with all kinds of people. Most were elderly folks from the nearby neighborhoods. The shop buzzed with various voices, all praising how delicious the soy milk and fried dough sticks were. They had never tasted such wonderful soy milk and fried dough sticks before. Hearing these discussions, even more passers-by who happened to be curious came in to try. Boss, you're frying dough sticks and serving soy milk all by yourself. You're short-handed. Where's the child's mother? An elderly woman asked while waiting for her dough sticks. Fry 2 more for me. They'll take them home for my son and daughter-in-law. The woman's question hung in the air. The shop seemed to quiet down. All eyes turned to Chen Feng, who was focused on frying dough sticks. They noticed how handsome this young man was. His striking features were flawless from every angle. 2 middle school girls felt their hearts race with nervousness. If the handsome boss didn't have a wife, could it be? Chen Feng chuckled and looked at his daughter, drawing everyone's attention. Chen Xiaotuan's little face looked pitiful, tears ready to fall. Mommy doesn't want Tuan Tuan anymore. She divorced Daddy, boohoo. Daddy gave Mommy everything, only kept Tuan Tuan. Daddy has to support the family and take care of Tuan Tuan, boohoo. As she spoke, Chen Xiaotuan wiped her little tears. Grandpas and grandmas, if you like Daddy's soy milk and dough sticks, please buy more. Boss, 1 bowl of peanut soy milk, 1 bowl of red date and lotus seed soy milk to go, and 2 dough sticks. They'll take 3 dough sticks and 3 cups of original soy milk to go. Me too, boss, don't forget me. Add 1 more bowl of soy milk. Everyone says it's not enough. Little Tuan Tuan was so pitiful. They had to support Chen Feng's business. Grandpa, if you know any suitable auntie or older sister, please introduce them to my daddy. Grandma, would you like to find a mommy for my daddy? She'll also get such an adorable daughter like me. Brother, do you have a younger sister? Sister, you're too young. Do you have any older sisters? Chen Xiaotuan wove through the tables, energetically promoting her father. Tuan Tuan. Chen Feng said helplessly, don't cause trouble. Oh. Chen Xiaotuan looked even more pitiful. She was immediately scooped into an elderly woman's arms. Our Tuan Tuan is so adorable. Alright, if I find a suitable sister or grandma, I'll keep an eye out for you. Old Zhang, don't you have a niece who just graduated? Introduce her to Boss Chen. Huh. The entire life snack shop was filled with. At that moment, the 2 middle school girls finally finished eating, looking reluctant to leave. The girl named Cici patted her slightly, full belly. Boss, how much? Sister, 18 yuan. Chen Xiaotuan carried over the money bucket. Then pack 2 more dough sticks for me. They'll have them for lunch. Cici said. Chen Feng smiled at Cici. If you pack them, they won't taste as good by noon. My suggestion is to come back tomorrow morning. Cici's mind buzzed. The handsome boss actually spoke to her. His voice was so magnetic. It was like a magnet firmly drawing her in. As for what the handsome boss said, Cici completely forgot to listen. Do you still want it? Chen Feng looked at Cici. In an instant, Cici's fair face flushed bright red, and she stammered, no. They'll come back tomorrow morning. Handsome boss, can I take a photo? Cici asked eagerly. Sure. Chen Feng smiled. He couldn't stop customers from taking photos anyway. What if these 2 little girls ended up promoting his shop? So Cici and her friend took several photos before reluctantly leaving. The handsome boss talked to me. Today's Lu Xiaoxi, you're so lucky. Xiao Lan, am I in love? Cici tugged at her friend. Xiao Lan, is my face red? Did I act like a love-struck fool just now? Haha, Cici, you were so lame. That was so embarrassing. I even took a photo. Look, it's so ugly. Xiao Lan, delete it now. I want delete it. It'll show everyone and embarrass you to death. Delete it, Xiao Lan. I'm going crazy. On the street, the 2 middle school girls frolicked. In the life snack shop, 6 dough sticks slowly puffed up in the large oil pot. Chen Feng fried dough sticks while ladling soy milk with a spoon, which Chen Xiaotuan obediently carried over. Boss, your dough sticks and soy milk are delicious, but the wait is too long. But I'm willing to wait, even until the end of time. It's absolutely exquisite. Such tasty soy milk and dough sticks, I only remember having them in my childhood. Sorry, it's the first day of business today, so I wasn't fully prepared. Time ticked by. Customers came and went. Boss Chen, are my packed soy milk and dough sticks ready? Almost ready, just a moment. Phew. Chen Feng worked busily under pressure. Luckily, before opening, he had anticipated the soy milk was served in cups. Dough sticks were packed in clean plastic bags. Even though the taste would degrade over time, it couldn't be helped. Chen Xiaotuan was also immersed in the joy of constantly collecting small change. Just then, an electric scooter carrying a couple arrived. The couple carried many groceries. Honey, look, Boss Chen's business is booming. Lu Kai's wife exclaimed in shock. Lu Qi was also stunned. Just yesterday, he had told his wife that Chen Feng's life snack shop was bound to fail. Yet before 7 in the morning, the shop was packed. There were even 3 or 4 people waiting outside. How could reality slap him in the face? We haven't had breakfast either. Honey, let's buy some to try. Should we ask Boss Chen if he needs help? Lu Kai's wife suggested. Sure. Lu Qi parked the scooter, walked to the shop, lit a Furong Wang cigarette, glanced at the menu and smiled. Boss Chen, 1 bowl of original soy milk, 1 bowl of peanut soy milk, and 2 dough sticks. Brother Lu. Up so early. Chen Feng looked up and saw it was the owner of the neighboring Hunan cuisine restaurant. Morning groceries are cheap. Just got back from shopping with my wife. Lu Qi said. Alright, just a moment. Chen Feng smiled and kept working without pause. Soon he prepared Lu Kai's order. Lu Qi carried the 2 bowls of soy milk and dough sticks back to his own shop. Oh no, it's 7 o'clock. Chen Feng suddenly realized it was time that Tuan Tuan needed to go to school. But at the life snack shop, there were still 8 customers waiting in line or yet to be served inside. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to take orders for fried dough sticks anymore, he said. My apologies, everyone. Chen Feng was determined to take his daughter to school no matter what. He directly began to apologize. Boss, that's not right, you still have flour here. Yep, boss, fry 2 more sticks. This flavor reaches deep into the soul. Today my stomach declares it will be stuffed to bursting, the sharp-eat customers remarked. It was rare to find such a delicious snack shop. Today they were determined to eat their fill. I'm truly sorry, Chen Feng said. I have to take my daughter to school soon, so I'll have to close temporarily. Don't, boss. How about giving Tuan Tuan a day off? Boss, fry 1 more, it won't take long. Boss, look, I've been queuing for 5 minutes and haven't ordered yet, and you're temporarily closing shop. Haha, boss, little Chen runs his shop to cultivate his spirit. He doesn't care about money. Earlier someone wanted to pack lunch, but he refused, saying the taste would suffer. Now at peak breakfast time, he's closing directly. Sorry everyone. If you want to eat, it'll reopen 40 minutes after dropping off Tuan Tuan. No matter how the customers joked, Chen Feng insisted. At that moment Tuan Tuan quietly walked over. Dad, fry 1 more fried dough stick, and also pack a serving of red date and lotus seed soy milk. Why, oi? Chen Feng asked in confusion. Before his daughter could explain, he started frying another stick. Chen Xiaotuan blinked and said, it's to bring a breakfast for Teacher Lu. She always helps take care of your daughter, shouldn't you thank her? That makes sense. Chen Feng smiled. On the other side, inside the Hunan cuisine restaurant next to Renxing snack shop, the table was Lu Kai's wife began to doubt life. Dear, this soy milk and fried dough sticks are too delicious. She said, how about you go buy 2 more servings of dough sticks and 3 bowls of soy milk? I haven't even tasted the flavor yet. Lu Qi blinked, lit an after-meal cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, too hasty. I never expected boss little Chen's soy milk and sticks to be this delicious. When Lu Qi walked back, carrying 2 bowls from Chen Feng's shop, he saw Chen Feng had stopped frying. Boss little Chen, fry a few more sticks, there's still time. The waiting customers tried to persuade him helplessly. Chen Feng, unmoved, continued packing. Boss little Chen, what's going on? Lu Qi said, 2 more sticks and 3 bowls of soy milk. Chen Feng smiled wryly. Brother Lu, you'll have to wait. I have to take Tuan Tuan to school first. Here, use my bike to take Tuan Tuan. Lu Qi pulled out his keys from his pocket and smiled. If you don't mind, I'll watch the shop for you. Go and come back soon. We in the food business should never drive customers away. After 2 seconds of thought, Chen Feng nodded. All right, thanks, Brother Lu. It's fate we look out for each other. Lu Qi patted Chen Feng's shoulder with a smile. Everyone's sorry. With the bike, you'll be back in 10 minutes. He took the keys, packed the sticks and soy milk, and drove off with Tuan Tuan on the bike. Though Chen Feng trusted Lu Qi, they had only known. Fortunately, the shop had surveillance cameras installed, so Chen Feng didn't need to worry further. Phew. Boss little Chen is really both father and mother to his child. It seems if the Beitian Community Neighborhood Committee wants to enjoy delicious soy milk and sticks in the future, would better play matchmaker for boss little Chen. Men and women working together make light work. Lu Qi had solved the problem of temporary closure, and the customers were no longer anxious. The elderly folks chatted away. They leisurely sipped their soy milk, slowly waiting for boss little Chen to return and fry their sticks. Meanwhile, Chen Feng rode the bike, obeying traffic laws and waiting at red lights, carrying his daughter to school. Whoosh, strong wind. Chen Xiaotuan sat on the back seat. She held her father's waist with one hand and carried Teacher Liu's special breakfast with the other. Dad, are we going to earn lots of money today? Chen Xiaotuan asked loudly. Yes. Chen Feng laughed happily. He hadn't expected that on the first day of opening in just over an hour business would be so booming. By now they had served over 70 customers, calculating an average of 2 bowls of soy milk and 1 stick per person, not counting the half, who took away the per capita, was about 14 yuan, so the revenue must have exceeded 1,000. Of course, this was the morning rush hour, the best time for breakfast business. But it would last until around 9 o'clock. They would have to check the total. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are unlike some other snacks. They have a time limit. So Chen Feng had to hurry. He sped along on the bike. No matter how he twisted the throttle, the speed was only 30 km/h, speed limited. Humph, when dad makes big money, he'll tell mom that dad is not a failure. Chen Xiaotuan said loudly. Chen Feng smiled and said nothing. Such money meant nothing in the eyes of his ex-wife Zhang Na. As the father and daughter hurried toward Mingri School, Ruoxin, look, your crush and your future daughter Tuan Tuan. 2 high school girls wearing Mingri school uniforms were walking slowly along the roadside carrying breakfast. One plump girl said loudly. The other girl had short hair that reached her ears. Her features were exquisite, like a maiden stepping out of a manga. Curved crescent eyebrows, a delicate oval face, and moist moon-like eyes. Her name was Wang Ruoxin. She was the universally acknowledged school beauty of Mingri School, dominating both the middle and high school divisions, and even overwhelming the elementary students. Along with Lu Yue, the piano teacher at the kindergarten primary school, they were called the twin beauties of Mingyue. This year Wang Ruoxin was in her senior year of high school, only 17 years old. What are you saying, Xiaohua? Wang Ruoxin's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her watery eyes instantly fixed on the bike. She stared intently at the man's back. Tuan Tuan is quite lively, waving the breakfast around. Isn't she afraid of dropping it and having no food? The plump girl took a bite of her jianbing and said, Ruoxin, I'm so envious that you have such a crush. That's not Tuan Tuan's breakfast. Wang Ruoxin suddenly became nervous. She had never seen Tuan Tuan eat breakfast at school. Moreover, when she had subtly questioned the little girl before, Tuan Tuan always finished the breakfast her father made before leaving home. So who was Tuan Tuan bringing the breakfast for? Teacher Lu. A graceful figure appeared in Wang Ruoxin's mind. Wang Ruoxin's pace unconsciously quickened. She stopped eating the corn cob in her hand. She knew that Tuan Tuan had never brought breakfast for anyone before. Such a small change must indicate something unusual. Something strange must be brewing. Wang Ruoxin felt as if she were drifting further away from her crush. No, her crush could only be hers. She wanted Tuan Tuan too. That would be her future daughter. Dad, that was fast. For minutes later, Chen Feng escorted his daughter to the school gate. It was now 7:15 a.m. right at the peak of the luxury cars lined both sides of the street. Some parents walked their children to school having parked their vehicles far away. Chen Feng, still wearing his helmet and riding an electric scooter, stood out conspicuously. I really need to make some money and buy a car soon, Chen Feng thought to himself. My daughter might not care, but as her father I have to. When Chen Feng took off his helmet, a few mothers' eyes lit up. What a handsome father he was. They wondered which class his child was in and if they'd ever have a chance to chat. Dad, look, Teacher Lu is welcoming everyone to school. Chen Xiaotuan held Chen Feng's hand and asked, Dad, do you think Teacher Lu will like the breakfast you prepared for her? It's from you. Chen Feng corrected her. Alright, go find Teacher Lu now. Chen Xiaotuan stared blankly at him. Dad, aren't you coming with me? She had it all planned out. When her dad brought her to Teacher Lu, she would hand over the breakfast and say it was from him. But her stubborn dad never played by the rules. There are still so many customers waiting at the shop. Okay. Seeing the determination in her father's eyes, Chen Xiaotuan walked away, looking back every few steps. Once his daughter entered the school gate and reached Teacher Liu's side, Chen Feng averted his gaze and put his helmet back on. Teacher Lu. Chen Xiaotuan held up the prepared breakfast and announced loudly. Lu Yu immediately looked over expectantly. Tuan, did you come? No, Dad brought me on his scooter. Chen Xiaotuan pointed behind her. Over there. Lu Yu turned to look, but only saw the figure of a man riding away on an electric scooter. Seeing this, Lu Yu's heart felt empty. Chen Feng had divorced his ex-wife, and she thought her chance had come. It turned out this man had completely forgotten her. For his sake, she had even been willing to fall out with her family just to come teach at Mingri School. But Chen Feng had forgotten her. Tada. Teacher Lu, this is the breakfast my dad prepared especially for you. Chen Xiaotuan held up the bag. He made it just for off. Lu Yu was startled. The thought that Chen Feng had made it for her brought a blush to her delicate face. A warmth spread through her. She was so shy and flustered that she stood rooted to the spot. Had Chen Feng really prepared this for her? Did he still remember her? In an instant, Lu Yu was filled with excitement. She had no idea that Chen Xiaotuan was making it all up on her own. Teacher Lu, don't you want it? Chen Xiaotuan asked with a mischievous grin. If not, I'll just throw it away. Lu Yu let out a startled cry and clutched the breakfast bag tightly. Her face reddening, she said, don't waste it. Chen Xiaotuan giggled. Now Tuan and Teacher Lu can welcome the students together. And so the two of them, one big and one small, busied themselves again. I haven't had a break at all, and I'm just a kid. Chen Xiaotuan wailed. Meanwhile, on his way back, Chen Feng. Ruoxin, look, your crush is coming back after dropping off Tuan. The plump girl Zhang Xiaohua said, loudly munching on a savory pancake while admiring her best friend's crush's handsome face. Wang Ruoxin immediately looked over nervously. But Chen Feng didn't notice her. She didn't tear her gaze away until his figure disappeared. Did Chen Feng really not remember anything from 7 years ago? Today the two girls didn't enter through the high school gate. Instead, they chose the kindergarten entrance. Soon after arriving at the school gate, Wang Ruoxin spotted Teacher Lu Yue along with Tuan by her side and the breakfast in her hand. Wang Ruoxin's heart sank. So the breakfast was indeed for Teacher Lu. A strong sense of crisis welled up inside her. Why would Tuan bring breakfast for Teacher Lu? She had to find out for sure at noon. Let's rewind to a few dozen minutes earlier. At the entrance of Beitian residential area, elderly men and women gathered chatting about the morning's vegetable prices. Office workers yawned as they headed to work. Hey Aunt Wang, why are you buying breakfast to take home today? Don't you usually cook at home? Aunt Wang chuckled. A new breakfast shop opened at the intersection near Zhoni Factory. They only sell soy milk and fried dough sticks, but they're absolutely delicious. So I bought some for my picky grandson at home. Is there really breakfast that good? You're exaggerating. Some of the elderly didn't believe her. Aunt Wang smiled mysteriously and hurried off. Boss Chun had said the soy milk and fried dough sticks lose their flavor once they cool down. Just then the elderly at the entrance kept seeing neighbors returning with the same breakfast, all soy milk and fried dough sticks. Is it really? Go try it and find out. Where is it? I want to go. In no time some passing workers and office workers grew curious and headed that way. Soon several Aunt Wangs returned home. Their precious grandsons had just been dragged out of bed still full of morning grumpiness. Mom, why did you bring breakfast back? Aunt Wang's son asked. Eat the hot soy milk and fried dough sticks quickly. They're delicious, just like the pure old-fashioned taste. I don't want any, the grandsons said. Let me try. The daughter-in-law walked over, picked up a cup of peanut soy milk, and took a sip. The warm soy milk slid down her throat. Her eyes immediately lit up. Then she looked at her husband who was playing on his phone, and then at her son. The daughter-in-law sucked down the drink in big gulps, a look of pure bliss on her face. Mom, are these fried dough sticks from that shop too? Aunt Wang busied herself in the kitchen. The daughter-in-law took a big bite of the fried dough stick. It was crispy and sweet with a rich buttery aroma. Paired with a mouthful of thick soy milk, it was simply amazing. This was unbelievably good. The daughter-in-law instantly felt energized and a few degrees more beautiful. In the blink of an eye she had finished one cup. Then she picked up a different cup of red date and lotus seed porridge. Alternating between sips of soy milk and bites of fried dough sticks she ate with gusto. When her husband finally looked up from his phone, he saw his wife enjoying herself, and asked, "Is it that good?" The daughter-in-law nodded, too busy eating to speak, sucking so hard she nearly swallowed the straw. Her husband immediately put down his phone and took a bite of the fried dough stick. His eyes widened. What kind of heavenly fried dough stick was this? Seeing only 2 cups of soy milk left with his wife still holding a bit, he snatched it from her. "Leave some for me." With that he started eating. He fell silent. "Give it back," his wife demanded. "Mine. You already had a whole cup. Go buy more if you want." The husband shouted. "Mom, which shop are these soy milk and fried dough sticks from? Go buy some more. This is, no, go yourself if you want." Aunt Wang's voice came from the kitchen. "Dad, is it really that good?" the grandson asked. "No, not good at all." The husband wolfed down the rest in a few big bites. "Wah, I wanted some and Dad finished it all." The grandson burst into loud sobs. This scene played out in multiple households. Minutes later, many elderly men and women streamed out of their homes. They hurried out of the residential area carrying large bowls, expressions of lingering satisfaction on their faces. At that moment, Chen Feng finally rode his little scooter back to his small shop. Seeing the long line of over a dozen elderly people waiting, Chen Feng stood there stunned. Was his soy milk and fried dough sticks real? "The boss is back," an elderly woman in the shop shouted excitedly. "Boss, hurry up and fry the fried dough sticks." Chen Feng parked his car and walked into the shop. He noticed that every customer had a bowl of soy milk, sipping it slowly. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. "Boss Chen, you're finally back," Lu Chi said with relief, smiling. "The money's all settled. For the fried dough sticks, you collect the cash yourself." "Thanks, brother Lu." Chen Feng handed over the car keys, extremely grateful. He walked to the stall, tied on an apron, and smiled. "Sorry everyone, you can start ordering fried dough sticks now. Boss will have 3 fried dough sticks. Young boss Chen 2 fried dough sticks, and 3 crispy fried dough sticks waiting to take away. Hurry, hurry, finally waiting for young boss Chen. Do mine first, I'm going to be late for work. I've been waiting for this food, already had 3 bowls of soy milk." Yuki Ambeo received 20 yuan. 5 fried dough sticks. Voices of the elderly and middle-aged rang out one after another, not lacking the urgent tones of workers from the biddy factory. Chen Feng smiled, skillfully kneading the dough, then began pulling the fried dough sticks on the counter. One by one he placed them into the oil pot. The oil immediately sizzled, and the sticks became fluffy. This scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, a delight to behold, complemented by young boss Chen's handsome face. It was as delicious as the food itself. Which customers want the sugar-coated ones? Chen Feng served the fried dough sticks one by one, packing some for takeout, bustling about. Sometimes while frying, he couldn't even find time to give customers their change. This made Chen Feng sigh. When his daughter was in the shop, she was a great help. Delicious, so delicious. Soy milk with fried dough sticks. A taste of heaven, just like what I had as a child, even better. If I could enjoy this every day, it would be my lifelong blessing. The taste of my childhood. Boss, do you only sell soy milk and fried dough? He'll add new items later, still considering. Chen Feng said. Lu Chi and his wife were also happily savoring their soy milk and fried. They were genuinely happy for Chen Feng. They had thought Boss Chen was a rich man throwing money into a venture, but he actually had real skill. The fried dough sticks and soy milk he made were so delicious. The two of them had eaten so much all morning without feeling the least bit greasy. According to Lu Kai's observation, in just 1 hour from 7:30 to 8:30 the revenue was no less than 1,000 yuan. Half a day's revenue had already blown his little Hunan restaurant out of the water. Lu Chi was even tempted to switch careers. Was breakfast really this profitable? Time passed bit by bit. Boss 1 bowl of plain soy milk and 1 egg fried dough stick. The caller was a new customer. Chen Feng went to ladle the plain soy milk, opened the bucket, and said with a wry smile, "It's empty. Plain soy milk is gone." "Then give me a bowl of peanut soy milk." "That's gone too." "What about red date and lotus seed?" "There's 1 bowl left," Chen Feng said. "They'll take it, and also 1 bowl of black bean and sesame." "Sure, please wait a moment." 10 minutes later the flour on the counter was completely used up, although there was still some in the refrigerator. But all 4 buckets of soy milk were sold out. "Boss, go make some more soy milk." "Yeah, and fry 3 more fried dough sticks." "Business is so hot here, wanna try?" "Boss, 2 bowls of plain soy milk." "Sorry, all gone, completely gone." Chen Feng could only smile wryly again. "If you want some you can come at noon, but now there's really nothing." "Make it now, boss, don't dawdle," urged the customer. "If I make more soy milk, it'll take over an hour. Can you wait?" "Fine'll come at noon. I must try this soy milk and fried dough sticks." My mom praised it to the skies. "What a coincidence, my old man's. At noon, boss. Make sure the soy milk and fried dough sticks are ready, or he'll smash your shop." The customer smiled and left jokingly. It was only 9:48 in the morning. Then Chen Feng closed the glass door, locked it, hung a temporarily closed sign, and wrote the next opening time 1120. He returned to the back kitchen. Picking up the cash bucket, he carefully tallied the earnings. Each bucket of soy milk contained about 125 bowls with an average price of 5 yuan per bowl. That gave a revenue of around 2500 yuan. In the morning he had served about 200 customers. With an average of 1.5 fried dough sticks per person, the revenue was about 1200 yuan. Then Chen Feng tallied all the money from Yuki Ambeo Lianxin and the cash bucket. It came to a total of 4148 yuan. Fa Yao Fa. The homophone was just perfect. Chen Feng was a bit excited. The first day's opening was incredibly red. With soy milk and fried dough sticks still selling at noon, the day's revenue would break 500 yuan. In the back kitchen, there were still some raw materials left. The actual cost of raw materials was only about 600 yuan. After accounting for utilities and labor, the net profit was a full 400 yuan. In a month, that would be 100 yuan in pure profit. Just by selling soy milk and fried dough sticks, he could earn $1 million a year. Although Chen Feng was very tired after working non-stop, since yesterday his spirits were extremely high, Chen Feng excitedly thought of the mysterious space in his mind. That space had given him the old craft of making soy milk and fried dough sticks along with those mysterious paddy fields and ponds. The possibilities were endless. After a short rest, Chen Feng boiled the remaining soy milk again. This time he only made 1 bucket of plain soy milk. Then nearing 1120, Chen Feng opened the shop again. He didn't need to pick up Tuan as she had lunch at school. Sure enough, at noon, there were returning customers from the morning, all eager to taste the soy milk and fried dough sticks from Life Snack Bar. The taste is absolutely amazing. Boss'll come earlier tomorrow. Make sure to brew the other soy milks. Customers who missed the peanut soy milk and black bean sesame milk left with regret. Past 12 o'clock, customers grew fewer. It couldn't be helped. Fried dough sticks and soy milk were breakfast items. No matter how delicious, they couldn't replace a full meal. By the time noon passed, Chen Feng tallied the revenue again and found it had indeed exceeded 100 yuan. Today's business ends here. Should I add some dumplings or other snacks for lunch and dinner? Chen Feng thought for a moment. But my own skills can't compare to the old craft the mysterious space gave me. He was a bit troubled. He wanted to make money, but he couldn't cheat his customers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named the shop Life Snack Bar. Just as he was about to throw away the leftover plain soy milk and the stiff fried dough stick dough, suddenly a pleasant female voice rang in Chen Feng's mind. Serve me 1 bowl of plain soy milk and fry 2 fried dough stick. Who? I want to see it in 5 minutes. The melodious voice was filled with an air of authority like a proud, aloof princess. Could it be a creature from that mysterious space? Chen Feng was shocked, but still immediately followed the instructions. After frying the dough sticks, he held a bowl of plain soy milk. With a whoosh, Chen Feng vanished from Life Snack Bar. Meanwhile, at Mingri School, the second cafeteria, students, you must eat obediently, understand. Only when you're full will you have the strength to be bullied by me. Tuan was supervising the students on behalf of the homeroom teacher. She looked every bit the little leader. Not far away, Lu Yu was dining quietly and elegantly, but her appetite was lacking. She licked her lips longingly. The cafeteria meals always prioritized nutrition over taste. The flavor of that morning's soy milk and fried dough sticks was truly unforgettable. The key point was, Tuan's father had personally made the soy milk and fried dough sticks, and they were delicious. Though they were fattening, Lu Yu had still finished every last bite that morning. Was it really made for me? A smile crept into Lu Yu's eyes. She looked at the adorable little girl Tuan. Now Lu Yu had come to. Chen Feng had opened a small eatery. Tuan had brought her breakfast. In truth, it was Xiao Tuan who had brought it under her father's name. This little one, wise beyond her years, already wants to play matchmaker for her father and find him a wife. Brother Chen Feng, whether you remember what happened 7 years ago or not, you saved my life. So I am destined to be yours. 7 years ago, Lu Yu had just turned 17. In Qinjiao village, after Chen Feng saved her, he left an indelible mark on the young girl's heart. With Tuan helping me, I will definitely win you over in this life. Lu Yu silently cheered herself on. Just then, commotion arose from the teenage boys in the second cafeteria. Lu Yu immediately saw a young girl and a plump girl approaching. It was Wang Ruoxin. At school, they were called the twin beauties of Mingwei by some unruly youths. Looking at Wang Ruoxin's face, Lu Yu had to admit, this girl would surely grow into a great beauty. Then Lu Yu's pupils contracted. She saw Wang Ruoxin walking toward Tuan. In her hand was a white rabbit lollipop. A woman's intuition instantly put Lu Yu on high alert. Sister Ruoxin, is that for me? Xiao Tuan reached out to take it. Wang Ruoxin's brows curved into a beautiful arc. She quickly withdrew her hand. You can have the candy, Tuan, but you have to answer a few questions first. Tuan said, okay, is it? Dad divorced Mom yesterday. This morning Dad took me to work at the eatery. From now on it's just me and Dad and the Chen family. That eatery is on Snack Street, called Live Snack Shop. Sister Ruoxin, can I eat now? Xiao Tuan stared longingly at the candy in Wang Ruoxin's hand. Without needing Wang Ruoxin to ask, she had already spilled everything about her father. Hearing Chen Xiaochuan's answer, Wang Ruoxin was completely stunned. Her idol was divorced. This was her chance. Wang Ruoxin's heart raced with excitement. She felt her hand empty. The white rabbit lollipop had been snatched by Tuan. Wang Ruoxin's voice trembled slightly. Of course. Xiao Tuan nibbled on the candy, her big eyes full of cunning. Sister Ruoxin, give me another candy, and he'll tell you some good news. Tell me first, and he'll buy it for you this afternoon. Wang Ruoxin's breath quickened. So Xiao Tuan leaned close to Wang Ruoxin's ear and whispered, Teacher Lu wants to pursue Dad to Sister Ruoxin. You'd better hurry. Hearing this, Wang Ruoxin was stunned. Then she lifted her head. Her gaze fell on Lu Yu in the distance. The two women's eyes met, seeming to spark with electric tension. At that moment, their woman's intuition resonated. They each recognized the other as a great rival in life. By the table, Xiao Tuan licked her lollipop with tiny strokes of her tongue. She thought to herself, competition creates pressure. This way Dad might find her a mother sooner. And who knows, maybe it'll be a tougher. In the mysterious space, Chen Feng held a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of plain soy milk in the other. Before him stood the tabby cat. Man and cat stared at each other with wide eyes. Put the soy milk and dough sticks on the ground. You can go to the thatched hut. The tabby cat spoke in human tongue with a pleasant female voice. It was very aloof. Holy crap. This cat had become a spirit. Chen Feng was frozen in shock. He quickly set down the soy milk and dough sticks. Are you the master of this space? Chen Feng probed for information. No. Then you. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The tabby cat's eyes flashed with impatience, its gaze fierce, its voice icy. Chen Feng fell silent. But inwardly he muttered, just a little cat too arrogant. One day he'll have you crawling and meowing. The tabby cat lay down. It lapped at the soy milk with its tongue. After 2 licks, bleck. The tabby cat stuck out its tongue. It spat it out immediately. Chen Feng was astonished. Everyone praised his cooking. Was it really that bad? Could it be a gourmet cat? The tabby cat took a bite of the dough stick, chewed twice, and spat it out again. Its vivid expression suggested it had nearly poisoned itself. Terrible, just terrible. The tabby cat shook its head in dissatisfaction. Chen Feng was speechless. The quality of the food is abysmal. No choice. From now on, bring the first meal you make every day here. The tabby cat looked at Chen Feng. Alright, what should I call you? Chen Feng asked. Call me Xiao Yao, said the tabby cat. Alright Xiao Yao, wait here. Then the tabby cat turned into with a splash. In a few bounds it leaped into the pond 10 meters away. Soon it emerged with a wild crucian carp in its mouth, shaking off the water droplets from its fur. The tabby cat walked up to Chen Feng and spat out the fish. This carp is for you. Go steam it, then head to the thatched hut. Alright. Chen Feng did as told, picked up the carp, and walked toward the thatched hut. He opened his mouth to speak. Since the tabby cat could understand human speech and communicate, Chen Feng wanted to ask about this mysterious space. Don't ask what you shouldn't, or you might lose your life. The tabby cat's pleasant but warning voice rang out. Chen Feng immediately shut his mouth. Just wait. The day will come when you bow to me. Then he walked toward the thatched hut. Knock knock knock. Anyone there? Chen Feng asked. With a creak the door opened by itself, just like yesterday. Chen Feng's pupils once again contracted to pinpoints, because he saw another human-shaped statue inside the hut. Different from yesterday's. This one seemed to be a burly man from the north. He stood before a stove stacking steaming baskets. On the top basket rested crescent-shaped dumplings that looked like works of art. Then beside it was a large pot. The water in the pot was boiling and the dumplings were tumbling. Next the stone statue began to roll again. It dissolved into a vast cloud of white mist that surged into Chen Feng's mind. Thud. A flood of memories and experience poured in. Holding the carp, Chen Feng fainted once more. Flop flop. The carp struggled on the kitchen floor. It was very lively. When Chen Feng awoke, his mind was filled with many more traditional skills for making steamed dumplings. From selecting ingredients, rolling out dough, wrapping dumplings, choosing various fillings, to boiling, steaming, pan-frying, deep frying, and roasting. He had mastered them all. I've mastered another traditional craft. Chen Feng said, both delighted and dazed. This mysterious space was truly extraordinary. There was a talking calico cat, seemingly a gourmet feline, and also a mysterious thatched cottage. Chen Feng could acquire different ancient crafts each time. This was already the second time. If he entered the cottage again, would he encounter martial arts techniques from past warriors? Calligraphy, painting, medicine, poison formulas. It was not limited to mere culinary skills. This was something Chen Feng eagerly anticipated. Moreover, perhaps it was Chen Feng's imagination, but after the statue of the northern man surged into his mind his originally weary and aching body, Chen Feng became spirited once more. My stamina and endurance seemed to have increased. Chen Feng found it somewhat unbelievable. He had been dazed for quite a while, unable to reach a definitive conclusion for now. Since that cat is a gourmet and aloof, he'll use the finest ingredients to create the best food and win it over. Tame it. Make it call me daddy. Then he'll surely uncover the secrets of this mysterious space. With that thought, Chen Feng curled his lips into a faint smile and ceased his musings. Life is unpredictable, full of twists and turns. He was a man who went with the flow. Move mountains if they come, drink water if it blocks the way. There were too many incomprehensible things in life. Seeking answers to everything only breeds unnecessary trouble. Splash. Splash. Chen Feng jolted awake and glanced at the clock on the wall. He had been lost in thought for nearly 20 minutes. The crucian carp on the floor was still lively. The flesh of this fish must be exceptionally firm. Should I steam it? Chen Feng picked up the crucian carp and tossed it into the bucket. Then he began a thorough cleaning of his snack shop. Around 2 o'clock, after finishing the chores, Chen Feng was brimming with energy. Locking the shop door, Chen Feng hailed a taxi. Driver to the nearest electric vehicle market. Alright. At 2:45 p.m., Chen Feng rode his Suzuki electric scooter toward the vegetable market. One must eat rice one mouthful at a time and walk the road step by step. His live snack shop was just starting, and there would be many days of grocery shopping ahead. He had a driver's license, but lacked the finances for an electric car for now. So he settled for an electric scooter for commuting, which was also convenient for buying groceries and picking up his daughter from school. Chen Feng bought a good scooter costing 4,000 yuan, essentially making today's earnings null. Xiao may look a handsome guy. Wow, he's so handsome. If only I could get his number. Look, there's a handsome older guy so dashing. Riding his flashy scooter all the way to the shop, he heard many admirers' yearning voices along the road. Chen Feng smiled. Divorced men were still quite popular in the dating market. At 3:25 p.m. Chen Feng arrived at the vegetable market. First he prepared the ingredients for tomorrow's soybean milk and fried dough sticks. He bought wheat flour and buckwheat flour for dumpling wrappers, as well as mushrooms. He didn't buy the various dumpling fillings. He would buy the freshest fillings tomorrow morning. At 3:40 p.m. Chen Feng returned to his life snack shop. Boss Chen, you bought a scooter. Lu Qi said with a smile. Haha brother Lu, don't tease me. Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. Lu Qi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. No need to be so formal. Since our shops are next to each other, it's fate. If you ever need help, just say the word. Alright. In their brief acquaintance, Chen Feng found brother Lu to be a truly decent person. It had been a long time since had met such a warm-hearted neighbor. Chen Feng also knew that Liu's Hunan cuisine restaurant wasn't doing well. Hunan dishes didn't quite suit the tastes of Dong Hai's residents. Every family has its own troubles. Since I'm free, let me help you carry things. Thanks brother Lu. Then the two took turns moving the soybeans, black beans, and wheat flour. Lu Qi was slightly out of breath and looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Chen Feng, you're something else. Yesterday you were trembling on your feet, and after working from morning till now, with little rest, you're not even tired. Secret, haha. Chen Feng replied with a laugh. The increase in his stamina and endurance was indeed a big secret. I'm off. Call me if you need anything. But save me an extra portion of black bean and sesame paste and red date and lotus seed paste tomorrow. They're too delicious. Lu Qi didn't press further and left with a pat on his back. No problem. Then Chen Feng got busy. He first soaked the soybeans and black beans in water. He cut the dough for fried dough sticks into segments and handled them as he had the day before. At 5 p.m., Chen Feng rode his scooter to pick up his daughter. Passing by the snack street across the way, he saw nearby office workers and laborers beginning their dinner hunt. Chen Feng watched quietly, knowing that once the dumplings were available tomorrow, his life snack shop could operate for all 3 meals. Time rewound to noon. At Mingri School's second cafeteria. So it's settled. Wang Ruoxin's eyes curved with delight. After promising she reached an agreement with Xiao Tuan. Pinky promise 100 years no change, whoever changes is a puppy. Chen Xiao, by Tuan, see you tomorrow. Wang Ruoxin left happily. The chubby girl Zhang Xiaohua caught up. Ruoxin, have you lost your mind? The college entrance exam is just around the corner. I'm not crazy. Wang Ruoxin's eyes sparkled. If I can win over my crush, what's college entrance exam? Sigh, the world has gone mad. Zhang Xiaohua bit into a meat bun, juice splattering. No, it must be me who's gone mad. As Wang Ruoxin left, the gazes of countless youths in the cafeteria dimmed. They turned to look at the gentle teacher Lu. Today the twin beauties of Mingwei had gathered a feast for the eyes. Then Lu Yu stood up and led the class of Tuan's group back for a nap. Tuan, what's making you so happy? Lu Yu asked nervously. Teacher Lu's sister Ruoxin said I can't tell you. Chen Xiaotuan was still immersed in Wang Ruoxin's promises, giggling, completely missing Lu Yu's intent. Then with a buzzing in her mind, Lu Yu grew even more anxious. At noon, while putting the children to sleep, she was distracted even while telling bedtime stories. All afternoon during piano lessons for other kindergarten classes. Lu Yu repeatedly hit wrong notes and keys. During a break, she gritted her teeth and messaged her best friend, Xiao, what do I do? A girl as attractive as me is also pursuing Chen Feng. Lu Yu's best friend was Zhang Xiaocao, a rare female programmer, and they shared an apartment. Ding dong. A message arrived on Zhang Xiaocao, go for it, don't be a coward. Has the world changed? Divorced men are this popular. Lu Yue, but. Zhang Xiaocao, no buts. There's no room for cowards in love. Lu Yue, alright. When school ended in the afternoon, Chen Feng, when he greeted teacher Lu Yue, she seemed a bit off. He wondered what was wrong. Dad, you bought a scooter? Tuan exclaimed excitedly. Chen Feng's face lit up with a smile. Back home. Tuan, tomorrow I'm adding a new snack to the shop, steamed dumplings. I need to go at 4 a.m. He'll come too. Tuan said. The night passed without incident. After washing up, the two rode the scooter to the vegetable market. Chen Feng needed to buy the ingredients for today's dumplings. He first stopped at a stall with good-looking pork. Boss, how much is this pork? Chen Feng asked. The pork vendor looked at him with a broad grin. Now pork has dropped to the price of cabbage, 6 yuan per jean. There's a discount for larger quantities. The pork vendor said with a 6 yuan per jean, down another 3 yuan from 2 days ago. Chen Feng said. Pork now is even cheaper than vegetables. Almost on par with foreign prices. Uncle Pork, let me give you a cute wink. Can you make it cheaper? Chen Xiaotuan immediately started bargaining. Her big watery eyes gazed. Little girl, I can't cut the price anymore. Any lower, and I'll be drinking the northwest wind. The pork vendor looked back at Tuan with teary. Is the northwest wind tasty? Tuan asked. The southeast wind tastes good like first love. The two bantered back and forth. Chen Feng, however, dipped his finger into the pork. It was sticky, not watered down. Then he checked the color. It looked good too. Alright, give me 10 jean of pork. Lean to fat ratio 3:1. Chen Feng said with a sure thing. The pork vendor chuckled. Tuan was glum. She had lost to the pork uncle today. Then Chen Feng went on to buy 10 jean of lamb scallions, chives, and various spices. All the ingredients cost 430 yuan in total. Chen Feng placed them on the back seat of his electric scooter. Let's head to the shop. Father and daughter sped off toward life's little eatery again. It was 4:30 in the morning. When they reached the shop door, a girl's figure was squatting in front of the shop carrying a backpack. Sister Ruoxin, Dad and I are here. Chen Xiaotuan shouted loudly. The girl looked up. Short hair reaching her ears, delicate earlobes, and oval face. She turned out to be as beautiful as teacher Lu, each with her own charms. So this is Ruoxin, one of his daughter's chosen future mothers. Chen Feng looked at her and realized his daughter had good taste. Wang Ruoxin smiled sweetly. She looked at the handsome Chen Feng. Tuan, is this your dad? As she spoke, she stared intently at Chen, acting as if she didn't recognize him at all. Chen Feng indeed didn't remember her, but she would always recognize Chen Feng, that rogue who had stolen her heart. And then he lost his memory. He didn't remember a thing from 7 years ago. But then again, a girl changes so much in 7 years. Compared to 7 years ago, Wang Ruoxin had transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful young lady. No wonder Chen Feng couldn't remember. Since uncle didn't remember her, she'd just have to get to know him anew. What's going on, Tuan Tuan? Chen Feng asked. Chen Xiaotuan said, Dad, it's like this. Sister Ruoxin is working part-time at school and can barely afford meals, plus her shop is really busy. So when I saw Sister Ruoxin looking for a job, I invited her to help at the shop. Will you take Sister Ruoxin and Dad? Tuan Tuan tugged at Chen Feng's big hand. Chen Feng looked at Wang Ruoxin suspiciously. She was dressed simply with no designer labels. And Wang Ruoxin looked at him with light in her eyes, just like Teacher Lu looked at him. Chen Feng would be a fool to believe his daughter. 2 days ago, she said she wanted to introduce him to someone. If Teacher Lu Yu didn't appeal, he could choose Sister Ruoxin. And now Wang Ruoxin showed up at the shop door today. This definitely was his daughter's doing. Hello, classmate Ruoxin, you're in high school. Mister. Chen Feng, yes, I'm a senior, Wang Ruoxin answered. Chen Feng frowned. A senior with only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. He couldn't hinder the studies of a future flight. I'll pay you 100 yuan. Just help today, but no more after. Don't leave so early, it's dangerous outside. You're a girl. Chen Feng said, if you really want to work part-time, you can come during summer vacation. Chen Feng closed one window, but left an opening for sunlight. Why? Tuan Tuan pouted. This future candidate mom-dad was pushing her away again. Silly daddy. Can't delay your sister Ruoxin's studies. Chen Feng took out the keys to open the shop. Wang Ruoxin watched by. Even though her crush didn't remember her, he was still so considerate. No wonder he was the future husband she had her eye on. Did he think she would give up so easily? Chen Feng started moving things. Okay. Wang Ruoxin answered and quickly came to help. Since he had agreed to let Wang Ruoxin, Chen Feng wasn't one to be overly fussy. He set a chopping board and a cleaver on the table and asked classmate Ruoxin. Uncle Chen Feng, just call me XNR, Wang Ruoxin quickly said with a smile revealing lovely little canine teeth. But Chen Feng shook his head. This Wang Ruoxin sure knew how to take an inch. Chen Feng said, Ruoxin, can you mince meat? If not, I'll give you something else. Yes, very much, so Wang Ruoxin thought to herself. This was practically her old trade. Looking at the cleaver that was bigger than her hand, Wang Ruoxin asked, can I have 2 cleavers? Chen Feng was taken aback. Could she handle more? Yes, we have. Chen Feng washed the lamb and pork. Then he brought another cleaver, minced the lamb and pork into filling, the finer the better. Okay. Thump thump thump. Watching the 2 cleavers fly up and down in Wang Ruoxin's hands with a rhythmic, Chen Feng was a bit surprised. This little lady was good. So young and already skilled with a knife. Knife skills are the most important in cooking. So Chen Feng went on to wash the other dumpling filling ingredients, handling them one by one. In the back kitchen, he also took out soybeans and black beans that had been soaking overnight and began to make pulp. In the front hall, the 2 little girls were conducting an indescribable little transaction. Sister Ruoxin. Chen Xiaotuan looked at Wang Ruoxin and reached out her little hand. The candy is all in my backpack. I'll get it for you when we go to school. Wang Ruoxin's eyes were sharp as she minced quickly. Thank you, Sister Ruoxin. Chen Xiaotuan was overjoyed. That way, their transaction was complete. She was responsible for luring the wolf into the house. Wang Ruoxin was responsible for being beautiful and delivering herself to the door. A win-win. Before long, Chen Feng brought over 5 buckets of soy milk. Today, a new variety of soy milk was added, called goji berry honey pulp. Then Chen Feng started rolling out wrappers on the table. For dumplings, the filling is secondary. The wrapper is the soul. Whether the wrapper is thin and tender directly affects the texture of the dumplings. A large lump of flour mixed with eggs and water. Chen Feng's hands flew up and down. The rolling pin worked continuously. The dough proofed and became more elastic. As time passed, one by one dumpling wrappers as perfect as machine-made came out. Chen Feng went on to prepare the filling. In the morning, soy milk and fried dough sticks were the main items. So he didn't make boiled or pan-fried dumplings. There wasn't enough time, so he made steamed dumplings. The steamed dumplings had 2 fillings. Pork and mushroom and lamb and scallion. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoxin had already finished mincing the pork and lamb. Not bad. You're skilled enough to graduate, Chen Feng praised. Then he brought over scallions, ginger, garlic, and other spices. Keep mincing these. Roger. Wang Ruoxin said. Busy with all this. Time flew away quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was exactly 5 o'clock. All the preparations were complete, except for filling the dumplings. The soy milk as it boiled had begun to emit a faint fragrance. But Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry. He went to the back kitchen and saw the crucian carp still swimming lively in the bucket. Today I'll eat you. Let's start a day full of energy. Chen Feng scooped up the struggling carp, cleaned out the innards, then chopped fresh scallions, ginger, and garlic and spread them as a base. Then he simply removed the fishy smell from the carp. Although my steaming skills may not be as good as the old master's, it's still decent. Chen Feng placed the fish on the steamer and began to steam. Dad, are we having fish this morning? Chen Xiaotuan said, little fishy is so cute. Then I must eat a lot. At that moment, outside Life's little eatery, another new customer arrived. Chen Feng looked over and saw who it was. Today was Teacher Lu. Why are you here? Chen Feng looked at Lu Yu. Please come into the shop. It was only 515. Hello, Tuan Tuan's father. Lu Yu stood at the door with a smile. That smile could topple cities. Chen Feng noticed that Lu Yu was wearing light makeup today. Her long legs were sheathed in black stockings. With willow leaf eyebrows and an oval face, she exuded a pure, yet alluring charm tinged with an elegant temptation. Is Teacher Lu here? Chen Tuan rushed out of the shop in surprise. Thump, thump. Wang Ruoxin stopped chopping vegetables. Her heart tightened as she looked out of the shop. At that moment Chen Feng was still gazing at Lu Yu. He wondered why Lu Yu had come. Lu Yu smiled and said, yesterday I heard that Tuan's father had opened a snack shop. Tuan told me you were so busy you couldn't even take her to school anymore. Since Tuan's father is facing some difficulties right now, she continued, as Tuan's teacher, I couldn't sleep this morning and thought I'd come to pick her up. As she spoke Lu Yu blushed. There was no truth to it at all. There was no reason to come this early. But when chasing a man there's no shame in as long as the excuse was plausible. Tuan. Chen Feng sought confirmation from his daughter. Chen Xiaotuan's eyes widened. Her little mouth formed a perfect O. She had never said such a thing. Teacher Lu was lying. But when she saw the murderous glare Teacher Lu shot her way she knew better. Tuan nodded her little head and looked at Chen Feng pitifully. Yes Dad, the shop is so busy. If you take me to school it wastes time and delays the customers. So I told Teacher Lu. And then Teacher Lu actually came. As the saying goes, a father knows his daughter best. Chen Feng didn't believe a single word his daughter said. Teacher Lu, this is too much trouble. Please come in. Chen Feng put down his work and quickly invited her in. Teacher Lu was here to help. Chen Feng couldn't very well turn her away. Yes. Lu Yu felt a small thrill of victory inside. She had passed the test. She was one step closer to her future man. And she had taken a small step ahead of Wang Ruoxin. She walked into the shop and took in the quaint antique-style snack bar. Then Lu Yu saw Wang Ruoxin inside. She was stunned. It turned out she was the one lagging behind. The two women locked eyes, a hidden murderous intent passing between them. Teacher Lu, you're here to help Tuan. Wang Ruoxin greeted her proactively. My family is having a hard time, so I'm working part-time at Uncle Chen Feng's shop. Oh Ruoxin. Lu Yu opened her mouth to speak. She understood Wang Ruoxin's meaning. It meant don't expose me, let's each use our own skills. The two were known as the two jewels of Bright Moon. Lu Yu roughly knew about Wang Ruoxin's family situation. It was no worse than her own. Working part-time. Not even a ghost would believe that. Only her foolish Chen Feng would buy it. Teacher Lu, please. Chen Feng nodded. Both women were from Bright Moon School, and both were stunningly beautiful. It wasn't strange that Tuan's parent. Lu Yu began. Chen Feng said, just call me Chen Feng. Lu Yu smiled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She took a step further and said, then brother Chen Feng, calling me Teacher Lu is too formal. I really like Tuan. Just call me Lu Yu from now on. Wang Ruoxin watched from the side, dumbfounded. This Teacher Lu seemed so gentle and quiet. She never expected her offensive to be so sharp. No. Chen Feng shook his head. I'd better stick with Teacher Lu. After all, you were Tuan's teacher. Alright, Lu Yu said, not pressing the issue. Suddenly Lu Yu sniffed the air. She revealed a row of neat white teeth. What are you steaming? It smells so good. Oh no, it's been steaming too long. Chen Feng quickly walked over to the steamer. He lifted the lid and a cloud of steam billowed out. A steamed crucian carp was revealed. It had been steaming for over 10 minutes. However, to his relief, the fish wasn't overcooked. In truth, steaming fish for 8 minutes was enough. Chen Feng brought it to the table for 4. He sprinkled some chopped green onions and drizzled it with steamed fish soy sauce. A rich, tantalizing aroma filled the air. Since the tabby cat had told him to steam it, Chen Feng decided to skip the hot oil and just enjoy the pure steamed flavor. So fragrant, Dad. Chen Xiaotuan exclaimed. Tuan, go get the bowls and chopsticks. Okay, Dad. Chen Feng turned and went to the original flavor soy milk bucket, pouring 4 bowls of soy milk. Teacher Lu Ruoxin, you're up so early. You haven't eaten yet. Come join us. This doesn't feel right. Lu Yu began. She was about to politely decline when she saw Wang Ruoxin sit down directly. It's fine. Since you're here to help Tuan as her father, I have to at least offer you a meal. Chen Feng said with a smile. The 3 women sat down one by one. Chen Xiaotuan looked expectantly at the fish, smelling the fragrant soy milk. Eat up, Chen Feng urged. He didn't eat himself. Instead, he quickly mixed the dumpling filling, adding ginger scallions and garlic. Then he swiftly began wrapping dumpling wrappers. Meanwhile, Tuan picked up a piece of fish. She first placed it in Teacher Liu's bowl, then another piece of tender fish into Sister Ruoxin's bowl. Eat, she urged like a little hostess. Only when you're full can you help my dad with the work. Lu Yu blushed slightly. Wang Ruoxin picked up a piece of fish, put it in her mouth, and chewed a couple of times. Suddenly Wang Ruoxin, her crescent-shaped eyes became even more captivating. This fish is so delicious, so fragrant, Dad. Chen Xiaotuan exclaimed in amazement. Then she took a sip of soy milk, feeling warmth spread through her entire body. With Teacher Lu and Sister Ruoxin by her side, it felt just like a family of 4, being her father's daughter. She was so happy. Teacher Lu, you have to try this. The fish is amazing. Wang Ruoxin urged excitedly. She imitated Chen Xiaotuan and took a sip of soy milk. She closed her eyes in bliss. Is it really that good? Lu Yu put the fish in her mouth. Her eyes narrowed. There was an expression of disbelief in her phoenix-like eyes. This fish was even more tender and succulent than the Yangtze River knife fish she had eaten before. The flesh was firm yet soft. It was like a taste of celestial dragon meat, priceless beyond compare. Had Tuan's father made this fish? Lu Yu took another big gulp of the warm soy milk. It flowed down her throat into her stomach. Her whole body felt warm. It warmed her heart even more. Dad, eat some fish. Chen Xiaotuan had already gotten down from the She picked up a large piece of fish and brought it to Chen Feng's lips. Thank you, Tuan Tuan. Chen Feng stole a moment from his work to take a bite. His entire mind was blown. He was completely overwhelmed by the delicious fresh fish. After tasting it, he finally understood why the tabby cat had spat out the fried dough sticks and soy milk. In terms of ingredient quality alone, they were completely unqualified. This fish was too tender, too fresh, even though he had steamed it for 2 extra minutes. Does this mean? Chen Feng was thrilled. The fish from the mysterious space was this tender, and there were fields and land there. Would the quality of ingredients grown in that mysterious space multiply exponentially? Chen Feng dared not think about it any further. Eat slowly. Christian carp has many bones. Be careful not to get one stuck in your throat, Chen Feng warned. Ah! Suddenly Tuan Tuan yelled out. Having tasted the delicious fish and soy milk, Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin at the table were already eating non. The 2 women had completely abandoned their manners, eating ravenously. Tuan Tuan rushed back to the table. Wah! Leave some for me, you bad teacher, you bad sister. Dad, they're bullying your daughter. You have to punish them. Chen Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Delicious, so delicious. Boo-hoo, the fish is gone. Bad teacher, bad sister. Tuan Tuan only had a couple of bites. The 3 women were savoring the steamed fish. Chen Feng swiftly wrapped dumplings. His movements were quick, taking the wrapper, adding the filling, and pinching them together with a few deft motions. Neat rows of crescent-shaped dumplings were placed on a bamboo tray. In each small steamer basket, Chen Feng placed 6 dumplings, steaming 5 baskets in total. After finishing that, Chen Feng planned to fry some fried dough sticks. After all, there were 4 mouths to feed. Dad, come eat the fish. Tuan Tuan's voice rang out. All right. Chen Feng walked over to check. He thought the fish would be completely eaten. To his surprise, he found a bowl with several large pieces of fish left. The 2 women had saved them for him. Uncle, this fish is amazing. It's better than anything I've ever tasted. Wang Ruoxin exclaimed, her face full of bliss. She never imagined her idol could cook fish so divinely. Lu Yu looked up, her cheeks flushing. Brother Chen Feng, it's so delicious. Chen Feng smiled happily. Chen Xiaotuan pointed at the bowl. Dad, this piece is from teacher Lu, this one is from sister Ruoxin, and this little piece is from Tuan Tuan. Hearing Chen Xiaotuan say that, Lu Yu's face grew even redder, and she dared not look at Chen Feng. Instantly Wang Ruoxin's face, thank you all. Chen Feng picked up his chopsticks and wolfed down the fish. Wait a bit longer, the dumplings are steaming, and I'll fry 3 dough sticks first. After saying this, Chen Feng took the 3 women's bowls and refilled them with soy milk. Then he added new snacks to the menu. Fried dough stick, crispy fried dough stick, 4 yuan each. Plain soy milk, 4 yuan per bowl. Red date and lotus seed soy milk, 5 yuan per bowl. Peanut soy milk, 5 yuan per bowl. Black bean and sesame soy milk, 6 yuan per bowl. Wolfberry and honey soy milk, 6 yuan per bowl. Mushroom and pork steamed dumplings, 12 yuan per basket. Lamb and scallion steamed dumplings, 15 yuan per basket. Next, Chen Feng started frying the dough sticks. The 3 women gazed at the steaming red date and lotus seed soy milk, though they had just finished a bowl and felt quite full. The soy milk was too tempting. They couldn't resist picking up their bowls and sipping it slowly. They watched Chen Feng fry the dough sticks, captivated by his handsome profile and the fluid grace of his movements. The scene was one of pure bliss. Unbidden, the 2 women began to envision a future life. Chen Feng cooking in the kitchen while they stayed by his side with Tuan, a harmonious picture of domestic happiness. Just then, at a nearby intersection, I wonder if that little eatery is open. The taste of yesterday's soy milk is truly unforgettable. It would be wonderful to taste some northern-style dumplings. An old man in a black mouse suit wearing cloth shoes strolled leisurely in that. Great, another night of catching up on work and building my career. So fulfilling, I feel like I'm about to ascend to immortality. Looks like I've lost a bit more hair on my head. I wonder if Boss Chen's eatery has added any new items. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about yesterday's soy milk and dough sticks my mouth is already watering. At that moment, 3 more office workers with heavy dark circles under their eyes hurried along the street. One wore glasses, another had a pot belly, and the third was balding. They were the 3 programmers who had visited Chen Feng's eatery yesterday. By chance they met Chen Jiangwo at the intersection. Old sir, you go first, said the bespectacled one politely. No need to be formal, let's walk together. Old sir, out for a morning stroll, one of them asked. No, I'm off to that shop ahead for breakfast. It has the old familiar flavors. You just got off work. Chen Jiangwo said with a smile. Health is the foundation of success, try not to stay up so late. Old sir, you're also going for soy milk and dough sticks. Us too. That place is fantastic. Their eyes met. All their faces lit up. They didn't expect to find kindred spirits. Now they had something to talk about. Soon the 4 of them arrived in front of the boss. Give me 1 bowl of plain soy milk and 1 crispy dough stick first. Chen Jiangwo called out loudly. Boss, 3 dough sticks, 1 plain soy milk, 1 black sesame, 1 peanut. Today I'm going all out. Oh, there are new items. Wolfberry and honey soy milk. Is this specially prepared for us middle-aged folks? And dumplings. Great, 1 basket each of pork and lamb plus a bowl of soy milk. Everyone please come in. Chen Feng quickly set down the soy milk bowl. Old sir, you're here too. Grandpa, big brothers, please come in. Hearing the guests arrive, Tuan immediately stopped drinking her soy milk and ran out quickly. Little Tuan, this old man is here again. The 4 entered the shop. They originally wanted to sit at the only 4-person table to chat, but they noticed 2 women there. And they were 2 incredibly beautiful women, like a pair of blooming sisters. Seeing Tuan coming from that table, Chen Jiangwo and the others began to speculate. The gentle long-haired lady must be Boss Chen's wife. A perfect match for a handsome man. And the girl in the school uniform. Maybe Boss Chen's sister-in-law. Thinking this, the three programmers unconsciously straightened their postures. Boss Chen's wife was out of reach, but they could still hold out hope for the sister-in-law. But then they remembered their own pot-bellies, glasses, and balding heads. They felt utterly hopeless. When they had come for breakfast yet, they hadn't known Chen Feng was divorced. Please sit here, Lu Yu said, taking the initiative to stand up and give up her seat. Wang Ruoxin quickly followed suit. They vacated the four-person table for the newcomers. Thank you, Chen Jiangwo said with a smile. Just then the dumplings finished steaming. Chen Feng brought over 2 baskets of mushroom and pork dumplings and 1 basket of lamb and scallion dumplings, placing them on the table with a smile. Freshly steamed, try the new items first. He'll fry the dough sticks later. Then Chen Feng went to get the dough sticks. He brought the remaining 1 basket each of mushroom and pork and lamb and scallion dumplings to the Sorry, I haven't had time to prepare the dipping sauce for the dumplings yet, so I only have vinegar for now. The taste shouldn't be bad, give them a try. Chen Feng then went to fry the dough sticks. Eat up, eat up. Dumplings are best when hot, Chen Xiaotuan urged. The 2 women picked up their chopsticks and looked at the glistening dumplings in the steamer baskets. Each dumpling was the size of half a palm. 6 per basket, the price was a bit steep, but not exorbitant. Also satisfying. My whole body feels warm and my spirits are lifted. Chen Jiangwo and the others had come for breakfast. They first picked up their soy milk and took a sip. A wave of relaxation washed over them. Then they picked up the dumplings with their chopsticks. Let's see how Boss Chen's new creation is, Chen Jiangwo said expectantly. He wondered if these dumplings could match the ones had eaten at a commoner's home during his time as a soldier in the north. And so, everyone in the small eatery picked up their dumplings almost simultaneously and took a bite. Instantly, the rich, savory aroma of the meat filling blended with the springy, chewy texture of the dumpling wrapper. It exploded in their mouths. The hot, flavorful juices mingled perfectly with the fragrance of scallions. These steamed dumplings were simply incredible. Delicious, absolutely delicious. The fragrance of mushrooms mingling with the savory aroma of pork, a perfect blend, simply divine. Damn, I'm going to stay up all night working on my project again tomorrow. Overtime makes me happy. Old man, eat up. Why are you crying? The 3 programmers were practically devouring their food, nearly by seeing Chen Jiangwo pause in his steps. His aged eyes filled with tears. Shocked. The steamed dumplings were so delicious they made the old man weep. That's too exaggerated. It's nothing. Chen Jiangwo wiped away his tears, smiling. It just reminded me of decades ago when I was fighting in the north. That winter we had nothing to eat. Finally we managed to get some dumplings saved up by the common folks. They had nothing themselves, but they gave them to us. These dumplings taste exactly the same. It stirred up old memories. Forgive me for being emotional, Chen Jiangwo said with a hearty laugh. The taste of these dumplings was exactly the old flavor he remembered. That's why he cried. He never expected that eating these steamed dumplings would bring back memories of the past. Hearing this, the 3 programmers were filled with profound respect. Old man, without the sacrifices of veterans like you, we wouldn't enjoy the good life we have today. How the future of our country rests on the shoulders of you young people. I'm old now. They exchanged mutual compliments. As he spoke, Chen Jiangwo picked up another dumpling and ate it heartily. Tears streamed down his face as he ate. He wished he could eat such delicious dumplings for the rest of his life. These dumplings taste even better than fried dough sticks. They're in a league of their own. Anyway, I love dumplings and nothing beats them, and they're fun too. So delicious. The 4 of them ate voraciously. On the other side, Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin, and Tuan each took a bite of the pork and mushroom steamed dumplings. Their phoenix-like starry and almond-shaped eyes all widened. Their small mouths chewed vigorously without pause. The 3 women exchanged glances. There was no hostility, only astonishment. Dad Uncle Fenggu made dumplings that were simply too delicious. Just moments ago they had eaten such delicious steamed Christian carp. Now they were enjoying these incredible dumplings. Sipping the flavorful soy milk. Was there any food he couldn't cook? Truly worthy of being my man, the 3 women thought. Boss, 2 more baskets of pork steamed dumplings and 2 baskets of lamb steamed dumplings, please. So delicious. Phew, I thought the price was a bit steep at first. But the portions are generous and the filling is juicy. I think it's actually a bargain. A payment of 50 yuan received via Yubao. Hurry up, the 4 of them said. Chen Feng walked over with freshly fried dough sticks. The dumplings just made are sold out. Have some fried dough sticks first, I'll steam more dumplings, Chen Feng said with a smile. All right, bring us 4 baskets first. Well, start with these. And 2 bowls of peanut soy milk. They'll have 1 bowl of the original flavor. Chen Feng turned to fetch the soy milk for the 4. Old man, tell us about the war days back then. One of them said, munching on fried dough sticks and sipping soy milk. Sure. A nostalgic look appeared in Chen Jiangwo's aged eyes. He sipped his soy milk and began, back then. Chen Feng then brought 3 freshly fried dough sticks to the women's table. He took a look and was amazed. Both baskets of dumplings were completely devoured. Not a single dumpling remained. Try the fried dough sticks too, Chen Feng said, looking at the 3 women. The 3 women silently gazed at Chen Feng. Their faces inexplicably flushed. Dad, the steamed dumplings were so good, but Tuan is a bit full. Chen Xiaotuan rubbed her little belly. But I can still eat a little more. Chen Feng, these dumplings are amazing. Uncle, let me work and study here. I want to afford these fried dough sticks and dumplings every day, Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin said. They also couldn't help touching their flat stomachs, which were slightly bulging. Stuffed. These dumplings were just too delicious. They had unknowingly eaten too much. Seeing the fried dough sticks Chen Feng had made despite being full, they could still eat. Eat as much as you can, just don't waste any, Chen Feng said. The three women's bodies trembled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He'll go make more dumplings now. Seeing this, Chen Feng thought to himself. It seemed the dumplings were a success. This gave Chen Feng confidence. He turned and went to make dumplings. In the life snack shop, the sound of Chen Jiangwo recounting those glorious years echoed. Chen Feng's hands moved quickly. This time he directly made 10 baskets of steamed dumplings. 5 baskets each of lamb and pork steamed together. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Feng brought out the freshly steamed dumplings. Let's stop here for today, it'll continue another time. Chen Jiangwo said. All right, old man. As soon as the 5 baskets of dumplings were placed on the table, Chen Jiangwo and the 3 programmers gazed at the brightly colored dumplings. They swallowed saliva, but they were already full. What are you waiting for? Eat up. Just do it. The 3 programmers said with a grunt. Even if they couldn't eat any more, they had to. After all, they had ordered them. Chen Feng brought 2 more baskets of dumplings to the 3 women. Brother Chen Feng, I can't eat anymore. I'm stuffed. Uncle, I can't eat anymore. I'm so full. Dad, take them back. The 3 women quickly declined. They were truly stuffed. They couldn't eat another bite. All right, Chen Feng said, putting the dumplings as he kept them warm, not steaming them again. After finally finishing 4 baskets of dumplings, Chen Jiangwo and the 3 programmers they were almost like brothers, slinging their arms over each other's shoulders. Boss, how much? Chen Jiangwo asked, reaching into his pocket. Grandpa, I said today is on me. Tuan Tuan quickly ran over. Yes, old man, you treated Tuan Tuan yesterday, so today, I'm treating you. Chen Feng said. Old man, after hearing your story today, how could we let you pay? The 3 programmers said. No way. Chen Jiangwo's aged eyes widened. Today I ate dumplings I haven't tasted in decades. You can treat me tomorrow, otherwise I won't. With that, Chen Jiangwo pulled out a 50 yuan note from his pocket and slapped it on the table. All right, I'll definitely treat you tomorrow. Chen Feng smiled helplessly. He turned to get change. But Chen Jiangwo had already dashed out of the life snack shop like an arrow. Old man, you still have change coming. Consider it for next time. Chen Jiangwo strode away like a swordsman of old. Old man, wait for us. The 3 programmers also paid and hurried after him. Old man, tell us more about the old days. We're developing a game. In an instant, the life snack shop emptied. Dad, Chen Xiaotuan didn't stay idle. She started clearing the dishes. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin also wanted to help. No need, you 2 rest, let me handle it. Chen Feng quickly waved his hand. He began to busy himself. After a brief hesitation, Chen Feng insisted, so the 2 women had to sit down and quietly watch him work. They were still savoring the steamed fish, steamed dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks they had just eaten. So delicious. And today was the day they had eaten the most. They couldn't understand. Why could simple food, made by Uncle Feng, good taste so incredibly good? Just as Chen Feng finished cleaning up and began making more dumplings, it was already past. More pedestrians appeared on the street. Chen Feng noticed that the vendors selling Jianbing soy milk with boiled eggs and fried noodles who had been on his street yesterday had all moved to the opposite street. Seeing this, Chen Feng smiled slightly. They had given up quickly. Boss, 1 bowl of original soy milk, 1 bowl of red date and lotus seed soy milk, and 2 fried dough sticks. 2 middle school girls walked in. Hey, new varieties. And wolfberry and honey soy milk, is this for us middle-aged men? A middle-aged man said. Dad, I want soy milk, boo-hoo, I didn't get any yesterday. A cute child said. Young boss Chen, today, I brought my whole family to support your business. An elderly woman said with a smile. Beside her stood her daughter-in-law. A family of 4 in total. Please come in, Annie. Chen Feng, Grandma, you're here, please come in. Tuan Tuan also greeted. Oh, Tuan Tuan, come meet my little grandson, he's in 2nd grade this year. You're about the same age, you'll have things to talk about. Annie Wang thought to herself, hoping that one day she would have a granddaughter-in-law like Tuan Tuan. Her eyes swept around. She immediately noticed the 2 beautiful women in the life snack shop. Who were they? Those 2 young ladies are so beautiful. As Aunt Wang looked at Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin, 2 female middle school students also stared intently at the 2 women. However, they remembered that the handsome boss seemed to be divorced. Who were these 2 women? Little boss Chen, is that your new flame? Aunt Wang asked deliberately. Just yesterday, she had been inquiring in Beitian residential area to see if there were any suitable matches for Chen Feng. Aunt Wang was referring to Lu Yu. Wang Ruoxin immediately pouted in displeasure. Her age temporarily prevented her from becoming the uncle's girlfriend. Suddenly, Lu Yu's face flushed red. Tuan Chuan laughed merrily from the side, almost clapping her hands. Grandma Wang was so clever. Chen Feng smiled wryly and said, Aunt Wang, that's Teacher Tuan. My daughter saw I was too tired from opening the shop yesterday and insisted that Teacher Lu come pick her up. Teacher Lu is kind-hearted, so she came early. Oh, I see, Aunt Wang nodded. Teacher Lu, sorry for the misunderstanding. It's fine, Lu Yu replied, her face still flushed. She wished it were the truth. Aunt Wang's family of 4 also sat down at a table for 4. Aunt Wang continued, little boss, Chen, didn't we talk about introducing you to someone yesterday? Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin's hearts tightened. There's some progress. Aunt Wang said with a smile. How about I bring the girl over tomorrow? She's been divorced for a year, no kids, a practical woman who knows how to live. Her ex-husband was abusive, so she couldn't take it anymore and left. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin exchanged a glance. There was no hostility in their eyes, only tension. They hadn't expected Chen Feng to be in such high demand. Had been targeted by the neighborhood elders so quickly. It made sense. Chen Feng was so handsome and an excellent cook. His life snack shop was thriving, bringing in good money. He also had such an adorable daughter and a wonderful personality. Even though he had been married before, in the eyes of others, he was still a hot commodity. Realizing this, both women felt glad they had come. They also looked at Chen Feng, waiting for his response. No need. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, Aunt Wang, please tell the other elders in the neighborhood too. I've just gotten divorced, and now I have to run the shop and take care of Tuan. I don't have the heart to find someone new right now. Thank you all for your kindness. Hearing this, both women breathed a sigh of relief. Their competition was now only between the two of them. But that's perfect. Find a partner to help you manage the shop. Aunt Wang's eyes widened. Chen Feng still shook his head. Let's see, Aunt Wang. When I have the time, I'll think about it. Thanks for the offer. Today the meal is on me as a token of my gratitude. There's no need for that. Aunt Wang chuckled teasingly. Your Aunt Wang isn't one to take advantage. Little Boschen, the day you decide you want to find a mother for your child, and I make a successful match, then you can treat me. And it won't be just a simple breakfast that time. Deal. Chen Feng agreed readily. Boss, 1 basket of pork dumplings, 1 basket of lamb dumplings, and some soy milk and fried dough sticks too. Aunt Wang's son said. Grandma, I want soy milk, soy milk. Aunt Wang's beloved grandson cried out. He had been unhappy all day yesterday because he didn't get any soy milk. Mom, boss will have 1 basket of mushroom and pork dumplings too, the 2 female middle school students said. Coming right up. Soon Chen Feng served all their orders and started frying the dough sticks. Delicious, so tasty, the grandson exclaimed the moment he tasted the peanut soy milk. His eyes lit up, his face full of a... This was 100 times better than the breakfast his grandma made at home. He was going to come here for soy milk every day from now on. Aunt Wang, her daughter-in-law, and her son were all savoring the soy milk. Especially her son. He had been drinking with clients all night the day before and had thrown up once. Waking up with an empty stomach, he felt nauseous and miserable. But after a sip of the goji berry and honey concoction, he felt rejuvenated. He could go out and carouse again tonight. He patted his stomach with satisfaction. His whole body felt warm. Then he picked up a lamb and green onion dumpling and took a big bite. Wow. The ginger and scallion juices mixed perfectly with the lamb's savory flavor exploding in his mouth. He exchanged a glance with his wife, both of them brimming with excitement. These dumplings were incredibly delicious. The couple ate voraciously, their faces filled with contentment. Aunt Wang stopped talking and ate her breakfast heartily. Are the fried dough sticks not ready yet? Dad, Mom, are these dumplings good? In the blink, only 3 dumplings remained from the 2 baskets. The father was still chewing. He picked up a dumpling first. They're not good, just wait for the fried dough sticks, son. The ones at this shop are delicious. Right, the mother mumbled indistinctly. She swallowed hard and grabbed the last remaining dumpling. Good, grandson, be good. The fried dough sticks will be ready soon. Aunt Wang picked up the final dumpling and ate it. Wah, I want dumplings. The grandson burst into tears. Just then Chen Feng brought the fried dough sticks over. The dumplings are sold out. I need to make more. It'll take about 15 minutes. We can't wait that long. We have to take the kid to school soon. We'll have them tomorrow. The father said. Wah, I want dumplings. These fried dough sticks are so good. Taking a bite of the fried dough stick, the crying grandson immediately stopped. Aunt Wang's whole family breathed a sigh of relief. The father said, Honey, you take the kid to school today. Boss, 2 more baskets of No way you take him today. You go, I want to eat dumplings. Handsome boss wed like another basket of lamb dumplings. They're so delicious, the female middle school student Cece said. In an instant they had finished their dumplings. While eating the fried dough sticks they ordered more. The dumplings were simply irresistible. No problem. Chen Feng smiled and went back to making dumplings. Uncle brother Chen Feng, can we help you make dumplings? Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin walked over. Just then more customers entered the shop. Chen Feng checked the time. It was 6:05. Soon the place would be bustling. Seeing the determined looks on the 2 women's faces, Chen Feng couldn't refuse and nodded. All right, thank you. The key to delicious steamed dumplings lay in the filling the dough and the steaming time. The amount of meat filling was also crucial, but a slight difference didn't matter much. Let me teach you. Chen Feng took out a spoon of just the right size. Scoop 1 spoonful of filling and then wrap it like this. Daddy, I want to help too. Tuan chimed in. Chen Feng guided them as they learned. He made dumplings very quickly. This one has too much filling. It'll affect the juice inside the dumpling. You need to use this technique. This. Chen Feng's voice rang out continuously. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin's faces turned red. They were too clumsy. Not only were their dumplings not as pretty as Chen Feng's, but the wrappers often wouldn't stick together. The main reason was that these 2 women rarely did any housework. Making dumplings required real skill. Teacher Lu and Sister Ruoxin are so clumsy. Tuan said, nimbly wrapping a dumpling with her 10 little fingers and taunting them. The 2 women's faces grew even redder. After several more failures, the 2 women finally got the hang of it. Chen Feng looked at the few dumplings they had made and deemed them barely acceptable. Boss, 2 bowls of plain soy milk. Oh, steamed dumplings are out. I have to try them. 2 baskets of pork and green onion dumplings. They'll have 1 bowl of black bean and sesame paste, 1 fried dough stick, and 1 basket of dumplings. Receive 28 yuan via Lianxin. Boss, 3 fried dough sticks. I want 1 crispy fried dough stick. Just as the 2 women had mastered the skill, the number of customers in the shop was rapidly increasing. Please have a seat, wait a moment, I'll be right up. Chen Feng greeted the customers quickly. Oh, Aunt Wang, your whole family is here. Old John, your family is here too. Haha, the soy milk and fried dough sticks at this shop are just too good. Time passed, and more customers, most were residents of Beitian residential area. Boss, 1 bowl of plain soy milk and 3 fried dough sticks. Soon workers from Biddy, nearby office workers, and even a mobile breakfast vendor walked in. He decided to abandon his own business. He was craving the food here. Then a long line formed in front of the life snack shop. It stretched over 10 meters. It was incredible. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin covered their mouths in surprise. The uncle's snack shop business was incredibly booming. Business is thriving. Chen Xiaotuan stretched her little hands happily. Making money was such joy. It was now 6:50. It was time for Tuan to go to school. Boss, one more basket of mushroom and pork dumplings. Yubao payment received 12 yuan. Hold on. Chen Feng glanced at his daughter who was busily weaving through the tables and called out, Tuan. Dad, what do you need? Chen Xiaotuan halted her small frame, her big eyes sparkling as she looked up at Chen Feng. The scene drew laughter from everyone. It's time for school, Chen Feng said. Huh. Chen Xiaotuan froze. The joy of making money. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin stopped wrapping dumplings as well. They glanced at the clock on the wall. Lu Yu gasped. It was already 6:50 without her noticing. If they waited any longer, they would be late for picking up students at school. Chen Feng walked over to Lu Yu and said, Teacher Lu, ill trouble. No trouble at all. Catching the fresh scent of Chen Feng's masculine fragrance, Lu Yu blushed. Wang Ruoxin had intended to stay a bit longer. A 100 yuan note was handed to Wang Ruoxin. Chen Feng said, Ruxin, thank you for today. This was her idol, signaling, I don't want it. Wang Ruoxin shook her head instinctively. Aren't you here for work study? Chen Feng asked. No. Wang Ruoxin had no choice but to take the 100 yuan, revealing her little tiger teeth in exasperation. Uncle, can I have another cup of red date and lotus seed drink? After all the bustling, she wasn't as full anymore and her cravings returned. Of course. Half a minute later, the morning sun rose brightly. Goodbye, Dad. Chen Xiaotuan, carrying her pink school bag, held teacher Lu Yu's hand with one hand and sister Ruxin's with the other. The three of them walked toward Mingri School. Many diners and passers-by watched the trio's backs. Little Boss Chun was truly blessed. Boss, 2 more fried dough sticks. 3 baskets of mushroom and pork dumplings. So delicious, I'm addicted. He'll have 2 bowls of original soy milk too. Boss, you're too busy alone. Hire someone. Coming, no need to rush. With his daughter gone to help. Chen Feng sprang into action, working as fast as 3 men. The long line of customers only grew longer and longer. Chen Feng was drenched in sweat. Yet a smile lit up his face. Just then an electric scooter pulled up. Husband Boss Chen's business is booming. He's alone. Go help out and bring 2 bowls of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. I'm craving. All right, you spendthrift woman, eating so much in the morning. Even more than at night. Lu Qi Gang and his wife had just returned from grocery shopping, and he scolded her playfully. After locking the scooter, his wife went home to put away the groceries. Lu Qi headed straight to Renxing snack shop. Boss Chen, let me help. Chen Feng was frying dough sticks. He looked up and saw Lu Qi and smiled. Brother Lu, thank you. Has sister-in-law not eaten yet? Take these to her first. Chen Feng packed 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 baskets of dumplings for Lu Qi to take over. With Lu Kai's help, Chen Feng mostly just fried dough sticks. And the business at Renxing snack shop grew even more booming. At the Hunan restaurant next door, soy milk was empty, dough sticks were gone, and only 4 dumplings remained out of 2 baskets. I can hold on. These steamed dumplings are too delicious. They'll diet later. Lu Kai's wife clutched her belly, her gaze dazed. Boss, 1 more bowl of original soy milk. Original soy milk is sold out. Then what do you have? Just bring whatever. Boss, are you open at noon? Yes, only soy milk and steamed dumplings. At noon there will be sauces too. Alright, make sure you're open at noon. Lianxin payment received 30 yuan. I'm off, will be back at noon. Time flew by. Since Chen Feng didn't have to take his daughter to school today and had Lu Kai's help, it was only 9:45. All the newly added items were sold out. By this hour few people were eating breakfast. Boss Chen will head over now. The Hunan restaurant needs prep. Call me if you need anything. Alright, brother Lu, thanks a lot for today. You've got too many varieties here. You really need to hire someone. Lu Qi reminded him, then greeted him and left. He'll think about it. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He never imagined obtaining a mysterious space would directly change his life. And the fate of Renxing snack shop. With such business momentum, the money earned in a month was unstoppable. Looks like I really need to hire someone early, especially if I add more varieties later. Chen Feng muttered to himself. There were still a few breakfast customers, but since the soy milk and dumplings were all sold out, only dough sticks. So Chen Feng simply closed the shop. After cleaning up, he didn't rest, but rode his beloved electric scooter to the market. Boss, how much for a pound of pork? Chen Feng went to his usual stall. Little Boss Chen, it's you again. Where's Tuan? At noon it's 8 yuan per pound. Alright, give me 10 pounds. Tuan is at school. Chen Feng smiled. Then he bought lamb chives, celery, and other ingredients before heading back. Back at the shop, Chen Feng started making fillings and boiling soy milk. For lunch the main offerings were soy milk and steamed dumplings. He only prepared original flavor and red date lotus seed soy milk. The dumpling varieties were only 4 chive and pork mushroom and pork lamb and green onion and celery and pork. The types of steamed dumplings had increased. Chen Feng also knew how to make dumplings like sauerkraut and pork corn and pork fennel and 3 delicacy, but more would be excessive, and he didn't have. After some thought, he decided not to make boiled or pan-fried dumplings for now. He didn't have the energy. Besides, steamed dumplings were all. Then Chen Feng fried 2 kinds of sauces. One was chili oil, very spicy and aromatic. The other was his own vinegar. At 1130, Chen Feng reopened the shop and started business. Just then the neighboring Hunan restaurant also began welcoming customers. Boss, 1 basket of chive and pork, 1 basket of lamb and green onion, and a bowl of red date lotus seed, soy milk, to moisten the throat. This was an old customer from the morning. Coming right up, please wait about 15 minutes. Chen Feng wrapped the dumplings, placed them on the steamer, and poured a bowl of soy milk for the customer. Opening at this hour, Brother Liu's shop is also open. Although he stir-fries and I sell dumplings, the customers are different. He's helped me so much, I must return the favor someday. Chen Feng thought of the mysterious space. Would the old skills he gained later relate to cuisine? Boss 2 baskets of celery and pork steamed dumplings. Coming, hold on. Chen Feng busied himself. Too expensive. Let's go to the Hunan restaurant. You go ahead. I want dumplings for long. Customers kept passing by the shop. Seeing that Chen Feng only sold steamed dumplings at 15 yuan per basket, comparable to a bowl of rice with toppings or soup noodles, they decisively went elsewhere. Nevertheless, thanks to repeat customers, Chen Feng's business gradually picked up. Chen Feng was constantly busy. Boss, your chili oil is so fragrant. Give me another basket of lamb and green onion. Really, what did you add to this vinegar? It's so appetizing. Delicious. Boss, one more basket. Tasty, but really pricey. I bet lunch today will cost over 50 yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's ex-wife, Zhang Na, heavily made up and wearing a sleek black long dress, arrived at CG Hotel. It was a 6-star hotel. Today marked the 3rd day since her divorce from Chen Feng. Having rested enough, her mother Zhang Li had arranged a blind date with a millionaire businessman. According to her mother, the businessman was in the sand and gravel business. He beautified the city while Zhang Na beautified the people of the city, somewhat kindred spirits. After waiting a few minutes, the private room door opened. A large suit-clad man with a round face walked in. Hello, Miss Zhang. You look beautiful today. Seeing the face of her blind date, full of thick wrinkles, Zhang Na furrowed her brow. My name is Cheng Jun, 29 years old, divorced for just a year. Hello. Zhang Na suppressed her nausea and reluctantly shook hands. The main issue was Cheng Jun's excessive facial fat. He paid no attention to his appearance. His skincare was poor, far inferior to her ex-husband. Zhang Na found it utterly unacceptable. Do you have any children? Zhang Na cut straight to the point. Yes, but the nanny takes care of them at home. Cheng Jun replied with a smile. Zhang Na said, give them to your ex-wife. I gave my daughter to my ex-husband. Anything else? Cheng Jun's expression darkened. Well, half an hour later the two hadn't even eaten. Cheng Jun stormed off, slamming the table. With his wealth, he could find any woman he wanted. A woman like Zhang Na who couldn't think straight was not worth his time. Back home, Zhang Na was also furious. This Cheng Jun was the first blind date her mother had meticulously selected. His family also had considerable influence in Donghai City, but his manners were far too lacking, completely incomparable to her ex-husband. Seeing the clothes scattered all over the sofa and various food wrappers in the house, the air was thick with the smell of sweat. The automatic vacuum cleaner emitted a clattering noise. Mom, Mom, Zhang Na shouted loudly, her heart filled with irritation. When she used to return from work, the house was always spotlessly cleaned by Chen Feng, with dim warm lights in the living room and a fresh. If she hadn't eaten, Chen Feng would have prepared a bowl of chicken soup or noodles in advance. Now this living environment was worse than a doghouse. How could she bear this after a busy day at work? Sweetie, Mom's here. Zhang Li rushed out from the room dressed in an expensive nightgown. Where's Dad? Zhang Na frowned. Your dad's in the bathroom. He hasn't gone out all day, just waiting for your news, Zhang Li said. Zhang Na said, you two really are something. Staying home all day, could you at least tidy up a bit? We're learning. Chen Feng used to do everything, and you won't let us hire a housekeeper. Zhang Li gave an awkward smile. Then learn faster, Zhang Na said irritably. Alright, how was the blind date today? Zhang Li asked him. Don't even mention it. What a joke. He was so ugly, only talked about money, and has 2 sons at home. I have my own daughter. Am I supposed to go and be a stepmother? Zhang Na said angrily. He's not that ugly, just a bit chubby. That's how rich people are, Zhang Li said in surprise. If we compared looks to Chen Feng, then you wouldn't marry anyone at all. We're after his money, so why not compromise? I can't compromise. Zhang Na shook her head. He may seem worth hundreds of millions, but his assets are fixed, and he's investing in new projects. I checked. It's probably a bottomless pit. Then no. Our daughter should go there to make money, not to pour money in. At that moment, Zhang Taihong walked out. Zhang Taihong said, why find a few better candidates? Our daughter is not young anymore, and her beauty chain business has hit a bottleneck. That won't do. Got it. Zhang Li said, stop fooling around with mistresses outside. Use that time to think about our daughter. What mistress? Zhang Taihong roared. You know very well. You damn woman, say that again, and it'll hit you. Go ahead and hit me. Zhang Li and Zhang Taihong quickly escalated into a quarrel. Can you two stop fighting? I'm so annoyed, really annoyed. She returned to her room, which was strewn with clothes everywhere. Pants, stockings, underwear. She picked them up in frustration. After picking up the clothes, she was exhausted. Chen Feng used to do all this. The empty room no longer had any wedding photos. Zhang Na had burned them. Every trace of her daughter Tuan and her ex-husband had long been cleaned away. Lying on the bed, she revealed the graceful curves of a mature woman. Her chest rose and fell like undulating peaks. Zhang Na picked up her phone openly and she found her ex-husband's profile picture and sent a message. Has Tuan cried recently? Chen Feng's profile picture was a family photo of 3. He held their 3-year-old daughter with a happy smile, while Zhang Na leaned coldly. She realized she no longer loved her ex-husband, even back then. Zhang Na tapped the profile picture, and it changed to a sunset scene of Chen Feng, holding 6-year-old Tuan's hand, walking toward a beautiful future. Her ex-husband's profile picture had changed. Seeing this, Zhang Na felt a tightness in her chest. She scrolled through Chen Feng's moments, only visible for 3 days. There was one post. It was a selfie of their daughter laughing happily in an antique little shop, posing with a peace sign. The caption read, Dad's Little Snack Shop. Everyone is welcome to come and eat. Opening a shop. I hope you don't go bankrupt, Zhang Na sneered. You don't even have connections in Donghai City. After waiting for so long, her ex-husband still hadn't replied. Zhang Na typed again, urging reply. Then she threw her phone down hard. In the past, her ex-husband would always reply instantly. Right. He was already her ex-husband. Zhang Na suddenly came to a realization. They had long been divorced. They were strangers. Chen Feng had no reason to reply to her message. Then Zhang Na pulled herself together. Frogs with 2 legs are hard to find, but frogs with 4 legs are everywhere. With my looks, I refuse to believe I can't find a man who's worth hundreds of millions handsome from a wealthy and powerful family. Meanwhile, at tomorrow's school, in the second cafeteria, little Tuan was eating lunch obediently with the students. But most of the students' eyes were fixed on one particular table. Because the 2 beauties of tomorrow's school, teacher Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin, had surprisingly sat at the same table, something that had never happened before. Ruoxin, the college entrance exam, is just 1 month away. Are you really planning to work part-time? Lu Yu asked calmly. As long as Chen Feng wasn't around, she maintained her composed demeanor perfectly. Wang Ruoxin smiled. Teacher Lu Yu came to tomorrow's school as a piano teacher just for Uncle Chen Feng, right? And you, Lu? Wang Ruoxin said. I'm also here to pursue Uncle Chen Feng. The exam doesn't matter. Then, let's each rely on our own abilities. The 2 women locked eyes, and a spark of battle ignited in their gazes. Neither asked further, like, why are you chasing Chen Feng? Since they were both already chasing him, what was the point of asking? Delicious, so delicious. Little boss Chen, your chili oil is incredibly fragrant. How do you make it? Yeah, the steamed dumplings dipped in it are addictive. 1 more bowl of red date and lotus seed paste, please. If you like it, come eat at the shop more often. Yuki Ambeo received 30 yuan. Chen Feng chatted cheerfully with the customers while slowly clearing the tables. He'll come again tomorrow. As the last customer left, both buckets of soy milk and the lunchtime steamed dumplings were sold out. Chen Feng closed the shop immediately and began to clean up. 30 minutes later, 1 serving of mushroom and lamb steamed dumplings, 1 serving of lamb and green onion, 1 serving of celery and pork steamed dumplings, 2 kinds of sauce, and a bowl of peanut soy milk. It might be bland, but it'll make do. At that moment, the aloof female voice of Gourmet Cat echoed in his mind. Chen Feng was instantly reinvigorated, setting aside everything he was doing. Starting from the raw ingredients, Chen Feng prepared them with great care. Today he would conquer that picky cat. He would make it submit. In no time at all, Chen Feng poured all his effort into perfecting 4 servings of dumplings. Midway, he noticed a message from his ex-wife Zhang Na. Chen Feng didn't reply. If Zhang Na truly cared about Tuan, she could visit their daughter directly. There was no need to ask him. They had both received their little red divorce certificates. Legally, they were no longer one. Since the divorce was finalized, it was better to sever ties cleanly. Why cling to a broken bond? A fine steed doesn't graze on old grass. 25 minutes later, he carried 4 steamer baskets of dumplings in his left hand and sauces, soy milk, and fried dough sticks in his right, awaiting entry into the mysterious space. With a sudden whoosh, the food in his hands vanished entirely. So I'm no longer needed, he mused. I can't see the foodie cat eating anymore. Nor did the tabby cat's enchanting, heart-stirring voice echo in his mind. Chen Feng stretched languidly. Having worked intensely without pause until now, he remained full of energy. I wonder if he'll gain another old craft today, Chen Feng thought expectantly. Last time acquiring an old skill had boosted his stamina and strength. If he mastered hundreds of old crafts in the future and became a true artisan, wouldn't he turn into a superhuman? Not bad. You put in effort. Aside from the still awful soy milk and so-so fried dough sticks, the rest is passable. Just then the foodie cat's voice rang out in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng, go to a seed shop and buy several packs of seeds. All right. A flicker of joy crossed Chen Feng's face. After replying, he hopped on his electric scooter and headed out again. At an agricultural supply store in the market, he purchased various seeds. He hurried back to his shop, locked the door, and entered the kitchen. I've bought them, Chen Feng announced. In an instant, he vanished from the store. Chen Feng held over a dozen seed packets in his hand, seeds for fruits, vegetables, rice, wheat, and corn among others. When he materialized in the mysterious space, he saw the tabby cat lounging lazily in the fields. She lay idly licking her paws with a barbed tongue. Her expression was utterly languid. I've truly won her over, Chen Feng thought as he walked over. Hello, Xiao Yao, he greeted. The tabby cat widened her obsidian eyes and gazed at Chen Feng coolly. Yet a softness had crept into her feline gaze. She was no longer fierce. Humph. Chen Feng resolved to pet her next time. She tapped the field with her paw and spoke in human tongue. Choose 1 seed to plant in the soil. All right. Chen Feng nodded, glancing at the dozens of seeds in his hand. It's summer. Ill-picked cucumber. It can be eaten as fruit or used in dishes. He selected the cucumber seeds. Plant them, the tabby cat instructed, watching him. Just bury them in the soil. Chen Feng wasted. He began digging into the earth with his hands. The soil was soft and fertile. By Chen Feng's rural upbringing, it was prime land. As he dug, faint white mist rose from the ground. Inhaling it seemed to replenish his spirit and stamina. But when he exhaled, some of the white mist escaped, unable to be fully absorbed. Could this mist be the legendary spiritual energy? Chen Feng grew invigorated, working with increasing fervor. Soon the seeds were buried. He panted slightly, but felt no. After all he had dug with bare hands, using no tools, a veritable human excavator. Black soil clung to the crevices of his fingers. Wash your hands in the pond, then water them. The tabby cat tilted her head toward the thatched hut. Chen Feng spotted a wooden bucket. Nodding, he took the bucket to the pond. There he saw fish swimming in abundance. Common carp, grass carp, Crucian carp base, and more. There's even Yangtze River anchovy. Chen Feng's eyes widened. This fish was as valuable as gold. After several trips back and forth, he finally finished watering. Huff, huff. Chen Feng exhaled. He noticed his stamina had increased again, rivaling that of a national-level athlete. You can go to the thatched hut now, the tabby cat said. All right, Xiao Yao. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but asked nothing more. During the planting, he had wanted to voice some of his doubts, but the tabby cat seemed to sense it, fixing him with a cold stare. Chen Feng understood, remembering her warning, don't ask what you shouldn't. Fair enough. His bond with the tabby cat was still fragile. He would take it slow, feeding Xiao Yao until she grew as plump as the big orange cat from his hometown. When the relationship deepened, he would naturally learn what he needed. What's with the arrogance, he muttered. Next time I'll pet you senseless. Finally, Chen Feng stood before the thatched hut, filled with anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. Anyone home? Chen Feng performed his pre-entry ritual. With a creak, the door swung open on its own. This time Chen Feng saw a stone carving master wearing an apron. He held a cleaver horizontally, smashing a gourd-like object on a chopping board. The gourd shattered into pieces and various seasonings were laid out on the kitchen table. What a coincidence. The next second, the stone carving dissolved into endless mist, surging into Chen Feng's mind. Thud. A flood of memories and experience poured in. As usual, Chen Feng fainted. When he awoke, he glanced at the clock on the kitchen. 3:15. Less than 5 minutes have passed since I entered the mysterious space. It felt like 2 or 3 hours. The time flow difference is enormous. Could the cucumber seeds I planted bear fruit by tomorrow? Chen Feng thought excitedly. Because the old craft he had acquired this time was smashed cucumber, a classic cold dish and a renowned snack across the nation. Each region had its own variation, carrying local flavors. But Chen Feng now mastered all the techniques from the memories. For a perfect smashed cucumber dish, the quality of the cucumber was paramount. Could it be that planting seeds in the mysterious space will grant me similar old crafts? With too few samples, Chen Feng couldn't be. Cucumbers are cool-natured, perfect for raw consumption in summer. They clear heat, detoxify, and promote beauty. Eaten in summer, smashed cucumber aids digestion, typically served with vinegar to stimulate the appetite. The raw ingredients were crucial. The essence lay in the smashing. The cucumber must be smashed into glistening chunks, their juices slowly seeping out, then mixed with the right seasonings. The flavor was a perfect summer refresher. Tracing the origins of this dish, it was once a staple cold appetizer in the imperial kitchen. Even the emperor himself craved it daily in summer. Chen Feng itched to try it immediately. Smashed cucumber paired with steamed dumplings, he mused, selling it at Brother Liu's Hunan restaurant could draw customers, strengthen our bond, and earn me extra income. It's like earning from 2 streams in one shop. Let's see how it works. Chen Feng thought long-term, armed with the mysterious space. As days passed, he would surely master more old crafts. Running a shop alone limited his energy and earnings. One day, when he had enough skills and saved his first pot of gold, he would standardize these crafts using modern methods and spread them. Becoming a true gourmand of China was his grand goal. The immediate aim: conquer this snack street. Oh no. Lost in his grand vision, Chen Feng realized his thoughts had wandered too far. If he didn't prepare dinner soon, Chen Feng sprang into action. Time passed swiftly. Having finished most of his work, Chen Feng took a brief rest. He rewrote the shop's menu and posted it on the wall. The handwriting was exquisite, an imitation song typeface, steady, upright, and firm, a skill he had honed in his leisure while raising his daughter. The price list read: fried dough sticks, crispy fried dough sticks, 4 yuan each. Available only for breakfast. Plain soy milk, 4 yuan per bowl. Red date and lotus seed paste, 5 yuan per bowl. Peanut soy milk, 5 yuan per bowl. Breakfast black bean and sesame paste, 6 yuan per bowl. Breakfast goji berry and honey paste, 6 yuan per bowl. Breakfast mushroom and pork steamed dumplings, 12 yuan per basket. Chive and pork steamed dumplings, 12 yuan per basket. Celery and pork steamed dumplings, 12 yuan per basket. Lunch and dinner lamb and scallion steamed dumplings, 15 yuan per basket. Lunch and dinner new items coming soon, stay tuned. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then his phone chimed. Chen Feng picked it up to check. No message from his ex-wife Zhang Na. On Lianxin, there were 2 new friend requests. He opened them. Lu Yue, brother Chen Feng, and Tuan's teacher Lu Yu. Please add me. Wang Ruoxin, uncle, add me. Chen Feng accepted the requests. Almost instantly, both women sent him messages. Chen Feng was taken aback. At this hour, wasn't teacher Lu teaching? Wasn't Wang Ruoxin in class? How could they both be so idle? Lu Yue, brother Chen Feng, Tuan told me you don't need to pick her up today. We'll bring her over after school since it's on my way, and I can grab some steamed dumplings to take home. Wang Ruoxin, uncle Chen Feng, please let me work study. I'm not good at studying, and I have no hope of getting into university. I'm so poor. Wang Ruoxin, pitiful. JPG. Chen Feng thought for a moment and typed his replies one by one. At that moment, Lu Yu sat in the teacher's office, phone in hand, eyes fixed on the screen. Her oval face flushed, slightly strands of black hair falling gracefully, lending her a unique charm. She had lied to Chen Feng again. It wasn't Tuan's request at all. She had taken the initiative herself. Today she had learned that the aunties and uncles in Beitian community were all eager to introduce Chen Feng to potential partners. And with Wang Ruoxin as a formidable rival by his side. As her best friend Zhang Xiaoqiao had said, if she didn't try harder, didn't take the initiative, was she just going to hand her man over to someone else? Lu Yu wasn't that generous. Ding dong. Chen Feng, in that case, thank you so much, teacher Lu. Dinner is on me. I really appreciate the trouble. Lu Yu's heart leaped with joy. Brother Chen Feng had agreed. Lu Yu in no trouble at all. As Tuan's teacher, it's only right. Chen Feng, thank you. Lu Yu, brother Chen Feng, you're too kind. After sending the message, Lu Yu's face flushed even deeper. She clenched her fists tightly. She had taken another step closer to brother Chen Feng. Elsewhere, the teacher was lecturing in class. Wang Ruoxin lowered her head, sneaking a glance at her phone. Her chubby best friend Zhang Xiaohua peeked at her and muttered inwardly, humph, a lovesick girl. Ding dong. Chen Feng classmate Ruoxin, I told you after your college entrance exams you can come work study at my shop. For now, focus on the exams. The door to Life Snack Shop is always open to you. But what about your door? Wang Ruoxin, humph, uncle, you'll agree eventually. Chen Feng. Wang Ruoxin bit her little tiger teeth, thoughts churning resentfully. Unlike Lu Yue, she wouldn't be discouraged or stall just because her crush had rejected her. Happiness could only be truly grasped if she seized it herself. After chatting with the two women, Chen Feng called his mother while boiling soy milk. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, Mom, what are you doing? Chen Feng asked. Making dinner, his mother replied with a smile. And Dad? Your dad is still in the fields tending his vegetables. His mother said. Chen Feng said, Mom, can you ask Dad to plant some cucumbers and tomatoes in the fields? I'm craving them, and Tuan wants them. No problem. After a few words of casual chat, Chen Feng hung up. Since he could now grow fruits and vegetables in that mysterious space, unsure of the yield, Chen Feng decided to have his father plant the same vegetables in his fields to explain the source later. If the output was large, his business would expand. Thus, he could even lead the villagers of Chun family village to prosperity together. Boss, 1 bowl of plain soy milk and 2 baskets of mushroom and pork dumplings. Just then a burly customer walked in. Coming right up. Chen Feng immediately got busy. These steamed dumplings are incredible. The customer's eyes widened. And the soy milk iced, perfect for beating the summer heat. A true foodie. Chen Feng smiled and gave a thumbs up. The customer ate even more heartily. At 4:45 p.m. it was already time for dinner guests to arrive. Chen Feng took a moment to glance over and saw that the Hunan restaurant was also getting customers. On the diagonal snack street and the restaurants across the street, cars began to pull up one after another as waves of diners started searching for a good dinner. Normally at this hour Chen Feng would be picking up his daughter. But with teacher Lu offering to bring her to the shop, he saved much effort and could focus on business. Boss, 2 bowls of red date and lotus seed paste. 1 bowl just isn't enough. 3 baskets of lamb and scallion dumplings. The lamb is so tender it's divine with chili oil. Little boss, Chen, him back again. Am I welcome? Haha, welcome. Boss packed 2 bowls of plain soy milk and 3 baskets of celery and pork dumplings to go. 5 baskets of chive and pork dumplings to go. My family's waiting. Yubao payment received 60 yuan. The snack shop gradually filled with more customers. Regulars brought in new faces. By just 5 o'clock, Life Snack Shop was booming with a line forming outside. The surge in foot traffic also brought more customers to the Hunan restaurant. Chen Feng was rushing off his feet. Meanwhile, at the street corner shops on the diagonal snack street, a noodle shop, a bun shop, and a northern... Normally at this dinner hour they'd be at least 5,060 full. But now only a few scattered customers trickled in. The 3 shop owners stepped outside and immediately spotted the long queue outside Life Snack Shop across the street. Here, old Wang, have a light one up. Old Jean, I don't have a lighter, lend me yours. Long plumes of smoke drifted out accompanied by the owner's anxious gazes. That Life Snack Shop across the street only opened 2 days ago, and now customers are lined up outside. Business is enviably good, and they only sell soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings. Old Jean smiled bitterly. Well, my dumpling shop has taken a big hit. Just then a few students walked by. Come on, let's go to that Life Snack Shop. The boss is so handsome and the dumplings are amazing. I crave the boss looks and his dumplings. Tion, you're so shameless. We're young ladies. We need to be reserved. Can being reserved get me a handsome guy? Look, the line's getting longer. If we don't hurry, it'll be even worse. Let's go. The students hurried off right in front of the 3 owners. The owners took deep drags of their cigarettes and exchanged glances. What's the magic in those dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks? Let's go try them. Try them and die. The 3 owners stubbed out their cigarettes, told their wives at the shops, and headed over together. Business was slow anyway. In front of the Life Snack Shop, the place was bustling with customers forming a long queue. Business is really good. Boss, will take 6 bowls of soybean milk, 3 original flavor and 3 with red dates, and 4 steamer baskets of dumplings, 1 of each filling. All right, 3 owners, please wait a moment. The 3 owners from across the street, Old Lu, Old Zhang, and Old Wang, had been queuing for nearly 20 minutes. Finally, they placed their orders and squeezed into a 2-person table. Meanwhile, the queue showed no signs of shrinking. In fact, it grew longer. This is the nature of Chinese people. They love to join the crowd. This was especially true when it came to food. They had originally wanted to order every variety and try each one. Unfortunately, fried dough sticks were not available for dinner, and there were other types of soybean milk. Old Zhang exclaimed, Boss, your business is too good. You can't handle it alone, you need to hire help. Yes, I've been thinking about hiring. Chen Feng replied without looking up. Old Lu and the other 2 exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. If the steamed dumplings and soybean milk really tasted as good as they seemed. When the Life Snack Shop started hiring, they could sneak in their own relatives. A clever underhanded move. But I'm only hiring women. Chen Feng added with a smile. Male waiters wouldn't last long, they were restless and had high turnover. This was something Chen Feng had. The 3 bosses' faces fell. The idea of stealing the recipe that had just arisen was instantly extinguished. Could they only resort to a honey trap? 3 dishes all served. Enjoy your meal. At that moment, Chen Feng brought over the dishes 4 steamers of dumplings and 6 bowls of soybean milk. Boss, you're busy. Old Lu and the others didn't say much. They first picked up the original flavor soybean milk. They were all seasoned restaurateurs. The simplest flavor often tested the craftsman's skill the most. Therefore, the 3 of them took a sip. Their eyes lit up. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Immediately, they gulped down the hot soybean milk in big mouthfuls. They hadn't ordered the iced version. The soybean milk turned into warm streams flowing down their throats and finally into their stomachs. Their whole bodies felt warm. Even the summer heat was somewhat alleviated, especially since they were heavy smokers. A few gulps of soybean milk cleared away the discomfort in their throats and stomachs caused by the smoke. So refreshing. This soybean milk is amazing. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a few more big swallows in the blink of an eye, a bowl of original flavor soybean milk was empty. Old Lu and the other 2 bosses were stunned. It was that good. They hadn't even tasted it properly before it was gone. Suppressing the urge to order another bowl, they picked up their chopsticks and reached for the steamed dumplings. There were chive lamb and celery ones. The 3 opened their mouths wide and bit off nearly half a dumpling in one go. Immediately, the aroma of meat mingled with vegetables and the juice of green onions and ginger stirred their saliva. The 3 bosses couldn't help closing their eyes, their faces showing ecstasy. It reminded them of that hot night when they first stirred a fair lad's heart. After a few chews, a dumpling was gone in an instant. So delicious, they exclaimed in admiration. Then they each took a small dish, pouring chili oil or vinegar and some mixed both. They dipped the dumplings into the sauces. With one bite down, delicious. This chili oil is incredible. Boss, what did you add to this vinegar? It's sweet and sour, and the flavor is explosive. Delicious. Chen Feng smiled slightly and said, trade secret. The 3 bosses' hearts tightened. Had their identities been exposed? Actually, the 3 had overthought things. The life snack shop was so busy that Chen Feng had no time to observe where the customers came from. He simply assumed the 3 were foodies who had come because of the reputation. Boss, 1 bowl of original flavor, 2 steamers of mushroom and pork dumplings. Few finally got to the front, boss. More customers kept placing orders. Old Lu and the other 2 bosses ate quickly. Soon the 4 steamers of dumplings and 2 bowls of soybean milk were all consumed. They were a bit full, but they exchanged glances, their eyes asking another 2 steamers. Boss, another 3 bowls of original flavor soybean milk and 4 steamers of dumplings. Old Lu called out directly. All right, please wait a moment. Chen Feng immediately busied himself. Since fried dough sticks were not made for dinner, and the dumplings were prepared in advance with 3 steamers rotating, Chen Feng had no time. Today I'm treating, no one fight me for it. No, I'm stuffed. Old Lu, give me a hand, let's have a cigarette, and leave together. Let's go together, it was so delicious. Shortly after, Old Lu and the other 2 bosses staggered out, supporting each other as they left. On the way, the 3 chatted. This skill is absolutely incredible. No wonder the boss is getting rich. I'm so jealous. Yeah, I never imagined that one day eating dumplings and drinking soybean milk could cost 150 yuan. Haha, anyway, I want to steal the recipe. If the boss really hires, I'll arrange a honey trap and get my sister-in-law to apply. I have the same idea. My sister-in-law is just the right age. But the boss is so handsome. What if he gets seduced away? What if we haven't succeeded in stealing the recipe yet? Lu's sister-in-law and sister-in-law both. The 3 bosses fell silent. Was this deal worth it? No. They treasured their own sisters-in-law. How could they leave them to another man? Daddy, I'm back. Chen Feng was busy when suddenly Tuan's voice sounded. He looked up and saw a gentle silhouette with black hair holding his daughter's hand. They stood by the shop next to a long queue of customers. Seeing the adorable Tuan and the serene lady, all the customers' eyes lit up. Wow, this boss Chen was true. His shop was booming, his skill was divine, his daughter was adorable, and even his wife was an absolute beauty. Teacher Lu, you're here. Please. Chen Feng quickly greeted her. Lu Yu smiled, her face slightly reddening. Every time she saw Chen Feng, she would involuntarily, bad daddy, you don't pay attention to Tuan, your eyes are only on teacher Lu. Tuan protested loudly. Lu Yu's face turned even redder. Tuan, what nonsense are you saying? Chen Feng felt embarrassed too. He exchanged a glance with Lu Yu and said, you haven't eaten yet, right? Take a seat first, and he'll bring you the food. That's more like it. Teacher Lu, let's go. Tuan took Lu Yu's hand and walked into the shop. Little boss Chen, you're something. Just then a customer who had just finished queuing, instead of ordering in a hurry, gave Chen Feng a thumbs up and teased. Haha. Chen Feng laughed. This customer's teasing was misplaced. Lu Yu was currently Tuan's teacher, not his wife yet. Young man, what would you like? Chen Feng asked. One of everything. Today I came with an empty stomach, planning to leave, so full it'll look like I'm 9 months pregnant. The young man declared loudly and boldly. Alright, wait. Chen Feng quickly got busy. Another fulfilling day. 12 yuan received. Boss, 1 more bowl of original soy milk. Coming right up. Chen Feng was bustling with work. Tuan put down her school bag and joined in. Lu Yu sat to the side watching. She wanted to help, but since Chen Feng hadn't asked, she could only sit there foolishly stealing glances at Chen Feng. Finally, Teacher Lu, start with the dumplings. Call me if you need more. Chen Feng brought over 2 bowls of soy milk and 2 steaming baskets of dumplings. Brother Chen Feng, thank you, but don't fuss over me. I'm not hungry yet. Attend to the customers first. Lu Yu blushed, her appetite was brother Chen Feng trying to fatten her up like a wife. Would he take responsibility if she got plump? No way, Dad can't let teacher. Tuan cheerfully chimed in. He'll get back to work. Chen Feng smiled and turned away. Lu Yu ate her dumplings while pulling out her ding-dong. Her roommate Zhang Xiaochao sent a message. Zhang Xiaocao Yaya, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? The programmer at home is waiting for you to feed him. Lu Yue am at brother Chen Feng's shop. He opened a snack place and I was dropping off to Anchuan. Zhang Xiaocao is expected, you traitor. Getting all cozy that fast. Zhang Xiaocao Buhu Xiaochao is starving. Lu Yu blushed, don't talk nonsense. Then Lu Yu took a photo capturing the steamed dumplings. Lu Yu, want me to bring you some? Zhang Xiaocao, those dumplings look good. Perfect, they'll help you taste them. To win a woman's heart, win her stomach first. Let me test his cooking. Lu Yue, you'll be stuffed later. Zhang Xiaocao, I don't believe it. Zhang Xiaocao, oh yeah, you're always talking about how great your brother Chen Feng is, and how cute his daughter is. Take some photos for your sister. Lu Yue, sneaking a photo isn't right. Zhang Xiaocao, be bold, don't be afraid. Your sister has your back. Hurry up. Lu Yue, at the thought of secretly photographing Chen Feng, her face flushed red. Teacher Lu, are you taking photos with your phone? To Anchuan wants one too. To Anchuan's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Lu Yu was startled. Meeting To Anchuan's expectant big eye, she smiled. Sure. Lu Yu opened her phone's camera. To Anchuan leaned in her dewy cheek pressed against Lu Yu's. Geez. To Anchuan even flashed a peace sign. Click. Satisfied, To Anchuan went back to work. Lu Yu smiled and sent the photo to her friend. Zhang Xiaocao, wow, this little girl is adorable, so lively. Quick, take one of her, dad, hurry. Lu Yu, that's not right. She hesitated, her upbringing telling her that sneaking photos was wrong. Zhang Xiaocao, if you don't, I'll come to the shop tomorrow and tell To Anchuan's dad you have a crush on him. Lu Yu, fine. Lu Yu succumbed to her friend's tyranny. After much hesitation, she finally snapped a photo as Chen Feng lifted a steamer lid, steam billowing around him. It was filled with the warmth of everyday life. Looking at the photo, Lu Yu smiled, her heart pounding. From her table, the angle only captured Chen Feng's profile, but Lu Yu was satisfied. Zhang Xiaocao, took you long enough. Done yet? Lu Yu, done. They'll show you when I get back. This time Lu Yu played it smart. She guarded to avoid her friend complaining that the photo was incomplete or unsatisfied with the profile, demanding another. Lu Yu deliberately waited until she got back to show her. That way Zhang Xiaocao would have no leverage. At that thought, Lu Yu beamed with joy. She finally had a photo of brother Chen Feng. Teacher Lu, why aren't you eating? No appetite tonight. Suddenly Chen Feng came over and asked with concern. No. Lu Yu hastily put away her phone. She feared Chen Feng had seen her feeling as guilty as a thief. Fortunately, the screen had already gone dark. Then she resumed eating her dumplings. Soon after, goodbye, Teacher Lu. To Anchuan waved at Lu Yu. Teacher Lu, thank you for today. Chen Feng added. At this moment, Lu Yu packed 2 baskets of dumplings, 2 cups of soy milk, and some sauces from the shop. She tried to pay, but Chen Feng insisted she didn't, so she relented. It was the least I could do. Lu Yu smiled. Goodbye, To Anchuan. She turned and reluctantly walked away. Dad, look how much Teacher Lu eats. 2 baskets of dumplings and 2 bowls of soy milk. Can you afford to keep her in the future? To Anchuan's voice sounded behind her. Lu Yue in her high heels nearly stumbled. Boss, 3 more baskets of lamb and green onion dumplings. Damn, these are delicious. A customer loudly placed an order. Time passed. From dinner time through the rush nearing 7 o'clock. Sorry, today's steamed dumpling. My apologies, everyone. If you want some, we'll open again tomorrow morning. Chen Feng apologized to the waiting customers. That's it. Boss, how about some fried dough sticks? I waited 10 minutes and you tell me they're sold out. Everyone come back early tomorrow. I must try them. Let's go, guys. Stop complaining. Think you have it worse than me. I couldn't make it for lunch today either. Damn it, traffic after work is a nightmare. Donghai's roads are getting more congested. The queuing customers dispersed in frustration. Uncle Chen Feng, are you really out? At the very end of the line, a high school girl with short hair accompanied by a chubby friend asked. Sister Ruoxin, what are you doing here? To Anchuan ran out happily, winking at Wang Ruoxin. Teacher Lu just left. The little one was secretly reporting in. She was hedging her bets between 2 potential future mothers, embodying the essence of diversification. If dad married one, it was a win. If both, an even bigger win. Ruoxin, my student. Chen Feng greeted with a smile, wondering if this girl intended to work part-time at his shop at this hour. Uncle, are you really out of dumplings? Wang Ruoxin pulled her friend Zhang Xiaohua forward. This is my bestie Zhang Xiaohua. She couldn't stop thinking about the soy milk from this morning and insisted on trying the dumplings. We still have evening classes. There's some left. To Anchuan quickly took Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua by the hand. Sister Xiaohua, come on in. Yes, I saved a portion for To Anchuan and myself, just in case. Hearing this, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He found Wang Ruoxin to be bold and hard to handle. Learning they only came for that was no problem. At this moment, there were still customers in the shop eating steamed dumplings. Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua sat down. Chen Feng continued working but stopped taking new customers. Under the table, Zhang Xiaohua tugged Wang Ruoxin's hand and whispered excitedly, Ruoxin, your crush is really handsome up close. Earlier when he wore a helmet, I thought he was just an ordinary homebody. And To Anchuan is so adorable. If you become To Anchuan's stepmother, you'll hit the jackpot. Wang Ruoxin smiled sweetly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Right? That's why he's my crush. Ruoxin, these steamed dumplings are simply divine. So this is how hot soy milk can taste. Absolutely delicious. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed with delight. She was still chewing heartily, using her chopsticks to pick up a dumpling and stuffing it directly into her mouth. Her lips were smeared with red chili oil, completely unconcerned about her appearance. After eating Chen Feng's dumplings, Zhang Xiaohua praised him endlessly, declaring him a rarity under heaven. Wang Ruoxin smiled happily. After all, what could be more joyful than having her beloved win the approval of her best friend? Uncle Chen Feng, 2 more baskets please, Zhang Xiaohua said. At that moment, only 4 people remained in the life snack shop. Tuan Tuan and Chen Feng were seated at another table. Tuan Tuan said helplessly, Sister Xiaohua, you've eaten all the dumplings meant for Dad and me. Zhang Xiaohua paused, then gave an embarrassed smile. They were just too good. Don't cry, Tuan Tuan. They'll buy you some steamed buns later. But I want the dumplings Dad makes, Tuan Tuan said. Zhang Xiaohua smiled sheepishly and picked up the last dumpling to finish it. Ruoxin, shouldn't we head to evening self-study now? It seems so. Wang Ruoxin replied. By then it was already 7:20. Evening self-study would start in 10 minutes. They were already late for school anyway. Then let's hurry. Zhang Xiaohua slapped down the dinner money, grabbed Wang Ruoxin's hand, and ran. Wang Ruoxin looked back reluctantly. She's gone. Sister Xiaohua is so mean. She promised me steamed buns. Tuan Tuan stared in disbelief. Elsewhere in a delicate little room, woo-woo. Zhang Xiaochao nibbled on the dumplings. After finishing a dumpling coated in chili oil, she took a gulp of soy milk. She simply couldn't stop. Zhang Xiaochao was very thin. Though she was a girl with a height of 165 centimeters, she was as slender as a bamboo pole. Her chest was that of a billionaire, a perfectly flat runway. She had almost finished all the dumplings Liu brought back. It was as if her small stomach had no limit. I envy you. You eat so much and never gain weight. I wonder where it all goes. Liu rested her chin on her hands and spoke enviously. Zhang Xiaochao giggled and reached out to grab Liu's chest. Yeah, you're the enviable one. You eat and everything grows in the right places. The colleagues at the company say I have no feminine charm. I'm like a monkey. But these dumplings and soy milk are just too good. Zhang Xiaochao reached for another dumpling with her chopsticks, even though she was stuffed to the throat. Yet she widened her eyes and viciously picked up the last one. With a big gulp, Zhang Xiaochao chewed heartily. Glug glug. She drank the soy milk in large mouthfuls. Xiaoya, you have to bring me dumplings and soy milk again tomorrow. They're fantastic. Even more delicious than my mother's dumplings. Zhang Xiaochao grabbed a tissue, wiped her mouth, and then said, now that I'm full and satisfied, come on, show me that photo of your brother Chen Feng. I declare, his cooking skills have passed the test. Zhang Xiaochao said. Liu directly took out her phone and pulled up the side. Holy crap, he's that handsome. Zhang Zicao's eyes sparkled. Where's the life snack shop? Tomorrow I'm going to see the handsome guy and eat dumplings. Don't tell me you're going to get up at 4 a.m. again. Zhang Xiaochao looked at Liu. Liu nodded her head and smiled. I'm going to send Tuan Tuan to school tomorrow. If you're just fooling yourself. But I can't get up that early. Zhang Xiaochao said, if your brother Chen Feng really has that kind of face, Xiaoya, I support you. Go all out and win him over. His dumplings are so delicious, his shop is booming as you said, and he has such an adorable kid. You won't even have to go through childbirth. I even want to have a baby for brother Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, Liu's cheeks flushed, but she caught Zhang Zicao's weird look and quickly added, of course I'll treat Tuan Tuan as my own daughter. If it's not even a done deal yet. Zhang Xiaochao stroked Liu's smooth chin teasingly. But you'd better hurry. There's a high school. Xiaoya, don't let someone snatch him away. All men are the same. They go for the young ones. Brother Chen Feng isn't like that. Liu interjected. Haha, you're already calling him brother Chen Feng before you're even married, ha. Fine, shouts how you're mocking me. The two women started playfully wrestling on the sofa at home. At the life snack shop, Xiao Tuan was alone in the shop, continuing to clean up. Chen Feng had gone to the market to restock. All the inventory had been sold out by the end of the day. Business was booming and he had to soak soybeans and black beans in advance tonight, or there would be no soy milk to sell tomorrow morning. Tuan Tuan, where's your dad? A male voice sounded. Xiao Tuan looked up. Uncle Lu, Dad went to restock by himself. How could he leave you alone in the shop? Lu Chi said. He stood outside the shop smoking alone, exhaling clouds of smoke. It's okay, Uncle Lu. There are cameras in the shop. No one dares to kidnap me. Tuan Tuan smiled. Lu Chi said. Well, if anyone offers you food or tries to chat, Tuan Tuan will definitely refuse them. The girl finished his sentence. Lu Chi also laughed. The more he looked at Xiao Tuan, the more he liked her. If his own son could marry such a clever and sensible girl in the future, he and his wife would have far fewer worries. Before long, Chen Feng returned on his electric scooter, loaded with goods. Brother Lu, were you looking for me? Chen Feng asked in confusion. Yeah, let's unload first. Lu Chi nodded. The two of them carried the supplies into the back kitchen. As Chen Feng busied himself, he asked, thanks, Brother Lu. What's the matter? Are you hiring for this shop? Lu Chi asked. Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied yes. Business at Life Snack Shop was booming, and with Tuan Tuan needing to be taken to school, Chen Feng couldn't handle everything alone. Hiring had to be put on the agenda. Alright, got it. They'll bring someone by tomorrow, Lu Chi said with a smile. Seeing Chen Feng hesitate, Lu Chi continued, don't worry. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If not, just say no. The person I'm bringing is sure to be efficient and won't cause you any trouble. We have to hire good people. The thing is, a relative of mine from my hometown is coming over. My wife and I have enough help at our Hunan cuisine restaurant, so I need to find a job for this relative. That's why I came to ask you. We're neighbors after all. If it doesn't work out, forget it. Lu Chi looked at Chen Feng expectantly. Alright, thanks a lot, Brother Lu. Chen Feng nodded. Lu Chi had been very straightforward and hadn't put Chen Feng in a difficult position. Chen Feng had no reason to refuse. Boss Chen, I should be the one thanking you. With that, Lu Chi scratched his head and left. Apparently this relative was giving Brother Lu a headache, but Chen Feng didn't ask further. If he wasn't satisfied with the person tomorrow, he wouldn't let personal connections jeopardize his booming life snack shop. After soaking the beans, kneading the dough, cutting it into pieces, and storing them in the refrigerator. It was past 8 o'clock. Chen Feng started counting the earnings and took out the money bucket. Tuan, do you know how to count? Daddy has a little. I can count, school taught me. Tuan stared at the bucket full of money, her eyes sparkling. She had always been clever. Even though she hadn't started first grade, yet Chen Feng had taught her addition and subtraction up to 1,000. Tuan knew why mommy and daddy got divorced. It was because mommy looked down on daddy and thought he was a loser. But now that daddy was so good at making money, she wanted to help him earn even more. Then one day she would tell mommy that she had misjudged him, and watching his daughter slowly count the money, Chen Feng took out his phone to calculate the amounts from Lianxin and Yuqianbao. Today was the first day of full-day operation. Chen Feng wanted to check today's revenue to estimate his total monthly income. Soon Chen Feng tallied the day's earnings from Lianxin and Yuqianbao. Lianxin brought in a total of 3,546 yuan. Yuqianbao yielded 4,857 yuan. The total income here was 8,403 yuan. His daughter was still counting money in the bucket. Chen Feng did not disturb her, but helped organize the bills, grouping the 100 yuan notes together. He placed the 20 yuan notes together and neatly arranged the 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan bills into separate piles. Dad, great. How come I didn't think of that? Dad, hey, race 748 yuan. Tuan handed over a messy pile of cash and picked up a pencil to write numbers on. Dad will count it to see if you made a mistake. Chen Feng smiled, enjoying the rare parent-child game. I definitely didn't get it wrong. Tuan declared confidently, then picked up the 1 yuan bills, which were the most numerous. Easy first, hard later. Endure hardship to earn money and become a person above others. Chen Feng chuckled. Where did his daughter learn these words? A dozen seconds later, he finished counting. 748 yuan, not a penny off. Tuan, correct. Of course. Tuan raised her little head, proudly, anticipation in her eyes. Dad, if I counted everything right and didn't eat enough tonight, can I get an ice cream as a reward? Of course you can. Chen Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Other children her age lived carefree lives at home, like little princesses. But Tuan endured hardship with him. She seemed too concerned about money, a consequence of their previously dysfunctional family, and his ex-wife Zhang Na always talked about money, and so did her grandparents. Chen Feng had to gradually guide her. In this world, money wasn't the most important thing. Some things were infinitely more precious than money. Tuan continued counting while writing numbers with a pencil. Chen Feng didn't interrupt, just gazed at her little face and her chubby little fingers flipping through the bills slowly. Phew. After about 10 minutes, his daughter wrote down the number for the last 100 yuan bill. Then she calculated and was dumbfounded. She could handle addition and subtraction up to thousands, but once it broke 10,000, she didn't know how. Dad, how do you calculate this? Addition and subtraction with 10-digit numbers are the same as with thousands. Chen Feng taught her from the side. Finally, Tuan happily announced, Dad, I figured it out. Counting the money in Lianxin and Yuqianbao, the total is 1674. Correct. As expected of our daughter, amazing. Chen Feng laughed. Haha, just look whose daughter Tuan is. The father and daughter exchanged mutual praises. Time to go home. Chen Feng put away the money, locked the door, and prepared to leave with his dad. Remembered to buy the ice cream. His daughter stood in front of the electric scooter. Of course I remember. Let's go home. Chen Feng rode this. After deducting the day's raw material costs, the net profit of Life Snack Shop was 15,000 yuan. This amount far exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. This was only the second day's revenue. Didn't that mean Chen Feng could earn at least 4,500 yuan in net profit this month? With this calculation, Chen Feng finally understood how valuable the old skills in the mysterious space really were. If he had extra help and opened 100 such snack shops nationwide after deducting labor and other costs, he could earn at least 40 million yuan a month. Looks like catching up to my ex-wife's net worth will take only a year and a half. Chen Feng's ex-wife Zhang Na's net worth was now 60 million yuan. That had once seemed like a distant astronomical figure to Chen Feng. But now nothing was certain. The future held endless possibilities. On the road, Chen Feng rode the electric scooter slowly. His daughter Tuan stood in front holding an ice cream and licking it with her little tongue. The evening breeze blew, gently filling everything with hope. Dad, the ice cream is so delicious. Have a bite. His daughter offered the ice cream. Chen Feng slowed down, looked around, then took a big bite. Dad, you ate too much. You'll have to buy me another one later, Tuan complained. No. Chen Feng smiled and refused. Dad, you're so annoying. Tuan enjoyed her ice cream contentedly. One hand grasped Chen Feng's, feeling his tense muscles. Dad, are you tired? Tuan asked with concern. Her father had no time to rest all day just to earn money. This only strengthened her resolve to find a mother for her father. Not tired, Chen Feng said. Tuan tilted her head and asked, Dad, how much money did you earn today? The net profit is 15,000 yuan. Chen Feng smiled. One day's profit covered their entire monthly living expenses. What's net profit? Tuan asked. It's after deducting the money for soybeans, black beans, flour, and such, Chen Feng explained simply. Wow. Tuan was utterly amazed. Then she tilted her head trying to calculate, but failed. So for 60 million, how many days will Dad have to work? For 1,000 days. Chen Feng knew what his daughter was thinking and said, Tuan, a person's life can't be all about money or you'll end up. Then what does Dad have? Tuan asked. Dad has you. At that thought, Chen Feng smiled, leaned over, and kissed his daughter's moist cheek. Tuan wiped her face in disdain. Dad is so awesome. She finished the last bite of ice cream. Dad, since we earned so much today, can we have another ice cream? Dad has 2 palms here. Do you want some? Chen Feng laughed. Why don't Dad is bullying me? Tuan then asked Dad between Teacher Lu and Sister Ruoxin, which one do you like? Tuan. Chen Feng turned serious. This little one was still stubborn. Dad. Tuan looked at Chen Feng with big eyes. Was Dad going to make a decision? I don't like either of them, Chen Feng said. Why? Tuan asked in confusion. You'll understand when you grow up. Chen Feng didn't explain further. He was a divorced man with a daughter. He also knew that Teacher Lu was still unmarried and a virgin. As for Wang Ruoxin, she was only 17, completely underage. Both were good girls. His daughter was practically asking him to commit a crime. Was she trying to turn him in? The rest of the way was silent. Chen Tuan didn't ask again, but her dark shining eyes darted around. Since Dad didn't like Teacher Lu or Sister Ruoxin, she would find more candidates for him. They arrived home. Chen Feng saw his daughter's tired face, yet she still forced herself to stay awake. Phew, at least my daughter doesn't have homework now. Chen Feng quickly took her to wash up. Then Chen Feng told a bedtime story. Halfway through he felt emotional, and asked Tuan, do you ever blame Dad for making you work at such a... His daughter didn't answer. Phew. Chen Feng looked up, but she had already fallen asleep, letting out soft snores. She had dozed off at some point. Chen Feng smiled, kissed her forehead, tucked her and turned off the light, and left the room. If he opened more branches in the future, he would only get busier and have less time for his daughter. My daughter is growing up slowly. I still need to find a mother for her, Chen Feng thought silently. The night passed without incident. At 4 a.m., Chen Feng woke up. He glanced into his daughter's room. She had been very tired these past 2 days, so Chen Feng planned to let her sleep longer and come back to pick her up around 6:50. Dad. But Chen Tuan was already clutching the quilt, her big eyes glistening as she looked at Chen Feng. Going to the shop. Chen Tuan sprang up from the bed like a little carp. Then father and daughter went into the bathroom and started brushing their teeth in perfect gurgle. They spat out the bubbles and finished washing. Also, let's go. Chen Feng rode the electric scooter with his daughter to the market. Boss, how much is pork today? Chen Feng asked. Tuan, you're here. The pork vendor was delighted to see her. He teased Tuan and said, Boss Chen, if you buy a lot it's 6 yuan per caddy, if less it's 5 yuan per caddy. Uncle Pork, can you make it cheaper? I'm so cute, how about 1 yuan per caddy? Tuan looked up and went into battle again, a relentless price-cutting machine. A critical hit right away. The pork vendor's face. Let's start with 15 caddies. Next, Chen Feng bought lamb chives and other fresh ingredients. He also bought 5 cucumbers and the corresponding seasonings for smashed cucumber salad, placing everything on the scooter. Off to the shop, let's go. They arrived at the snack shop at 4:30. The sky was turning a pale fishbelly white. There was already someone waiting in front of the shop. Seeing who it was, Chen Feng was shocked. This was too much. The ones who arrived were Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin. Teacher Lu's sister Ruoxin. Why are you here? After getting off the electric scooter, Tuan opened her little hands and rushed towards the 2 women. Her big eyes blinked. Her round little face was full of smiles. In fact, she had long known that the 2 women would come. In order to pursue her father, they were sparing no effort. Tuan threw herself into the arms of the 2 women one after another. Nonsense. Chen Feng hadn't even moved the ingredients yet he walked over somewhat angrily. The 2 women looked at Chen Feng nervously. Somehow Chen Feng actually became angry. Teacher Lu, classmate Ruoxin, the overall environment in Donghai City is not good. It's only 4:30 in the morning. At this hour the sky isn't even light yet. It's unsafe for you to go out alone. As he spoke, Chen Feng's tone turned helpless. The relationship between him and the 2 women was not intimate now, so he couldn't say harsh words. Although society is gradually becoming stable now, Donghai City is a city transitioning from 2nd tier to 1st tier. Their location is also in a remote area of Donghai City where the good and bad mix. People of all sorts are there. Further ahead it goes down to the countryside and into the counties. Now the overall environment is getting better, seemingly peaceful for a long time. But 2 girls walking alone on the street. Even if there are cameras everywhere, so what? The sky is pitch black. If they really encounter drunkards, riffraff, or malicious street loafers, given the 2 women's looks, they would be enough to be targeted. What if they encounter human traffickers? Once drugged unconscious, the outcome would be being sold to a remote mountain village to be someone's wife. The 2 women were stunned upon hearing this. At first they thought that coming so early had somehow angered Chen Feng. It turned out that Chen Feng was concerned about them. The 2 women felt warmed to the depths of their hearts. Uncle Chen Feng, it's okay, look. Wang Ruoxin had just finished speaking. A whistling wind arose. Wang Ruoxin executed a high kick, her legs actually forming a split, and with her short hair at ear length, she looked very heroic. Uncle, you see, even if I meet a bad guy, even 2 or 3 big men like you can't get close to me. Wang Ruoxin said confidently. Sister Ruoxin is amazing. Tuan clapped and said from the side. Chen Feng looked on with some surprise. Meeting Chen Feng's gaze, Wang Ruoxin's face flushed slightly, and she put down her long legs. She was wearing long pants as part of her school uniform today, although nothing could be seen. I'm dying. Wang Ruoxin, she felt that a girl being so rough must have displeased Uncle. Chen Feng didn't say anything. He also didn't think that if Wang Ruoxin really encountered a big man, she could escape unscathed. It was all just show. To divert the awkwardness, Wang Ruoxin looked at Lu Yu with a slightly provocative gaze. Chen Feng also looked at Lu Yu and said, Teacher Lu, well, you came to pick up Tuan so early. Actually, it's fine to come after 6:30 in the morning. Coming so early. Lu Yu's face flushed slightly. She felt that her intentions were as clear as Sima Zhao's heart, known to all. Lu Yu quickly said, No, brother Chen Feng, I usually get up at this time anyway to practice yoga or do morning exercises. If you're worried about my safety, then I'll drive here. Wang Ruoxin and Chen Feng were both speechless. If she drove out, the safety factor would definitely be greatly improved. All right. Chen Feng turned around to move the ingredients. He was convinced. Lu Yu smiled. Wang Ruoxin caught up. Uncle Chen Feng, anyway, I need to work part-time. If you're worried about my safety, it just so happens that I'm renting a place off campus. As she spoke, Wang Ruoxin suddenly stopped. She didn't live at Mingri School, but rented off campus with her best friend Zhang Xiaohua. Recently, she needed to renew the lease. But since she could afford to rent off campus, why did she need to work part-time? Wang Ruoxin almost exposed herself. What did you say? Chen Feng lifted a large bag of soybeans and asked. Nothing. Wang Ruoxin quickly shut up and helped carry things. She had learned through Tuanshuan that Uncle Chen Feng and Tuanshuan were now renting a house outside a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. If she could share the rent with Uncle Chen Feng, then first to get the moon by the water, becoming Uncle's girlfriend would be easy, right? Wang Ruoxin thought happily. Lu Yu also came to move the ingredients. After this episode, at the request of the two women, Chen Feng was forced to assign tasks to them. Today still counts as your work-study salary, 150 yuan. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said to Wang Ruoxin, raising it by 50 yuan. After all, his shop was making money. Moreover, Wang Ruoxin usually helped him take care of Tuanshuan. A young girl relying on work-study, her family situation not too good. Chen Feng could help as much as he could. No one should suffer, but especially not the future blossoms. Then Wang Ruoxin continued chopping meat, 2 kitchen knives flying up and down. Lu Yu was washing the vegetables. Tuanshuan supervised from the side, and Chen Feng began grinding beans. The four had a clear division of labor. Time passed bit by bit. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin were both very happy. Stealing a glance at Chen Feng in their busy moments, they felt that any hardship or fatigue didn't matter. This man, they must hold. Around 5:20, the sky gradually brightened. Chen Feng simply took a cucumber and made a smashed cucumber salad. Let's stop working for now. Let's all have breakfast together. Chen Feng called out. The 3 women sat expectantly at the 4-person dining table. The happiest moment had arrived. On the table were 3 steamers of dumplings, 3 fried dough sticks, 4 bowls of soy milk, and 1 bowl of smashed cucumber salad. Uncle, is this smashed cucumber the new item? Wang Ruoxin asked, opening her bright eyes wide, tossing her hair. Teacher Lu here, Sister Ruoxin, your chopsticks. Tuanshuan distributed chopsticks from the side. Chen Feng smiled and said, yes, try it and see if it's good. If it's good, I'll add then we have to try it. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin extended their chopsticks at the same time. They picked up a piece of smashed cucumber and put it into their mouths. Instantly, the cucumber juice mixed with the seasoning rushing straight to the nose. Chewing, it was crispy. There was plenty of juice. Lu Yu said. Very delicious, Wang Ruoxin said. Tuanshuan also picked up a piece of smashed cucumber. Her big eyes narrowed as she chewed. Chen Feng also tried some. The taste was indeed good. Not inferior to the taste of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Moreover, after receiving the infusion of 3 times the old craftsmanship technique, Chen Feng found that his ability to taste seemed to have improved. Although the cucumber was delicious, Chen Feng felt there was still a lot of room for improvement. It wasn't due to his technique, but the ingredients. This cucumber was grown in a greenhouse, not very good. Could it be that he needed cucumbers grown in the mysterious space? Chen Feng thought to himself, if only the cucumbers there could blossom and bear fruit today. Teacher Lu, Sister Ruoxin, eat up, don't be polite. Tuanshuan urged. As the 4 ate, Chen Feng also cooked black bean sesame paste and goji berry honey paste. This goji berry honey paste required the most careful heat control. The honey must be thoroughly integrated into the goji berries. Just then suddenly a sound of conversation came. Boss Chen eating. Customers are here, quickly attend to them. Haha, today is another day of staying up all night working on business. Today not just the 3 of us, but all 8 members of the company's technical development department have come. Chen Feng looked up. Immediately he saw those 3 bald, pot-bellied, bespectacled programmers had arrived, and they had brought a large group. This was such a great show of support. Upon hearing that guests had arrived, Chen Xiaotuan abandoned her meal without a second thought. Wiping her mouth, she scrambled down from her stool and rushed out, her face brimming with delight. 3 elder brothers are here, she exclaimed. And you've brought so many other brothers and sisters. Please come in. Entertaining guests was Tuan's greatest joy, and she promptly took over the task from Chen Feng. Tuan, long time no see. This is Boss Chen's daughter. The 3 senior programmers introduced her as they led their company's juniors inside, each taking a seat. Then the 3 of them caught sight of Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin. They exchanged slight nods and friendly smiles. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin were utterly bewildered. Weren't they not that acquainted? Yet the 3 programmers felt a surge of excitement. The dark-haired, straight-locked woman was undoubtedly Boss Chen's wife, and the girl beside her must be his sister-in-law, no question. They had seen the 2 women yesterday. Today they saw them again, and on the table were 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Wasn't this clearly Boss Chen's family? As programmers, they were meticulous about details. Encoding one error rendered the entire program unusable. Thus it was details that determined success or failure. What would you like to eat, dear brothers? Tuan asked cheerfully once everyone was seated. The group turned their gazes to the menu on the wall. Manager Zhang, Manager Wang, is the breakfast here really that good? You've praised it to the skies. How you'll know once you try it. It's unforgettable for a lifetime. Boss Chen, said the slightly balding programmer. Today I've brought the entire company. Let's start with 16 bowls of soy milk, 8 baskets of dumplings, and 8 fried dough sticks. Boss, is that cucumber salad a new item today? Asked the pot-bellied programmer expectantly. Yes, big brother Dad said the cucumber salad is new, but it's only available tonight. He just made it for us to taste. Tuan explained. That's a shame, someone said. Can't have it in the morning, but we can come in the evening to try the new item. The group chatted. Chen Feng was already busy at work. Lu Yu set down her chopsticks without a word and came to help him pour soy milk. Wang Ruoxin pouted, having been beaten to it by teacher Lu. Chen Feng had no choice but to first bring out the 4 baskets of freshly steamed dumplings before starting to fry the dough sticks. Please enjoy, he said. Lu Yu, her cheeks flushed, carried over a tray. On it were 8 bowls of different soy milks. Her voice was soft and sweet like that of a woman from the Jiang and water towns. It was her first time serving dishes for Chen Feng. Another small step forward. All 8 programmers stared at Lu Yu, astonished by her elegance and beauty. The little beauty Tuan. Both Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin were stunning beauties of the highest order. Manager Zhang, is this boss, Chen's wife, our sister-in-law? Asked one programmer. Yes, said the slightly balding programmer. In an instant, Lu Yu's face grew even redder, and she froze in place. Big brother, this is my teacher. Tuan hurried, overtaking Lu Yu's hand. But it won't be long now. Teacher Lu Yu's face turned even more crimson, and she cast a helpless glare at Tuan. The group was taken aback. The bespectacled programmer asked, Tuan, tell me, is she your teacher? Then what about that young lady over there? Isn't she boss Chen's sister-in-law? He pointed at Wang Ruoxin, who was busy wrapping dumplings in the corner. Wang Ruoxin was dumbfounded. What was going on? That's my sister Ruoxin. Tuan was at a loss for words. A misunderstanding, Chen Feng said with a smile. This is Tuan's piano teacher, teacher Lu, and that is Ruoxin, a student working part-time at my shop. We are not related. How a misunderstanding indeed. After Chen Feng's explanation, everyone burst into laughter. Chen Feng could only laugh helplessly. He recalled how just 2 days ago these 3 programmers had been dressed casually in polo shirts, whatever was comfortable. Yet today they wore sharp suits, and despite staying up all night, they seemed even more spirited. So their true interest lay beyond breakfast. Next, the 8 of them drank soy milk and ate dumplings. How can the soy milk be this delicious? Truly delicious. Manager Zhang, Manager Wang, these dumplings are amazing. See, I told you. How could I let you work overtime all night for nothing? After eating the soy milk and dumplings here, aren't you full of energy to tackle your projects? Feel like going back to work overtime. You heartless capitalist. Ha ha ha. The group of 8 ate with great relish. The dumplings and soy milk were a delicacy beyond compare, worth more than gold. They never imagined that on this small street of eateries, such a miraculous little shop, lay hidden a true gem. Moreover, learning that Wang Ruoxin was not Chen Feng's sister-in-law, but a student working part-time, the group ate, with even greater gusto, their hearts burning with excitement. After all, what man wouldn't desire a charming young girlfriend? By the way, boss Chen, why hasn't old Master Chen come today? Once they had eaten their fill, Manager Wang asked. I don't know, Chen Feng replied, startled. Today was the 3rd day since the shop opened. For the first 2 days, old Master Chen Zhengwo had been the first to arrive and support the shop. Yet today he hadn't shown up. Given his temperament, he would surely have come. This place held the old flavors he had long cherished. Could it be that Grandpa Chen knew Tuan was going to treat him today and deliberately stayed away? Tuan's voice rang out. She clenched her little fists. What a cunning old grandpa. A chorus of laughter erupted from the group. They thought of old Master Chen's straightforward, fiery nature and his nostalgic disposition. Perhaps the reason Tuan had inadvertently suggested was indeed the true cause for old Master Chen Zhengwo's absence. What a fascinating old man. Chen Feng smiled, dismissing the thought, and continued wrapping dumplings. In this world, fates come and go. The world is vast. Some people may only cross paths once in a lifetime. Others may remain mere acquaintances. Some upon a single meeting know they are destined for each other. And still others in a single glance achieve eternity. Interactions between people give rise to all kinds of emotions. Joy, regret, remembrance. For now, Chen Feng only wanted to seize the present. To live his small life, while to strive to make his little food shop thrive. He didn't want to overthink or look too far ahead. Life is only so long. If one forever dwells in the past, they will only miss the beauty before their eyes. This was Chen Feng's recent insight into life. Chen Feng noticed the 2 women secretly watching him. Manager Wang, are we working overtime tonight? I'm full, but I still want to eat. How didn't I say the soy milk, dough sticks and dumplings here are worth more than gold? So delicious. This overtime was totally worth it. Manager Zhang, shall we start the night shift tonight? Perfect. We can grab another basket in the evening. Ha, if you want to work overtime, go ahead. I'm going home to sleep. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, Tuan. Goodbye, Ruoxin. Goodbye, teacher Lu. After eating and drinking their fill, the 8 programmers left, arms draped over one another's shoulders. Let them be rascals if they must. There was no helping it. Eating was all about color, aroma, and taste. Today they had eaten until their stomachs were fit to burst. Little boss Chen, 2 steamer baskets of mushroom and pork dumplings, and 2 cups of original soy milk to go. Grandpa Zhang, you're here. Amping, aren't you the same? You even brought the whole family, 3 of you. Uncle Zhang. Boss, 4 baskets of dumplings, 2 fried dough sticks, and 3 cups of soy milk. Boss, is my Togo order ready yet? As the office worker left Life Snack Bar, welcomed more customers. Sister Cece, you're here. Yes, boss, 2 fried dough sticks, and 1 basket of dumplings, please. 2 middle school girls arrived, gazing at the handsome boss. A handsome man paired with dumplings everlasting as the heavens. Elders from Baitian community and nearby areas came along with workers from Bidi factory and office workers. 60% were regulars. The rest were all new passers-by. Before 6 o'clock a queue was already forming at the shop entrance. Chen Feng and Tuan Tuan were busy as bees. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin were swiftly wrapping dumplings. The 3 steamer baskets never stopped. The more dumplings they made now, the more time Chen Feng would have later. Lianxin received 25 yuan. Yuki Ambeo received 36 yuan. Tuan Tuan take the money, give back 1 yuan change. Coming Grandpa Wang, Tuan Tuan can count clearly. Oh, my Tuan Tuan is so smart. Time ticked by. Daddy, I'm going to school. Tuan Tuan reluctantly shouldered her little backpack. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu. Tuan Tuan, be good at school, and don't bully other kids. Chen Feng admonished. He knew his daughter was a bit wild. I know Tuan Tuan is very good. Tuan Tuan's big eyes darted around, wondering whether to vent her frustrations on Xiao Hua or Xiao Ming today. Lu Yu and the others left. Chen Feng continued working. Boss, hurry up, I've been waiting in line for 10 minutes. Little boss, Chen. No, thank you, Grandpa Lu. Just enjoy your meal. With the 3 gone, the pressure on Chen Feng's work immediately increased. He had to fry those stick steamed dumplings and serve soy milk all at once. He was completely overwhelmed, but with full concentration, he managed to get through it steadily. Boss Chen, you're so busy, let me help. At that moment, Lu Qi from the neighboring Hunan restaurant walked over with an unlit Furong Wang cigarette in his mouth. Brother Lu. Chen Feng smiled and looked outside the shop. Lu Kai's wife was carrying vegetables to open their door, nodding and smiling at Chen Feng, saying loudly, Honey, remember to pick up the person. Got it, Lu Qi replied. Brother Lu, are you busy? If you are, you don't need to help me. I can manage alone. Chen Feng felt embarrassed that Lu Qi was helping him instead of tending to his own business. It was only the 3rd day of opening and Life Snack Bar was already this small. But Chen Feng was already feeling overwhelmed. The need to hire help was becoming urgent. It's nothing, I just have to pick someone up at the train station around 9 o'clock. Lu Qi, with the cigarette in his mouth, began helping Chen Feng serve soy milk, either bringing it to customers or packing it to go, his hands moving swiftly. Picking someone up who? Chen Feng asked out of curiosity. Lu Qi smiled awkwardly. My wife's relative is coming, we're hosting her. Picking up a distant relative, a gray tant, also from Hunan province. Oh, Chen Feng nodded and didn't ask further. Comparing Brother Liu's Hunan restaurant to his Life Snack Bar, one was for main meals, the other for breakfast. But the revenue difference was overwhelming. Chen Feng had estimated the Hunan restaurant's business over these 3 days. Based on foot traffic, daily revenue was around 1000 to 1500 yuan. It couldn't even match 1 hour of Chen Feng's Life Snack Bar. Monthly revenue was at most 3000 to 4000 yuan. Chen Feng achieved such a small goal in just over a day. After deducting expenses for ingredients, utilities, and rent, the couple working from dawn to dusk only earned 1000 to 1500 yuan a month, about the same as a Bidi factory worker's monthly salary. He also had a son to support who was in boarding school. Life wasn't easy for workers these days. It was even harder for small restaurant owners. Chen Feng had never heard Brother Lu complain. Instead, he often came to help. This kindness couldn't be taken for granted. Chen Feng was someone who remembered and repaid favors. Just that morning, he had tried making smashed cucumber, and it tasted excellent. Smashed cucumber was a famous side dish nationwide. Adding it to the Hunan restaurant wouldn't be out of place. Chen Feng had a plan. He wouldn't lose out, and he could help Brother Lu attract some business. Brother Lu, will you be back at noon? I have something, Chen Feng said. Lu Qi smiled. I have something to talk to you about at noon too, about hiring. Great. They didn't chat further and continued working. Time passed. It's time, the Great Aunt's train has arrived. I have to go pick her up. Lu, okay, Brother Lu, take care. Thank you so much, Chen Feng said. Boss, 1 more cup of original soy milk. They'll take 1 basket. Chen Feng watched Lu Qi leave by car. Soon after, at 9:40, the 5 buckets of soy milk and the morning's prepared dumplings were all— Sorry everyone, the morning dumplings and soy milk are sold out. Boss, then he'll have fried dough sticks. No way am I that unlucky. Didn't make it again today. A customer in the queue wailed. Sorry, I have to go get the afternoon supplies. The shop is open for lunch and dinner. If I don't go now, I won't be ready for lunch. If you want to eat, come earlier next time. Chen Feng didn't keep frying dough sticks just because customers couldn't get their food. He had a strict— If he delayed, everything, the work would never be done. After seeing off the customers, Chen Feng closed the shop, spent 20 minutes cleaning, and then rode his electric scooter to the market. On the way, ding dong, Chen Feng's phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at it. It was from his ex-wife Zhang Na. Chen Feng didn't read it. So this is Chen Feng's shop. Business is pretty good. I can't believe he stumbled into this. And he doesn't even read my message, it's infuriating. On a distant road, a 2 million yuan Maserati Quattroporte had been parked for a long time. In the passenger seat, Zhang Na put down her phone in frustration. The old Chen Feng would never have acted like this. Just because they divorced. Men were heartless, none of them were any good. In the distance, Chen Feng rode away on his electric scooter. Daughter is running a snack bar this profitable now? Zhang Fu Zhang Tihong asked. They had been there for over an hour watching in front of Chen Feng's shop for that long. The queue outside had been going on. Before closing, the customers who missed out left shaking their heads in disappointment. They had all seen it. Clearly this snack bar had good food. What's so good about it? These small-town folks have no taste. I'm tired of Chen Feng's cooking. It's just average, nowhere near the pastry chefs in 5-star hotels. Zhang Mu Zhongli sneered. Come on, let's go take a look. Once Chen Feng left, Zhang Na opened the car door and walked toward the shop. Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu quick. Despite their disdainful words, they saw a business worth billions at that little shop. just selling soy milk fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings, and it's this popular. Goji berry honey pulp, black bean sesame pulp. So many variations from a single soy milk. That Chen Feng guy never made these for us. Looks down on us. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Is it really that delicious? Zhang Na and the other two walked to the entrance of Life Snack Shop. Through the transparent glass, they glimpsed the menu on the wall. They hadn't expected Chen Feng to turn soy milk and steamed dumplings into such a novelty. The problem was that the nearby customers were still buying into Chen Feng's hype. Business was booming. Just looking at the morning traffic for that 1 hour. Then looking at the prices. Zhang Na could easily calculate how much her ex-husband made in an hour. In that case, I won't be able to get our daughter back. Zhang Na's expression soured. They hadn't anticipated a small snack shop to be so profitable. Zhang Na had assumed that in a few days her ex-husband, with no social experience, would be crushed by this hopeless society. She would then offer a few $100,000 to send Chen Feng packing and easily reclaim customers. But with the snack shop doing so well, that possibility became impossible. Could it be that Chen Feng knew we were coming, got scared, would show up, and hired people to queue up as a show? Zhang Li said. Idiot woman. Zhang Taihong cursed, his face still bearing a red mark, clearly from a scratch. What did you say? Zhang Li glared, realizing the idea was unlikely. Stop arguing, can't you see how annoying it is? Zhang Na hugged her arms, her face full of irritation. She refused to believe that her useless husband had turned his life around so easily. Wouldn't that prove she was wrong? Are you here to eat? At that moment, the owner of the Hunan restaurant, Lu Kai's wife, stepped out. She wore an apron, drying her hands, and asked cautiously, eyeing the trio with some unease. The three exuded an imposing air, dressed in expensive attire. Today Zhang Na wore heavy makeup, a pair of LV sunglasses, and a Coach silk scarf around her neck. She donned a sky blue dress, her fair neck adorned with a Chopard gem necklace. Just this outfit alone was worth the price of a car. Even Zhang Li was dressed like a wealthy lady. Zhang Taihong's crocodile leather Piaget belt, impeccably tailored leather boots, and suit. The three of them carried the value of a house on their backs. Clearly they had dressed up for an important matter today. Zhang Na tilted her proud head. Zhang Taihong stepped forward with a smile, pulled out his wallet, and extracted 300 yuan. How are you the owner of this Hunan restaurant? Yes, I am. Lu Kai's wife nodded. Take it. Zhang Taihong handed it over his nose in the air. I want to ask you something. No need, no need. Lu Kai's wife quickly shook her head. Just ask, no money needed. Boss, how's business at this place? Zhang Na spoke up. Good, very good. My husband helps out every day, Lu Kai's wife replied with a smile. Is it this busy at night and during lunch? Zhang Taihong asked cheerfully. Yes, and you three are? Lu Kai's wife nodded. So the shop owner is just a man with a child? Zhang Na said, hoping to find out if Chen Feng had found a new woman that could be leveraged to get her daughter back. Lu Kai's wife nodded again, then recalled something. But recently teacher Tuan often comes to help. Zhang Na's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained expressionless. It's about time to go, or we'll be late, Zhang Li reminded. Then let's go. Zhang Na turned and left Zhang Li hurrying after her. Lu Kai's wife looked bewildered. Boss, take this money as thanks for the answers. Zhang Taihong smiled, pushing the money toward her. No, it's nothing. Lu Kai's wife tried to push the money back. They were just 3 questions, and anyone could have answered them from a neighboring shop. It wasn't worth money. Just as Lu Kai's wife's hand was about to touch Zhang Taihong, Zhang Taihong quickly stepped back, letting go of the money. 3 red bills fluttered to the ground. There, that's what you deserve. Don't dirty me with your filth. I have things to do at noon. I'm off. Zhang Taihong said with disdain, not looking back. Lu Kai's wife stood frozen in place. A breeze blew. The 3 red bills were about to be swept away. Pa, who wants your stinking money? Lu Kai's wife still picked up the bills. These 3 had come strangely and left strangely. They seemed to know Boss Chun. And with that behavior, was this what rich people were like? To hell with them. She would tell Chen Feng about this later. As for the 300, she would either deal with it or donate it to the charity box at the nearby. She wouldn't keep that filthy money. Then the Maserati Quattroporte sped away, heading toward tomorrow's school. After a phone call, the gatekeeper let them. Zhang Na drove into the school to pick up her daughter Tuan. In the car, Zhang Li sneered, daughter, why not remarry Chen Feng? Get the recipe first. Chen Feng is short-sighted. Running a single shop earns little. Start a chain, train people, bloom nationwide. ITLL, be more profitable than a beauty salon. That's a good idea, but remarriage isn't necessary. Zhang Taihong smiled. Mom, I want remarry, but that recipe is wasted on Chen Feng. He really is short-sighted. Zhang Na said, coldly shaking her head. All right, let's think of a way to get the soy milk fried dough sticks and dumpling recipe into Dad's hand. Zhang Taihong chuckled. Meanwhile, at the market, Boss Chun Hey race 15 jean of meat. You're a regular. He'll give it to you at 7 yuan per jean. Thank you. Carefully selecting all the ingredients, Chen Feng hopped on his bike and rushed back to the shop. Today he was determined to push the daily revenue to 1800 yuan. That was Chen Feng's small goal for the day. At that moment at tomorrow's school class, one of kindergarten. During piano class, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma. Tuan had been happy, but when she saw the 3 her smile faded, and she became Zhang Na's family of 3 stood outside the door. Lu Yu held Tuan's hand and walked out. Beside Zhang Na stood a school administrator chatting and laughing with Zhang Li. At this moment behind her sunglasses, Zhang Na eyed the approaching teacher Lu. A faint smirk of disdain curled on her lips. A woman's intuition told her that this teacher Lu was the one who had been helping at Chen Feng's shop. She was prettier than Zhang Na, but just a little teacher. Had Chen Feng sunk so low as to fall for a young girl? Well, that was a man's nature, always preferring 18-year-olds. Forever young at heart. Zhang Li and Zhang Taihong also sized up Lu Yu. Hello, are you Tuan Tuan's mother? Lu Yu took the initiative. I'm here to pick up Tuan Tuan for a day. I have some matters to attend to. I've informed Tuan Tuan's father. The school administration has also, Zhang Na said. Of course, Miss Zhang, the school administrator said with a smile. She was a middle-aged woman, also a client of Zhang Na's Blue Charm beauty salon, and they were somewhat acquainted. Tuan Tuan, come here. Zhang Li beckoned. Oh, Grandma. Tuan Tuan, carrying her pink backpack, let go of teacher Liu's hand, and took Zhang Li's hand, looking very obedient, or rather cautious. Mommy, did you tell Daddy? Did Daddy agree? Tuan Tuan looked up with pleading eyes. Zhang Na suddenly grew irritable. I told you I'm your mother, I can take you away, Tuan Tuan. Oh, Tuan Tuan answered softly. Don't scare the child, Lu Yu interjected. Mind your own business. Worry about yourself. Don't meddle in other people's family. Zhang Na couldn't help retorting. Lu Yu's expression darkened. Tap tap tap. She strode ahead. Zhang Li and Zhang Taihong led Tuan Tuan away. Tuan Tuan kept looking back, making a phone gesture toward Lu Yu, signaling she would call Chen Feng. Lu Yu would be more respectful to Ms. Zhang from now on. She owns a chain of beauty salons in Donghai City, expanding rapidly. You can't afford to offend her. The administrator warned and left. Lu Yu returned to the classroom. Everyone study on your own for now. Lu Yu instructed the children. Then she picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng had just returned to his shop. As he busied himself with work, Lu Kai's wife walked in. Sister-in-law, is something the matter? Chen Feng asked while continuing to work. Little boss Chen, it's like this. Lu Kai's wife recounted what had happened outside the shop earlier. That was my ex-wife. What did they come for? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Not only had his ex-wife arrived, but her entire family had come in full force. And this money. Lu Kai's wife set down 300 yuan. This is the reason I divorced my ex-wife. Her whole family is obsessed with money. They think money can solve everything. Chen Feng gave a bitter smile. They'll donate the money to the bank's donation box later. Sorry about this, sister-in-law. That's their family's affair. You're divorced now, little boss Chen. This has nothing to do with you. No need to apologize. Lu Kai's wife nodded in understanding. The way his ex-wife's family looked down on others just because they had money was utterly disgusting. She felt that little boss Chen had made the right choice by divorcing her. Having money was fine, but looking down on everyone as if the whole world owed them something was unbearable. Lu Kai's wife left. Chen Feng continued working. He couldn't figure out why his ex-wife's family had come here. Right, my ex-wife sent me a message earlier. Chen Feng was about to take out his phone. Come in. Just at that moment, the calico cat's alluring voice echoed in his mind. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. The white mist before him shifted, and he once again entered the mysterious space. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had just sent a message but received no reply. Is brother Chen Feng busy? She sent 2 more messages. Still no response from Chen Feng. She brushed her hair aside and made a video call. When the call timed out, the other party hadn't answered. What is brother Chen Feng busy with? Or did he leave his phone in the shop? Meow. From the moment Chen Feng entered the mysterious, he finally heard the calico cat's true cry. Clear and resonant, as if echoing throughout the entire space. Then Chen Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he gazed ahead. This is real. It ripened so quickly. Over in the field, a vast expanse of lush green stretched out. The entire plot was covered in climbing herbs with thick roots bearing large cucumbers one after another. Each one was as long as Chen Feng's forearm, plump, tender, and succulent. The calico cat was in the cucumber field, its small mouth opening to bite off a cucumber as it nibbled away. A look of contentment spread across its feline face. Xiao Yao, can I pick these cucumbers? Chen Feng called out. Yes, from now on you can come in and pick them whenever you wish. The calico cat spoke. The whiskers on either side of its small mouth were beaded with dewdrops, and cucumber juice clung to its sharp teeth. Strangely adorable. How do I enter from now on? Chen Feng grew even more delighted. From now on he could plant all kinds of fruits and vegetables in this space. With such rapid growth, just selling vegetables alone could easily make him a multimillionaire. Of course, only a fool would do that. The mysterious space was clearly extraordinary. If Chen Feng truly became a vegetable seller, it would be like selling gold at the price of silver. But first he had to taste the cucumbers grown. Chen Feng picked a cucumber. It looked perfectly clean with dewdrops still clinging to its surface. Though pesticide-free and natural, he washed it by the pond. There was no need to peel it. Chen Feng took a large bite and chewed. Instantly the cucumber's unique freshness exploded in his mouth. The sensation of juice bursting forth paired with that fresh flavor. Excellent cucumber. Chen Feng smiled. With this juice and this taste, Chen Feng was confident that his smashed cucumber dish would be unmatched in the world, with no rival to challenge it. Fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, and soy milk would all have to step aside. It wasn't a matter of Chen Feng's skill. Rather, it was the finest ingredients paired with the finest techniques that created the ultimate worldly. As Chen Feng chewed heartily, he walked toward the calico cat. From now on, silently recite Tishita Heaven 3 times in your heart to enter or leave this place. Through these 3 days of entry, you have bonded with Tishita Heaven. Xiao Yao spoke. This place is called Tishita Heaven. Chen Feng was full of questions. Both Buddhist and Taoist scriptures mention Tishita Heaven, signifying a realm where celestial beings dwell, a place of contentment and joy for all. Chen Feng didn't press further. He would learn what he needed to know in time. Can I take all these cucumbers back? Yes. Make me a plate of smashed cucumber later. Xiao Yao nodded, licking its tongue. It seemed full of anticipation. This was a foodie cat with a greedy streak. All right. Chen Feng agreed readily. Compared to the gains here, a plate of smashed cucumber was nothing. And after he bonded with Tishita, Xiao Yao's attitude had improved greatly. Could it be that by bonding with Tishita, Heaven Chen Feng had become its master? Next time he was determined to pet it. When you're done, head to the thatched cottage on your own. With that, Xiao Yao strode gracefully to the cottage. With a light leap, it jumped onto the tundra-high roof. It lay sprawled on the thatch, lazily basking in the sun. There are so many secrets here, Chen Feng muttered. Without delay, he entered the field and began picking cucumbers. He piled the cucumbers against his chest. After picking over 100, he set them aside. He silently recited the incantation. White mist surged around him, and his vision shifted as he reappeared in the back kitchen of Li's little eatery. Chen Feng fetched 2 buckets and silently recited again. The mysterious white mist enveloped him, and he appeared once more in Tishita heaven. He loaded all the cucumbers into the buckets. Carrying 2 large buckets, he ambled over to the thatched cottage. Xiao Yao, Chen Feng announced. Thump thump thump. Anyone home? He repeated the ritualistic sense of receiving the old craft's inheritance. With a creak, the door swung open on its own. This time Chen Feng saw a statue. It depicted an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long white beard, his hands raised before a work table. Before him was a boiling stove. The surface bubbled with rising steam. The old man exuded an immortal aura. Between his hands he pulled strands as fine as silk. Is this noodles? What kind of noodles? As Chen Feng pondered, the statue dissolved into thick white mist that surged into his mind. Thud! A flood of experience and memories poured in. Chen Feng fell unconscious once more. Hiss! He awoke, this time lying on the ground. Chen Feng winced in pain. A dull ache still throbbed in his mind. He looked at his transformed hands and body. Within him, an endless stream of energy seemed to arise, the nourishing qi of Taoist cultivation. An unending vitality emanated from within, as if the fatigue from the morning had vanished. This is dragon whisker noodles. Recalling the memories, Chen Feng exclaimed. The old craft he had acquired this time was called dragon whisker noodles, and a vast segment of memory had also appeared in his mind. The elder from whom he received this inheritance was named Long Tianxiang. He was a renowned culinary martial artist from the Ming dynasty. Legend has it that as a youth, Long Tianxiang witnessed a dragon drinking water, spreading mist, and summoning rain during a torrential downpour at his hometown's Kanglan River. Inspired by this sight, he created dragon whisker noodles and gradually refined them. Later, Long Tianxiang joined the Taoist faith, practicing breathing techniques and boxing to strengthen his body. Step by step, he made dragon whisker noodles famous. The key point was that Chen Feng had now acquired this craft. He had also gained the old master's inherited martial art, Tai Chi palm technique. Old master, buy one get one free. Just like a businessman from the old days. Chen Feng exclaimed joyfully. This trip into the mysterious space had yielded immense rewards. So many cucumbers. Learning that the mysterious space was called Tishita Heaven. Being able to enter Tishita Heaven at will from now on without needing Xiao Yao's summon. Acquiring the old craft of dragon whisker noodles. And the inherited martial art, Tai Chi palm technique. From now on, Chen Feng alone would be enough to guard his own turf. After a moment of excitement, Chen Feng gradually calmed down. Thump, thump. He brought his fist and palm together. A formidable surge of power flowed between his fist and palm. The narrow kitchen was cluttered with various cooking utensils, so Chen Feng did not attempt to practice any sets of punches. His strength had undoubtedly increased. The essence and mysteries of Tai Chi palm techniques were now fully grasped. The Tishita Heaven must hold many more secrets waiting for me, this treasure hunter, to uncover. I can hardly wait. Chen Feng murmured excitedly to himself. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just then his phone buzzed with a flurry of incoming messages. All right. Chen Feng took out his phone. Only 5 minutes had passed since he entered the Tishita Heaven. He saw that Lu Yu had sent him many. Nevertheless, Chen Feng first looked at the message from his ex-wife Zhang Na. Zhang Na, what are you doing? At this time, Chen Feng would normally be out buying groceries. A pointless question. Since they were divorced, they were legally strangers with no connection. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to reply. Divorced, what was the point of staying in touch? He opened Lu Yu's messages. Lu Yue, brother Chen Feng, Tuan has been taken away. Lu Yue, brother Chen Feng, are you there? Lu Yue, Tuan was taken by her mother along with her grandparents. Lu Yue, video call request. Lu Yue, brother Chen Feng, please reply if you see this. Chen Feng scanned the messages, his expression darkening, and immediately returned. His ex-wife taking Tuan away without even calling him. This broke the rules. Chen Feng had to consider whether to grant his ex-wife visitation rights in the future. Otherwise, one day, she might just send their daughter abroad. The call connected quickly. On the screen, Lu Yu brushed her hair aside. Brother Chen Feng. Did my ex-wife give you any trouble, teacher Lu? You go first, you go first. They both spoke at once. Chen Feng saw Lu Yu was in a classroom. He waited 2 seconds. Lu Yu's heart felt very warm. The man she had her eye on was nothing special except that he was caring and so handsome. Chen Feng said, what happened? When they took Tuan, teacher Lu, did they give you trouble? I had just left my phone in the front hall. Recalling Zhang Na's demeanor at the time, Lu Yu shook her head no. Lu Yu said, Tuan's mother went straight to the school leaders, asked for leave for Tuan, and took her away. Thank you. No need to thank me, brother Chen Feng. Lu Yu blushed. They exchanged a few more words, and Chen Feng hung up. Then Chen Feng silently dialed his ex-wife's number. The call connected. Hey Zhang Na, is Tuan with you? Chen Feng said in a low. At that moment, Zhang Taihong was driving quickly. Zhang Na sat in the passenger seat, while Zhang Li was in the back with Tuan. Zhang Na casually put the call on speaker. Hearing her father's voice, Tuan Tuan, who had been as wilted as a frosted eggplant, perked up. Got the news so fast, did that woman tell you? Zhang Na sneered. Chen Feng was taken aback, realizing she meant Lu Yue, and said, That's Tuan Tuan's teacher Lu. His voice was thick with suppressed anger. Zhang Na was stunned. She had never seen Chen Feng like this. In their 7 years of marriage, he had never lost his temper with her, their daughter, or his own family. Now did he think that because they were divorced and he could run a shop and make money, he could act like a tyrant? She didn't know the saying, better to demolish a temple than to break up a marriage. Chen Feng had been willing to endure back then for the sake of his family, for his young daughter. Chen Feng, did you eat gunpowder? Running a tiny shabby shop, you think you've grown some balls? Zhang Na sneered. I just snapped at your little girlfriend, and now this loser dares to yell at me. He'll ask you one more time, as Tuan Tuan. Chen Feng suppressed his anger. This ex-wife was insane, and she had admitted to snapping at Lu Yue, yet teacher Lu hadn't told him. Daddy, Tuan Tuan called out, not wanting her parents to keep arguing. Stop it. Zhang Na glared fiercely at Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was instantly frightened, shrinking her neck. Are you insane? What's wrong with you yelling at a child? Chen Feng roared. I have custody and guardianship of Tuan Tuan now, Zhang Na. You only have visitation rights, understand? You can visit Tuan Tuan, but you have to inform me and get my and Tuan Tuan's consent. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing her again. Zhang Na sneered and shouted, Chen Feng, I am Tuan Tuan's mother. I can take her wherever I want. Today is my visitation day. You loser can't control me. Running a little snack shop, and you think you're something? Zhang Taihong also glared and cursed. Chen Feng, who are you yelling at? Yelling at my daughter, need a lesson. Chen Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew he had been impulsive. His ex-wife Zhang Na was also crazy. Arguing like this would only make her lose her reason. She was like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. It was very possible their daughter wouldn't come back. His ex-wife was capable of such things. Chen Feng knew his ex-wife's crazy temperament well. When will you bring our daughter back? Chen Feng asked, trying to stay calm. Everything could wait until his daughter was back. From now on, if you want to see our daughter, call me directly. No more going through the back door. Zhang Na, this is the last time. Huh? Threatening me? Zhang Na sneered. They'll bring her back tonight. Your life snack shop is doing quite well. Chen Feng was silent. How about this, you teach me the recipes for the soy milk fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings, and he'll give up all future visitation rights to Tuan Tuan. Deal? Zhang Na probed. Then you and your daughter can take your narrow bridge, and he'll take my broad road. Zhang Taihong and Zhang Li breathed. They had seen with their own eyes that once these skills were mastered, this craft was far easier to expand than a beauty salon chain. Soy milk fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings were breakfast favorites across the nation. This was a viable business. But Tuan Tuan huddled in the corner of the car, let tears stream from her big eyes. No one paid her any attention. She silently wiped her tears. She wanted to go back to her father. She didn't like her mother or her grandparents at all. Fine. A cold, mirthless smile was all that remained on Chen Feng's face. He agreed without hesitation, just to get his daughter back first. As for those old family recipes, his ex-wife could forget it. Chen Feng cared about his daughter. In this life, the one thing he could not bear to be separated from was his daughter. Chen Feng knew his ex-wife was insatiably greedy, but what she sought would never be just this much. If Chen Feng gave an inch, she would take a mile until she had devoured him completely. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. From now on, his ex-wife would never see their daughter again. Those old recipes were out of the question. He wanted to punch his ex-wife's surgically altered face, to tell her that faces could be changed in this world. But a daughter was never a bargaining chip. Daddy, Tuan Tuan called out softly. More tears welled up, blurring her vision. A torrent of tears. She quickly wiped them away, not wanting her grandparents or mother to see. She had to be strong. At this moment, Zhang Na and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up, none of them noticing Tuan Tuan's pitiful state. But Zhang Taihong sneered and slowly shook his head at Zhang Na. So willing to part with it. Zhang Na laughed. I was just joking. Tuan Tuan is my daughter. How could I sell her? All right, I'll bring her back tonight. Don't worry. These last few words were spoken slowly and deliberately. Then she hung up. Why didn't you agree? Zhang Li complained softly and this was a multi-billion-dollar deal. Stupid woman. Zhang Taihong cursed. Zhang Li glared back at him. Zhang Na just smiled, offering no further explanation to her mother. The fact that Chen Feng agreed so easily proved his daughter was immensely important to him, and his readiness suggested a few possibilities. Either Chen Feng wouldn't teach the real techniques. They knew well that the taste of these snacks, soy milk fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, depended heavily on the skill. If they couldn't learn the true craft, they couldn't hope to expand this snack shop nationwide, and they'd be cursed out by the common folk who ate there. Most importantly, Chen Feng had only been open for 3 days and already had such good business. And these steamed dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, they had never eaten them when they lived together. Chen Feng agreed so readily. It was very possible he knew even more snack recipes. The daughter, of course, could be sold, but the price had to be higher. This was the reason Zhang Taihong and Zhang Na exchanged glances, but Zhang Na disagreed. His bitched. Chen Feng's face turned completely cold. With a resounding thud, Chen Feng slammed his fist heavily onto the stainless steel countertop, causing it to tremble violently. His knuckles were flushed red. Since his ex-wife proposed using her culinary skills to barter for their daughter's ultimate custody, forfeiting his visitation rights, then the last shred of affection between husband and wife from this day forward would be utterly extinguished. Your eyes see nothing but money, he growled. Your greed is insatiable. Aren't you afraid of choking on your own ambition? Chen Feng gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He never imagined that over the years his ex-wife's family would not only be consumed by avarice, but would also become so depraved as to sell their own daughter for a price. What difference was there between that and a human trafficker? Chen Feng's heart turned cold. How could Tuan Tuan have such a mother? How had he been so blind as to marry someone like her? Their daughter had been right there beside her at the time. How could Zhang Na have uttered such words? What harm would this inflict upon Tuan Tuan? With another thunderous crash, Chen Feng slammed his fist onto the table once more. After today you will never see our daughter again. I will reclaim the visitation rights. Tuan Tuan does not deserve a beast of a mother. If you ever show your face before me again, I will give you a grand surprise. Chen Feng knew exactly why his ex-wife Zhang Na had rejected his offer even after he had agreed to her terms. It was because her greed was bottomless. She wanted more. Putting himself in his ex-wife's shoes, Chen Feng found it easy to deduce, since you crave money so desperately I will ensure you don't get a single cent. Chen Feng began to ponder. At present his ex-wife possessed a fortune of 60 million yuan. She owned 20 blue charm beauty salon chains, commanded a vast network of connections, as evidenced by her ability to get the school authorities to release Tuan Tuan today, and possessed far greater social influence than he did. This can't be delayed, but it can't be rushed either. Just wait. After taking many deep breaths, the enraged Chen Feng gradually calmed down. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Chen Feng forced himself to stop dwelling on the matter. The conversation with his ex-wife had taken. Their daughter would surely be returned by the afternoon. Chen Feng also chose not to call the police. He intended to give his ex-wife a surprise she would never forget in his own way. Sometimes the methods he employed might be extreme, but they were often far more effective. Chen Feng would also personally teach his ex-wife that some things in this world were far more important than money. Moreover, since his ex-wife was so avaricious that she would even sell her own daughter for money, she was no different from a human trafficker. People like her deserve to rot in hell. 60 million yuan isn't enough for you. Then what if one day you suddenly find yourself penniless? Let's get to work first. Chen Feng's greatest asset was the mysterious Doshui heaven. That was his true capital. The snack shop was also the foundation for, even with his mind in turmoil, Chen Feng had to maintain it. This was the starting point of his ascent. Exhaling deeply, he prepared the soybeans and began to cook the soy milk. He then started mincing the dumpling filling and proceeded to make smashed cucumber salad. One by one he washed the cucumbers clean, cut them into palm-sized segments, and laid them on the chopping board. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng gripped the cleaver horizontally and struck with a gentle force. Juice splattered everywhere as the cucumber segments shattered into several pieces of roughly equal size. Chen Feng added salt, mixed it evenly with his hands, and began to marinate them. Then came light soy sauce, garlic, dried chilies, sugar, cilantro, and a suitable amount of sesame oil. He poured oil into a hot wok. Once the oil reached 70% of its smoking point, Chen Feng poured it directly over the ingredients. With a sizzling sound, the seasonings melted into the cucumbers. The precise amount of seasoning was crucial. It directly influenced the final taste of the smashed cucumber salad. Chen Feng washed his hands and mixed everything evenly again. Then he covered the bowl with plastic wrap and placed it in the refrigerator. This step required about 15 minutes. Only after all the juices had fully infused would this smashed cucumber dish reach perfection. Moreover, smashed cucumber was best enjoyed in summer. In spring and winter, apart from the seasonality of the cucumber itself, the outdoor temperature also affected the diner's palate. Just then the notification sound of an incoming message rang out. Chen Feng picked up his phone. Louis, Chen Feng, how did it go? Chen Feng, I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. I'm sorry you had to worry about Tuan Tuan's matter. Whatever my ex-wife said to you, I apologize for the trouble she caused. A warmth spread through Lu Yu's heart as she read the message. Lu Yu, no need to apologize. I don't mind. What I care about is only you and Tuan Tuan. Lu Yu silently said to herself. Chen Feng, my ex-wife will send Tuan Tuan back this afternoon. If you come to eat, dinner is on me. Thank you for everything. Lu Yu, okay. Putting down her phone, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Was this an invitation from Chen Feng? It was one. Approaching lunchtime, Chen Feng finished cooking 3 buckets of soy milk and started steaming the dumplings. He added one last item to the lamb and scallion steamed dumplings, 15 yuan per basket, lunch and dinner. Smashed cucumber, 20 yuan per serving, limited. He took out the large bowl of smashed cucumber, ladled out a portion, and it vanished from his hand. Crunch, crunch. The taste is excellent, most excellent. Xiao Yao's voice echoed in his mind. Finally, he had earned Xiao Yao's praise. It hadn't been easy. After finishing these tasks, Chen Feng opened the shop doors and began the lunchtime business. The smashed cucumber was placed at the very back. Just then Lu Qi, the owner of the Hunan restaurant next door, returned and was smoking outside his shop. Chen Feng greeted him. Brother Lu, come try my new item, smashed cucumber. New item. Lu Qi immediately stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes lighting up. None of the snacks in Chen Feng's shop were ever bad. His wife had been whispering in his ear every night, almost suggesting he become Chen Feng's apprentice and just convert his Hunan restaurant into a snack shop. Since Chen Feng invited him, Lu Qi decided to give it a try. Chen Feng served a small bowl of smashed cucumber. Lu Qi picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in his mouth. Holy shit, Lu Qi fell silent. He picked up piece after piece with his chopsticks, and in the blink of an eye the 5 or 6 pieces of cucumber in the bowl were all stuffed into his mouth, which he chewed vigorously. How is it? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Absolutely incredible, Lu Qi replied. This chilled smashed cucumber on a sweltering summer day, taking a bite, is like eating an ice cube. A cool sensation spreads through your body, making your very soul tremble. Lu Qi gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. He felt that his commentary was good enough to qualify him as a food critic. It's even better than the best smashed cucumber I remember eating as a child. Got any more? Lu Qi gave the highest praise, his eyes fixed greedily on the large bowl of prepared smashed cucumber behind Chen Feng. He just couldn't understand it. They were both restaurant owners. Why was it that every dish Chen Feng made was so delicious? His own culinary skills in comparison were utterly outclassed. So this was the vast gap between people. Heaven was truly merciless. How much is a serving? Give me 3 servings, Lu Qi. Chen Feng pointed to the menu on the wall. Seeing the price, Lu Qi fell silent. This smashed cucumber was a bit pricey, wasn't it? Just 5 or 6 small pieces of cucumber counted as 1 serving, and it cost 20 yuan. Who could afford that? Give me 3 servings, he said anyway. Since he had opened his mouth, he had to buy. It was a matter of male pride. Chen Feng laughed. Brother Lu, I invited you over not to do business with you, but to talk about something I mentioned. Go ahead. Lu Kai's expression turned serious. Brother Lu, what do you think of this smashed cucumber? Chen Feng asked. Boss Chen, if you sold just this smashed cucumber alone, your snack shop would make more money than selling steamed dumplings and soy milk, believe me. Lu Qi was envious. If his Hunan restaurant had a signature dish like this smashed cucumber, would he ever have to worry about attracting diners? This smashed cucumber was the ultimate weapon of the Hey, raise the thing. The smashed cucumber can also be sold in your Hunan restaurant. Chen Feng decided not to keep Lu Qi in suspense any longer. Brother Lu, you know me, Chen Feng. I'm a man who repays kindness. You've helped me so much these past few days. Hey, raise what I'm thinking. The customers passing by for Hunan cuisine and the ones for snacks don't really overlap. I sell the smashed cucumber in my shop for 20 yuan a serving, but the actual cost is only about 10 yuan. Hearing this, Lu Qi was still taken aback. How could the cost be that high? Cucumbers were 2 yuan a gene now. The cost of 1 serving was at most a little over 1 yuan. That was a 20-fold profit. These cucumbers are grown at my home. They're local cucumbers naturally cultivated without any pesticides, Chen Feng added. Lu Qi, if that was the case, since they were homegrown and not from a greenhouse, the price would naturally be higher. No wonder he found the cucumber so succulent and refreshing. So Brother Lu, have your wife give out free samples of the smashed cucumber in front of your shop. Lu Kai's eyes lit up. He was certain that anyone who tasted it would definitely come into his Hunan restaurant to order the smashed cucumber just to get another taste of it. Wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Chen Feng shook his head. No. If a customer at your shop orders this dish, you just come here to get a serving. The portion will be bigger than what I sell, and you can price it at 30 or 40 yuan a serving, whatever you like. He'll charge you 15 yuan per serving from my end, so I only make 5 yuan profit. The rest is up to you to decide the price for your shop. This way we can attract more foot traffic. After all, they won't just eat the smashed cucumber, will they? Chen Feng smiled, laying out his plan. He was afraid that if he didn't make any money, Lu Qi wouldn't agree. In reality, selling a serving of smashed cucumber for 20 yuan netted him a full 20 yuan profit with virtually no cost. And since the customer bases of the 2 shops didn't overlap, putting it in Lu Kai's shop would attract more customers, allowing him to earn even more. But Lu Qi grew excited. With his over a decade of experience in the food industry, he knew perfectly well that once the smashed cucumber was introduced, the business at his Hunan restaurant would absolutely skyrocket. The 2 of them, one running a snack shop, the other a Hunan restaurant, wouldn't have too much conflict in their customer sources. This would encompass a broader customer base. Otherwise, with a competitive snack shop right next door, Lu Qi would have closed his restaurant long ago. No, that won't do, he exclaimed. Brother, letting me sell your smashed cucumber in my shop is already helping me attract customers. I can't take advantage of you. If I sell your smashed cucumber in my shop, I'll price it at around 30 yuan a serving. Whatever money it makes is all. I won't take a single cent. It's a win-win situation. If you don't agree, then forget it. Lu Qi had his own principles. Chen Feng was helping him. How could he take advantage of a friend? What kind of person would that make him? Seeing the resolute look on Lu Kai's, all right. Chen Feng nodded helplessly. He had underestimated the situation. Brother Lu was a friend worth keeping. Lu Qi added. And brother, don't be so generous with others in the future. When it comes to money, even blood brothers might not be reliable. When I helped you back then, it wasn't because I thought your shop could make money. It was fate. The first time I saw you, I felt you were a friend worth having. And now I can see I wasn't wrong. The dark-skinned man grinned. Chen Feng's gesture made him happier than if he had made money himself, because it showed that Chen Feng considered him a Chen Feng nodded. Back when he hadn't even opened his shop, Brother Lu had already come to help. At that time, he couldn't have predicted that his snack shop would become such a huge success. Brother Liu's words were also true. His ex-wife was a stark example, someone who only cared about money, not people. Lu Qi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Thank you for looking out for me, brother. I won't waste time with polite words. From now on, whenever you need my help, just call me. He'll be there without a second thought. That's a promise from your Brother Lu. Then thank you, Brother Lu. Chen Feng smiled. But Brother Lu, don't celebrate too soon. What if the effect of attracting customers isn't? Don't jinx it, Lu Qi said with a laugh. Have some confidence. The deal was struck. Lu Qi went back excitedly and began. Before long, Lu Qi returned with a bowl and took away several servings of smashed cucumber. He couldn't resist eating a few pieces himself, a look of pure bliss on his face. Boss, give me 1 bowl of original soy milk and 2 baskets of mushroom and pork dumplings. Make it quick. Customers began arriving at Chen Feng's shop. Business was gradually picking up. He also noticed at the entrance of the Hunan restaurant, a plainly dressed woman with long hair was standing there. In front of her was a display of smashed cucumber. She seemed to be trying to attract customers, but lacked the courage to even lift her head and look at them. Her long hair was tied back in a large ponytail with bangs covering her eyebrows. She stood with a slight stoop, her head bowed. Chen Feng's eyesight was excellent. He could see a tear mole at the corner of her right eye, also commonly known as a beauty mark. Her skin was also very fair, untouched by makeup, and appeared very smooth. He just couldn't tell what her face looked like. Brother Liu's Hunan restaurant only needs 2 people to run. Did he hire someone new? Is she also a relative of his who came with that elderly aunt? Is she the employee he was planning to introduce to my shop? She's worth observing. I've heard that Hunan women are as tender as water. It seems to be true. Chen Feng mused. Moreover, by placing the smashed cucumber in the Hunan restaurant for sale, if the model proved viable, he could expand it. After all, Doshui Heaven had an abundance of cucumbers, and Chen Feng was just worried about finding a market for them. For now, he would just wait and see how business went at the Hunan restaurant. This also gave Chen Feng an idea about obtaining some traditional long-lasting recipes in the future. Things like meatballs or fish balls. He could mass-produce them and sell them all over the country. Then he could truly sit back and count his money. Young boss Chen, give me 2 baskets of dumplings. Oh, you have a new item. A bit pricey, but I'll give it a try. 1 serving of smashed cucumber, please. Another customer walked into the shop. Chen Feng began to get busy. All the while, he kept an eye on the situation with his potential future employee. In the life snack bar. Boss Chen, this cucumber salad is absolutely delicious. He'll have another serving. What variety are these cucumbers from? I'd love to buy some. Sorry, each customer is limited to 1 serving. Chen Feng said with a smile. If you want more, come back in the evening. These cucumbers are grown at home. You can't buy them outside. Boss, your shop sure has a lot of rules. Yuki Mbeo 35 yuan received. The guest scanned the code, picked a toothpick, and walked. A minute later, he walked back into the shop. Boss, he'll have a cucumber salad. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Can he really operate? All right. Chen Feng served him another portion of cucumber salad. Since the customer had gone to such lengths just for a bite, how could Chen... Although the bowl was small, each serving had a dozen pieces of cucumber. Definitely not the kind that cheats customers with tiny portions. Delicious. This cucumber salad is incredibly tasty. Hiss indeed, boss. Chen's new items never disappoint. A mouthful of dumplings and a mouthful of cucumber. What a delight. The customers praised loudly. The guest who had ordered 2 portions finished eating with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. He stepped outside, lit a Union cigarette, and took a deep leisurely drag. Smoking was not allowed inside the snack bar. Chen Feng had posted a notice. After finishing his cigarette, he approached Chen Feng. Boss Chen, what is your name? My name is Huang Shi. Chen Feng, replied Chen Feng with a smile. I think this cucumber salad has great potential. Huang Shi's words were startling right from the start. Chen Feng looked at him. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking about expanding his sales channels, and now a channel merchant, who spotted the business opportunity, had come to his door. Heaven was truly being kind. How so? Asked Chen Feng. First, boss Chen, tell me about the production capacity of this cucumber salad. Seeing Chen Feng's interest, Huang Shi took out a cigarette and offered it to him. I don't smoke, thanks. Huang Shi lit his own cigarette and waited for Chen Feng's answer. If there's truly a demand, I can produce thousands or even tens of thousands of portions a day. Chen Feng said, the cucumbers are grown on my family's farm. I have my own supply channels. Huang Shi's eyes lit up sharply. Great. He took a deep drag. The cigarette tip glowed brightly in the blazing sun, radiating a light of money, a testament to Huang Shi's excitement. Boss Chen, I'm a small trader. I usually supply vegetables, steamed buns, pastries, and the like to various restaurants. That's my car. Huang Shi pointed to a modified 9-seat van parked on the street. I have quite a few partner restaurants. Boss Chen, if this cucumber salad is stored for 3 hours, will it still taste as good? Huang Shi had noticed that every customer who came to the snack bar ordered the cucumber salad. This proved that its flavor had deeply impressed everyone. It wasn't just appealing to one person. If it's properly refrigerated and kept at a temperature between 3 and 7 degrees Celsius, the flavor loss will be at most 20. Chen Feng said, drawing from his experience. Huang Shi grew even more excited. Even with a 20 loss in flavor, it would still surpass. Then I'd like to discuss cooperation in detail with you, boss Chen, Huang Shi said. No problem, but you'll have to wait a bit. Chen Feng gestured toward the shop. Okay, you'll go deliver my goods first. They'll come back during your lunch break, Huang Shi said. All right. Chen Feng gave him a time, and if it was really as Huang Shi said, selling tens of thousands of portions a day, wouldn't the money come pouring in? Chen Feng continued working with even more vigor. He also noticed some passers-by who, when passing the Hunan restaurant, tried the cucumber salad in front of the young girl. The customers' eyes lit up, and they walked into the Hunan restaurant. The Hunan restaurant's business was far better than usual. During this time, Lu Kai's wife came to pack another 10 portions of cucumber salad. Chen Feng had talked with brother Lu before. The average spending per customer at the Hunan restaurant was about 37 yuan. Most of the customers were workers from the nearby Zhongdi construction site. After all, Hunan cuisine is known for being heavy on oil, salt, and spice. A full stomach gives strength. In just that short, while over 20 customers had entered the Hunan restaurant, and the lunch rush had barely... Hey little sister, give me a toothpick. I want to try this cucumber salad. 3 construction workers glanced at the life snack bar next door and walked up to the Hunan restaurant. Okay. Shin Yuchu took out a toothpick and speared 3 pieces of cucumber salad. The workers put them in their mouths and chewed. Delicious. So delicious. All 3 had their eyes light up. There's more cucumber salad inside, Shin Yuchu said softly, not daring to look up at them. We've got to try that. Well, pick your place today. Let's go. After the three entered the Hunan restaurant, Shin Yuchu let out a long sigh of relief. Her fists, which had felt as if they could squeeze out water, slowly relaxed. This place has so many customers. Our shop can't compare at all. She shook her head slightly and looked toward the life snack bar next door. Shin Yuchu stared dazedly. The owner of that shop was also looking at her. She felt a little dazed and her face involuntarily turned red. She thought the shop owner was very handsome with a warm smile and a friendly aura. He seemed much more mature than the young men in her mountain village. And she also knew that the Hunan restaurant's booming business was entirely due to the shop owner's cucumber salad. The life snack bar was the benefactor of the Hunan restaurant. The two exchanged a glance. Shin Yuchu shyly lowered her head again. Very pretty. Must be Lu Kai's wife's younger sister, or maybe her aunt. He finally got a clear look at the girl's face. Chen Feng knew that sometimes in the countryside young people could have surprisingly high seniority in family hierarchy. Boss, 1 serving of cucumber salad and 2 baskets of dumplings. Coming up just a moment. Chen Feng got busy. A Maserati Quattroporte drove from Haidong to Haishi, arriving at a mountain villa called Xiao Na Villa. In the front parking lot, millions of sports cars and luxury vehicles were common. The Maserati Quattroporte blended in unnoticed. Tuanchuan grandma is bringing you to see the world. Don't throw a tantrum here, understand? Zhang Li held Tuanchuan's little hand as they got out of the car. Otherwise grandma will get angry and grandpa will spank you. Tuanchuan understands. Chen Xiaotuan nodded listlessly. Zhang Na was touching up her makeup in the car. Zhang Taihong got out, touched his 1 yuan piège, felt a hint of nervousness on his face. Today was the 70th birthday of a highly influential figure. This figure not only held sway in Donghai City, but was also a big shot throughout the entire Hai province. A man who had fought in wars for decades, his descendants held key positions in the public security department. Meanwhile, Zhang Taihong had also pulled some strings. The big shot's second grandson was also going to meet Zhang Na to see if they hit it off, with the hope of marrying into the Chen family. That second grandson, however, was named Hua Shuizong, 32 years old. He had recently divorced because his ex-wife was unable to bear children for the Hua family. In the eyes of these big families, failing to continue the family line was a grave fault. This Chen family was completely different from the Chen family of her daughter's ex-husband Chen Feng. One was treading on clouds high above, looking down on the world. The other was still a country bumpkin who would never turn his life around. As for the Chen family, they dared not even think about it for now. But if she were to marry into the Hua family, the Zhang family would soar. With the Hua family's connections, Zhang Na's Lanmei beauty chain could expand nationwide, and her wealth would multiply 100-fold. It was said that Hua Shuizong adored children. So they brought Tuanchuan today. This was an indirect way to prove to Hua Shuizong that Zhang Na could bear children. Moreover, the child Zhang Na had born, Tuanchuan, was so smart, adorable, well-behaved, interesting, and lovely. Zhang Na's genes were excellent. This would surely make the Hua family regard her with admiration. As for Zhang Na's own achievement of building a 60 million yuan fortune, in the eyes of such a family, it paled in comparison to having come. Tuanchuan, mommy will hold your hand. Zhang Na finished her makeup and took the initiative to hold Tuanchuan's little hand. Tuanchuan, when mommy asks you to say hello, you must smile and greet them, understand? Mommy can't afford to offend anyone here for now, but one day mommy will stand on the clouds and look down on them all. Yes, mommy. Tuanchuan squeezed out a sweet smile, but as soon as her mother looked away, she stopped smiling. She was not happy to be here. She just wanted to be with her daddy. Then Zhang Na, along with her family of 3, went to offer birthday congratulations with an expensive gold gift. It was at this moment. The villa was filled with guests. Waiters weaved between tables, constantly serving wine. Meanwhile, in the back, the younger generation of the Chen and Hua families. The men were all in suits and ties, exuding vigor, while the women were in elegant gowns with an imposing air. Have you found Grandpa? Where is he? The birthday banquet is about to start. What should we do? We found the surveillance footage. A person came over with a tablet. The crowd perked up and quickly gathered around. He played the video. Just now Grandpa rode his little electric scooter and slipped out of the villa alone. Seeing this, everyone could only smile wryly. A dignified middle-aged man said, "Atsung, how long ago did Grandpa leave?" "He left 15 minutes ago. Even if we call in traffic surveillance to find him, it will take time. It's too late to look for him now," Hua Shuizong said. Everyone looked worried. The main figure of today's banquet was Grandpa, and all the guests had come for him. But Grandpa had slipped away. What could be done? A middle-aged lady said, "Why don't we say Grandpa is unwell today and can't attend? We'll just do our best to entertain the guests." "Nonsense." Grandpa's eldest son scolded. "Dad is in such good health, and all the uncles know that. Are we treating the guests?" Hua Shuizong laughed coldly. "Even if we fool them like fools with the power of our Chen and Hua families, who would dare to speak up?" Grandpa's eldest son, Chen Jijun, glared at him. He sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it. Dad's old comrades have either passed away or are all bedridden, scattered across the country. None of the old friends came to congratulate him this time. It's all our own connections. It's understandable that Dad doesn't want to join this hustle and bustle. Him leaving now is just him throwing a tantrum with us. The older he gets, the more childish he becomes. Just do as Atsung says. No one dares to disregard the Chen family. But we still need to keep looking for Grandpa. Send someone to wait at his old house in Haidong." "Yes, big brother." With Chen Jijun's orders, everyone got busy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, time flew by. Chen Feng had something on his mind as he opened the soy milk bucket. Even though he was in a bad mood today, all the prepared ingredients had been sold out. There was still a long line outside the shop. "Sorry, everyone. Stop, boss Chen, stop." A customer in the line shouted. You've sold out for lunch, haven't you? Believe all right. The crowd burst into laughter. The customers nowadays were all witty and amusing. Sorry, if you want to eat, come early in the evening. He'll prepare more tonight, Chen Feng said with a smile. Little boss Chen, make sure you prepare plenty of that cucumber salad. The customers left with groans. Chen Feng hung up the closed sign and then started cleaning up. After cleaning, he washed his face. He didn't rush to buy ingredients. Instead, he sat in the shop deep in thought. At that moment, he heard a noise from next door. Lu Qi locked the door of the Hunan restaurant. Then with his wife and the shy young girl, he walked over cheerfully, holding a bundle of red banknotes in his hand. Brother Chen, are you busy? Lu Qi took the initiative to speak. Chen Feng put on a smile. Brother Lu, business was good today. Excellent. I've come to deliver money to you, boss Chen. Lu Qi said jokingly. Haha, Chen Feng is my cash cow. From now on, I'll call you boss Chen. Lu Qi laughed heartily. Today at noon, we sold 30 portions of smashed cucumber, and a total of 45 customers came. I sold each portion for 30 yuan. Boss Chen He raced 900 yuan for you. Many customers specifically asked for smashed cucumber tonight. As we build up regulars, repeat business will be plentiful. Lu Qi handed over 900 yuan with excitement. Boss Chen, thank you. Lu Kai's wife also expressed her gratitude. Joyful people feel refreshed. Excluding the smashed cucumber sales, their noon turnover reached 1800 yuan. The restaurant was constantly busy with a high table turnover rate. Even more customers would come for dinner. A full day's revenue would be at least 400 yuan and 1200 yuan per month. Lu Kai's wife calculated the numbers. After deducting costs, the monthly net profit would be at least 800 yuan. Compared to their previous combined monthly income of about 1500 yuan, this was nearly a six-fold increase. This figure made Lu Kai's wife tremble with excitement, hardly daring to believe it. With effort, the small shop could bring them an annual income of 1 million, no longer a distant dream. And the key to this dream was that Chen Feng had allowed his smashed cucumber to be sold in their Hunan cuisine restaurant. To Lu Kai's wife, it felt like a dream. A beautiful dream she never wanted to wake from. In the future, when they returned to Xiang province, they could hold their heads high and bring honor to their ancestors. Chen Feng smiled happily. He was glad to help brother Lu, who had helped him so much. He accepted the 900 yuan. Lu Qi didn't want a commission. That was agreed. Chen Feng wasn't one to fuss or keep refusing. One Hunan cuisine restaurant brought 900 yuan, so a day's total would be around 200 yuan. When Huangshi arrived, new sales channels would open up. Excluding the snack shop, Chen Feng's daily net profit from selling smashed cucumber alone would exceed 100 yuan. By the way, he said, why haven't I seen your wife's great-aunt? Is this young lady a relative of brother Liu's? Chen Feng looked at the girl standing behind Lu Kai's wife. Since she entered, she had been hunched over, not daring to glance around the shop. Her hands twisted the hem of her clothes, and her soft, moist face held a naive expression. It seemed she had been counting ants on the ground. Ahem. Chen Feng asked. Lu Qi looked embarrassed and coughed. But Lu Kai's wife quickly pulled the girl forward and introduced her. Youchu, say hello. Chen Feng, this is my great-aunt Shen Youchu. Lu Kai's wife Li Yan introduced her. Oh. Chen Feng was dumbfounded, staring. He had thought about the girl's seniority in the family, but never imagined it would be this great. Lu Qi also looked awkwardly at Chen Feng. Yes, I want to pick up my great-aunt today. This is her. Youchu is a distant relative of my wife. We come from a poor mountain village deep in the mountains. My wife and I left our hometown over a decade ago to work hard and eventually opened a small restaurant. We didn't want our son to be stuck in that mountain village all his life, narrow-minded and looked down upon. When we returned to the village last year, the villagers thought we had made it, but it was only by their standards. Lu Qi smiled bitterly. In truth, we just run a small restaurant that barely keeps afloat. Then my wife's relative saw us and said Youchu also wanted to leave the village and make a living, asking us to look after her. But how could we help? People from the mountains have little education, they end up waiting tables elsewhere. I planned to let her work at the Hunan cuisine restaurant first to get familiar with the environment. And now Boss Chen's shop is booming and needs staff. So I thought, since you need to hire, would you consider her? Lu Qi slapped his chest, his face reddening. Boss Chen, I guarantee it. Youchu is hardworking and simple. You can work her to the bone. If she does anything wrong, just fire her, but don't spare my feelings. Lu Qi was extremely embarrassed. Chen Feng had just helped his family, and now he was trying to foist another person on him. Lu Qi felt he looked like he was just taking advantage of Chen Feng. His face darkened. His face turned even darker. Honey. Lu Kai's wife tugged at him, feeling he had gone too far. How could he talk about a family member like? Now Chen Feng understood completely. No wonder Shen Youchu seemed so timid. She had lived in a mountain village all her life and was just stepping out of the mountains for the first time. The mountains of Xiang province are associated with mysticism. Chen Feng could also tell that Shen Youchu was quiet-natured with soft hands, but fine calluses. Clearly someone used to hard work. Since his snack shop needed staff, and through his understanding of Lu Kai's character, Chen Feng had already made up his mind. Chen Feng opened his mouth to speak. Lu Qi said, Boss Chen, if Youchu works in your shop, you don't need to pay her a salary. I'll cover. And although she's my great-aunt, well, keep our own lines. I call her great-aunt, but you just call her by her name. Lu Qi had thought it all. Clearly he had been pondering this for a long time. After speaking, the couple looked at Chen Feng, expectantly waiting for his decision. Shen Youchu still stood with her head bowed, looking dazed, lost in thought. Chen Feng turned to Shen Youchu. First, let me ask a few questions. Shen Youchu, how old are you? Instead of answering, she fumbled in her pocket, pulled out her ID card, and said 20. Chen Feng took the ID and saw her forehead, without bangs as required for the photo. He realized the girl was even more attractive than he had thought. Almost as beautiful as teacher Lu and Wang Ruoxin. With looks like that, any company would hire her. But Chen Feng wasn't taking her on because of her appearance. Alright, let's start with a month's trial. Chen Feng nodded. At least she wasn't underage. He had been scared by his experience with Wang Ruoxin. They'll be honest, if you don't meet my standards in a month, I won't keep you. Okay, Xin Yuchu said softly. Her voice was very gentle and tender, like a light touch on one's heart, causing a slight tickle. Chen Feng said, during the probation period you'll get 100 yuan a day, so 300 yuan a month. After 1 month your salary will be 6000 yuan. They'll draw up a labor contract shortly. No need, that's too much salary. And why bother with a labor contract? It's unnecessary. Lu Kai's wife was overjoyed that Chen Feng had agreed to take Xin Yuchu. It's necessary, sister-in-law. Chen Feng shook his head firmly. He wasn't going to run just this one snack shop forever. Now that distribution channels were about to open up, things had to be standardized. After that, Lu Qi and his wife stayed a while, left Xin Yuchu at the shop, and returned to their Hunan cuisine restaurant. Xin Yuchu stood there blankly unsure what to do. Chen Feng first went to a nearby print shop and printed a simple employment contract. Then he had Xin Yuchu sign it and duplicate 1 copy each. From now on you are employee number 1 of my life snack shop, Chen Feng said. Xin Yuchu clutched the contract, staring at Chen Feng with a naive look, not offering any response. Chen Feng was speechless. He would have to teach her a lot. But from today onward, even though he hadn't registered a catering company, yet Chen Feng felt he had taken his first step, and it was quite touching. Life was tiring, but everything was slowly getting better. Now come with me to the market to buy groceries. Okay, Xin Yuchu replied. Can you ride an electric scooter? You might have to buy groceries in the future. No, Xin Yuchu shook her head. Alright, I'd have to teach her that too. After locking the shop, Chen Feng got on his bike. Xin Yuchu sat on the back. He twisted the throttle, and the bike sped off like the wind. On the road, lost in thought, Chen Feng almost hit someone. He slammed on the brakes. Xin Yuchu bumped into Chen Feng's back, but didn't make a sound. Hiss! Chen Feng sucked in a cold breath. He finally understood why Xin Yuchu liked to hunch her head down. It wasn't just her seniority in the family. Other places were also extraordinarily large. The two arrived at the vegetable market. It was the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely. Each stall was covered with a cloth, and the vegetables lay wilted and languid. Xin Yuchu carried 2 bags of vegetables in her hands, trailing behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not treat her as an outsider, remembering Brother Liu's advice to make full use of her. Xin Yuchu's eyes held a hint of innocence, her small face flushed red. Yochu, when buying soybeans, choose ones that are round and without holes. That way after absorbing water they'll be plump and full. Also those with a few wormholes are of better quality and more appealing. Chen Feng taught her the selection process bit by bit. Got it. Xin Yuchu's eyes were filled with earnestness. She cherished this first chance to work immensely. Boss Zhang, how much for the soybeans? Chen Feng asked. Boss Chen, the usual price for 5 per caddy. Alright, give me 100 caddies. The stall owner's wife bagged the soybeans, asking with a smile, Boss Chen, is she your girlfriend? Having frequented the market daily, being handsome, and often bringing his cute daughter, Tuan, many regulars knew Chen Feng and were aware of his divorce. No, she's my new employee, Xin Yuchu, Chen Feng said. Xin Yuchu's rosy lips parted slightly, her face reddening. Along the way, many stall owners had asked the same question. She felt a bit shy. After loading the soybeans, Chen Feng said, let's go to the next stop. He placed the soybeans on the electric bike and pushed it towards the meat. Boss Chen, is this young lady your new girlfriend? Boss Chen got a new girlfriend again. Boss Wang, don't talk nonsense. She's my employee. Say that again, and I won't buy from you anymore. Huh, young Boss Chen. They visited many meat stalls and many owners teased them. Xin Yuchu watched in surprise. As she learned from Chen Feng about selecting ingredients, she observed her boss bantering with the stall owners. She noticed how popular he was with the aunties and uncles at the market, who even offered him free vegetables to nourish his daughter. Did the boss have a daughter? And everyone said she and the boss made a good match. Xin Yuchu remained silent. Such a boss must be liked by everyone, right? She liked him too. After shopping, they rode the electric bike back to the shop. Since Xin Yuchu held the vegetables, she sat a bit closer to the boss' shoulders were so broad, and he smelled pleasant. Soon they arrived at the street in front of the shop. Lu Qi and his wife sat at the shop entrance, basking in the comfortable sun. Watching the two approaching figures, they held melons and ate. I think little aunt and Boss Chen make a good couple, Lu Kai's wife said, taking a big bite of the melon, red juice spilling everywhere. That depends on whether little aunt has that fortune, Lu Qi said, biting into his melon happily. Later, send half a melon to Boss Chen. Lu Qi instructed. Got it, dear. Back at the shop, Chen Feng and Xin Yuchu got off the bike. Chen Feng, little aunt. Lu Qi wiped his hands and immediately came to unload the goods. Chen Feng was his golden goose, and he had to serve him well. Xin Yuchu called out. Due to seniority, she addressed them directly by name. Boss Chen, have some melon. Let my husband handle the goods. Little aunt, have some melon. Li Yan brought out iced watermelon. No, let's unload first, Chen Feng said. The three quickly finished the task, then enjoyed the summer watermelon, the red flesh bursting in their mouth. It was refreshingly cool, incredibly satisfying. But the watermelon wasn't sweet enough. Chen Feng pondered. He could now enter the Tishita heaven at will. Summer was about to fully arrive. Perhaps he could plant watermelons in the Tishita heaven and sell them at a high price. After eating the melon, Chen Feng led Xin Yuchu to the back kitchen, locking the front door. Yochu, need this dough. Use gentle hands like this. Okay, boss. Cut these vegetables like this. Got it, boss. Mince the meat filling finely like this. Boss. Great, keep it up. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Feng taught Shen Yuchu how to prepare various ingredients. He didn't teach her cooking skills, yet wanting to observe her first. After working hard, Chen Feng realized he had found a gem. Although Shen Yuchu wasn't as fast as Wang Ruoxin at mincing meat, she grasped everything else immediately. She understood at once. Except for being quiet and always looking down, she was a treasure of a girl. It seemed she was used to doing farm work at home. Her soft, gentle voice briefly made Chen Feng forget his worries. Could take a break. Want to go check the Hunan restaurant, or watch me make smashed cucumbers? Chen Feng asked. Watch. Boss, Shen Yuchu replied, lifting her head, her dark eyes gazing at him innocently. She was quiet and reserved by nature. All right. Chen Feng didn't delay and began making smashed cucumbers. Half of the cucumbers he had picked from the Tishita heaven that morning remained. Enough for tonight's needs. Soon a large bowl of smashed cucumbers was ready and Chen Feng placed it in the fridge. The soy milk bucket was also moved to the front. The steamed dumplings were arranged in baskets, but the fire wasn't lit yet. Come, continue wrapping dumplings. Soon it'll be dinner time. You'll be in charge of clearing tables, serving dishes, and taking payments. Help with whatever comes up, and don't be afraid. Got it. Chen Feng looked at Shen Yuchu. Got it, boss, she said, clutching her clothes nervously. She wasn't fond of interacting with people and kept her head down. Can you stand up straight and hold your head high, eh? Chen Feng said. A shop assistant needs to have spirit. Chen Feng felt he had to start with the first lesson on employee demeanor. Shen Yuchu didn't speak, her tension growing. Shyness was about to overflow from her eyes. Yet she stood straight, her white shirt stretched taut, full and firm. It was too much. After a busy afternoon, her shirt was a bit dirty. Moreover, a girl wearing a shirt while working at a snack shop seemed out of place. Chen Feng waved his hand helplessly. All right, just slouch and look down. The first lesson on employee spirit had failed. Oh. Shen Yuchu's voice was low as she quickly complied. Chen Feng heard her sigh of relief. After a moment, he chuckled. This probably caused her much distress, especially in the countryside, where she must have been teased by peers. Thus what should have been a source of pride made her feel deeply inferior. But this was the city where countless women would envy her. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead and got busy. Shen Yuchu remained silent, feeling a bit dejected, her face still innocent. Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Since the snack shop has its first employee, it's time to get uniforms. They must be loose and comfortable. They'll get one for Yuchu soon. After 2 seconds, okay, boss. Shen Yuchu secretly glanced at the boss wrapping dumplings. Thank you, boss, she whispered to herself. Chen Feng, however, wondered, could that Huang sure be a liar? He hasn't shown up all afternoon. At 4:45 in the evening, the streets grew crowded once more. It was almost time for the evening hunt for food. The door of Live's little eatery swung open and fragrant steam wafted outward. An old man in a Zhongshan suit strolled over leisurely, carrying a small aged wine jar in his hand. It was Chen Jiangwo. Young boss Chen, give me 2 bowls of original soy milk, 1 steamer of lamb and green onion dumplings, and 1 of chive and pork dumplings. I didn't eat lunch and this old man is starving. Before he even reached the door, his booming voice rang through the shop. Then Chen Jiangwo's eyes met Shen Yuchu's. Shen Yuchu looked at old Chen with a simple, honest expression, paused for a moment, then nodded softly. Okay, please wait a moment. Chen Jiangwo rubbed his eyes, then glanced at the shop sign. Right, no mistake. Just then Chen Feng walked back from the kitchen, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. Old man, you're here. Please come in. Chen Feng quickly greeted him. Seeing this young lady, this old man thought had walked into the wrong shop. Chen Jiangwo walked in with the ease of an old friend and took a seat. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Shen Yuchu. Calloused hands, a healthy complexion, a sturdy build. She looked like a good country girl, one who could bear children and manage a household. And who is this? Chen Jiangwo asked. Oh, she's the new helper I hired for the shop. Her name is Shen Yuchu. The business has been getting too good for me to handle alone. Chen Feng chuckled. She's a fellow villager of the boss from the Hunan restaurant next door from Hunan province. Not bad. Chen Jiangwo nodded, then repeated his order, adding, bring me a cup. As Chen Feng ladled out the soy milk, he glanced at Shen Yuchu. Oh, she said quickly, hurrying to get a cup. Chen Feng also brought over 2 steamers of dumplings and 2 bowls of soy milk. The old man began to pour his wine. Chen Feng took a deep breath, catching the rich grainy aroma, and praised, fragrant. Haha, you have a good nose. This is osmanthus sorghum wine, sent by an old friend from the north. It's not busy right now. Care to join this old man for a drink? Chen Feng was about to shake his head in refusal. Today is this old man's birthday. What, young Chen, are you not going to give me the face? Old Chen's eyes widened, carrying an imposing air without any anger. I absolutely must. Old man, wait a moment. Drinking is never complete without some appetizers. Chen Feng smiled, quickly going to the fridge to retrieve a plate of smashed cucumber salad, bringing over a large bowl. He sat opposite Chen Jiangwo and called out, Yuchu, take some money and go to Brother Liu's place to get a dish of peanuts, then stir-fry 1 pig ear and 1 hot spiced for an own platter. Chen Feng laughed. Old man, it's my shop's honor that you chose to celebrate your birthday here. The meal's on me. Besides, we did agree on it yesterday. Chen Feng liked old Chen. They shared the same surname. Moreover, the old man was a war hero worthy of respect. Okay, boss. Shen Yuchu nodded simply. No need, the dumplings from your shop are enough, Chen Jiangwo said, not arguing with Chen Feng about the bill. All right, go get a dish of peanuts then, Chen Feng said. Okay, boss. Shen Yuchu headed to the Hunan restaurant. Chen Jiangwo proactively poured a glass for Chen Feng, then picked up his chopsticks. He looked at the smashed cucumber salad. Is this a new item from the shop? Yes, old man, give it a try, Chen Feng said with a smile. No wonder I thought you hadn't come by today. It's your birthday, so I imagine the house was quite lively at noon. Lively, yes, but I didn't enjoy it. All my old friends are either dead or sick, not a single one came. The younger generation gathered a bunch of strangers to celebrate for me. It was dull and meaningless. Chen Jiangwo shook his head. Come on, cheers. He raised his glass and Chen Feng quickly did the same. They clinked glasses and Chen Feng took a sip. Chen Jiangwo took a large gulp. The rich, grainy flavor lingered in his mouth, smooth and long on the tongue with a sweet aftertaste, yet carrying a bold, fiery kick. Excellent wine, Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. Of course, Chen Jiangwo said with a smug grin. The price of this wine would have shocked Chen Feng. 2 yuan a bottle, and hard to find even at that price. Chen Feng, however, was wondering if in the future he might acquire the art of winemaking from the Tishita heaven. Chen Jiangwo had already picked up a piece of smashed cucumber and was chewing it thoughtfully. With that one bite, Chen Jiangwo's eyes widened. His lips opened and closed rapidly. He picked up another piece of cucumber and ate. Chen Feng smiled and ate slowly. This smashed cucumber is incredible. Cucumber with wine, of friendship that lasts forever, ha. The old man laughed heartily, raising his glass again. Come on, cheers. Chen Feng quickly raised his glass. Old man, take it slow. I don't have a high tolerance. You drink your way, you'll drink mine. They clinked glasses again. Chen Jiangwo picked up another piece of cucumber. Then he took a steamed dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and ate it. Satisfaction. The burning sensation in his stomach from skipping lunch was soothed. His whole being felt comfortable. Chen Jiangwo felt this was truly a divine pleasure. Chen the simpleton returned with the peanuts. Chen Feng chatted with the old man as they slowly drank their wine. Boss 1 bowl of soy milk and 2 steamers of steamed dumplings. Young boss Chen 3 steamers of mushroom and pork dumplings to go. Oh, you've hired a new helper. You hired her today? Her name is Yu. Then customers began to arrive. The old man didn't need him to keep him company anymore. Chen Feng got busy with the shop's business. Still, he would occasionally come over to clink glasses with the old man. This meal left the old man utterly delighted, feeling like a carefree immortal. All of Chen Jiangwo's earlier displeasure vanished after Chen Yuchu helped out on the side, gradually getting the hang of things. Time trickled by and the business at Live's little eatery began to. The shop was packed. At the same time, the Hunan restaurant also opened for business. Free samples of smashed cucumber. If it's not good, come into the shop and get a free plate of spicy stir-fried pig ear. Brother, come give it a try. Lu Kai's wife stood outside the shop picking vegetables while calling out to passers-by to come in and eat. She had taken over the position Shin Yuchu had held at noon. But she was bold and sharp-tongued, shouting with practiced ease. Occasionally when workers came by, she would actively joke and tease them. Indeed, having a boss wife like this was far more effective than Shin Yuchu's quiet, unassuming way of greeting customers. The Hunan restaurant's business improved. Come on, cheers. Chen Feng snatched a moment of leisure to clink glasses with the old man. His glass, holding nearly 3 taels of wine, was half empty. The old man's glass was almost empty, but he didn't refill it. Chen Jiangwo, his face flushed with drink, looked at Chen Feng and laughed. Young Chen, your shop is destined for great success. I hope your words prove true, old man, Chen Feng said with a smile. Just then on the street outside the shop, a luxury car slowly approached. It pulled over directly to the roadside right across from Live's little eatery, blocking the pedestrian walkway. It was incredibly arrogant. Because it had the right to be arrogant. The car was over 5 meters long, entirely black, with the elegance of a noble lord. Understated luxury with substance. This car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a current market price starting at 8 million yuan. Chen Feng couldn't afford one even if he ran his shop for a year. Unless he found a new revenue stream, selling smashed cucumber. Just then a chauffeur in a suit and tie got out and opened the rear path. Who was that with such a grand display? People from nearby shops poked their heads out to watch the commotion. The person inside must surely be someone of high status. Why would someone like that come to a place like this? Who's this making such a grand entrance? Coming to our little corner of the world. In front of the Life snack bar, even the patrons forgot everyone was watching the spectacle. Chen Feng's curiosity was also piqued. But old man Chen in the shop took one look and went back to devouring his dumplings. He poured himself another half glass, squinting his aged eyes. Finally, a small head popped out of the Rolls-Royce. She was carrying a little. Whoa. All the customers turned to look at Chen Feng. Boss Chen, your daughter rides in a car like that. Little boss Chen, you've been hiding your wealth. Just how rich is your family? No wonder the shop is called Life Snack Bar. You're here to experience the common life. Haha, is it too late to latch onto your coattails? The patrons buzzed with chatter, teasing Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled. I don't know her. My family really isn't rich. Today Tuan was picked up by her mother. As he spoke, displeasure flickered in Chen Feng's heart, and he clenched his fists. His ex-wife hadn't come along. His plan to teach her a lesson, and his ex-wife Zhang Na was so careless as to let a stranger bring their daughter back. Wasn't she afraid something might happen? Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they have morals. How many rich people in this world are wicked? Besides, wealth and virtue don't go hand in hand. Thinking this, Chen Feng's fists clenched. Hearing this, the crowd was envious. So boss Chen's ex-wife's family was this rich, owning such a luxury car. If they could send someone in a car like this, their assets must be at least 100 million. He'll ask Tuan later. Chen Feng explained. Seeing his daughter return, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Yochu, busy at work, stared blankly outside. Is that little girl the young boss? She looks so adorable. And the boss is divorced. A small, unexpected joy stirred in Shun Yu. On the other side, Tuan stepped out of the car, clutching many candies in her hand. Driver, brother, that's my dad. You don't need to see me. Okay, go ahead, Tuan Tuan. The steady driver escorted Tuan Tuan onto the sidewalk, watching until she ran into the shop. He wore white gloves and a suit utterly out of place in this mundane street. Daddy. Tuan Tuan threw herself into Chen Feng's arms, sniffing with her delicate little nose. Daddy, have you been drinking? Yes, Tuan Tuan. Look who's here. Chen Feng smiled. Grandpa Chen. Grandpa Chen, today Tuan Tuan is treating you as promised. Xiao Tuan saw Chen Zhangwo in the shop and rushed over. Alright, it's because Tuan Tuan is treating that this old man came. Chen Zhangwo laughed happily. Chen Feng watched the driver from a distance and nodded at him. Seeing that the girl had reached her destination, the driver didn't come over to greet them. He got in the car and drove off without a backward glance. Tuan Tuan, today is Grandpa's birthday. You have to make him happy. I'm counting on you for this mission. Chen Feng said. Okay, leave it to Chen Xiaotuan patted her little chest in assurance. Once the Rolls-Royce Phantom left, the street returned to its usual bustle. Chen Feng instructed, Youchu, take care of things for now. Okay, boss. Shin Yuchu had been busy for a while. She had grown adept at simply serving customers soy milk dumplings and cucumber. Admittedly, with an extra staff member, Chen Feng felt much more at ease. He walked over to the table. Old man Chen was holding Tuan Tuan. Chen Feng asked, Tuan Tuan, where did mommy take you today? He had to find out what his ex-wife had done with their daughter. Some customers pricked up their ears discreetly. A place called Mountain Villa Manor. An old grandpa there was celebrating his 70th birthday. Tuan Tuan said, what a coincidence. Today is this old man's birthday too. Chen Zhangwo remained impassive, leisurely sipping his wine and nibbling on a peanut, a smile playing on his lips. Is that all? Chen Feng said. Tuan Tuan shook her head, tilting it thoughtfully. Too bad that old grandpa wasn't there. After the meal, mommy, grandpa, and grandma took me to have tea with an uncle. That uncle really liked me. He gave Tuan Tuan lots of candy. Mommy and the uncle chatted very happily. Grandpa, grandma, and mommy didn't play with Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan only has one daddy. Chen Xiaotuan looked at Chen Feng. Mommy wanted me to call that uncle daddy. Tuan Tuan didn't say it, and I ignored him. Everyone fell silent. A flash of anger passed through Chen Feng's eyes as he clenched his fists. What was Zhang Na thinking? Then I fell asleep. When I woke up, the uncle sent someone to take me home. Tuan Tuan was so bored there. Tuan Tuan just wants to be with daddy. As she spoke, Tuan Tuan climbed down from Grandpa Chen's lap and came to Chen Feng's side. Chen Feng scooped up his daughter. He planted a kiss on her chubby cheek. Daddy, please don't let mommy take me away again, okay? Tuan Tuan looked up at him. Tuan Tuan doesn't like mommy. Okay. From now on, if Tuan Tuan doesn't want to see her daddy, won't let you. This time Chen Feng didn't hesitate as he spoke. Seeing his ex-wife's true colors today, he would never let Zhang Na take Tuan Tuan away again. His ex-wife's visitation rights were gone. Witnessing this heartwarming father-daughter moment, the crowd's chatter softened. They all knew that little boss Chen was divorced. His ex-wife's actions were clearly a blind date. Hadn't little boss Chen only been divorced, was his ex-wife so desperate to remarry? And the two of them had hit it off so well, the blind date, even like children. Otherwise, boss Chen's ex-wife wouldn't have brought Tuan Tuan along. Everyone knew that boss Chen had custody of his daughter, but his ex-wife had taken the child to please that blind date. And she wanted her to call a stranger daddy. All because that blind date owned a Rolls-Royce. What a despicable ex-wife. The crowd was furious. Even the snacks from boss Chen's shop suddenly lost their appeal. Out of nowhere, boss Chen had gained such an adversary. Yet for his daughter, little boss Chen had answered so decisively. He was a real man. Everyone admired him in their hearts. But inevitably their hearts felt heavy. In this day and age, the rich call the and his opponent was an incredibly wealthy and powerful one. Little boss Chen was in for a tough time. As the shop fell into silence, Chen Zhangwo's slightly dizzy mind began to churn. Who was that blind date? That Rolls-Royce belonged to his daughter's in-laws, the Hua family. Thinking of the eligible young Hua men, who could it be that rascal Atsong? Chen Zhangwo was almost certain. At the thought, a cold laugh echoed in his heart. That Atsong needed boss 2 bowls of goji berry honey soy milk and 3 servings of pork steamed dumplings. Let me tell you, this place's dumplings and soy milk are incredible. I've been eating here for 3 days straight and can't stop. Brother Zhang, is it really that magical? As new customers entered the shop, the life snack bar slowly buzzed back to life. Everyone cast aside the unpleasantness. Grandpa, you're drunk. No more drinking. Alright, I'll listen to Tuan Tuan. No more. Tuan Tuan continued to keep Grandpa Chen Zhangwo company, making the old man laugh heartily. Grandpa Chen, I remember when that Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up, you didn't even spare it a glance, did you? Suddenly an old man named Wang teased him. What's the big deal, eh? Old man Chen Zhangwo was flushed from drink. I'm sick of riding in such junk cars. I usually take a Hongqi. Haha, Grandpa, you're bragging without batting an eye. Nothing else, I just love hearing Grandpa brag when he's drunk. Haha. The shop was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Grandpa, tell us more about the old war stories. Alright. Time passed, and before young Chen, if you can't finish the wine, just leave it. No way. The birthday star poured it for me, do I have to show respect? Old man Chen finished his tall tale and left. Chen Feng downed the last bit of wine, his head spinning. He realized the osmanthus sorghum liquor had quite a kick. He wasn't much of a drinker and his tolerance was low. Daddy, you rest first. He'll mind the shop. Tuan Tuan said. Chen Feng leaned on the table. It's okay. Go find your Yuchu sister. She's the new employee Daddy hired. Just then a bowl of goji berry honey soy milk was placed on the table. A soft Hunan accented voice rang out. Boss, have some soy milk. ITLL help with the hangover. Chen Yuchu said. Tuan Tuan looked up at her. Sister, you're so pretty. Hello, Sister Yuchu. Chen Xiaotuan, Daddy's daughter. Tuan Tuan extended her little hand. Hello, Tuan Tuan. Shin Yuchu smiled, revealing shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. The big hand and the small hand shook. In that brief moment, she had completely fallen for the boss daughter. She was too adorable. Yuchu's smile was so beautiful. Chen Feng's vision blurred. With a thud, Chen Feng slumped onto the table. He had always thought this girl Yuchu never smiled. It turned out she just hadn't met the right person. His Tuan Tuan was indeed the little darling everyone loved. Meanwhile, a luxury car was driving from the east side of Donghai City to the west. In the Maserati Quattroporte, Zhang Li was driving. In the passenger seat, Zhang Na played with her phone. Ding dong. She received a message on Lianxin. Huashuaitsong Tuan Tuan has been delivered. Didn't expect your ex-husband to open a small eatery business, is booming. Zhang Na curled her lips slightly and quickly typed a reply. Zhang Na, thanks brother Tsong. Zhang Na, that useless ex-husband got lucky, just happened to be in a high-traffic area. The food he used to cook for us was average. Soon enough customers will get tired of it, and ITLL go bankrupt. The two chatted passionately, their affair simmering. Zhang Na did not forget to disparage her ex-husband Chen Feng. Soon they arranged their next meeting. Zhang Na said happily it worked. This time bringing Tuan Tuan wasn't in vain. Huashuaitsong has taken a liking to me. Great, huh? The Hua family is backed by the Chen family, a powerful clan in Donghai City. Hooking up with Huashuaitsong this time, I've hit the jackpot, huh? Zhang Taihong sat in the back seat, arms sprawled on the seat. He sat in a sprawling posture, his face flushed from too much alcohol. His daughter had gained something, and he wasn't doing badly either. Introduced by his future son-in-law, he had met some big shots from Donghai City calling each other brothers. The Hua family's assets must be a few hundred million, right? Most importantly, their connections and relationships. Zhang Li smiled and said, Nana, you have to keep men dangling, make them see, but not touch. That's what makes those bastards itch. Right. Zhang Taihong slurred. Mom, I know. Zhang Na sneered. That was just an accident from drinking back, then which led me to marry that useless fool. My daughter has always had her own opinions. Zhang Li said smugly. Otherwise, how could she have amassed a fortune of 60 million? But Zhang Taihong was about to speak. Brother Tsong likes Tuan Tuan very much. Even though she's a girl, he doesn't mind much. Zhang Na also frowned. When I marry into his family ID, better bring Tuan Tuan along. Later he'll give Brother Tsong a son, so we'll have both a daughter and a son. We must get custody of my daughter back. Zhang Na said. Zhang Li and Zhang Taihong both frowned. It wouldn't be easy. Chen Feng was stubborn as a mule. He would rather leave with nothing than give up his daughter. No matter how high a price they offered, they couldn't get Tuan Tuan. Zhang Taihong said, the shop Chen Feng opened can make money. The custody agreement was signed back then. As long as Chen Feng doesn't make a mistake, it's unlikely we can get Tuan Tuan back through a lawsuit. We have to make Chen Feng go bankrupt, drive him into a corner, then we can name our price. Zhang Na continued. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Taihong's eyes. Make his eatery fail, so he has no money to raise Tuan Tuan, then ITLL be easy. And we can get his culinary skills at the same time. Kill two birds with one stone. Right? Zhang Li nodded. How do we do it? Zhang Na was thinking. Leave this to me, Zhang Taihong patted his chest. The two looked at him. Zhang Taihong said, your dad's drinking today wasn't for nothing. I happen to get to know Brother He, who handles projects in the development zone, and has some connections. Just wait, one phone call will do. Zhang Taihong took out his phone, found the number, and called. Hello, Brother He. Don't you remember me? You're really a man with too many important matters to remember. It's me, Taihong. Right, Shuaitsong introduced us. There's something I need to trouble you with. Money is not an issue. The life snack shop at 30, Shangfu Road. Oh yes, that's it. After the call. Done. We'll see the results tonight. Zhang Taihong laughed. Our future son-in-law really has a wide network. How about we go take... Zhang Na said expectantly. She wanted to see her ex-husband's hopeless and desperate expression. Why was he so arrogantly aloof? Let's go. Zhang Taihong said. Zhang Li directly turned the car around. TSK. Zhang Li said discontentedly. The Hua family is just riding on the Chen family's coattails, basking in old Master Chen's glory. If our daughter could marry into the Chen family, that would be a real leap up the social ladder. Unfortunately, the Chen family currently has no one of marriageable age. Old Master Chen is unwell today. It's a shame we couldn't. Meanwhile, in front of the life snack shop, guests filled the place, slowly forming a long line. Sister Yochu, table 3, 2 baskets of mushroom and pork dumplings, 3 cups of original soy milk, 1 plate of smashed cucumber. Tuan Tuan loudly called out the order. Got it. Shin Yuchu and Tuan Tuan were busy at work. In contrast, Chen Feng lay slumped on the table, snoring loudly, unconscious. Old Master Chen's osmanthus sorghum liquor was too potent. Chen Feng hadn't drunk it slowly, and before he knew it, he was drunk. Grandpa Chen, I wonder if he can get home alone, sigh. I'm still a child, why do I have to worry about these things? Tuan Tuan let out a grown-up sigh. Seeing her father's state, she also worried about Grandpa Chen. Don't worry, Tuan Tuan. Auntie is not in a hurry. Take your time, don't fall. Yes, we're not in a hurry either, some diners said. Since it was afternoon, the dumplings had been wrapped earlier. Chen Feng had also explained to Shin Yuchu the steaming time. Plus there was ample stock. Soy milk and smashed cucumber were ready-made, so there was no need for Chen Feng's help. Dad is sleeping. Tuan Tuan smiled happily. Ever since her father divorced that woman, Tuan Tuan had always known that he had given a lot for their new little family. He never rested all day, so she never woke Chen Feng. Time passed slowly. A Maserati pulled into the parking lot of the restaurant opposite the life snack shop. Looking across the street more than 20 meters away, no one paid attention. Useless is useless. Tuan Tuan is so young, and he makes her. Seeing the scene in the shop, Zhang Li cursed. The sun slanted westward. Circles of golden clouds tinged half the sky. At that moment Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin, and Zhang Xiaohua arrived. Lu Yu's first glance fell on Chen Feng slumped over the table, and worry rose in her heart. What's wrong with Uncle? Wang Ruo, teacher Lu, sister Ruoxin, sister Xiaohua, you're here. Tuan spotted the three women and came out to greet them. Dad is drunk. Grandpa Chen got him drunk. Grandpa Chen didn't come in the morning, but came in the evening bringing a bottle of liquor. Tuan explained. The three women understood immediately. Then I'll help too, Wang Ruoxin said cheerfully. I will too. Lu Yu was about to speak when they saw that at the cooking station where Chen Feng usually stood there was a woman in a white shirt, her head slightly. The three women looked at each other. So beautiful, the thought flashed through all their minds simultaneously. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin became alert instantly. Tuan added, this is Sister Youchu, Dad's new employee. Sister Youchu, this is teacher Lu, Tuan's teacher. This is Sister Ruoxin, who came to work study in the morning from the same school as Tuan. And this is Sister Xiaohua. After the introductions, Tuan felt relieved. Sister Youchu was so beautiful. Her pool of potential stepmothers was growing richer. Hello. They greeted each other. The two women took the initiative to help. The customers in the shop saw the three women bustling about, and they were so beautiful. Besides having a greatly increased appetite, they occasionally glanced at the sleeping boss Chen Feng and felt that just then on the street outside the shop 4 youths approached. This is the place, said 2 of them with dyed yellow hair, their waists bulging. Boss, 2 baskets of dumplings. The 4 barged straight into the shop. Hey, you can't cut in line. If you want to eat, go to the back of the line. A white-collar worker in line shouted. What do we have to line up to eat? The yellow-haired youth glared fiercely, a murderous look in his eyes. Brother Peng never cues. A scar ran across his face, terrifying. The office worker shrank his neck. He was just here for dinner, didn't want a confrontation. Brother Peng, why waste words with that kid, said one. The 4 swaggered into the shop. The dozen people in line looked angry, but dared not. Running into these punks was just bad luck. These kids don't learn anything good, just spouting gangster codes, watch too many triad films. 8 or 10 years from now, they'll regret it. An elderly woman in line said sarcastically. Haha, old woman, we're having fun now, carpe diem. Anyway, you're 1 foot in the grave. The 4 burst into laughter. Aunt Wang looked troubled. The punk was too arrogant. Heaven punishes the vile. 4 yellow-haired men cut in line and walked into the shop. 2 young men stood in front of a table where a customer was nearly finished, saying nothing, just staring at him. The customer quickly wolfed down his food, paid, and left. There's a drunkard here too. Peng Fei, the leader of the yellow-haired men, grinned. He sat down across from Chen Feng, sharing the same table. They didn't know Chen Feng was the owner. The remaining one also commandeered a table, sitting with a customer. The 4 of them had occupied 3 two-person tables. Hey boss, hurry up. Give each of my brothers 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 baskets of dumplings, and 1 portion of smashed cucumber. Each got it. I've heard this place is always packed. Today's a good chance to taste it. Peng Fei, the leader, said, before the 4 entered. Tuan was held back by Lu Yue, who told her to stay quiet. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Wang Ruoxin. But Wang Ruoxin broke free from Zhang Xiaohua, fuming with anger as she walked over. Hey, can't you squeeze into 2 tables? Why separate? Wang Ruoxin snapped. You have to queue for a meal, don't you know? Oh, this little girl has a temper. Pretty fiery. I'm fine with it, Uncle Peng. Want to make friends. Still a schoolgirl. Want to hang out at a bar or lounge tonight. After Peng Fei spoke, the 4 burst into laughter. Wang Ruoxin was boiling with rage, about to give them a thorough beating. Lu Yu held Wang Ruoxin back and said to the gentle Shen Youchu, Youchu, serve them first. Shen Youchu nodded and immediately got busy. Teacher Lu, don't hold me back. Let me teach them a lesson. Wang Ruoxin struggled. At that moment Lu Yu kept pulling her, dragging her back to the 4-person table. These 4 were obviously no good. No need to clash with them. Otherwise they'd end up getting hurt. Haha, little girl, how are you going to teach us? Maybe tonight at home you can teach me. One of the underlings laughed loudly. I'm so mad. Wang Ruoxin was pressed down by Lu. Zhang Xiaohua, pale with fear, also held her best friend tightly, afraid she'd act impulsively. With her other hand, Zhang Xiaohua held the furious Tuan. Shen Youchu moved quickly. Soon she had served all for their ordered food. In a small eatery like this, when suddenly encountering such ruffians, the usual approach was to satisfy them quickly, let them eat their fill, and leave soon. After all, even if they called the police, the authorities couldn't do much about this kind of situation since there was no physical altercation. Give it a try, see how it tastes. Full stomach means strong work. Peng Fei grinned slyly as he entertained his brothers. The 4 spat out the beetle nuts they were chewing and first picked up their bowls of soy milk to drink. Damn, brother Peng, this soy milk is pretty good, one of the thugs exclaimed. All 4 had their eyes light up. They hadn't expected to find such a delicious little eatery while looking for trouble. The 4 then picked up their chopsticks and grabbed the steamed dumplings. After eating 1, then 2, they exchanged glances and began devouring. The meat fragrance of the dumplings blended with the broth, absolutely divine. Finally, they moved on to the smashed cucumber. The sour tang of the vinegar brought a refreshing comfort to the whole body. This wasn't right. They had come to cause trouble. Yet in their minds they wondered, after they shut this place down, they'd never get to eat such delicious. Still they ate quickly, and for a while no one spoke. Only when full and satisfied would they have the strength to work. After those 4 went in, why aren't they causing trouble? On the opposite street, Zhongli said. Zhang Na also frowned as she watched. Stupid woman, what's the rush? Causing trouble needs a reason. Wait a bit. Zhang Taihong said. By now he had sobered up a bit and watched with excitement. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Boss, give me 2 baskets of dumplings, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 1 portion of smashed cucumber to go. Yubao payment received 30 yuan. Boss. The 4 yellow-haired men no longer made trouble, but ate the snacks earnestly. Many customers no longer entered the shop and just ordered takeout. Yochu will grab a few portions of smashed cucumber. How did the young boss fall asleep? At this moment, Li Yan, Lu Kai's wife, walked over. After she finished serving several portions of smashed cucumber, she noticed the women's expressions were grim. Tuanchuan was being held by Zhang Xiaohua looking sullen. Li Yan asked softly, "What's going on?" "It's like this." Shin Yuchu quietly explained to Li Yan. "I see. Don't start a conflict." Li Yan's expression changed. She quickly carried the cucumber basin back to the Hunan restaurant. "Boss, another basket of lamb and green onion dumplings. Invigorating and delicious. He'll have 2 portions of smashed cucumber and 1 bowl of soy milk. 2 portions of celery and pork dumplings. Hurry up. It's so satisfying." In a short while, the 4 yellow-haired men wolfed down their food and ordered more. Shin Yuchu said, "Each customer can only order 1 portion of bang, bang, bang. What? Afraid I can't pay. Just serve it quickly." One yellow-haired man slammed the table, his face dark as he yelled. They were precisely looking for a reason to start a fight. "Serve them." A man's voice came from outside the shop. It was Lu Qi, still wearing a white kitchen apron, standing outside smoking. He stared at the 4 young men, gloomy and silent. His wife had just told him what happened. Lu Qi had stopped cooking and rushed over without even taking off his apron. "Oh." Shin Yochu, seeing her great-nephew Lu Qi, felt a sense of security and quickly continued serving the 4 yellow-haired men. Interesting. Peng Fei chewed a dumpling, staring at Lu Qi with a dark smile. He continued eating leisurely. The other 3 also sneered, eating dumplings and drinking soy milk as if no one else was there. Meanwhile, Peng Fei glanced at the sleeping Chen Feng at the same table. Earlier, Lu Kai's wife Li Yan had come over and listened to Shin Yuchu. The 4 now knew that the sleeping man was the real owner. Neither side spoke. Customers who came to the shop no longer ate inside but packed their food. "What's going on? No one's talking. They'll take 2 baskets of dumplings to go. Is the young boss asleep?" An elderly man approached. After being told by someone, he packed his dumplings but didn't leave, immediately lingering outside to watch the show. Before long, some customers waited slowly, unwilling to leave. The 4 yellow-haired men ate inside, each stuffed to the brim. The dumplings and cucumber were simply too delicious. And Lu Qi stood outside smoking, uttering not a word. Several cigarette butts lay at his feet. The scene was eerily tense. Brothers done eating. Finally, Peng Fei patted his round belly. This family-run snack shop had food that was damn good. He was a bit stuffed. He glanced over. His 3 younger brothers were also overstuffed. Full was full, but it would be a pity to smash the place. Still, the job had to be done. "Full. Awesome." The 3 replied. "All right, let's go." Peng Fei beckoned, but didn't move. The 3 underlings stood up. None of the 4 made a move to pay. "How much?" Lu Qi walked over and asked Shin Yuchu. 168 yuan. Tuanchuan said loudly. "Thank you, everyone. That's 168 yuan. Lu Qi said. Peng Fei smiled and rubbed his head. Seeing their boss signal, the 3 underlings walked toward Lu Qi. "What? We came to eat here. That's giving your shop face. You still want money. If you eat, you have to pay." Lu Qi said. Aunt Wang added, "Not paying. Eating a free meal. Eating for free, old woman." One of the underlings shoved her. Ouch. Aunt Wang lost her balance and fell to the ground. Lu Qi quickly helped the old lady up, and Lu Yu ran over to assist. "Pay up." Lu Qi blocked the 3 men coldly. "He'll pay your mother," one underling cursed. Slap. Lu Qi raised his hand and struck the underling across the face. If he could act, he never wasted words. That was Lu Kai's nature. Instantly, a bright red handprint appeared on the underling's face, burning with pain. Huh. Now they had a reason to fight. The underlings were not angry, but delighted. "Damn, you hit my brother. Guys, kill him." Peng Fei sat on the stool, shouting loudly. At that moment, the 3 underlings charged at Lu Qi. They wrestled together. Peng Fei watched coldly from above, patting Chen Feng's head. "Hey, there's a fight in your shop, and you're still sleeping. Dad, let go of my dad." Tuanchuan shouted, struggling violently. "Tuanchuan, don't go." Zhang Xiaohua, pale with fear, held her. "Xiaohua, teacher Lu, let me go." Wang Ruoxin was furious, held back by both women. Shin Yuchu picked up a stool, shielding the. She was very brave. A crisp cracking sound of bone echoed. Outside the shop, one yellow-haired man screamed in agony. Lu Qi knelt on top of him, one hand gripping his neck, the other tearing out a large chunk of his hair. The yellow-haired man was instantly bald in that spot, becoming a baldy. Blood streamed from his forehead, terrifying. But Lu Qi was in even worse shape. He had only bravery, not fighting skill. He knew that in a fight you had to be ruthless. They could beat him, but he would cripple one first, focus on one person. However, one of his legs was twisted backward, broken in the fight. "Let go of my brother. Damn you." The 2 thugs holding iron bars kept striking Lu Kai's back, cursing loudly. Blood trickled from Lu Kai's mouth, but he refused to let go. "Stop. If you keep going, someone will die. Call the police quick." Nearby, many onlookers watched, but no one dared to intervene. They stared in horror. The beating was brutal. "They're hitting my husband. They'll fight you." Li Yan rushed out of the Hunan restaurant holding a stool. "Fuck your mother." Seeing this, Peng Fei abruptly stood up. He grabbed a vinegar bottle and was about to charge forward. Dad, wake up." Tuanchuan cried out in fear, tears streaming. The entire scene had descended into utter chaos. They're fighting. Inside the car, Zhang Li suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Taihong and Zhang Na, who had been drowsy, were startled awake. Having socialized all day, they had just fallen asleep from exhaustion. How is it? Did Chen Feng get beaten? Zhang Taihong leaned toward the window and looked suddenly perking up. Was Tuan Tuan beaten? Zhang Na also looked over. If our daughter is beaten, it'll be easier to get custody back. Then they saw 3 thugs with dyed hair wrestling with a middle-aged man. The thugs had all taken out iron bars. Who was that man? Zhang Taihong asked in confusion. Chen Feng is still asleep. The one being beaten is the owner of the Hunan restaurant next door. Zhang Li said. Zhang Na and Zhang Taihong frowned as they watched. As the iron bar swung down, their hearts trembled. At that very moment, fuck you. Bam. The sound of a vinegar bottle shattering rang out. Peng Fei smashed the bottle directly against Lu Kai's forehead. Instantly, a pungent smell of vinegar mixed with blood trickled down Lu Kai's head, horrifyingly bloody. The thug beneath Lu Qi was still screaming in agony. Let go of my brother. Peng Fei kicked Lu Qi viciously in the back. But Lu Qi stubbornly clung to the thug's hair and refused. Let go of my husband. Li Yan rushed over, about to smash a stool down. Bam. Peng Fei raised his foot and kicked her, sending her flying. She curled up, clutching her stomach in pain. The whole scene was chaotic and terrifying to the extreme. Stop pulling. Let me go, woo-woo. The thug under Lu Qi cried out, and this guy is simply crazy. Daddy, wake up. Wah wah. Uncle Lu was bullied. Tuan Tuan's cries echoed throughout. Xiaohua, let me go. Wang Ruoxin yelled. The women's eyes were all red. Huff. At that very moment, the cries of his daughter made Chen Feng lift his head abruptly. He shook his dazed head vigorously. Suddenly he caught sight of the brutal scene in front of the shop. Daddy, quickly save Uncle Lu. In a daughter's heart, her father is always the unshakable mountain. Tuan Tuan, tears and snot mingled, tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve. Chen Feng's eyes instantly reddened. Stop right now. With a furious roar, he dashed out. Damn it, make this guy let go. Bam. Chen Feng threw a punch, and one man flew out like a dog eating shit. You dare fight back? Peng Fei cursed. Chen Feng struck him with a slap. Bam. The slap was so powerful and fast that Peng Fei had no time to react. Peng Fei fell sideways to the ground. Chen Feng, watch out. Lu Qi exclaimed. Whoosh, the fierce sound of wind came from behind Chen Feng's head. An iron bar whistled through the air, the thug's face twisted with malice. But unexpectedly, Chen Feng, as if having eyes in the back of his head, ducked low. The man missed the swing. Chen Feng spun around and landed a punch squarely on his chin. Bam. The man crashed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 were down. Everyone stared dumbfounded. Is Boss Xiao Chen a Brother Lu, are you okay? Chen Feng's eyes were red as he looked at Lu Kai's miserable state. He had no idea what had happened, but he vaguely guessed that Lu Kai's injuries must be because of him. I'm fine. Slap. Lu Qi directly slapped the thug beneath him, finally letting go of the whimpering troublemaker. Hiss. As Lu Qi tried to stand up, he suddenly staggered. He drew a sharp breath of pain and nearly fell. Chen Feng. Only then did Chen Feng notice that one of Lu Kai's legs had been broken. His brow twitched violently. My husband. Li Yan sobbed as she came over to support him. Did they do this? Chen Feng asked as he turned to look inside the shop. His daughter was crying loudly, but Lu Yu was covering her eyes, shielding her from the terrifying sight. At the same time, the women shook their heads at him, signaling to let it go. It's okay, everything is resolved. Lu Qi, trembling with pain, tried to pull a cigarette from his pocket. These people should not dare to cause trouble again. No, this isn't over. Chen Feng's eyes were bloodshot. All the blood rushed to his head. It was the first time in his life he had ever fought. His mind was hot and adrenaline surged crazily. Brother Lu had suffered so much for him. Chen Feng could not let these people go. He picked up a fallen iron bar from the ground and walked over to one of the lying thugs. What are you going to do? The man said in terror. Without a word, Chen Feng gripped the iron bar with both hands and brought it down hard on his left. Bam. Crack. The thug let out a piercing, agonizing scream. Chen Feng, with a cold face, walked toward the second. Don't come near me, he yelled. Bam. Another blow. This man suffered the same fate, a shattered knee. Chen Feng then stomped heavily on his chest. The man immediately passed out. Next, Chen Feng approached the scar-faced thug. He had already stood up and was about to throw a punch at Chen Feng. Fuck you, Chen Feng ducked low and smashed the iron bar against his knee. Finally, he walked over to the thug who had lost many strands of yellow hair. He struck his knee with the bar. A cracking sound. A deathly silence fell over the scene. All the onlookers stared in shock. They realized it was the first time they had ever seen Boss Xiao. He usually seemed easygoing, but when enraged, he was fiercer than anyone. Yet this scene was incredibly satisfying. What a relief. This was the thugs, just deserts. Brother Lu, I've avenged you. Chen Feng dropped the iron bar and turned his gaze to the shop, ordering. Teacher Lu, please take Tuan Tuan to the kitchen first. His tone allowed no refusal, extremely assertive. Okay. Lu Yu nodded and went in. However, Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin, Zhang Xiaohua, and Xin Yuchu were all stunned. They had never seen Chen Feng like this before. Scary as he was, he also gave a sense of security, acting like a real man and sticking. Ouch. We won't let you off the hook. The 4 were still threatening, but Chen Feng ignored them. Boss Xiao Chun, we've called the police station. They'll send someone soon. Be careful, but we're on your side. The elderly diners all chimed in. Thank you, everyone. Since the police were already called, Chen Feng stopped bustling. At this moment, Lu Qi leaned against the wall, and Xin Yuchu brought a towel to wipe his forehead. Chen Feng walked over. Trembling, Lu Qi took out a pack of Furonglang cigarettes and extended one. Have a smoke. All right. Chen Feng had never smoked before, but now his mind was too excited and needed to calm down. Yet strangely his mind was even just now he had never fought before, but he had naturally dodged all the thug's attacks. He knew that it was because of the time he obtained the dragon whisker noodles. The inheritance from Master Long Tianxiang, Tai Chi Palm. This ancient skill had been ingrained into Chen Feng's bones, and he naturally applied it. Thus he gained control of the situation in a few moves. He lit the cigarette. Chen Feng took a deep drag. The acrid smoke swirled. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Feng coughed violently, staring coldly at the four thugs. Brother Lu, what actually happened? Chen Feng asked, should we go to the hospital first? Lu Qi looked terribly battered. He knew that he had taken care of these four. But the four were already beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. They had lost their threat. Yet he still had smashed their kneecaps, likely resulting in comminuted fractures. This was excessive self-defense. If the four really accused him of intentional injury, Chen Feng would go to prison. Even knowing this, because Brother Lu was injured so severely, Chen Feng had to give his friend a resolution. That was Chen Feng's principle. It's okay. Lu Qi shook his head, took a drag, and said, it's like this. He began to narrate slowly, his voice very unsteady. He looked at Chen Feng with a complex gaze. If he had known Chen Feng could fight so well, why would he have bothered? He would have just called Chen Feng to get up. Boss, and also. Xin Yuchu also supplemented the full account by his side. Chen Feng finally understood the entire sequence of events. He coldly glared at the four thugs. Chen Feng thought to himself that he had never seen these four before, nor had he offended them. They were clearly provoking trouble. There must be a reason behind this. Could it be his ex-wife's doing? Meanwhile, due to the commotion, the crowd grew larger and larger, densely surrounding the place to watch the spectacle. There were about 100 people. He was about to ask, what's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Disperse. An authoritative voice rang out. The police are here. Someone shouted, and the crowd parted to make way. Then the officers from the nearby police station arrived. There were 5 of them, all in uniform. Seeing the 4 lying thugs clutching their legs apparently broken, they all gasped. So brutally. This is a serious brawl. What happened here? A police officer asked. He beat us. He broke our legs with that iron bar. He retaliated deliberately. At that moment, all 4 thugs pointed at Chen Feng, and Peng Fei stared at Chen Feng with venomous hatred. Bang. Why did this happen? Zhang Na angrily smashed her phone. Useless, all of you are useless. Dad. Zhang Na cursed. Who did you find? Well, Zhang Taihong hesitated. He hadn't expected such an outcome either. At that moment, looking through the car window, the public security officers arrived. Chen Feng stood there unscathed while those he had summoned were all, no more show to watch. Zhang Na said irritably, let's go home. She hadn't expected her ex-husband, that useless man who usually seemed so calm, to be such a formidable fighter. All right. Zhang Li nodded. Zhang Taihong gave an awkward smile. I'll call Brother He when I get home to ask about this. Meanwhile, on the other side, the public security officer looked at Chen Feng. You hit them. Hands behind your head, face the wall. Chen Feng said, Officer, let me explain. No, they started it. Voices from the crowd rang out first. That's right, officer, these 4 punks with dyed hair started it. Ouch, officer, my old back. They pushed me, an old woman, and when I fell they wanted to hit me. Boss Chen helped me, and then they attacked him. I'm willing to testify. Comrades, if Boss Chen is taken away, we won't have such delicious breakfast anymore. We need to testify for him. Chen Feng was astonished. Was this person helping him, or just making things worse? Yes, those 4 punks started it. Officer, I can be a witness. Me too. At this moment, most of the crowd spoke up. They might not dare to fight, but why wouldn't they dare to testify? Chen Feng looked at them gratefully one by one. They were all customers of his life snack shop. All right, let's take him back to the station to get this straight. Those willing to testify come along too. The public security officer replied. The 4 punks stood there dumbfounded. Everyone was siding with this snack shop owner. Was the charm of dumplings and soy milk really that powerful? Officer, I need to give some instructions since my shop is open. Chen Feng said. All right. Then as Chen Feng ran back to his shop, he suddenly sensed something. Turning around, he saw a Maserati Quattroporte driving away from the street across the way. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. This must be his ex-wife's doing. Chen Feng could no longer hold back. Tuanchuan, go home with teacher Lu first. Daddy will come back after he's done, okay? Chen Feng comforted his daughter. With tear-filled eyes, Tuanchuan clutched his thumb. Daddy, Tuanchuan wants to stay with Daddy. After coaxing her for a while, Tuanchuan finally agreed. Chen Feng handed his house keys to Lu Yue. Teacher Lu. Before he could finish, Lu Yu said directly, Brother Chen Feng, go ahead. He'll take care of Tuanchuan, don't worry. Good. Then Chen Feng closed the shop. The Hunan restaurant also shut its doors. Since both sides had injuries from this, Lu Qi and the punks went to the hospital near the station to treat their wounds first, while a group of righteous citizens went to the station to give their statement. The station took this very seriously. It was a severe affray. Let's skip the next 10,000 words of wrangling, because this is a farming and leisure fatherhood story. The final outcome was as follows. Since all the testimonies pointed to the punks starting the fight, the citizens were all willing to testify for. With so many witnesses and the iron tools brought by the punks as evidence, there were 2 options. 1, a settlement, since it hadn't escalated to 2, file a case directly, and the 4 punks might even face jail time. The 4 punks were terrified and wept bitterly. After consulting Lu Qi, Chen Feng chose option 1. Based on Lu Kai's injuries, Chen Feng demanded in addition to medical expenses 1500 yuan and an apology, or else he would let the station file the case. To Chen Feng's relief, Brother Lu had 3 injuries. The wound on his forehead looked terrifying, but was just a scrape since the vinegar bottle hit his forehead. The frontal bone is as hard as Lu Kai's temper. The back injury after an X-ray was also superficial with no internal damage. But the knee injury was a comminuted fracture, it was splinted, and he couldn't do any strenuous activity for at least half a year. Aunt Wang also had to be compensated 5,000 yuan for her injured back from the fall. The four punks called everyone they knew begging and pleading and finally agreed. We won't dare again. We're sorry. All four apologized. Around 1 o'clock someone delivered the compensation. Lu Qi got his money, and Aunt Wang got hers too. Chen Feng, Lu Qi, Li Yin, Shen Youchu, and even Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua, the two high school girls, had also come along. The other witnesses had already gone home. The group walked out of the station. The four punks didn't come out today planning to stay at the station since they had broken legs. They hadn't gone far when three burly men walked up to Chen Feng. You're Chen Feng. Brother Wang wants to see you. He has something to discuss. What do you want? Wang Ruoxin stepped forward warily, trying to protect Chen Feng. Lu Qi also limped forward without a word. Chen Feng saw a figure standing in the shadows in the distance, the light flickering on and off as he smoked. He knew that Brother Wang was probably the one who had paid the punks. He was also the mastermind behind this. Ruoxin, it's fine. They'll go talk to him. Chen Feng said. He wanted to see if it was really his. You've got guts, no wonder you hit so hard. The burly man sneered and turned to walk. Chen Feng followed him into the shadows. Finally, he could see Brother Wang clearly. He was 1.9 meters tall, wearing a white vest, his body all muscle, exuding a menacing presence. So you're the one who broke my four brothers' legs, Wang Chong said while smoking. They started it. Chen Feng said, I've never offended you, have I? Did my ex-wife send you? If you cost me 2,000. Wang Chong sneered. Boss Chen, some money isn't so easy to take. I'm going to ruin your shop. Just wait, this isn't over. Chen Feng almost laughed in anger. Did Wang Chong call him over just to... Chen Feng stared at Wang Chong in silence. Who would end up in trouble was still uncertain. Hope your shop lasts a few more days. Chair. Wang Chong sneered, then left with his three men. Chen Feng was silent. Could it be that these people weren't sent by his ex-wife? Impossible. That Maserati. And Chen Feng was sure he hadn't offended anyone. Just then Lu Qi and the others came over. What did they say? Lu Qi asked. Nothing. Chen Feng shook his head, forcing a smile. This whole thing was clearly aimed at his shop, and he didn't want to drag anyone else into it. Chen Feng then said, Brother Lu, thank you for today. Without you, Tuanchuan and Yu Chu might have been bullied. Haha, it's just 100 days of healing for the bones. Lu Qi, his head wrapped in a white bandage and leaning on crutches, pulled a bank card from his pocket. There's an extra 150000. Chen Feng, you're really my lucky charm. We're brothers now. Chen Feng patted Lu Qi on the shoulder, moved. He was determined to keep such a loyal brother. Haha, that's right. Lu Qi rarely showed a grin. After chatting a bit more, it was time to go home. Lu Qi, Shen Youchu, and Li Yin took cabs, not needing Chen Feng to see them off. Chen Feng, however, took Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua home. After all, it was late at night, and it wasn't safe for two girls. He discovered that Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua didn't live at Mingri School, but rented a place in Beitian district. Their rent was even more expensive than Chen Feng's house. And this girl had lied to him about working her way through school. Chen Feng felt like he dropped her off at her building. Uncle, I'm scared. I'm afraid they'll come for revenge tonight. Can I go home with you? Wang Ruoxin, with her ear-length hair, looked at him pitifully. She knew Lu Yu was probably still at Chen Feng's place. How could she let Lu Yu have all the fun? No, you have my number. Call me if anything happens. Chen Feng refused. It was 2 a.m., and he had things to deal with. He also knew that Wang Ruoxin had been ready to fight earlier. Was this girl scared? It was all an act. Then he'll come to the shop tomorrow to work and help out. Wang Ruoxin added. The shop won't be open tomorrow. After what happened today, Chen Feng was definitely taking a break. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Tuanchuan, then. Thank you, Ruoxin and Xiaohua, for today. I'm leaving now. With that, Chen Feng hurried off, not giving Wang Ruoxin, watching his quickly disappearing figure. Humph, uncle, you can't escape my clutches. Wang Ruoxin stamped her foot in frustration. I really envy your boldness in love and hate. Zhang Xiaohua said, don't give up, Ruoxin. When a girl chases a guy, it's just a thin veil. The way Uncle Chen Feng broke those punks' legs today was so cool, so manly. Right? Wang Ruoxin's eyes sparkled. It's your fault for holding me back. I would have knocked those 4 punks flat myself. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and said nothing more. If Wang Ruoxin had actually fought, she would have been the one beaten. She was just a little... At 2:30 a.m., Chen Feng finally reached his doorstep. He wondered if his daughter was asleep. But he took out his phone, found his ex-wife's number, and dialed. Slap. Zhang Taihong held his phone, gritting his teeth. Brother, hey, you want me to pay $1 million? His hand trembled. Just to sabotage Chen Feng's snack shop, they wanted $1 million. Were they trying to fleece him? Zhang Na, who was applying a face mask, and Zhang Li both looked up. Zhang Taihong's hand trembled as he smoked. Being forced to fork out $1 million yuan was unbearable for anyone. And to him, spending money was worse than death. What's wrong, Dad? Zhang Na asked. All right. Whatever was being said on the phone, Zhang Taihong kept responding with agreement. Fine, brother, hey, I'll pay the $1 million. But you must utterly destroy that shop and make that bastard pay. Zhang Taihong gritted his teeth, his face twisted in agony over the loss. After hanging up, he let out a long breath. Then with a sudden violent smash, he hurled his phone onto the tiled floor, shattering it into pieces. Zhang Taihong rubbed his bald head and plopped down onto the sofa. Before Zhang Na and her mother could ask, he gritted out, Chen Feng, and his lot ended up at the police station. In the end, those 4 punks paid 200 to avoid criminal charges and jail time. But Chen Feng broke a man's leg and got off scot-free. Every bystander willingly testified for that useless Chen Feng. Zhang Li and Zhang Na looked at each other in disbelief. They had seen it. Chen Feng had broken a man's leg. By all rights he should be in jail. Yet this was the outcome. Every passerby testified for that good for nothing. How was that fair? What kind of sorcery did that live's little eatery possess? Zhang Na found her ex-husband more incomprehensible than ever. Damn it. Tell me, where does anyone fail to deliver, yet still have the nerve to ask for a king's ransom? Zhang Taihong's face contorted. That old He is truly ruthless. He said his underling Xiao Wang needs money to get things done, or else the job won't be handled. Speaking of which, Zhang Taihong was furious. The man had the audacity to demand $1 million. It was money spent unjustly, and it made his liver ache with rage. If you picked the wrong person, Zhang Taihong. That's $1 million, not a few thousand. Can't get the job done, and it costs a fortune. You're a waste. Zhang Li cursed, her own heart aching at the thought. Shut up, you stupid woman. Say that again. Zhang Taihong glared. He was already too furious to sleep. And now this wretched woman was provoking him. It looked like another argument was enough, Zhang Na said angrily. I can afford the $1 million. But that Chen Feng shop must be shut down for good. Zhang Taihong nodded. Don't worry. Next up is the big boss of those 4 punks. Goes by Wang Chong. Old He says he's done time for murder and just got out recently. This time it's a sure thing. The veins on Zhang Taihong's temples bulged. $1 million yuan gone just like that. None of them spoke. They were all too angry to sleep. Zhang Na's beauty salon chain was already struggling, and now they had thrown away $1 million. The phone on the coffee table buzzed to life. Someone was calling. It's Chen Feng. Zhang Na picked up the phone and looked. Zhang Li and Zhang Taihong exchanged glances. A call this late at night. Could that useless Chen Feng have guessed what they did today? They had been so careful. Answer it. Let's see what he wants, Zhang Taihong sneered. Even if he guessed, what can he do? Dare to come after us. He'd be asking for trouble. Zhang Na pressed the answer button and switched on the speakerphone. Who is it? Why aren't you asleep at this hour? She asked, feigning a drowsy, languid voice. Zhang Na, did you send those people tonight? Chen Feng asked through gritted teeth. WH. What are you talking about? I was sleeping. Chen Feng calling so late, are you crazy? Zhang Na stammered, then shouted loudly at the end. A chill ran through Chen Feng's heart. It felt as if he had been plunged into an ice. He knew his ex-wife well. Whenever she lied, she would stutter. And her final loud outburst was just to cover her panic. Chen Feng said, Zhang Na, I'm telling you, call off Brother Wang's men. Otherwise, if I can't get to them, I swear I'll get to you first. Don't think I'm joking. If there's a next time, he'll come straight to your door. Chen Feng, adopting Lu Kai's tactics, issued a direct warning. If he couldn't solve the problem, he would eliminate the source of the problem. Since his ex-wife had resorted to such dirty tricks, the ties were complete. They were nothing to each other now. Chen Feng would not back down another step. It was only his ex-wife's good fortune that she hadn't appeared before him tonight, or else. You lunatic, Zhang Na cursed weakly. You bastard, if you dare touch my daughter. Zhang Taihong rushed over, roaring into the phone. Chen Feng hung up immediately. In the living room, Zhang Na and the other two stared at each other in stunned silence. It was almost 3 and Chen Feng composed himself and gently opened the door. He was startled. A dim light was on in the living room. He pushed the door open. He found Lu Yu leaning against the dining table, her chin resting on her hand. Beneath her soft flowing hair, her eyes were closed, seemingly asleep from exhaustion. Chen Feng changed into slippers and walked in quietly. Looking at Lu Yu's gentle face under the lamplight, his own heart calmed. It was just like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. It felt a bit like having a family. Tuan was not in the living room. Brother Chen. As Chen Feng passed by, Lu Yu suddenly opened her eyes, a look of surprise in them. She whispered, Tuan fell asleep an hour ago. She was waiting in the living room, but only just fell asleep. I carried her to her room. Chen Feng walked to the door and pushed it open. He saw his daughter sleeping soundly in bed. There seemed to be teardrops clinging to her long eyelashes. Guilt welled up in Chen Feng's. The gentle figure with long straight black hair appeared beside him, also watching in silence. Teacher Lu, thank you for today, Chen Feng. It was nothing. Lu Yu gazed at Chen Feng, her clear, cool face suddenly flushing. All she could smell was his masculine scent. Brother Chen Feng, from now on, just call me Lu Yu, she said. She felt this was her chance. A chance to confess her feelings. After all, Chen Feng was single now. She had the right to pursue him. So Lu Yu parted her red lips. Chun. All right. Chen Feng turned around. Teacher Lu, it's too late to go back now. If you want, I'll take you home. If not, you can sleep here. He turned to get his toy. The courage Lu Yu had just mustered ebbed away like a tide. She pouted in frustration, revealing a rare, girlish demeanor. Seeing her hesitate, Chen Feng looked back. Okay, she answered with a smile. All right, you can sleep with Tuan tonight. Realizing what he had said, Chen Feng quickly added, or I can set up another bed. He'll sleep with Tuan. Lu Yu said, her heart pound. Sleeping with Tuan was like indirectly sleeping with Brother Chen Feng. The bed would surely be filled with his scent. Chen Feng then prepared new toiletries for her. After Lu Yu had washed up, Chen Feng did the same. When he finished, the door to Tuan's room was still ajar. He knocked softly. He didn't push it open directly. What if Lu Yu was undressing? Come in. Chen Feng opened the door and found Lu Yu already undressed, lying in his bed under the covers. Tuan was asleep in her small. Good night, Chen Feng said. Good night. The door closed and Lu Yu whispered reluctantly. She took a deep breath, a look of pure bliss on her face. She hadn't succeeded in confessing. But this was still nice. She was one step closer to Brother Chen Feng. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Feng, who had slept on the sofa, was woken by his phone. Chen Feng, my husband said to come over for dinner today. We have the day off anyway. It was Lu Kai's wife Li Yan. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. Sure, brother Lu had helped him so much yesterday, and since the shop was closed today it was a good chance to get together. Not long after, Lu Yu woke up while Tuan Tuan was still sleeping. She greeted Chen Feng and went to wash up. Chen Feng prepared breakfast. A bowl of simple noodles with a fried egg on top. It smells wonderful. Lu Yu exclaimed, her long hair draped over her shoulders looking. She had dreamed of a day like this with brother Chen Feng countless times. She never imagined it would be realized so simply. Eat up. Chen Feng smiled and picked up his chopsticks. Okay. Lu Yu smiled back, sat across from him, and ate her noodles quietly. Warm enough to fill the emptiness that had been in Lu Yu's heart for so long. After breakfast, Chen Feng found himself in a dilemma. It seemed teacher Lu had no intention of leaving. She kept finding excuses to talk to him. It reminded Chen Feng of the casual chats he used to have with his daughter. Now he realized. Teacher Lu really did like him. They had barely spoken a few times before. Chen Feng touched his face, dazed. Could being handsome really be a meal ticket? I'm going to do a craft project. Tuan Tuan had a homework assignment 2 days ago that I never got around to doing. His mind a little flustered, Chen Feng used the task as an excuse to escape. Lu Yu sat on the sofa pretending to watch TV while secretly stealing glances at Chen Feng's profile. A notification sound came. Lu Yu opened it. It was a message from Zhang Xiao. Yeah, a whole night out. Did you willingly walk into the tiger's den and sleep at your Chen Feng Gij's place? Zhang Xiao sly face emoji. Lu Yu blushed. She touched her cheek. It was burning. A faint involuntary smile of pure joy curved her lips like a carefree fawn in a forest. Then she looked at another message. It was from Wang Ruoxin. Teacher Lu still not up. Teacher Lu, tell me, did you sleep at Uncle Chen Feng's? Lu Yu gave a soft hum. She quietly took her phone, and while Chen Feng wasn't looking, snapped a surreptitious photo. Then she sent it. This time she was finally ahead. An anguished scream of despair exploded in a pink room. At 1111 in the morning, in the Baitian residential area and not far from the Baitian district. A straight line distance of 2 kilometers from the snack street. Room 202, building 14. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. A flurry of footsteps followed. Dad, is this Uncle Liu's home? Tuan Tuan asked, tilting her head. She was held in Chen Feng's arms, clinging tightly to his neck. It had been like this ever since she woke up that morning. She was so afraid that her father would suddenly leave her. Then she would be left all alone in the world. Yes, and since you were worried about Uncle Lu, we've come to see him together, Chen Feng said with a smile, carrying milk, seasonal fruits, and 2 cartons of Furong Wang cigarettes. Brother Lu had helped him last night. The compensation from the yellow-haired punk was one thing. But to express his gratitude, Chen Feng still had to pay a visit with gifts. This was also his first time stepping into a friend's home. Miss Lu, when we get to Uncle Liu's house you need to be polite, just follow Tuan Tuan's lead, Tuan Tuan instructed again, turning her head. Lu Yu let out a soft amused laugh. After replying to her best friend and Wang Ruoxin's messages that morning, she saw the dozen or so frantic messages Wang Ruoxin had sent. Having gained the upper hand, Lu Yu was in a good mood. She decided to press her advantage and simply lingered, refusing to leave. Chen Feng. Later Tuan Tuan woke up. Chen Feng took the opportunity to invite Lu Yu. Since she had no classes, she might as well join them for a casual meal at the home of the owner of the Hunan cuisine restaurant. Lu Yu gladly agreed. And so this scene came to be. At that moment the door opened. A little boy's head poked out. He first looked at Tuan Tuan, then saw Chen Feng, and spoke. Excuse me, are you Uncle Chen? Brother Chen. Chen Feng smiled in the eyes of a child. Did he really look that young? No, you should call him Grandpa Chen, and you have to call me Annie. Tuan Tuan, you know. Tuan Tuan said. You're just a little kid, the boy retorted. Uncle Chen, please come in. You're the little kid, Tuan Tuan shot back. Chen Feng was amused his daughter had met her match. The group entered the house. No need to take off your shoes, Uncle Chen, and you too, miss, said Lu Zirwei politely. Chen Feng followed suit. He could hear the sound of a cleaver chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Chen Feng, you're here. Li Yan hurried over, wiping her hands, and said with a smile. Oh, Teacher Lu is here too, a rare guest, please come in. Chen Feng, you shouldn't have brought gifts. It's only right, sister-in-law, Chen Feng said. Where's Brother Lu? He's busy in the kitchen. Dear boss, Chen is here for you. Hold on, let me stew these ribs first, Lu Chi called back loudly. Under Li Yan's hospitable guidance, Chen Feng sat down on the. He hadn't known before coming. But upon learning, he was taken aback. Chen Feng discovered that his brother Liu's rented home was only 67 square meters. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, with a monthly rent of 1,800 yuan. The family of 3 consisted of his son Lu Zirwei, who was in the 4th grade, 10 years old, and boarded at a primary school in Haixi City during the week. He only came home on weekends by school bus. The annual tuition was over 3,000 yuan. In the past they couldn't make much money and the family lived very frugally. Now with Shin Yuchu also staying there it was even more cramped. Because Chen Feng noticed that the already narrow living room had a floor bed set up which hadn't been tidied up yet. Soon Lu Zirwei and Tuan Tuan were playing together. Lu Zirwei was a very polite child. I won, Tuan Tuan said. No you didn't, I won. If you lose you have to call me big brother. No little brother, Tuan Tuan insisted. You're cheating. If you cheat, I won't let you play with my good stuff. Big brother. Tuan Tuan and I have a little sister now. Lu Zirwei cheered. Li Yan, watching the 2 children play, was initially quite happy. If in the future her son were to marry Tuan Tuan, it would be a blessing cultivated over several lifetimes. But the moment her son called her little sister, her face darkened. This little fool. Sigh. Li Yan let out a silent sigh in her heart. It's truly a parent's undying love for their child. Not long after, Lu Chi hobbled out on crutches. His entire left foot was bandaged up like a white dumpling, and so was his head. The originally dark-skinned man now looked quite comical, although his kneecap was shattered. Through their conversation it turned out not to be that serious. He could still cook, albeit with some difficulty, and it wouldn't affect the Hunan cuisine restaurant's business too much. Uncle Lu, does it hurt? Tuan Tuan ran over. Lu Chi said it hurts. A look of concern appeared on Tuan Tuan's face. Uncle really cares about Tuan Tuan. Giggle. Teased by Lu Chi, Tuan Tuan laughed happily. Time to eat. Soon Shen Yuchu finished stir-frying the last dish. Everyone sat down at the table. Shen Yuchu had changed into a large loose t-shirt, which was clearly a man's. Chen Feng also noticed that while serving the dishes Shen Yuchu would sneak glances at him, and then at Lu Yue, her mind seemingly occupied with unknown thoughts. Come on, let's eat, Lu Chi said. Chen Feng, want a drink? Alcohol leads to trouble, better not, Chen Feng said with a rise. If he hadn't drunk too much yesterday, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. Uncle Liu's fermented soybean ribs are so delicious, Tuan. Of course my dad's cooking is great, Lu Zirwei said. My dad's is too, Tuan Tuan added. Teacher Lu and little auntie, please eat, don't. Instantly the atmosphere in the living room became very cheerful. Sipping his wine, Lu Chi asked, Chen Feng, with the shop closed today, you must be losing over 5,000 yuan, all because of those bastards. It's fine, money isn't important. Chen Feng shook his head. After 3 busy days he was exhausted, and this was a good chance to rest. Besides, once Huang Shi had news about the new channel for selling cucumber salad, money could be made easily. After learning that his ex-wife was behind last night's incident, Chen Feng knew he had to accumulate his own capital as quickly as possible. No, Uncle Lu. The very next day Dad told Tuan Tuan that the net profit was already 150 yuan. Tuan Tuan said, her voice muffled as she ate ribs. Clang. Li Yan was stunned. Boss Chen's shop made as much in one day as their Hunan restaurant did in a month. Lu Chi suddenly felt the wine in his cup wasn't so enjoyable anymore. Lu Yu looked at Chen Feng. Was a small snack shop really this profitable? Shen Yuchu's mouth fell open at her boss made so much money. Everyone was stunned. They had imagined the snack shop was doing well and was very profitable, but they never imagined it was this profitable. How about Chen Feng, I go help and we open the shop this afternoon? Lu Chi suggested. You can't afford to be at odds with money, Li Yan also urged. It's fine, there's no rush to make money, Chen Feng insisted. Those bastards, Lu Chi cursed, then immediately covered his mouth. There were 2 children present. The group began eating happily. What do you think the customers who are craving the food will do today, since Chen Feng isn't opening the shop? They'll have to make do with cold dishes. Meanwhile, at noon, in front of the life snack shop, customers had gathered. Why is the shop closed? Where's Boss Chen? It wasn't open this morning, and it's not open at noon either. What happened? The Hunan restaurant next door is closed too. That's right, what are we going to do without Boss Chen's dumplings and soy milk from now on? You don't know what happened last night. A passerby walked. Last night, what happened last night? A young office worker was the most agitated. Her name was Xiao Hong, and she had brought 2 colleagues along. She had boasted to her colleagues for quite a while, claiming the owner of this eatery looked like a celebrity, and that his dumplings and soybean milk were absolutely exquisite delicacies. Yet today the shop was closed. How utterly embarrassing for her. Yesterday Boss Chen Feng transformed into the food street warrior, courageously rescuing the owner of the Hunan cuisine restaurant, single-handedly fighting 4 punks, each strike knocking their legs lame with his staff. It even made it to the security station, the man recounted. This instantly captivated everyone's attention. Bro, do tell us, don't leave us. Shishi, a middle school girl on holiday, lit up with excitement. The handsome older owner could fight that ferociously. Yesterday 4 thugs with dyed hair showed up. You should have seen it. Both terrifying and infuriating. Thus the passerby narrated the tale with vivid detail. The crowd was so engrossed in the story that they forgot to eat. As they heard how the Hunan restaurant owner stepped up for Boss Chun and ended up with a broken leg and a gash on his head, everyone held their breath. Those 4 thugs were utterly despicable. In the end, a drunken Boss Chun turned into the food street warriors, subduing each of the 4 punks with a single punch and breaking their legs one by one to avenge the Hunan restaurant owner. Then the security officers arrived. A collective gasp escaped some young women, their hearts fluttering wildly. Wasn't Boss Chun just a man like that? Radiated security. Wait, brother, if Boss Chun took revenge like that, wouldn't he be arrested and charged with intentional harm? A voice exclaimed, clearly knowledgeable about the law. Will we never get to eat his dumplings and soybean milk again? No way, those damn bastards, the crowd fumed indignantly. Just then an elderly woman rubbing her sore back approached, beaming with joy. Boss Chun didn't open today. The woman laughed. Don't worry, Boss Chun wasn't arrested. The matter was resolved last night, though it was too late. Thanks to Boss Chun, I twisted my back and earned 50,000 yuan, the woman declared. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to what kind of miraculous story was this? Boss Chun is my personal deity of fortune, Aunt Wang began narrating. It turned out that by simply twisting her back, she had made those thugs compensate her 50,000 yuan. Haha, those punks got what they deserved. They ended up losing 200,000. Awesome. Hearing that Boss Chun was safe, the crowd instantly. Aunt Wang pointed to the neighboring Hunan restaurant. If you don't believe me, the glass door has Boss Liu's number. He's close with Boss Chun, you can call and ask. He'll call, said the office worker Xiao Hong, immediately dialing the number. Soon the call connected. Lu Chi was eating when his phone rang. Hello, this is Lu Chi speaking. Who's calling? After a moment, Lu Chi looked at Chen Feng with a perplexed expression. Customers are asking when you'll open again. They're all waiting to eat. Right now there are at least a dozen customers waiting outside your snack shop. Li Yan, Lu Yue, and Shun Yuchu listened in astonishment. Life Snack Shop had only been open for 3 days. Had it already gathered such a loyal group of regulars so quickly? And they were even chasing Lu Qi for the food. It was utterly preposterous, like insanity walking in through the front door. Well, open as usual tomorrow, Chen Feng said, slapping his forehead with a smile. He hadn't expected to be so popular. Otherwise, he would have gone back to the shop this morning to post a notice. The flavor of the old techniques far exceeded his imagination. Chen Feng said, "Brother Lu, tell her we didn't prepare any ingredients today, so she'll have to wait until tomorrow." All right. After relaying the message, Lu Qi was about to hang up when another call came in. Boss Lu, am Huang Shi. Looking for Boss Chen. Thank you. Lu Qi handed the phone to Chen Feng. Hello, this is Chen Feng. Boss Huang, what's the matter? Chen Feng asked. Boss Chen, it's about the cucumber salad. What do you think? Said Huang Shi. Tomorrow. The shop only opens tomorrow, Chen Feng replied. After 2 more casual remarks, he hung up. Lu Qi took back his phone and asked, cucumber salad. What's that about? Chen Feng chuckled. It's about selling my cucumber salad at your Hunan restaurant. Someone approached me wanting to partner up and expand it to a... Lu Qi gasped sharply. If production could keep up as Chen Feng described, just imagine how much money that would rake in. The women were also astounded. Lu Qi said, you could even have them advertise your snack shop. That's a good idea, Chen Feng smiled. All right, stop talking business. Eat quickly before it gets cold, Li Yin interjected. But Lu Qi suddenly lost his appetite. If his Hunan cuisine were this popular, he'd be laughing in his sleep. After the meal, Chen Feng and Lu Qi chatted idly about the food. Lu Zirwei and Tuan Tuan were playing games. Li Yin, Lu Yue, and Xin Yuchu were like 3 women forming a play. Li Yin was seeking advice from Lu Yu. What specialty would be best for her son to develop in the future? After all, Lu Qi had risked his life to gain that huge sum of 150,000 yuan. Wasn't everything the parents did for the sake of their son? Lu Yu offered suggestions. Xin Yuchu watched silently, her eyes filled with longing. Soon after, Lu Qi exclaimed, Chen Feng, you're planning to register a catering company. This meant starting a company, becoming a boss, no longer just a self-employed vendor. Yet just a thought, Chen Feng said. All I know are some old techniques from the past. It'd be great if people across the country could enjoy them. The women also turned their gaze toward him. Lu Qi shook his head. Even if you add fried dough sticks, opening a national chain with just dumplings and soybean milk is too limited. The country is huge and tastes vary by region. Chen Feng laughed. Brother Lu, you don't think all I'm good at is these snacks, do you? With decision in hand, anything was possible. Then it's settled. Lu Qi said. I'm all for it. With the groundwork laid, Chen Feng continued. Brother Lu, you know, though I haven't registered the company, yet I did sign a labor contract with Yuchu. She's considered the first employee of my future company. Lu Qi nodded. That's grandma's blessing. Xin Yuchu smiled bashfully, her small hands clasped together. For some reason, Lu Yu suddenly felt a twinge of envy toward Xin Yuchu. Chen Feng went on. Since she'll be an employee of my company in the future, I'm a straightforward person. I plan to provide employee uniforms. I apologize for being forward, but perhaps I could rent an apartment for Yuchu, or have her stay at my place. She is my employee after all. At this, Lu Qi fell silent, puffing on his cigarette before silently patting Chen Feng's shoulder. He understood. Chen Feng was well aware that their Yuchu was squeezed in too uncomfortably. Thus he was helping from a different angle. Lu Qi was deeply moved. I won't say much more. It's Yuchu's decision to make. But since your company isn't registered yet, and you only have one employee, don't waste money on another rental. Just let her stay at your place for now. Having a woman around will help with the household. Xin Yuchu's face reddened even more. Lu Qi turned to her. Great-grand, and are you going? Yes, why wouldn't I? Hearing this, Li Yin was ecstatic. She said, it's too cramped having Yuchu at our place, and it's inconvenient for me and her uncle. Since Yuchu works for Boss Chen, he naturally should arrange her accommodation. Great-grand aunt, you're an adult now. You need to stand on your own feet. You can't always rely on your grandnephew, right? Li Yin didn't understand grand principles. She only knew that Chen Feng was definitely their Lu family's benefactor. And although Shun Yuchu dressed like a village girl, women understood women. Li Yin knew very well that her great-grandaunt had a stunning figure, a full bust, a slender waist, and she was truly beautiful. But she was quiet and didn't like to talk. In their Hunan region, she was the beauty of 10 villages. Countless people coveted her. Now that Chen Feng was single and had a child, if great-grandaunt moved into Chen Feng's home, she'd have the advantage of being near. Who knows? If they hit it off and got married, wouldn't they become relatives then? Connected at the bone. So Li Yin deliberately played the villain, furiously winking. For a moment, several pairs of eyes turned to her. The shy Shin's cheeks flushed even deeper. Her fingers beneath her clothes twisted nervously. Would she really be living with her boss from now on? Are you willing? Lu Qi asked again. Lu Yu watched silently. In that instant, she felt a pang of jealousy. I do, Shin Henin said in a very low voice. She lowered her head slightly, averting her gaze from Chen Feng. Great. From now on, Sister Yuchu will sleep at our home. Tuanshuan cheered loudly. After her observation yesterday, Sister Yuchu spoke gently and had such a pleasant voice. She was simply the perfect future mother. She had hundreds of ways to make Dad fall for her. It's only temporary, Chen Feng explained a bit too defensively. So Yuchu was now living together with brother Chen Feng. Lu Yu's mouth hung open. Suddenly she was so envious that she couldn't speak. While she and Wang Ruoxin had been fiercely competing, they realized that a third party had cut in too quickly. They had been fighting for nothing. Brother Chen Feng only sees Yuchu as an employee, Lu Yu murmured to herself. She needed to step up. Since Shin Yuchu agreed to move into Chen Feng's home, Li Yin immediately helped her pack her luggage, as if afraid that Chen Feng might. Chen Feng was still chatting with Lu Qi. After Shin Yuchu packed her things, Lu Qi said, "Chen Feng, I know your soybeans need to be soaked early, and you have afternoon preparations, so I won't keep you longer." Chen Feng then took his leave with Tuan. There were 4 of them on the way back. Chen Feng glanced at Lu Yu. He knew she liked him. After having that thought in the morning with Shen Yuchu and Tuan both here, Chen Feng felt too embarrassed to have a serious talk with Lu Yue, and he certainly couldn't drive her away. Tuan, since Yuchu is living with us, what do you think we should do next? Chen Feng deliberately asked. Big shopping spree. Tuan exclaimed loudly. So Chen Feng hailed a taxi with the 3 girls and headed to a nearby large shopping mall. The 4 of them couldn't ride the electric scooter unless Chen Feng wasn't afraid of being stopped by the traffic authorities. I need to work hard to earn money and buy a car soon, otherwise traveling will be as inconvenient as this, Chen Feng silently thought. They arrived at the large mall. At Tuan's request, the 2 women held Tuan's hands in the middle as they wandered around. Chen Feng followed behind. This sight attracted the full attention of the mall shoppers. The head-turning rate was nearly 100, because Chen Feng's group of 4 was simply too eye-catching. The man handsome, the women beautiful, and the little one extremely adorable. Dad, I want ice cream. On it. Dad, I want to buy that doll. Okay. Dad, that outfit looks so nice, and there's an adult version. Buy one for Sister Yuchu too. No problem. Lu Yu silently sipped her lemonade, watching Shin Yuchu, who had finished trying on clothes, carefully adjust Tuan's sleeves. Sometimes she felt like the extra one. In the afternoon, Chen Feng bought clothes for his daughter, as well as many toys. It was compensation for his daughter being frightened last night. With his daughter's help as a wingman, even though Shin Yuchu kept saying no, Chen Feng insisted on buying her a few pieces of clothing. They'll deduct it from your future salary, Chen Feng said. They were all affordable and comfortable, the kind costing 100 or 200 each. Chen Feng wouldn't buy anything too expensive. After all, Shin Yuchu was just Chen Feng's employee. Along the way, Chen Feng also went to a nearby laundry shop to ask the tailor if they could make work uniforms to order. The other party said yes. Small quantities at a higher price, large quantities at a lower price. Chen Feng thought for a moment and just asked for a phone number. Now that he had bought clothes for Shin Yuchu, the custom work uniforms could wait. They also watched a children's cartoon movie together called The Happy Life of Hua Hua Pig. This pig had many aunties who took care of it and let it grow up carefree. Chen Feng didn't remember the plot well because he fell asleep midway. He only recalled that Tuan watched it with great enthusiasm. After the movie, the 4 of them had dinner together. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Tuan, holding her father's hand, waved at Lu Yu. Goodbye, Tuan. Lu Yu watched Chen Feng and the others get into the car and disappear until they were out of sight. Lu Yu really wanted to go with them. Brother Chen Feng was right in front of her, so why didn't she dare to be more proactive? Lu Yu felt hollow. That's right. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Brother Chen Feng's home had 3 bedrooms and a living room. Shin Yuchu could live there as an employee. What if she also became an employee of Life Snack Shop? Chen Feng, Tuan, and Shin Yuchu returned home, carrying small bags. They put away the items. Tuan. Chen Feng was about to tell her to rest early. He would handle the remaining preparations alone. Let's go. Tuan had already run out of the room. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. His daughter's addiction to making money was even stronger than his. The 3 returned to Baitian community. After picking up the electric scooter, they headed straight to the vegetable market. Yesterday, 4 punks with dyed hair had caused trouble. At that time, the loss to Life Snack Shop was not significant. Most of the raw materials had already been used up. After buying all kinds of ingredients needed for tomorrow morning, the 3 rushed back to the shop without delay. Chen Feng soaked soybeans in the back kitchen and prepared ingredients for the next day. Meanwhile, Shin Yuchu and Tuan were in the front hall whispering to each other while cleaning. This kind of life is pretty nice. After the 3 returned home at 9 in the evening, Chen Feng was about to make the bed for Shin Yuchu. Boss. Shin Yuchu blushed, lowering her head slightly. I can handle these myself. All right. Chen Feng chuckled softly. He used to do such things at home out of habit. Now that a young woman had come to live in his house, he needed to maintain proper boundaries and not be too attentive. Shin Yuchu took the bedsheet and slowly made the bed. Her movements were very gentle and the bedsheet was smoothed perfectly flat by her small hands without a single wrinkle. She was meticulous and dedicated. She was a girl as gentle as water, though a bit silly. Chen Feng said nothing, just watched her, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. She still had a slight stoop. Chen Feng smiled. Even though Shin Yuchu was now wearing a plain loose t-shirt, this habit of hers surely wouldn't change anytime soon. Just as Shin Yuchu was about to finish making the bed, Dad, are you and Sister Yuchu making a baby in the room? Tuan rushed in. In an instant, Shin Yuchu's body stiffened, and she couldn't even turn her head. Her fair, delicate neck flushed bright red, spreading. Her small hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Chen Feng knew that Shin Yuchu was 20 years old, a grown woman. Although she had grown up in the countryside, she wasn't completely naive. Chen Feng immediately glared. Tuan shrank her neck, knowing her father was angry. She had said the wrong thing, but she had done it. If you don't take the initiative and I don't take the initiative, then who will buy diapers? When would she ever have a mother? Tuan thought bravely, facing her daughter's innocent gaze. Chen Feng opened his mouth to speak. In such an awkward situation, he really didn't know what to say. Sister Yuchu. Tuan ran over to Shin Yuchu and grabbed her hand. What is it, Tuan? Shin Yuchu crouched down and looked at Tuan. Sister Yuchu, can I take a bath with you today? Tuan asked expectantly, then looked at Chen Feng. Dad, can Tuan? Chen Feng's forehead veins bulged. His daughter had really been led astray at kindergarten. She was constantly testing his bottom line. You'll have to ask your sister Yuchu. If she agrees, it's fine. With that, Chen Feng quickly walked out of the room. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid his daughter would drive him crazy. In the living room, Chen Feng drank tea and gradually calmed down. He had no idea what kind of spell his daughter had cast on Shen Henin, but Shen Henin had actually agreed. Going to take a bath now, Dad. Sister Yuchu and I are bathing together. Don't peek. Chen Feng's face darkened. He realized he had been too hasty. He should never have let Shin Yuchu stay at his home. So Anshuan happily ran into the bathroom. Shin Yuchu followed with her clothes. She glanced at Chen Feng. Their eyes met. Shin Yuchu quickly looked away, her face flushed crimson, and fled into the bathroom like escaping. Soon Sister Yuchu, so big. Turn the water down a bit. Came the sound of her daughter's cheerful laughter from the bathroom. The water was pattering. This can't go on like this. Chen Feng's heart grew restless. He hurriedly recited a few silent prayers. Whoosh. Chen Feng vanished from the living room. Today he needed to pet that tabby cat to cool his anger. Before his eyes the mysterious white mist surged. Chen Feng entered the Tishita heaven. Lifting his gaze, he saw the sky filled with countless stars resplendent in the night. Chen Feng's heart also grew tranquil. If only I could bring Tuan Tuan and the others here someday, he thought, gazing at such beauty. Chen Feng imagined lying on the grass with his daughter, watching her grow up slowly, casting aside all worries. It would surely be. Previously, he had only ever entered during the day. This was the first time he had come to the Tishita heaven at night. Xiao Yao. He scanned around, but saw no sign of the tabby cat Xiao Yao. Chen Feng called out. Meow. A meow sounded behind him. Chen Feng quickly turned around. There stood Xiao Yao behind him. Like a cold, elegant woman, Xiao Yao sauntered up to him without a word. Then she rubbed her head against his feet. Chen Feng was utterly astonished. Since he had started greeting Xiao Yao these past few days, he had never seen this cat demon act like this. Was she in heat? Xiao Yao, Chen Feng called again. Meow meow. Xiao Yao rubbed, even harder, gazing up at him with large, intelligent eyes. She seemed eager for him to pet her. Xiao Yao, talk to me. Meow meow meow. Man and cat stared at each other for a long time. Countless thoughts raced through Chen Feng's mind. He was stunned. Had the tabby cat demon lost its wits with the fall of night? Then Chen Feng saw Xiao Yao wrap all four legs around his thigh. It seemed she wouldn't let him go unless he petted her. Chen Feng laughed. He hadn't expected his small goal of petting the cat to be achieved so, and she had come to him willingly. My daughter provokes me, and now you too, he mused. Then I won't hold back. Chen Feng crouched down and picked up Xiao Yao. Meow meow. He stroked her from the neck all the way down, smoothing her fur back and forth. Chen Feng had long awaited this moment. Purring. Xiao Yao let out a contented rumbling, her feline eyes filled with play. But what exactly is going on? Chen Feng walked towards the fields. The mystery of the Tishita heaven deepened in his heart. He saw that the cucumbers in the field were even more lush, their fruits larger. Chen Feng didn't pick them. If he did now, given the different flow of time between the Tishita heaven and reality. By the time he returned tomorrow, the cucumbers would surely be wilted. Still, he picked one, wiped it casually, and bit into it. Delicious. Meowed. Xiao Yao looked at him from his arms. You want some too? Chen Feng pinched off a piece and fed it to her. This tabby cat demon was a glutton. Splash. A sound of water splashing came from the pond in the distance. Chen Feng, the lake's surface was calm. A fish must have just leaped, he thought. Chen Feng knew how to catch fish and swim. He pondered for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the idea of going into the water. He remembered Xiao Yao had warned him not to ask about things he shouldn't. Perhaps the Tishita heaven harbored dangers. The entire place could be. If there was one great danger, it was surely this pond. Could it be tens of thousands of feet deep? Or perhaps a water ghost lurked within? Chen Feng recalled ghost stories he had heard. Whoosh. Xiao Yao suddenly leaped from his arms, diving straight into the pond and breaking the water's surface. Xiao Yao. Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise, but didn't act rashly. He remembered this tabby cat could swim. He waited by the pond. Soon after, a violent splashing sound arose. A bright fishtail thrashed as Xiao Yao's head emerged. She was holding a large grass carp in her mouth, swimming to the shore. Meowed. Xiao Yao spat out the large grass carp and shook her body, sending water flying everywhere. Chen Feng shielded his face. Meowed. Man and cat locked eyes. Chen Feng was both amused and exasperated. Is this fish a reward for petting you? Meow. Thanks. Chen Feng felt quite pleased inside. The flesh of this fish was as delicious as celestial dragon meat. Having tasted it a couple of days ago, he simply couldn't forget the flavor. He picked up the fish. Its tail thrashed violently in his hand, the strength immense, its mouth opening and closing as if crying for help. Chen Feng walked towards the thatched hut. Xiao Yao followed beside him. Reaching the hut, Chen Feng didn't rush to knock, though he was eager to acquire a new ancient skill. He set down the fish. Then, standing on the open ground before the hut, Chen Feng assumed the starting posture of the Taiji fist palm. Moving from stillness to motion, coordinating with his breathing, he began to practice slowly. Meow. Xiao Yao's feline eyes showed confusion, but she still lay nearby watching. Slowly, Chen Feng performed each move, immersing himself in the essence of the Taiji fist palm. Gradually, Chen Feng's heart grew calmer. Yesterday, the thugs had come to cause trouble, and later he had been threatened by that man, Brother Wang. Even after calling his ex-wife. If that lunatic Zhang Na still did something irrational, Chen Feng needed the ability to protect himself first. At the very least, a last-minute polish would still shine. Having taught the four thugs a lesson, Chen Feng had profoundly witnessed the power of the Taiji fist palm. and he seemed to move as if seasoned by countless battles. He didn't know if his ex-wife would stop, or if Brother Wang would continue to stir trouble. The Taiji fist palm is my confidence. I absolutely cannot back down. The more I yield, the more aggressive they become. If they come to cause trouble again. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He would not be a passive victim. A man must have courage. Strike proactively. Crush his ex-wife with a heavy fist, kick his ex-father-in-law, and slap his ex-mother-in-law. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of punches and palms filled the air. Chen Feng transitioned from soft to hard, growing increasingly fierce. After finishing the routine, Chen Feng was slightly sweaty. His understanding of the Taiji fist palm deepened. Xiao Yao had disappeared somewhere. Who? Chen Feng took a deep breath and walked to the front of the thatched hut. Knock knock knock. Is anyone there? Chen Feng called. With a creak, the door of the hut swung open by itself. Chen Feng saw the familiar statue of a figure once more. Joy surged in his heart. His guess had been correct. Each day he could receive a heritage of an ancient skill. He saw that this statue was of an old man. The old man held a thick wooden rod stirring something in a large vat. His arms were knotted and powerful. Many unknown fragments floated in the vat. Behind the old man stood a series of sealed large vats and a stove where something was burning, emitting steam. What is this one? Gazing at the statue, Chen Feng couldn't guess what ancient skill this heritage was for the first time. In an instant, the stone statue dissolved into thick mist, surging towards Chen Feng's mind. With a thud, Chen Feng collapsed at the door of the thatched hut. Ah, Sister Yochu, this feels so nice. Can Sister Yochu bathe with Tuan Tuan every day? Tuan Tuan asked expectantly. Sure, Shin Yuchu replied with a smile. She thought that since Tuan Tuan was so big now, it was inconvenient for her father to bathe her. So she took on this responsibility. Tuan Tuan was wearing her pajamas, and so was Shin Yuchu. Under her loose pajamas, her chest was full, nearly bursting the fabric. Her hair fell softly over her shoulders, and a pair of shapely white calves swung beneath her shorts. At 166 centimeters tall, she was exquisitely petite and perfect. As the bathroom door opened, a cloud of steam rushed out. Daddy fell asleep. They saw Chen Feng lying on the sofa. With a patter of footsteps, Chen Xiaotuan immediately scampered back into the bedroom. Shin Yochu, with her naive yet bold gaze, stared at her boss profile, for he was fast asleep. His lips were thin and tightly pressed together, a faint crease furrowing his brow. The boss had divorced, raising Tuan Tuan alone while running the shop to earn money. It had always been a hard life. Shin the simpleton mused silently. Suddenly a voice rang out. Aha, Sister Yochu, I caught you sneaking a peek at Dad. Yet she found Tuan Tuan quietly emerging with a thin blanket without a sound. Tell me, do you like my dad? Shin Yuchu's face, her flustered eyes evaded Chen Xiaotuan's sparkling, innocent gaze. I don't. I do, the simpleton shunned. Sister Yochu, lots of people like my dad, you know. You better hurry up. Tuan Tuan then leaned in close to Shun Yochu, whispering secrets. With that, Shun Xiaotuan headed for the sofa. This guy. He's supposed to be the one taking care of me at my age, but instead I have to look after him. I'm still just a child. Can't carry a thing, can't lift a thing. Tuan Tuan slowly wrapped the blanket around Chen Feng. Shin Yuchu watched her expression. Tuan Tuan was right. As far as she knew, at least, that teacher Lu and Wang Ruoxin had a crush on the boss. Because when a girl likes someone, her eyes can never hide it. After covering him with the blanket, Tuan Tuan returned to Shun Yochu, took her hand, and even crooked a finger at her. Woman. Tuan Tuan flashed a mischievous grin. Shin Yochu. Dad's sleeping on the sofa tonight, so you get to sleep with me, your little Tuan. Tuan Tuan thought for a moment. Being Dad's daughter was truly blissful. Yesterday, teacher Lu slept with her. Today she had Sister. Another day she had tricked Sister Ruoxin into bed too. Her dream of sleeping with many mommies was about to come true easily. Later on, they'd all share one big blanket. Before Shin Yuchu could refuse, Tuan Tuan pulled the simple girl into the bedroom. Chen Feng slept straight through until 3:55. Oh no, he jolted awake. The room was pitch black with only a dim yellow light in the living room. He glanced up at the clock. Phew. That was such a comfortable sleep. My daughter didn't even wake me up. Chen Feng hadn't expected to sleep so long after receiving the legacy of the old craft. It seemed he had been truly exhausted lately. He didn't dwell on it, and quickly entered the Tusada heaven. Inside, it was shrouded in dark. He couldn't see Xiao Yao, unsure where she was sleeping. But a splashing sound arose. That grass carp was still alive. Chen Feng felt relieved. He had come in to check on its survival. Returning to reality, he headed for the bedroom. He hadn't showered before sleeping yesterday, and had broken a sweat from boxing, so he needed to wash. Pushing open the slightly ajar bedroom door, Chen Feng stood frozen. On the bed, Tuan Tuan clung to Shin Yuchu like an octopus. The blanket had been kicked aside completely. That little rascal's hand was even resting on a magnificent undulating peak. Chen Feng's blood pressure spiked. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng walked straight to the wardrobe without looking sideways. Quietly grabbing a change of clothes, he gently closed the door behind him. During all this, Shun the simpleton fluttered her eyelids, but didn't open them. In the darkness, her face was as red as a Fuji apple. Entering the bathroom, Chen Feng began to shower. He hadn't expected that letting his employees stay over would help Brother Lu, but complicate his own life. This is truly a disaster. When Chen Feng finished showering, steam filled the air. Opening the door, he found two figures waiting outside, one big and one small, both in pajamas. Shin Yuchu looked away shyly. Good morning, Dad. I made Sister Yuchu sleep with me last night. You're not mad at me, are you? No, I'm not. Chen Feng shook his head. As they say, the tale is long or short as needed. After they were ready, Chen Feng rode his electric scooter, carrying the two girls toward the market. After buying fresh meat and ingredients, Chen Feng didn't buy much despite the extra person, but it was still a lot of groceries. He thought Shin Yuchu couldn't carry them, but he had underestimated her. Arriving at the shop, Chen Feng busied himself in the kitchen while the two girls handled the front. Midway, Chen Feng went to the restroom, entered the Tusita heaven, and brought back the lively grass carp. This fish is practically becoming a spirit. Chen Feng found it hard to believe. Given the flow of time, several days should have passed in the Tusita heaven. The fish hadn't been in water, yet it was still alive. Perhaps time only flows differently when I'm inside the Tusita heaven, Chen Feng. Notably, he still hadn't seen Xiao Yao. Recalling the scene of petting the cat yesterday, Chen Feng felt a pang of nostalgia. Contrary to his expectations, teacher Lu didn't come, nor did Wang Ruoxin arrive early. The three of them ate breakfast at the shop. Old Master Chen, who usually showed up, didn't appear either. Even the programmers who regularly pulled all-nighters didn't come. Has my snack shop lost its appeal, or have they gotten too big for their britches? Chen Feng chuckled. Maybe they didn't come because they saw the shop closed yesterday. Time ticked on to 5:40. The streets grew busier. Chen Feng noticed some breakfast stalls in the snack street across the way slowly opening their doors. Then customers began to arrive at the shop. Old Wang wasn't lying. Boss Chen is open today after all. An elderly woman walked in. Boss Chen, give me 3 steamers of mushroom and pork dumplings, 3 bowls of soy milk, and 2 fried dough sticks. To go. Coming right up. Chen Feng said with a smile. Granny Sue, please come in and sit down. Tuan quickly greeted her. The child was sharp from a young age, remembering most of the regulars, and recognized the visitor instantly. Chen Feng sometimes wondered why the elderly folks from the nearby neighborhoods came here to buy breakfast instead of making it themselves. The shop's good flavor was only part of the reason. They came deliberately to play with Tuan. Many of these elderly folks didn't have grandchildren. Tuan was so adorable they just couldn't help. Oh, my Tuan is here too. Granny Sue beamed, scooping up Tuan. While waiting, she said, Boss Chen, when will you be my good luck charm? Granny Sue, what good luck charm? Tuan asked. Chen Feng was also curious. The night before last, Granny Wang twisted her back and made 50,000 yuan. The news has spread all over our neighborhood. Granny Sue continued. Now all my old friends are clamoring to eat at Boss Chen's place, hoping to try their luck. Chen Feng was at a loss. What kind of good luck charm was that? It was more like a jinx. Granny Wang just got lucky. As Granny Sue had said after she left. Business at the shop suddenly picked up. Boss Chen, 2 steamers of dumplings and 2 bowls of goji berry honey syrup. When you get old, you have to take care of your health. Here, 2 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk. Uncle Jean, you know, every time I eat here, my wife always complains, asking if I don't love her anymore because I don't like her breakfast. We've been married for decades and her breakfast is always the same old stuff. I'm tired of it. Of course I love her, but Boss Chen's breakfast is just too delicious. Hey, don't even get me started. When I eat here and bring some back, my wife enjoys it thoroughly, but still scolds me for wasting money, calling me a spendthrift old fool. The 2 old men exchanged a glance and sighed in unison, their eyes reflecting a mutual admiration. Soon the shop was packed and a queue was beginning to form. Business was even more booming than before. Granny Wang came over with her grocery basket and whispered, Boss Chen, someone's asking for... Granny Wang, what's a competitor? Chen Xiaotuan blinked her big eyes and leaned in. Tuan. Granny Wang smiled, pointing across the street. See that northern dumpling shop? The day before yesterday, they thought Boss Chen got into a fight and was locked up, so yesterday, they started selling soy milk and various steamed dumplings, even making several kinds of soy milk. Granny Wang, let them run their business, they'll run mine. Chen Feng glanced over and shook his head. In this day and age, he couldn't control others opening shops. He didn't want to bother either. He would focus on running his own snack shop. Even if they sold the same snacks with the old craftsmanship from the Tusita heaven backing him up. Was Chen Feng afraid they'd steal his business? They'd definitely follow the trend fast. And die even faster. That was Chen Feng's... Huh? Granny Wang laughed. Boss Chen, you're so confident. Many people saw you didn't open yesterday, so they went to try that play. I went yesterday too, and the taste was really not good. Humph. Tuan was unhappy. Those outsiders were so mean. Of course knockoffs can't compare to the original. An elderly man said, I only like Boss Chen's flavor. Exactly. Only here can you get soy milk fit for immortals. The customers in the shop chimed in. By the way, Granny Wang, is your back better? Chen Feng asked with concern. It's better, it was better yesterday. Granny Wang laughed. I got 500 yuan for free. Then Granny Wang should treat us today. An elderly man teased with a smile. Go on, get out. Granny Wang said, Boss Chen, 2 steamer baskets of lamb and green onion dumplings, 3 bowls of soy milk to go. All right. Perhaps afraid of meeting familiar customers had make her pay. Granny Wang packed up and slipped away. Yu Bao received. Boss, 2 more fried dough sticks. 3 bowls of soy milk, thank you kindly. You're welcome. Tuan, haven't seen you in a day. You've... Grandpa Su. A long line slowly formed outside the shop, all waiting for Chen Feng's snacks. The customers inside chatted up. The scene was filled with a leisurely, mundane atmosphere. Watching his daughter run around among the tables, fulfilling the customers' needs one by one, Chen Feng worked with an involuntary smile on his face. Thanks to Granny Wang's reminder, Chen Feng occasionally glanced across the street. Then, sometimes he saw customers heading over there only to glance in his direction, pass right by the northern dumpling shop, cross the road, and walk toward him. Boss Chen, I still prefer your food. That soy milk across the street is practically undrinkable. Yeah, it's terrible, just mixed with soy milk powder and water, not even a bit of milk. Haha, soy milk without soybeans, what kind of soy milk is that? There aren't many honest shopkeepers like Boss Chen these days. Listening to the customers' chatter, Chen Feng smiled faintly. That shop wanted to steal his business. It seemed they were overthinking. Time slipped by slowly. Brother Chen Feng. Lu Yu arrived. Today she wore a sky blue little cape over a plain white t-shirt, cropped light-colored skirt, paired with white sandals. She had tied her hair back. This fresh and bright look made her seem much more lively, catching Chen Feng's eye. Teacher Lu, you're here. Tuan immediately welcomed her. Just passing by having breakfast. Lu Yu stared at Chen Feng. Teacher Lu, please, you're an honored guest. Chen Feng said with a smile. He felt that today's Lu Yu was coming on strong with ill intent. Uncle, 2 steamer baskets of chive and pork dumplings. Soon Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua also arrived. Wang Ruoxin, seeing Lu Yu eating inside, she snorted lightly. She hadn't expected that with one slip-up Teacher Lu would get so far ahead in the pursuit of her uncle. Uncle, I know you won't hire anyone because you don't want me to work study, but I won't give up. The girl declared boldly. Chen Feng smiled and said, I told you after the college entrance exam you can come work at the shop. But I want to work now. Wang Ruoxin said. No. Chen Feng shook his head. He couldn't hinder the child's studies. Boss, 1 steamer basket of mushroom and pork dumplings, 1 of celery and pork steamed dumplings, 1 bowl of plain soy milk, 1 of red date and lotus seed soy milk, 1 of black bean and sesame soy milk. Zhang Xiaohua said, and 1 crispy fried dough stick. With that she swallowed her saliva and pulled her best friend who still wanted to all right. After the 2 girls finished eating, Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua naturally joined in helping at the shop. Chen Feng didn't know whether to refuse. With Xin Yuchu in charge, Chen Feng became the odd one out. He simply went to the neighboring Hunan restaurant. Lu Qi and Li Yin had arrived in the morning bringing their son Lu Zhiwei. They had greeted Chen Feng earlier. Lu Zhiwei wanted to play with Tuan, but she refused directly. She said she wasn't a kid anymore and had to focus on her career, telling the little brat to go play elsewhere. This amused everyone. Brother Lu. Entering the kitchen of Lu Kai's Hunan restaurant, Chen Feng greeted him. You're here. Lu Qi had a cigarette in his mouth with a weighing rack beside him. He was preparing minced garlic scallions, chili peppers, and other garnishes. Though his leg was lame, he could still cook. Where's sister-in-law? Chen Feng asked casually. She and Zhiwei went to the market to buy groceries. You know how I am, I'll have to leave the shopping to her for a while. Lu Qi said. Need any help? Chen Feng offered. No need, haha, how the tables have turned. I used to be the one asking you. Though I don't need your help, you've got to prepare that smashed cucumber for me. My shop's success depends on your smashed cucumber. Lu Qi said. No problem. They chatted a bit more. Chen Feng left. But he pondered among the skills of the old craftsman had obtained in the Tishida heaven, would any include medicine? If so, and if it were as miraculous as Grandpa Long Taiangxiang's Tai Chi palm technique, he could try to heal Brother Liu's knee and make it heal. Time slipped away like this. At 9:40, all the breakfast prepared in the morning was sold out. Chen Feng went to the market to buy ingredients. The 5 women cleaned the shop. After returning, Chen Feng prepared the smashed cucumber. He also kept Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin, and Zhang Xiaohua for lunch. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands in delight. After a short break, the Life Snack Shop reopened at 1130. Business at the snack shop and the Hunan restaurant continued to boom. After closing at around 1 p.m., Chen Feng cooked the grass carp. Uncle Chen, this boiled fish is so delicious. Zhang Xiaohua ate as if she could swallow her tongue. Xiaohua, you should go on a diet. Wang Ruoxin advised. After lunch, Chen Feng played the absentee boss again. He walked to a nearby street, entered an electronics store, bought something, and wrapped it as a gift. Chen Feng returned to the shop. His daughter had been working so hard on her career these days. As her father, he had to reward her. Just then Huang Shi arrived in his rickety old van. Boss Chen. Huang Shi greeted his cash cow loudly. Boss Huang. Chen Feng stood outside the shop waiting for Huang Shi to park his car. Boss Chen, how many portions of smashed cucumber can you? Huang Shi rushed over, panting heavily. Yesterday when I was delivering goods, I negotiated with 10 restaurants first. They all said they'd give it a try. How about starting with 1,000 portions of smashed cucumber? No rush. Come inside and we'll talk. Chen Feng shot Huang Shi a surprised glance. He hadn't expected him to move so fast. Was this what they called preparing the troops before the provisions arrived? The 2 pushed open the glass door and entered the shop. Daddy. Hello, Uncle. Tuan immediately rushed over, her big eyes fixed on the gift box in Chen Feng's hands, filled with anticipation. Brother Chen Feng. Big guy. Boss. Boss, big guy. A chorus of sweet melodious voices rang out. The moment he stepped inside, Huang Shi was dumbfounded. Gazing at Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin, Shen Youchu, and Chen Xiaotuan, he wondered what kind of paradise for immortals he had stumbled into. These beauties were each more stunning than the last. Even when his eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua at the end, aside from her being a bit plump, he felt even a sow could pass for she sure. The first time had come to the shop 2 days ago, only Boss Chen had been there. He could also tell that the women were utterly captivated by Boss Chen's gaze. I need to discuss some business with Boss Huang, Chen Feng said. With Huang Shi nodded and smiled at the women, unconsciously straightening his back. He was going to make big money and woo beautiful women. A fierce roar echoed in Huang Shi's heart. Seeing that her father had matters to discuss, Tuan obediently stepped aside. Chen Feng and Huang Shi sat down at a table for 2. Chen Feng, however, smiled and handed over the gift box. Tuan, this is a reward for you. You've worked hard helping out at Daddy's shop these past few days. Really? Thank you, Daddy. Tuan climbed onto Chen Feng, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave a loud moi. Her rosy little lips left a heavy imprint on Chen Feng's cheek. Teacher Lu, Sister Ruoxin, Sister Youchu, Sister Xiaohua, Daddy bought me a present. Tuan Tuan rushed over to the table for four, gleefully showing off her gift. Tuan Tuan, hurry up and open it to see what it is. The women were also curious, not expecting Chen Feng had gone out to buy a gift for his daughter. They wanted one too. Chen Feng watched with a cheerful smile. Boss, your tea. At that moment Shin Yuchu brought over 2 cups of tea. Thank you very much, beautiful lady. Huang Shi took the tea, putting on an air of refined courtesy. Chen Feng then looked at Huang Shi. Boss Huang, how do you plan to cooperate? Boss Chen, please don't call me Boss Huang. Just call me Xiao Huang, or Asher. I'm just a delivery guy. Huang Shi waved his hand. Only Chen Feng deserved to be called boss, surrounded by such beautiful women with an adorable daughter. He himself was still far from that. But when it came to business, Huang Shi said, Boss Chen, yesterday and the day before I mentioned this to those restaurant owners. At first they weren't keen since they didn't know how the smashed cucumber would taste. But I've tried it and I have confidence in their old friend for deliveries, and after I sang its praises to the skies they said they'd give it a try. But they want the goods on credit first and pay after they're sold. How about this? Huang Shi began explaining his plan. He intended to place the smashed cucumber in the restaurants and give a small portion to each table of customers for free. If the customers liked the taste, they could order another portion. After all, no restaurant owner would use a small dish of smashed cucumber to attract customers like Lu Qi did. Huang Shi was targeting medium-sized restaurants with 30 tables, not family-run Hunan cuisine joints like Lu Kai's. Credit is out of the question. If you order a large quantity of smashed cucumber, I can give you a discount, but I can't provide it on credit first. Chen Feng shook his head. His craft was inherited from the Do Shui Palace, and the cucumbers were also from there. You get what you pay for. He had this confidence, otherwise Huang Shi wouldn't have sought him out for cooperation. All right, Boss Chen. He'll give you. Huang Shi gritted his teeth. Then the two discussed the details of their cooperation. They finally settled that Huang Shi would buy 1,000 portions today. Chen Feng would sell each portion for 20 yuan with a slightly larger quantity than what snack shops offered. However, Huang Shi first wanted to test how the taste of the smashed cucumber held up after being refrigerated for a long time, comparing it to freshly made portions. He was worried about a significant loss of flavor. If the taste deteriorated too much, he would give up. Chen Feng had no problem with that. The two entered the kitchen. Chen Feng immediately began making the smashed cucumber. Huang Shi watched idly on the side. Chen Feng wasn't afraid of him stealing the technique. Without the cucumbers from the Do Shui Palace, learning the method would only make the dish taste a bit better, but far inferior. The women, however, began whispering among themselves. 1,000 portions of smashed cucumber. I heard from Big Guy that the shop's daily revenue is only 20,000 yuan. Selling this smashed cucumber alone would bring in another 20,000. Wang Ruoxin covered her small mouth, utterly astonished. She hadn't expected a snack shop to be so profitable. Lu Yu shook her head. Ruoxin, you miscalculated. It should be 40,000 a day because the restaurants serve both lunch and dinner. Hiss. Wouldn't that be equivalent to 3 Rinxing snack shops? Lu Yu added. And this is just the beginning. Once it succeeds, Boss Huang will definitely contact more restaurants. The women dared not imagine it anymore. Tuan Tuan, while playing with her children's smartwatch, silently counted on her little fingers. The 4,000 days her father had mentioned seemed to have shrunk to 1,000. After making several portions of smashed cucumber, the two carried them out to Huang Shi's van. Boss Chen, what do you think? Huang Shi looked at the vehicle with a smile. Chen Feng noticed that Huang Shi was a man of great action. His 9-seater van had all the seats removed, replaced with a refrigerated cabinet and a lithium battery. A man like that deserved to make money. 2 hours later, at 3:30 p.m., after the cucumbers had been kept at a constant cool temperature for so long, Huang Shi eagerly took out the smashed cucumber and came to the shop to taste it. Awesome. It's still the same flavor. Boss Chen, this deal is on. Huang Shi became excited after tasting it. With this taste, he was sure to strike it rich this time. Huang Shi, I have a request, Chen Feng said. If any boss asks you, inquire if they want dumplings or steamed buns. Those can be collaborated on in the future, and the taste can be referenced from the smashed cucumber. Also, within a 3 li radius of the snack shop, you can't place the smashed cucumber in any other restaurant. Huang Shi laughed and slapped his chest hard. No problem. Leave it to your little brother. If this cooperation goes well, there will definitely be more opportunities in the future. He'll be sure to help Boss Chen build up your reputation. Then Huang Shi went to the nearby Huaxiao Bank to withdraw money. Chen Feng also went to the kitchen to start preparing the 1,000 portions of smashed cucumber. Taking advantage of the empty kitchen, he entered the Do Shui Palace and picked a large number of cucumbers. He began preparing them according to the quantity of 1,000 portions. The dinner rush was about to start. Various ingredients were prepared one by one. Wang Ruoxin chopped the filling, Lu Yu wrapped the dumplings, and Shin Yuchu assisted. Before long, large basins of smashed cucumber were carried out. Huang Shi, panting, placed them into the refrigerated freezer. Boss Chen, wait for my good news today. Huang Shi handed 2 thick bundles of red banknotes to Chen Feng, then drove off, forging ahead on the path to success. Soon Huang Shi arrived at a restaurant called Love the Jumping Frog that he had contacted. Boss Zhang, the smashed cucumber is here. Where should I put it in your place? Why don't you taste the smashed cucumber first? Huang Shi said loudly. Boss Zhang patted Huang Shi on the shoulder. Xiao Huang, doing business is very risky. One wrong move, and you'll lose everything. Be careful. Boss Zhang, adopting the air of a seasoned veteran, lectured Huang Shi while picking up a toothpick to spear a piece of smashed cucumber. He chewed a couple of times. The juices burst forth in his mouth. His nasal cavity was filled with the fresh fragrance of nature. Hiss. Boss Zhang's eyes widened. He stared at Huang Shi in shock. Huang Shi beamed with joy. This taste is absolutely incredible. Boss Zhang continued to eat more of the smashed cucumber. Such a dish was a delicacy he had never tasted before. With his over a decade of experience as a catering veteran, he knew this was a blockbuster product. A blockbuster that no diner could resist. Boss Wang, where did this smashed cucumber come from? How about 200 portions? They'll pay you right now. No can do. Boss Zhang, we agreed on only 100 portions. He'll add more for you tomorrow. I have to go to the next place now. Wait, Boss Wang, let me settle the payment first. Tomorrow make sure it's 200 portions, okay? Huang Shi got back into his beat-up van and headed to the next restaurant. Delivering goods so eagerly, the money was actually the least of it. He just wanted to see the looks on those bosses' faces as they were proven wrong. Backed by Boss Chen, he was about to hit the big time. In front of the wrenching restaurant. It was a large restaurant with a full 50 tables. Uncle Lou, are you really not eating at my place tonight? It's too troublesome to go back for dinner. Just have a simple meal here. They'll give you a 15% discount. The shop owner was chatting with an old friend. He greeted the approaching Huang Shi. Xiao Huang, you're here. Boss Kai, I've arrived. This is the cucumber salad I mentioned to you. Huang Shi carried a large basin of cucumber salad and called out, everyone come and try some. Trying to make money off me, are you? Kai Tian glanced at the basin. Xiao Huang, weren't you supposed to bring 100 portions? This doesn't even look like 50. How could I dare? Huang Shi grinned, setting the large basin on a stool and handed out toothpicks to the crowd. Come on, uncles, have a taste. Boss Kai, it was originally 100 portions. But Boss Wang ahead of me tried it and loved it, so he kept 50 extra portions. That's why you're short. Huang Shi explained. He had finally finished visiting all the restaurants had contacted in advance. This was the last one. To his delight, he didn't even need to reach the customer stage. After tasting the cucumber salad, all the restaurant owners asked for more, willing to pay cash on the spot. They also said if the customers responded well, they'd order even more portions tomorrow. At the second-to-last restaurant, Boss Wang had eaten 3 portions of the cucumber salad by himself and wouldn't let Huang Shi leave until he left more. So Huang Shi was forced to leave an extra 50 portions. After Huang Shi finished explaining, Boss Kai looked at him, suspiciously wondering if Huang Shi was bluffing to drive up the price. Come on, Uncle Lou, try the cucumber salad. Xiao Huang boasted about this cucumber salad like it's unforgettable after one bite. Seeing how tough Xiao Huang's life is, I agreed to help him out and give it a try. Everyone have a taste. Boss Kai invited his friends. Huang Shi smiled on the surface but sneered inwardly. This Boss Kai was acting like a philanthropist. In reality, Boss Kai had only agreed yesterday after Huang Shi repeatedly assured him that if the cucumber salad didn't sell, he wouldn't take a single cent. Now it was twisted into Boss Kai condescending to help him out of pity. A bunch of shrewd, old bastards. But after tasting the cucumber salad, they'll all bow to Boss Chen's skill. Huang Shi mused, a toothpick dangling from his lips. Then Boss Kai and the other 4 men each took a toothpick. One bite of the cucumber salad, and their expressions froze instantly. A little old man even closed his eyes. Is it good, uncles? Huang Shi laughed. Delicious, delicious. Who made this cucumber salad? It's amazing. Xiao Huang, it's fantastic. Even Boss Kai stared at Huang Shi in shock. Such cucumber salad. The flavor was absolutely exquisite. Have another taste. Great for cooling off in summer. The men reached for more toothpicks and cucumber, but Boss Kai quickly hugged the basin, cackling slyly. Uncle Lou, Brother Zhang, if you want cucumber salad, come to my shop. This is for selling. He'll give you a 10% discount. Haha, deal. Let's go, let's have a quick meal at your place today. First, bring out 2 portions of cucumber salad. The group headed into the restaurant. Boss Kai, holding the basin, turned back and said, Xiao Huang will pay you after I sell them. No problem, Boss Kai. Huang Shi didn't leave. He found a spot nearby and squatted down where he had a clear view of the wrenching restaurant. Then sure enough, he saw a waiter standing at the door with a basin and toothpicks, attracting customers. Huang Shi lit a cigarette and took a slow. Within a few minutes, his phone rang. It was Boss Wan from the 3rd shop. Huang Shi answered, hello, Boss Wan. Haha, Xiao. Boss Wang, I've transferred the money for the cucumber salad to your Lianxin account. Can you deliver more tomorrow at noon? Huang Shi said, Boss Wan, you sold out the cucumber salad already. All 100 portions sold out. Huang Shi said, alright, how many do you want tomorrow, Boss Wan? Let's start with 200 to calm my nerve. After hanging up, Huang Shi opened Lianxin and saw the new message. Then grinning, he tapped the confirm button on the transfer of 230 yuan. Awesome. Boss Chen, you're my lucky charm. Huang Shi squinted his small eyes and took a satisfying drag of his cigarette. The phone. Hello, Boss Zhang, sold out all 100 portions of cucumber salad. Haha, okay, 150 portions tomorrow, no problem. Boss Zhang, how about we make it 25 yuan a portion tomorrow? I'm just making a little hard-earned money. Okay, I promise I'll deliver. When I Huang handle things, you can rest assured. Huang Shi hung up excitedly. Call after call came in. Transfer after transfer arrived in his account. Huang Shi's mouth was stretched wide in a grin. Before, everyone called him Xiao Huang. Now they all addressed him as Boss Huang. All thanks to Boss Chen Feng for taking care of him, for giving him a chance to make a living. He also saw in front of the wrenching restaurant many customers who tried the cucumber salad all walked inside. Not long after Boss Kai called him. Boss Kai even walked out of the restaurant anxiously. Hello, Boss Kai, how's it going? Huang Shi asked. All 50 portions of cucumber salad are sold out. Bring 300 portions tomorrow. This cucumber salad is too delicious. The customers can't get enough. Boss Kai said. Boss Kai, what about my money? Huang Shi asked. Tomorrow we'll transfer it all to you tomorrow. Just bring the cucumber salad first. Okay. Huang Shi spit out his cigarette butt and said with a smile. Then Boss Kai, tomorrow's cucumber salad will be 30 yuan a portion. Payment first, delivery later. What a... Boss Kai's voice rose an octave. Didn't we agree on 21.50 a portion? Huang Shi chuckled. Boss Kai, that was the old price. Plenty of other bosses are asking me for it now. If it doesn't work, forget it. There are 3 other bosses near your shop. Just transfer the money to my Lianxin account. We can cooperate another time. Huang Shi said. Xiao Huang, doing this makes things very that money. I'm afraid it'll be a few days before I can transfer it. Boss Kai's voice turned heavy. Boss Kai, you son of a bitch. Huang Shi smiled, lighting another cigarette. Do you think Huang Zai am easy to bully? Want me to ask my brothers from Chaozhou, who make a... Boss Kai's face changed. Xiao. Boss Huang, fine, I'll transfer the money to you now. Your brother Kai had a bit too much to drink today. Don't hold it against him. 300 portions tomorrow, okay? After hanging up, Huang Shi received the transfer notification. There were 3 in total. Transfer 2300 yuan. From Boss Kai, 23 yuan per portion. Just now your old brother was drunk. Sorry about that, Boss Huang. Transfer 9000 yuan. Huang Shi chewed on his toothpick and narrowed his eyes. He let out a cold laugh and tapped to accept the 2300 yuan. Then he deleted the chat history with Boss Kai. He let the 9000 yuan transfer expire on its own the next day. Some money. Boss Kai has no integrity. I want work with him again. Huang Shi rubbed his face to adjust his mood. He found the contact of his lucky charm and dialed cheerfully. Before the life snack shop. It's too hard to get a bite of dumplings. I've been craving this all evening. UID, wait another 20 minutes willing. Won't we miss out again tonight? Boss, you need to expand. Better yet, take over the shop next door. The queue is unbearable. Among the long queue of over 30 people, diners chattered. Daddy, look, it's pink. Tuan raised her little hand, her children's watch catch. Too bad Grandpa Chen didn't come today, otherwise I could have saved his number. Teacher Lu's sister Ruoxin has been gone so long, and listening to his daughter's murmurs, Chen Feng stole a moment to stretch a satisfied smile on his face. It was 650 now. The number of diners at the snack shop only grew, with Shun Yuchu busily working inside. The Hunan restaurant next door was also bustling with customers who came in waves. If tonight Huang Shi managed to sell all 1,000 portions of cucumber salad, and this continued for days, the live snack shop's reputation would thoroughly bloom within a 10-mile radius. Chen Feng gazed at the snaking line, and the satisfied diners crowded inside. If more customers keep coming, I might really need to find a... like breaking into that snack street and becoming its ruler. Chen Feng's eyes turned to the snack street diagonally across. When he first opened the shop, he never anticipated such booming business. At this hour, at the entrance of that snack street, a steady stream of students, office workers, and laborers still poured in searching for culinary. In contrast, the few shops in front of the street were nearly empty. Though only a street apart, the live snack shop had a long queue. The diners over there didn't even bother to glance this way. They were long accustomed to the hundreds of different foods on the snack street, and lacked the courage to try something new here. For most people, once they grow comfortable in a familiar environment, even a small change feels worse than death. In other words, the history of human progress is often an evolution of laziness. Get to work, stop daydreaming, or you'll lose your weekly ice cream this Sunday. Chen Feng patted his daughter's head. Stinky dad, always exploiting your daughter. Tuan ran back into the shop. Just then Chen Feng's phone rang. Hello, Boss Huang. Chen Feng smiled. Boss Chen, you're my lucky charm, Boss Huang. Just call me Huang Zai. All 1,000 portions of cucumber salad are sold out. Huang Shi grinned. In just a short while, I've made 200 yuan. That's what you deserve, Boss Huang. Chen Feng did quick mental math. He sold in bulk at 20 yuan per portion, while Huang Shi supplied to restaurants at around 22 or 23 yuan, each varying by vendor. This was his first collaboration with those eateries. If the cucumber salad gained popularity and customers got addicted, he would certainly capital chase his profit. Perhaps to 25 yuan per portion, or even 30 if he dared. It wasn't impossible. With lunch and dinner supplies and more restaurants joining, he could earn over 100 yuan a day. Still, it was what Huang Shi deserved. He had the vision to spot the opportunity. Among all the customers at Chen Feng's shop, only Huang Shi sought cooperation. Huang Shi, but Chen Feng earned even more and expanded his business, so there was no resentment. Boss Chen will visit a few more shops tonight. Then he'll tally tomorrow noon's cucumber salad quantity and send it to Brother Chen on WeChat. As he spoke, Huang Shi switched to a more... He actively bridged the gap between them. All right. Chen Feng smiled. He needed to find a time to move the cucumbers from the Tishita heaven into the shop without his daughter and Shin Yuchu noticing. After a few more flattering words, Huang Zai hung up. Chen Feng felt a bit lightheaded. Though the flattery was blunt, it sounded sincere. He still needed a few days to decide if the partnership would continue. This also made him understand why countless people desperately wanted to get rich and be bosses. Because floating on clouds, being praised felt truly wonderful. During a lull in the snack shop's business, Chen Feng went to the market to buy black beans, red dates, and other ingredients for the next morning. Shin Yuchu and Tuan handled the front, while Chen Feng worked in the kitchen. At 8 o'clock the shop closed. Chen Feng and the others cleaned up. He called out, and Shin Yuchu went to help at the Hunan restaurant next door. Chen Feng tallied the day's revenue, a whopping 4,200 yuan. Starting tomorrow with lunch and dinner supplies of cucumber salad, he would truly achieve a monthly income of 1 million. And it had been less than a week since the life snack shop first opened. All of this was too surreal. At 8:30 the trio headed home. Under the building, Tuan bought 2 ice creams. Sister Yuchu, have one. I earned this money. The naive Shin looked at her boss, locking his bike. Eat up, don't be shy. You worked hard today, Yuchu. Chen Feng smiled. Thank you. Shin happily accepted the ice cream. They returned home. The resident of room 302 was still unseen, with many small cards for plumbing, locksmithing, and drain cleaning stuck on the door. Chen Feng tore them off one by one. When renting room 301, the landlord had mentioned that room 302 was occupied. Dad, why remove the cards? What if the uncle or aunt needs them later? Tuan asked. Shen blinked, her eyes sticking out her little tongue to take a bite of the ice cream. Some thieves watch to see if anyone's home. If the cards aren't removed, they might break in and steal. Chen Feng explained with a smile. These were bits of life experience. Oh, Tuan nodded in confusion. Shen's eyes lit up. So the boss was so knowledgeable. People in big cities were too complicated. The three returned home. Soon after, Shen Yuchu and Tuan bathed. Chen Feng didn't give his daughter a chance to misbehave tonight. He said he needed to restock cucumbers and went to sleep early. Waking up at 2 a.m., Chen Feng found Shen Yuchu and Tuan fast asleep, tangled together like an octopus. So am I the extra one now? He washed up with a smile, rode his electric scooter back to the life snack shop, and entered the Tishita heaven. The Tishita heaven was in twilight, the sky filled with crimson clouds. Don't come near me, a feminine wail echoed. Did you pet me last night? Please don't come into the Tishita heaven at night anymore. Xiao Yao spotted Chen Feng first, crouching and backing away, its feline eyes full of wariness. Chen Feng was stunned. Last night, Xiao Yao had acted like a different cat. Could it be its second cat personality? It remembered last night. No wonder Xiao Yao hadn't asked him for food today, to avoid him. Yes, I petted you last night, but you came to me willingly. Why can't I enter the Tishita heaven at night? Chen Feng stepped forward while Xiao Yao retreated. As they drew closer, Xiao Yao's eyes gradually showed fascination and nostalgia. Its retreat wavered. Chen Feng found it truly curious. No. Meow. Xiao Yao stopped retreating and slowly approached him again, latching onto his thigh. Its eyes were full of anticipation, urging Chen Feng to continue petting it. What was going on? Chen Feng picked up Xiao Yao and stroked it vigorously. Humph. Not letting him pet. He would pet it anyway. He felt this would lead to a good development. Purring. The gourmet tabby cat Xiao Yao purred contentedly in Chen Feng's arms. After harvesting all the cucumbers tonight, I need to plant more. Chen Feng gazed at the lush cucumber field. As long as the roots weren't pulled out, they would regrow each day. It was truly miraculous. However, after partnering with Huang Shi to supply a large daily volume of smashed cucumbers, this field was far from sufficient. Besides, he needed to plant something in the extra plots to avoid wasting the land. Chen Feng then looked toward the solitary thatched cottage of inherited craftsmanship. Should I plant a peach tree or a jujube tree beside it? Since Xiao Yao claimed that he had already bonded with the Tishita heaven, Chen Feng began to slowly build his second new home. Meow. After thoroughly petting Xiao Yao to its satisfaction, Chen Feng started harvesting the cucumbers. Then he sent them all to the kitchen. This was in preparation for tomorrow's smashed cucumbers. After finishing, he planted many more cucumber seeds. Phew. Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. He walked toward the thatched cottage. After being petted to contentment, Xiao Yao, without regaining its former wits, had disappeared somewhere. This time he directly pulled open the door of the thatched cottage. Instantly, a new statue of an old craftsman appeared. Steamers were arranged on the stove. An elderly man was busy wrapping meat fillings and steaming them in the steamers. On top were round, plump little buns. Buns. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. In the future, selling buns at the snack shop would be much easier than selling dumplings, and it would bring in more money. The statue transformed into a vast mist that surged toward Chen Feng's mind. Thump. This time, Chen Feng only fell to the ground, his head dizzy, but he didn't faint. Could it be that continuously receiving the old craftsmanship inheritance is enhancing my mental strength? Or perhaps my brain capacity is expanding, increasing memory resistance, so I don't faint. Chen Feng sat by the cottage for a while. Finally, he digested all the skills for making buns. Sugar buns, meat buns, pickled mustard buns, zucchini buns, carrot buns, dried tofu buns. Dozens of types of buns, Chen Feng mastered them all. Xiao Yao. Chen Feng called out, but saw no sign of Xiao Yao. Then he stood up, unsteadily murmured, and returned to the shop. That evening, Chen Feng fell asleep directly inside the life snack shop. Time flew by in a flash. Another day passed. In the early morning, Chen Feng entered the Tishita heaven again. He didn't see Xiao. There was no trace of it within the Tishita heaven either. Chen Feng went to the cottage to receive that day's old craftsmanship inheritance. This time he opened the cottage door. It showed an elderly man boiling eggs with various tea leaves floating inside. The statue turned into white mist and surged toward him. After receiving the old craftsmanship inheritance, Chen Feng stood still on the spot. The memory from this inheritance was very sparse. Ancient method, tea eggs. An interesting snack. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Another day passed. Chen Feng opened the cottage door. An old craftsman stood before a round convex pan surrounded by various bottles and jars. The statue turned into white mist and surged toward him. Jianbing Guozi. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This was a snack loved by people all over the country. Unfortunately, the preparation process was too complex and unsuitable for mass production. Adding it to the existing variety at the snack shop didn't seem appropriate. Next, every day Chen Feng came to the Tishita heaven to receive the old craftsmanship inheritance. Xiao Yao seemed to have completely disappeared, its whereabouts unknown. Since that second time he petted it, it had mysteriously vanished. It seemed afraid of being petted by Chen Feng again. Time flew by once more. Since the day he received the bun inheritance, a full 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, the life snack shop underwent earth-shaking changes. At noon that day, Huang Shi had just left after picking up a full 2700 portions of smashed cucumbers. Little boss, Chen, there haven't been any new items since the smashed cucumbers. When will the new ones come out? Soon, Chen Feng. After the last diner left the life snack shop temporarily closed, Xin Yuchu wiped her forehead and began cleaning up. Boss, you made so many portions of smashed cucumbers this morning. Please rest first, I'll handle the rest. Alright. Chen Feng nodded and sat down on a chair to rest. Over the past week, Xin Yuchu's diligent performance had been quite good. Chen Feng picked up a pen and summarized the changes in the life snack shop and himself over the past half-month. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, dumplings, smashed cucumbers, dragon beard noodles, sorghum liquor, craft buns, ancient method tea, eggs, jianbing guozi, fried goods, cold noodles, hot, dry noodles, scallion oil pancakes. He wrote down the names of each old craft. The remaining old crafts were those Chen Feng had recently acquired. What puzzled Chen Feng was that the tabby cat Xiao Yao from the Tishita heaven had yet to return, its whereabouts unknown. Then he wrote down a number 580000. Over these 2 weeks of operation, his personal savings had quickly accumulated to 580000. The number of restaurants cooperating with Huang Shi had reached nearly 30. That guy had hired 2 helpers both from Chaozhou to drive his van. With the current daily volume of smashed cucumbers sold, as long as Chen Feng had enough energy, he could earn 1,000 a day. In a few more days, the nearby diners will probably get tired of smashed cucumbers. Perhaps it's time to switch to a different snack, Chen Feng thought. He also had new plans for the Tishita heaven. It was worth noting that since Chen Feng hired Xin Yuchu as an employee, Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin have been visiting the snack shop less frequently lately. This relieved Chen Feng. It was a good thing that the minor Wang Ruoxin had stopped pestering him. By now, Chen Feng also felt that his suspicion of Lu Yu liking him was just his own illusion. As for his ex-wife Zhang Na, after being warned by Chen Feng last time, she seemed to have given up targeting the life snack shop. Last weekend, she hadn't come to visit her daughter either. Chen Feng thought that his ex-wife Zhang Na might be deeply involved with her blind date. It's time to head to that snack street over there. At that moment, Chen Feng's gaze shifted toward the snack street diagonally opposite. As the smashed cucumbers became a huge hit within a 10-mile radius, many customers came flocking. Every day the life snack shop was bustling with business. During the noon and evening rush hours, diners who came by reputation could form a line of over 100 people on the sidewalk in front of the shop. Exaggeratedly speaking, it almost caused a blockage on the pedestrian walkway. The current life snack shop truly couldn't accommodate so many. The lease here still has half a month left. It's a pity about the transfer fee and renovation costs. Should I keep this as the flagship store? Suddenly a thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind. He pondered the possibility. If he kept it as the original flagship store, it would be quite nostalgic in the future. Boss Chen, long time no see. Your business is absolutely booming. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a large belly walked. Brother Zhang, please come in. Chen Feng looked up and saw the visitor immediately, standing up to invite him in. Speak of the devil. This man was Zhang Hongwei. He was the landlord for both the life snack shop and the Hunan restaurant. When Chen Feng had subleased the life snack shop back, then Zhang Hongwei had also been present. Now he held several paper documents in his hand. Zhang Hongwei sat down and spread out the rental contract. Boss Chen, for your life snack shop, you have 3 days to decide whether to renew the lease or not. Isn't there still half a month? I was also planning to talk to you, Brother Zhang, about renewing the lease. Chen Feng smiled and looked at the Boss Zhang, please have some tea. Xin Yuchu brought over 2 cups of tea. She lowered her head, her moist eyes glancing at Zhang Hongwei, then shifting to Chen Feng. Having worked in Donghai City for over a week, he encountered all kinds of diners every day. Some elderly folks even joked about finding a boyfriend for Xin Yuchu. Although Xin Yuchu still blushed easily each time she had grown much bolder, yet she still tended to hunch her back slightly. After all, a girl's troubles were always singular. Too much. Zhang Hongwei heard her soft voice, glanced at Shen Youchu, and his eyes immediately brightened. Meanwhile, Chen Feng read the contract, his brows gradually knitting together. So that was it. He had been set up by Zhang Hongwei, and Brother Chen, think it over. No rush to answer me. Zhang Hongwei held his tea, sipping slowly. His gaze at Chen Feng was like that of a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Feng continued reading the contract. This rental agreement was the shop contract Zhang Hongwei had signed with the very first tenant. The lease was for 3 years with a monthly rent of 4,000 yuan. Over those 3 years, the life snack bar had changed hands through 4 subleasers. As the business gradually picked up, each transfer to the next tenant required a transfer fee ranging from 10 to 20,000 yuan. When Chen Feng had rented this shop, business was poor, yet he still paid the previous tenant a 20,000 yuan transfer fee. In the future, he would have to negotiate directly with the primary landlord Zhang Hongwei. When Zhang Hongwei, the primary landlord, had signed the contract with the first tenant, it stipulated that 15 days before the last month of the 3-year term, a response regarding lease renewal must be given to the primary landlord. If unwilling to continue renting, the tenant had to move out 15 days in advance, allowing the primary landlord to find a new tenant. When Chen Feng signed the contract, he could only sign for the final month. In other words, although it seemed like a month, it was only 15 days. Zhang Hongwei hadn't mentioned this to him, nor had the subleaser. They had left a trap waiting for him. Today, if Chen Feng didn't give an answer, Zhang Hongwei had the right to evict him directly from the shop. Indeed, society is full of pitfalls, Chen Feng mused inwardly. He had fallen into the trap without realizing it. If he had known about such a clause, he would never have rented this shop. Life had taught him a lesson. Chen Feng looked up and said, Brother Zhang, if I renew the lease, how much will the rent be? Chen Feng intended to ask clearly. Zhang Hongwei smiled as he took a sip of tea. The location of this shop made you, Brother Chen, and your skills made this shop what it is. Of course, I hope you'll make this shop thrive. So the monthly rent will be 7,500 yuan from now on. After all, 3 years have passed, and inflation has devalued money. From now on it's a year-to-year lease. Zhang Hongwei said. The location is indeed good. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. 7,500 is Zhang Hongwei shook his head and laughed. Then there's no problem. But brother Chen, you'll need to give me a tea fee of 50,000 yuan. After this one time, as long as you renew, I won't charge it again. Tea fee. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Zhang Hongwei's so-called tea fee was essentially a transfer fee. This was common in the southern regions. Because the shop lease had expired, when the tenant didn't renew, the primary landlord upon renting to a new shopkeeper would charge a tea fee akin to the transfer fee between tenants. But Chen Feng had just paid a 20,000 yuan transfer fee. Now he had caused the value of the life snack bar to skyrocket. Yet Zhang Hongwei wanted another transfer fee. No way. Chen Feng absolutely wouldn't pay this unjustified expense. With a year-to-year lease, he would make the life snack bar even more prosperous. The shop's value would soar. Don't be fooled by Zhang Hongwei's sweet talk about not charging a tea fee again. What if he came up with a chat fee or consultation fee? What if he treated him like a fool? After all, he had already been tricked in the contract. Moreover, transfer fees and tea fees were market practices not explicitly regulated by law. 50,000 is no small sum, Chen Feng said. Haha, brother Chen, with your shop doing so well, you can earn that back in 2 days. That smashed cucumber dish is incredibly popular. I've had it at several restaurants and it's absolutely delicious. Zhang Hongwei laughed and gave a thumbs up. But Chen Feng shook his head. Brother Zhang, actually I can earn it back in half a day. Zhang Hongwei's eyes lit up, even more, feeling he had asked for too little tea fee. This left Zhang Hongwei utterly astonished. He hadn't expected this small snack bar to be so profitable. Young people sure lacked patience and loved to show off. Little did he know Chen Feng was just teasing him. How about this, brother Zhang, let me think it over. I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Chen Feng said. To be honest, brother Chen, a friend of mine has taken a liking to this shop. I need an answer by tomorrow at the latest. He'll come back this afternoon. All right. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Once Zhang Hongwei left, Shen Yuchu approached. Boss, are you renewing? Of course not. It's still early. Come with me to check out the snack street across the way. Okay, boss. Locking the shop, Chen Feng leisurely walked with Shen Yuchu to the snack street diagonally opposite. Zhang Hongwei's visit had helped Chen Feng make up his mind. Since he had set him up, Chen Feng would return the favor. Being forced out like this by Zhang Hongwei is hard to swallow. Chen Feng murmured. Boss, heaven won't let any bad person off the hook, Shen Yuchu said. Chen Feng shook his head. Relying on heaven was not as good as relying on himself. Yet Chen Feng didn't expect that sometimes when people act, heaven truly watches. When luck turns, even heaven rushes to vent your anger. The two arrived at the street diagonally opposite. The afternoon sun was fierce. There were hardly any pedestrians on the street. A few students stood by the milk tea shop flirting while waiting for their drinks. Silly Shun watched enviously. Yet there were still some diners constantly walking into the snack street behind this one. The street in front of this sidewalk was collectively called Ming Street. Behind these shops lay the true snack street. Each shop on Ming Street had a spacious open area extending to the sidewalk. But business here couldn't compare to the snack street behind, which offered hundreds of food varieties. If Chen Feng wanted to find a new shop, he would surely look for a shop on this Ming Street. Because the shops inside the snack street behind were all very small. It was this shop on the opposite street, the Northern Dumpling House. Exactly symmetrical to the Life Snack Bar. A middle-aged man was clearing away the soy milk and fried dough stick pots from the entrance. He listlessly pasted a notice on the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Boss, this is the shop that tried to compete with our snack bar back then, Shinyu Chen Feng smiled. Over these days, the soy milk and fried dough stick business here had been declining. He noticed that the dumpling house owner had even come to his shop for snacks last week and asked if he was hiring. And Chen Feng saw the notice on the window, prime shop for transfer. Not only that, scanning with a glance, the adjacent bun shop and noodle house had also posted prime shop for transfer notices. What a coincidence. Chen Feng felt he was favored by heaven. Here, Boss Wong, have a cigarette. This business is getting harder and harder to run. Boss Wong didn't sell many soy milk and fried dough sticks today, did he? A total loss. I told Boss Wong from the start not to compete with the eatery across the street. That place's craftsmanship is too good. Old Lou, don't say anymore. I'm done for. By the way, after you transfer the shop, what are you planning to do? Go back to our hometown and open a shop. We've made quite a bit of money here over the years. Our location is better than the snack street, so why do those students and office workers prefer going there instead of coming here? Just as Chen Feng was sweeping his shop, the owners of the ramen shop on the far left and the steamed bun shop walked out. The three of them smoked and their faces looked utterly defeated by life. Hello, three bosses. Chen Feng approached with Shen Yuchu. The three looked up, smoke spilling from their nostrils, startled. Boss Chen, haha, may your business thrive. Boss Wong greeted with a smile. The other two owners recognized Chen Feng. He was the very Chow Chow they had just been talking about. This time Chow Chow wasn't after a wife, but directly to poach their shops. Seeing Chen Feng, Boss Wong showed no shame over his failed soy milk and fried dough sticks. After all, everyone ran their businesses openly, relying on their skills. If you couldn't compete, you lost fair and square. Boss Chen, you're not here to settle accounts with Boss Wong today, are you? Boss Lu joked, taking a puff of his cigarette. No. Chen Feng pointed at the prime shop for transfer sign on the wall and said, I saw you three were transferring your shops, and I happen to be interested in taking them over. Oh, Boss Chen, come inside, and let's talk. Their eyes lit up. The group entered the dumpling shop. Chen Feng explained his intention. After a round of discussion, Chen Feng was in luck. All 3 shops were willing to transfer, and each still had 2 years left on the lease. The transfer fee for the 3 shops was 1,300 yuan. Their renovation costs were much higher than those of the original Life Snack Shop, and factoring in depreciation, it was a fair price. The total monthly rent was 2,000 yuan. Chen Feng took over all of them directly. He invited the landlords of the 3 shops to bear witness. This time Chen Feng had learned his lesson and asked to see the original shop contracts. He couldn't afford to buy these shops, and the landlords wouldn't sell. They were all golden geese. Each shop would cost at least 6,000 yuan to buy. Chen Feng kept all the equipment from the steamed bun shop, most of which was around. The other 2 shops also left behind some freezers and such. As for why the 3 owners couldn't keep going besides the competition from the snack street, the biggest blow to them was still Chen Feng. After the Life Snack Shop's business gradually boomed, fewer diners came to their shops. They couldn't even cover their daily labor costs. Since they couldn't compete, they had no choice but to relocate. For these 3 shops, I asked the landlord, they can be connected to each other as long as you don't knock down the load-bearing walls. The dumpling shop and ramen shop need a renovation, then they can open for business. The steamed bun shop can be used as is. Chen Feng pondered step by step, took out his phone, and called the renovation workers to contact them. After bidding farewell to the 3 owners, Chen Feng took Xin Yuchu back to the shop. The 3 owners need about a day to clear out their shop. Tomorrow at noon, after selling the last inventory at the Life Snack Shop, we can move to the new shop, just in time to launch new products. Chen Feng said as he spoke, arranging everything meticulously. Xin the simpleton silently followed her boss, her mouth slightly ajar. She had been watching the whole afternoon. The boss was so dominant. He spent 1,500 yuan without batting an eye, and everything was arranged in perfect order. In the afternoon, after buying, they started working in the shop again. By now Xin Yuchu could handle most of the ingredients without Chen Feng's guidance. He was focused on making the 3,300 servings of smashed cucumber for the evening. 3,000 for delivery, 300 for in-house sales. Just before 5 p.m. Rumble. The broken-down van roared outside the closed back door of the Life Snack Shop's kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chen Feng opened it. Brother Chen, I'm here, La. Huang Shi grinned, a small gold chain around his neck, a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Behind him were 2 younger brothers from Chaozhou. Ever since he started making money with Chen Feng, he had upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. He even quit the business of delivering vegetables to restaurants. Boss Chen. The 2 workers greeted with smiles. Huang's, I tell those shop owners tomorrow to take a day off. The smashed cucumbers won't be sold, Chen Feng said. The nickname Huang Zai was requested by Huang Shi himself. When Chen Feng called him Boss Huang, he refused, or else Huang Zai would get upset. Chen Feng knew that Huang Shi did this to bring them closer. All right. Huang Shi nodded with a grin, not even asking why. His attitude was very good. After all, Chen Feng was his bread and butter La. Huang Shi knew the rules. The Life Snack Shop is moving tomorrow. I'm moving to the shop across the street. He'll need a sea and a sand to drive, and help me move some things. Chen Feng said. No problem. Huang Shi said, Brother Chen, your shop is too small with too many customers. But why the sudden move? And so quickly? None of the 3 understood. Chen Feng smiled, and told them about what happened with the landlord today. Huang Shi's eyes widened fiercely. Brother Chen want me to call the brothers in Chaozhou to waste that bastard. My brother Chen isn't someone to— No need. We're all just trying to make a living. This isn't the underworld of the past. He'll just run my business honestly. If I can't rent— Chen Feng smiled, and shook his head. It's a good chance to get a bigger shop anyway. He knew Huang Shi had a bunch of brothers from Chaozhou and Donghai City, all making a living around the deepwater port. Alright, whatever you say, Brother Chen. Be on time tomorrow at noon. Huang Shi nodded with a grin. Then he and his crew loaded the smashed At 5 o'clock sharp, the Life Snack Shop reopened for business. Soon the shop was packed with diners, and a long line formed outside. Boss Chen, when are you coming out with new dishes? The new item is coming soon, stay tuned. I've seen that phrase too much. It's not that I'm tired of it. Young Boss Chen's new dishes are never boring, but I'd like to try something different. The neighbors all teased in unison. New items tomorrow. Everyone must come, Chen Feng said with a smile. Great. At that moment, all the diners grew excited. The Life Snack Shop was launching something new again. Everyone was looking forward to. At 5:45, Daddy, your good little baby is back. Tuan Chuan rushed into the shop carrying her pink school bag, followed by Lu Yue, who had brought her home. Every day now Chen Feng only had to take Tuan Chuan to school. Lu Yu always picked her up and brought her home. Teacher Lu, please have a seat. All right, Brother Chen Feng. Sister Lu Yu. Xin Yuchu greeted her too. After eating at Chen Feng's shop, Lu Yu packed soy milk and steamed dumplings for her best friend Zhang Xiaochao and left. Another ordinary workday. That evening Zhang Na returned home in a good mood. Her heavily made-up face was flushed, clearly having had— How did it go? Zhang Li, who was wearing a face mask, quickly asked. Brother Tsong wanted me to stay over tonight, but I still came back. Zhang Na tossed aside her LV bag, took off her black stockings revealing her bare legs, and plopped down on the sofa. Don't worry, Mom. Before we get the marriage certificate, I won't let Brother Tsong take advantage of me. After all, what if he's just playing with me? Zhang Na said shrewdly. Then she turned to Zhang Taihong. Dad, why isn't there any news from that waste Chen Feng? You've taken the money for so long. Brother Tsong wants to see Tuan Chuan today. Don't mess this up for me. Zhang Taihong's face darkened. He took out his phone. Let me ask. If we fail this time, will Chen Feng retaliate against us? He definitely knows it was us. Zhang Taihong was dialing a number when Zhang Li's worried voice sounded. She recalled the threat Chen Feng had made over the phone late last week. That coward. Dare he? Zhang Taihong's eyes widened. They'll kick him to death with one blow, and this time there's no way we'll fail. Don't jinx it, you damn woman. Chen Feng won't retaliate. Zhang Na also shook her head. She knew her ex-husband. Over the years of their quarrels, she had always been the one to lash out. She had never seen Chen Feng lose his temper. He would endure anything. How could a man with no backbone ever seek revenge? He was just a dog baring its teeth to scare people. As the saying goes, past experience can be a fatal trap. Soon Zhang Na would realize just how wrong she was this time. The call connected quickly, and the speakerphone was on. Hey brother, hey, it's Taihong. You no other reason for calling, just asking how that matter is going. It's been a week, and there's no movement. After a short chat, Zhang Taihong hung up with a livid face. That bastard took the money and did nothing. Zhang Taihong glared at Zhang Na. Daughter, you must win over Hua Shuizong as soon as possible. Then that old black will never dare look down on me again. Got it, Dad. Can't rush, brother Tsong. Mom said we have to play it slow. Zhang Na chewed on a cucumber. Besides, didn't brother He say he gave the money to Wang Chong? He told you to call Wang Chong yourself, didn't he? Ding dong. Just then Zhang Taihong received a text from old He, a phone number Wang Chong's. Zhang Taihong composed himself and dialed. Hello, brother Chong. It's Tiahong, introduced by old He, the one who transferred $1 million. Yes, the employer looking to cause trouble at the life snack shop. I remember. Boss Hong, what's up? Wang Chong's cold hard voice came through. Zhang Taihong choked. Zhang Na and the other two exchanged glances, bewildered. What was going on? Brother Chong, I'm just asking when you'll hit the snack shop and its owner. You did take the money, didn't you? Zhang Taihong said. Haha, hit them. Of course we will. Wang Chong's voice was drowned in noise. He seemed to be partying in a nightclub or KTV. Wang Chong took a drag on his cigarette and sneered, Boss Hong, relax. That guy broke 4 of my brother's legs and paid 200 in compensation. He'll definitely get my revenge. I took the money, so he'll deliver. But there must be a timeline, right? Zhang Taihong pressed. Of course. Wang Chong said. We're waiting for an opportunity, a good time. When the day comes, we'll hit him. You can't drag this into next year, can you? You took $1 million, Zhang Na said irritably. Hey sister, relax. We're just finding the right. Wang Chong took another puff. Can't just rush in and fail again, can we? In our line of work, if we don't succeed, we'll be the ones who get. Wang Chong had a smug look as if to say, what can you do about it? Brother Chong, let me discuss this with my people first. Zhang Taihong hung up, his face dark. That bastard is stalling and wants more money. More money. Zhang Li gasped. How can they be so ruthless? They should just die. Zhang Na's expression also soured. Zhang Taihong sneered. They walk the dark path. Who's going to risk their life for free? After a long silence. Give it. Zhang Na gritted her teeth. As long as it's not outrageous, give it to him. I want to see that loser Chen Feng's shop closed immediately. Over the past week, when they ate at other restaurants, they had even encountered the cucumber salad from Life Snack Shop. If they delayed any longer, Chen Feng would really gain a foothold. Zhang Na wanted to seize all those old recipes for herself. Zhang Taihong dialed again. Hey brother Chong. Give me a straight answer. If you finish Chen Feng and smash Life Snack Shop tomorrow, huh? Wang Chong's hearty laughter came through. Boss Hong, I'm not being greedy. My brothers went back to their hometown not long ago, that's why this hasn't been done. Since you're in such a hurry, fine. I'll have my brothers fly back tomorrow and take care of it in the afternoon. You can come nearby to watch. As for the airfare, since you're willing to foot the bill, let's make it another $1 million. Adding to the first $1 million, it's a perfect pair. Let's toast to our early success this time. Wang Chong's words were slick, but Zhang Na and the other two were completely speechless. Another $1 million from them. Why didn't he just rob a bank? Even if their family was well off, this wasn't the way to spend money, was it? This Wang Chong was too ruthless. In some remote places, $1 million could buy a life for less. Zhang Taihong was momentarily at a loss. He looked at his daughter. He knew her beauty salon's cash flow was tight. Zhang Li had long stopped offering any input. Zhang Na pondered, then said softly, all right, brother Chong. He'll transfer 3,000 as a deposit first, and the rest will be sent after the job is done. Haha, deal. Sister, you're so straightforward. Wang Chong's loud laughter echoed. He could cheat, but he wasn't afraid of being cheated. He had just been released from prison and urgently needed money. This feeling of exploiting the exploiters was exhilarating. Robbing the rich to feed himself felt great. I want to break both of that bastard Chen Feng's legs. Zhang Taihong roared, venting all his anger on Chen Feng. In his mind, it was Chen Feng who had cost them another $2 million. If it weren't for destroying Chen Feng's shop, stealing his skills, and his daughter, would they have had to spend this money? That logic was flawless. Fine, no problem. Boss Hong says so, even if it's 3 legs, we'll break them. Wang Chong joked. In our line, we do buy 2, get 1 free. Soon, after hanging up, Zhang Na transferred the money, and all 3 collapsed weakly onto the sofa. How had things come? Chen Feng was completely unscathed. Their $2 million was gone. Bang. Zhang Taihong smashed his newly bought iPhone, his face twisted with rage. Tomorrow I want to see that loser Chen Feng pissing and shitting himself. Zhang Taihong growled. That evening, the air conditioner was on and Tuan had just been bathed and smelled fragrant. Xin Yuchu had also dried her long hair. She wore her pajamas and lay down beside Tuan. They covered themselves with a thin quilt, and Tuan wrapped herself around Xin Yuchu's soft, plump body. Ever since Xin Yuchu came to live with them, Tuan had not slept with Chen Feng again. Daddy, will you tell me a bedtime story tonight? Tuan clutched the quilt. Sister Yuchu will tell you. Go to sleep early tonight, Tuan, Chen Feng said. Xin Yuchu had already hidden under the covers, imitating Tuan by revealing only her big moist eyes shyly and silently, "Daddy, will there be new products tomorrow, and are we moving to the new shop?" "That's right," Chen Feng said. He turned to close the door. "Then what are the new products?" Tuan asked curiously. Chen the silly also looked at Chen Feng, equally curious. "It's a secret." With that, Chen Feng closed the door. He took out the seeds he had prepared earlier and entered the Dao Shui heaven. Upon entering the Tishita heaven, the stars filled the sky. "Xiao Yao, are you here?" Chen Feng called out a few times, but there was no response. Since Xiao Yao mysteriously vanished last week, it still hadn't returned. Could letting a human pet it be an affront to its dignity, Chen Feng figured it out. It must have been because he petted it last night that it ran away from home. A temperamental aloof cat. This only strengthened Chen Feng's resolve to pet it. Especially the change in Xiao Yao's attitude toward him during the second petting session. This might be the prerequisite for him becoming its master. Moreover, with the tabby cat Xiao Yao absent this week, Chen Feng had received the inheritance of the old craft without obtaining the Tai Chi palm technique that came with the dragon beard noodles last time. Chen Feng speculated that the inheritance in the thatched cottage might be connected to Xiao Yao. The lush cucumber vines in the fields grew freely. Holding watermelon seeds, he walked over to the remaining plot of land. The weather was getting hotter now. His daughter had complained several times that the watermelons weren't sweet enough, so Chen Feng decided to plant some and see how the watermelons from the Tishita heaven tasted. The Tishita heaven is still too small. If only it could keep expanding, Chen Feng mused. These days, to meet the growing demand for the fields in the Tishita heaven were running out. Then, picking up the tools placed by the fields, Chen Feng began planting watermelons. Since gradually developing the Tishita heaven over the past week, Chen Feng had already prepared all sorts of ample tools. The entire Tishita heaven had also undergone tremendous changes. As he turned the soil with a host, spiritual energy emerged from the earth. Chen Feng greedily took deep breaths, slowly improving his physical condition in every aspect. It was worth noting that with the continuous reception of the old craft inheritance and practicing boxing in the Tishita heaven every day, Chen Feng felt that his physical fitness now rivaled that of the world's top athlete. He possessed both explosive power and endurance, though he temporarily lacked a suitable test subject. After planting the watermelon seeds, Chen Feng fetched a bucket of water to irrigate them. Once the life snack bar is fully on track, and I recruit more staff, when it's not so busy I could come fishing in the Tishita heaven it would be best to bring Tuan in too. Chen Feng smiled, envisioning the leisurely life ahead. After watering the watermelon field, he finally walked toward the thatched cottage. By then, 2 peach and jujube trees as tall as the cottage were thriving nearby. Chen Feng had planted them a few days earlier. In a few more days, the peach and jujube trees will start to ripen and bear fruit. If the Tishita heaven isn't affected by seasons, it's June now, so we can eat peaches and jujubes 2 months early. Chen Feng also gazed at the distant hill. Rows of lush trees grew densely. The edge of the Tishita heaven was shrouded in thick white mist. Chen Feng had once tried to cross the white mist, but no matter how far he ventured, he always ended up back where he started. It seemed the Tishita heaven held many more secrets. Soon he'll be able to brew wine. Chen Feng's eyes fell on a spot not far from the thatched cottage. There, using the soil of the Tishita heaven, he had piled fermentation pits and slowly fired large vats. Most were semi-finished. When Chen Feng first received the inheritance, he had acquired the sorghum wine old craft. He hadn't bought modern ready-made equipment in reality. During his free time, Chen Feng would come to the Tishita heaven and work purely by hand, bit by bit. This is what life is all about. Chen Feng sighed. It's a pity that old man Chen hasn't come to the shop recently. When I finish brewing the sorghum wine I've mastered, I'll let him taste it. We'll see if his bragged about 2000 bottle osmanthus sorghum wine is better than the wine I brewed myself. Thump thump thump. Chen Feng knocked on the door of the thatched cottage. With a creak, the door opened automatically. He saw a new stone carving figure. What kind of beans are these? This time Chen Feng saw a woman with long hair standing by a table. She held a thick club, pounding up and down in a large basin. The beans in the basin were crystal clear. Beside her were several buckets, and steam rose from one of them. Could it be ice? The statue instantly transformed into a mass of white mist, surging into Chen Feng's mind. His body trembled and his head swayed. He leaned against the doorframe. Memories flooded into his mind. Recently, when receiving the old craft inheritance, unless the process was extremely lengthy and complex, Chen Feng basically didn't faint anymore. This is bean paste. That's right, various methods for making beans. As the weather gets hotter, sipping an iced mung bean paste in summer. A refreshing, heart-soaring experience. After finishing, Chen Feng went back to sleep. To make a long story short, another unremarkable day passed. At 1230 p.m. Little Boss Chen, where's the new product you promised today? Yes, first give me 1 bowl of original soy milk and 2 baskets of pork and chive steamed dumplings. Sold out, we're closed for today. Chen Feng said with a smile. Everyone come earlier in the afternoon. The new product will be out in the evening. Be sure to come and support us. Already closed. Boss Chen, please be humane. Have pity on us poor souls. The birth of a new product has been dragged out by Little Boss Chen into endless anticipation. I thought ID made it just in time for lunch. Boss Chen, take over the shop next door. This place is too small. The customers offered as the long queue dispersed, Chen Feng and Xin Yuchu closed the shop door. The morning had been quite relaxed as they hadn't supplied cucumber salad to the major restaurants today. He first went to greet Lu Qi at the Hunan restaurant. Business was booming there, with Lu Qi and his wife Li Yin busy on their feet. As Chen Feng passed by, he could hear diners complaining about the absence of cucumber salad. They had come specifically for that crisp bite. Moving the shop now? Lu Qi had learned of Chen Feng's decision to relocate yesterday. Wife, go help Chen Feng. Got it, Li Yin called. No need. Chen Feng shook his head. I just came to let you know, brother Lu. Then he returned to the shop and locked the front glass door. He called Huang Shi. Soon Huang Shi brought 5 brothers and a van parked at the back door of the snack bar. Brother Chen, take a rest. Let my brothers handle it. Rest, just rest. If you dare lift anything, brother Chen, you'd be looking down on us, Huang Shi said anxiously. Since Chen Feng hadn't made cucumber salad today, Huang Shi and his men had nothing to do and were bored stiff. Pressured by Huang Shi's insistence, Chen Feng didn't persist and directed them with a smile. Huang Shi and his 5 brothers moved equipment like the soy milk machine and refrigerated cabinets from the back kitchen, loaded them into the van, and slowly transported them to the new shop diagonally across the street. Shin Yuchu took the opportunity to rest. Many items from the front of the life snack bar had also been moved. Chen Feng didn't move the fixed stainless steel stoves or the fixed tables and chairs, planning to order new ones. New shop, new vibe. The landlord got off easy, Chen Feng remarked. It's okay, boss. Heaven is watching, Shun the simpleton whispered, pointing a finger at the sky. Huh? Chen Feng shook his head and said nothing more. Heaven was dozing off at the moment. By 2 p.m., most of the items from the life snack bar had been moved. Chen Feng locked the glass door and headed to the new shop. Huang Shi and his men were helping clean the new shop. Meanwhile, the landlord Zhang Hongwei strolled leisurely toward the life snack bar. He hummed a tune, expecting to make a small fortune today. With the snack bar doing such good business, boss Chen would surely renew the lease. Head raised the tea fee again. Zhang Hongwei didn't believe Chen Feng would refuse. All done. Wang Chong smoked a cigarette in the lobby of a foot massage parlor, watching his underlings emerge full of energy and high spirits. This was called boosting morale before battle. This time he would win in one fell swoop. Are you all satisfied now? Wang Chong exhaled a plume of smoke, standing before a dozen of his brothers. Haha, very satisfied. The minions burst into laughter, their bodies invigorated after the massage girls had worked on them. These days the massage girls were all attractive, with perky figures, fair-skinned, as tempting as rosy apples in summer. Moreover, they hailed from all corners of the land. Finding them to diligently study local dialects would make traveling anywhere a breeze. The chance to avenge Peng Fei and his men has come. This time break that boss legs. Well, celebrate your success in the afternoon. Wang Chong spat out his cigarette, but turning his head to the side. To one side 4 youths with dyed yellow hair sat. Without exception, their left legs were wrapped in thick gauze and splints. They were the 4 who had failed at Chen Feng's snack shop last time. Peng Fei cupped his hands and said coldly, "He'll trouble you brothers then." Haha, no trouble at all, brother Fei. Today we'll vent for you. Indeed. Soon 8 of Wang Chong's men departed. Each had bulging waists concealing either iron bars or steel pipes. This time they intended not only to wreck the shop, but also to batter the people. Such a trivial matter. Wang Chong naturally wouldn't get involved personally. Since 4 men had botched it last time, he would double the number. He didn't believe the snack shop owner could overpower 16 hands. Meanwhile, Wang Chong took out his phone and dialed. "Boss Hong, you can head over to watch the show. At most half an hour." Afternoon. The scorching sun hid behind thick clouds. The air was stuffy, but the salty sea breeze blew northward from the coast. Walking the streets, one's spirits felt somewhat elevated. A Buick Regal worth over 2,000 yuan turned through the intersection and parked again on the sidewalk across from the former life snack shop. Today we'll finally see Chen Feng meet his misfortune. Zhang Li sat in the back seat, filled with anticipation. Today they hadn't driven their conspicuous Maserati. They suspected that if Chen Feng knew it was them, the car might have given them away. By not using it, they could wash their hands cleanly. In the driver's seat, Zhang Taihong lit a cigarette, his face darkening. Damn it, spending 2 million and not breaking Chen Feng's legs. I can't quell the hatred in my heart. Why is the snack shop closed? Zhang Na in the passenger seat looked through the windshield at the street across. The 3 saw that life snack shop. Moreover, the shop seemed oddly different today, as if something was missing. Yet they couldn't immediately pinpoint what. Could that waste Chen Feng be out getting supplies and not back yet? Zhang Na said. Possible. Zhang Taihong added. But at this hour he should be preparing to open for the afternoon. Then they saw a pot-bellied fat man approach the snack shop and step onto the 3-tiered stairs. Who's that? How does he have the key to the snack shop? The expressions of Zhang Tiehong, Zhang Na, and Zhang Li changed. Damn, we've been played. Boss Chen fooled me. He never intended to rent the shop again. At that moment, Zhang Hongwei cursed loudly, his face green with rage. He had just been fantasizing about the prime location, Chen Feng's investment in renovations, and the transfer fee paid to the previous tenant. The sunk costs in this shop were considerable. He figured that demanding a tea fee would make Chen Feng yield and swallow the bitter pill. After all, every day Chen Feng's shop remained closed, his losses would far exceed that. But upon arriving, he saw that most of the items in Life Snack Shop had been moved out. The gas canisters under the stainless steel stove were gone, and the chili sauce and vinegar bottles on the tables had disappeared. What else could this mean but that he had left? This was also why Zhang Taihong and his companions hadn't noticed the anomaly at first. And the sunlight outside was glaring. Now the fat landlord Zhang Hongwei was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he had brought the shop key today. He fished it from his pocket, unlocked the door, entered, and sat by the dining table. Damn it, that kid Chen Feng owes me an explanation. Zhang Hongwei grumbled, then dialed Chen Feng. Shortly the call connected. Hey brother Zhang, what's up? Chen Feng, you're not being straight with me. You've pulled a fast one on your big brother. Zhang Hongwei barked aggressively. Alright, I was busy today, and forgot to call you. Brother Zhang, I thought it over last night. I'm not renting your shop anymore. I can't afford it, I rent it to someone else. Chen Feng said, pausing his work as he stood on the sidewalk across the street, cup of water in hand, looking toward his former shop. He could vaguely see someone inside. It must be the landlord. That's not how you do things. Zhang Hongwei pressed on. That's wrong. What's wrong about it? I'm not renting. Does that mean I owe you? Chen Feng shot back. Zhang Hongwei was choked. Chen Feng choosing not to rent was his own decision. What was right or wrong about it? And as Chen Feng's tone grew assertive, Zhang Hongwei immediately weakened. He had heard about Chen Feng's recent fight against 4 people. Chen Feng was now hailed as the god of war of this snack street. Usually when Chen Feng was amiable, Zhang Hongwei would be domineering. But once Chen Feng's tone turned harsh, Zhang Hongwei would instantly cave. There are too many people in this world who bully the weak and fear the strong. Boss Chen this. Zhang Hongwei tried to bluster, feeling that Chen Feng had turned the tables on him. The several thousand yuan he had expected to pocket had slipped away. He was deeply dissatisfied and couldn't swallow his anger. So he sought to vent it on Chen Feng. Just then Chen Feng's expression shifted. He saw 8 men wearing hats and masks wielding iron bars charging furiously toward the snack. They headed straight for Life Snack Shop. Chen Feng isn't even back at the shop. Is Wang Chong shitting? Sending men without scouting. At that moment Zhang Tiehong, Zhang Na, and Zhang Li's breathing quickened, adrenaline surging. They stared wide-eyed at the scene across the street. Wang Chong's men had arrived, but Chen Feng, the target, wasn't even in the shop. Boss Zhang, run! Chen Feng shouted loudly into the phone. His instincts told him these men were coming for his shop. Run for what? Are you crazy? This is my shop and it's sweltering outside. Landlord Zhang Hongwei cursed, thinking Chen Feng had suddenly lost his mind. Boss Chen. Zhang Hongwei's voice rose an octave as he pressed on. He's Boss Chen. Brothers beat this bastard to death. Charge. Shouts from the youths rang out outside the shop. Zhang Hongwei sensed many people entering behind him and turned around. With a scream of agony, Zhang Hongwei collapsed to the ground. His eyes bulged in pain. Thud, thud, thud. The 8 youths stormed into the shop, swinging iron bars, wildly smashing and striking. They battered the walls and floor indiscriminately. Break his legs. 2 of you go to the kitchen. Hit. Someone directed the ouch. I'm not. Zhang Hongwei wailed, curling into a ball. Suddenly his eyes bulged wide, his expression twisted in agony. One man swung an iron bar down. A crack sounded. His leg was broken. Tears burst from his eyes. Thud, thud, thud. Inside Life Snack Shop, glass shattered everywhere, everything in ruins. The 8 thugs wreaked havoc with all their might, the kitchen also falling victim. Just then Chen Feng felt a gentle tap on his arm. Shen Yuchu stared innocently at the scene across the street and whispered, Boss, the heavens above see everything. Look, that landlord got his comeuppance. Chen Feng. As Shen Yuchu put it was indeed quite a coincidence. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Huang Shi stepped out. Following their gaze, he saw someone wielding an iron rod smashing things inside the... Damn! Huang Shi's eyes glinted coldly. Asen Luzi, stop cleaning. All of you get out here. Someone's smashing my boss shop. Grab your weapons. Let's chop those bastards to pieces. Huang Shi roared with a fierce aura. His 5 brothers rushed out. No need, Chen Feng, stop. I've already moved the shop. We must seek harmony. Chen Feng blocked him and dialed a number. Hello, police station. Someone is vandalizing a shop here. Yes, at 30, Xiangfu Road. Chen Feng talked on the phone as he walked toward the opposite street. Huang Shi called his men to follow and said, Brother Chen, if I were you, I wouldn't have called the police or an ambulance for that bastard landlord after how he treated you. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, Chen Feng said with a smile. Shen Yuchu murmured softly. It's just that heaven saw the landlord doing too many bad things and couldn't stand it anymore. He got his retribution. Huang Shi fell silent. He took another look at Shen Yuchu and silently moved a little farther away from Brother Chen's young employee. He knew Shen Yuchu was very beautiful, but she wasn't his type. After all, she was Brother Chen's employee. He preferred someone more fiery, moreover she came from Xiang province. Compared to Huang Shi, who grew up by the sea worshipping Mazu, he felt the witchcraft of Xiang province was more mysterious and terrifying. Shen Yuchu was usually quiet and gentle, but now she seemed somewhat eerie. Even Huang Shi, who lived a life on the edge, felt a twinge of... The group quickly headed toward the snack shop. 8 people, damn ruthless, Huang Shi cursed. On the way they saw 8 men walking out of the shop after finishing their rampage. They swaggered away on the other side of the sidewalk, brazen as can be. Chen Feng's eyes turned icy cold. This group was similar to the 4 punks from last week. He had thought his ex-wife Zhang Na had stopped, but she had only escalated. If he had been in the shop today, Chen Feng believed, he could have held off the 8 with his Tai Chi skills. But what if his daughter had been there? What if Lu Yue Wang Ruoxin or the others had been there? The consequences would have been unthinkable. Once he dealt with matters here, Chen Feng would give his ex-wife an answer. Because he was a man of his word. Chen Feng. He showed up. Damn, that bastard Wang Chong couldn't even confirm if the guy was there, and he ended up hitting a stranger. This is infuriating. Zhang Taihong roared in the car the moment Chen Feng appeared. Zhang Na's and Zhang Li's faces. Although the Life Snack Shop was completely wrecked, seeing Chen Feng walk over unscathed while the stranger in the shop had his legs broken did nothing to vent their anger. Only made it more stifling. They had spent 2 million yuan for this. Just this. They were furious. It hurt so much. Inside the Life Snack Shop, landlord Zhang Hongwei writhed on the ground in agony. Who did this? He'll kill them. He'll make them rot in jail, he yelled. Stop yelling. We've already called the police and an ambulance for you, Huang Shi called out. Zhang Hongwei looked over, eyes wide with shock at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, did you send them? I only wanted a little tea money from you, and you had my legs broken. That's too cruel. No, Chen Feng explained. This group is the same one that tried to wreck my shop last week. You just happened to come here and got caught in the crossfire. Zhang Hongwei was dumbfounded. What a coincidence. He didn't believe it. Could his luck really be this bad? He wondered if he had done too many bad deeds lately. You again. It wasn't long before the police arrived. When they saw Chen Feng in the life snack shop, they were taken aback. Officers were good Samaritans, honest folk, Huang Shi said cheerfully before explaining. When the police officers saw landlord Zhang Hongwei, their expressions changed in unison. Brother Zhang, you got beaten. I want those men to rot in jail. Zhang Hongwei roared. Soon Zhang Hongwei was taken away in an ambulance. Since Chen Feng and the others had witnessed little, they were questioned briefly and let go. Chen Feng provided a key, lead the suspect Wang Chong. They returned to the new shop. Huang Shi even had his lackeys take down the life snack shop sign and bring it along. However, what Chen Feng and the others didn't expect was that landlord Zhang Hongwei happened to be the brother-in-law of the Xiangfu Road police station chief. This time Wang Chong and his crew were in deep trouble. At the new shop, Huang Shi asked, Brother Chen, about Wang Chong. Are you sure you don't want me to handle it? Trust me, I have plenty of brothers. I can take care of it for you, and I can teach the people behind Wang Chong a lesson too. The person behind Wang Chong is my ex-wife, Chen Feng said. She's the one who ordered them to do this. Huang Shi was completely stunned. Uncertain of Chen Feng's feelings toward his ex-wife, he didn't know what to say. Since landlord Zhang Hongwei is the police chief's brother-in-law, those vandals are in for a rough time. Chen Feng patted Huang Shi's shoulder with a smile. Leave my ex-wife to me. All right. If you need anything, Brother Chen, just call me, Huang Shi said. Next, Chen Feng and the others quickly got to work. Chen Feng took Xin Yuchu to the market to buy ingredients. They had moved to a new shop today. To attract returning customers, they were launching new items in the afternoon. And with the delay, they were in a hurry. After buying the ingredients for the new items, Chen Feng began preparing them at the new shop. Although the shop was under renovation, only the ramen and northern dumpling stores were being worked on. The middle bun shop was still usable. The life snack shop sign had been reinstalled by Huang Shi and his men. At the same time, Chen Feng had Huang Shi make a simple sign to hang at the original life snack shop location, directing old customers to the new shop across the street. During a break, Chen Feng took out his phone and sent a message to his ex-wife Zhang Na. He didn't call because he didn't want to argue, and he didn't bother asking. She would never admit it anyway. But this matter was far from over today. Time passed quickly. The new items were ready, and 5 large buckets of soy milk had been boiled. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the new life snack shop was shrouded in steam. Chen Feng saw Lu Qi and Li Yin from the Hunan restaurant waiting early on the street, ready to direct old customers to the new shop. Brother Chen, are these buns the new item? Hurry up and bring out a few steamers. I can already smell the meat. We're starving after working all afternoon, Huang Shi and his lackeys said, sitting at an outdoor table. The sea breeze blew as the sun set, making for a pleasant evening. The front of the new shop was spacious. The 3 storefronts could fit 8 square tables without feeling crowded, and they didn't block the sidewalk. They looked eagerly at the stacked steamers inside the shop. The fragrance of the buns drifted out with the steam, making everyone's mouths water. All right, Chen Feng said with a smile. He brought down the steamers one by one and arranged different kinds of buns on a plate. Xin Yuchu filled 12 bowls of soy milk and brought out over 50 palm-sized buns, setting them on the table. Tisk, these little buns are cute and profitable, Huang Shi commented cheerfully, as if seeing a steady stream of wealth. Chen Feng laughed. Hey, these buns are adorable. Wow, the boss is so handsome. Give me 2 meat buns, said a middle school girl dressed in a flashy outfit, staring at the handsome boss. Sure, Chen Feng said, immediately getting busy. And so the new shop opened without much fanfare. The steamed buns were soon ready. Chen Feng brought down the bamboo steamers and arranged various kinds on plates. Xin Yuchu served 12 bowls of soy milk and 50 small buns, setting them on the table. These little buns are so delicate you'll make a fortune, Huang Shi remarked with a grin. The sea breeze was gentle and the sunset beautiful. The new location felt spacious and open. 8 square tables fit perfectly in front of the 3 shops without crowding the sidewalk. Chen Feng smiled as he brought down more steamers. The aroma of the buns drifted with the steam, stimulating everyone's appetite. Xin Yuchu poured another round of soy milk and brought out more buns. These buns are exquisitely small, very profitable, Huang Shi commented happily, as if seeing a fortune flowing in. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Just then a young girl in a flashy uniform approached, staring at the handsome boss. Wow, the boss is so handsome. He'll have 2 meat buns. Coming right up, Chen Feng replied, busying himself with orders. And so the new shop began its ordinary yet promising operation. The afternoon passed in a flurry. Old customers trickled in following the simple sign. Chen Feng and his team worked nonstop. The new shop, though modest, was full of life and hope. At the new life snack shop, little boss Chin, you're selling buns instead of dumplings now. Haha, I'll take 2 carrot buns and a bowl of pea. Finally, a new item. Give me 3 meat buns and 2 braised tofu buns. Boss Chin, I'm here. Let me see if they taste good first. Uncle Liao, you've come to support us. It wasn't long after opening that the snack shop was bustling with customers. Many passers-by heading to the food street noticed the commotion. 3 shops here are under renovation. The one in the middle is still open, selling buns now. It's renamed Life Snack Shop. A new place. Sure, I'll skip the food street today and try this place. I'm not here for the buns, but because the boss is so handsome. That's the visual appeal of a complete sensory experience. It whets the appetite. In no time, a long queue formed in front of the shop. Near the food street, the customer traffic was much heavier than at the old location. Most were love-struck students. The 4 square tables on the vacant lot were all occupied with customers waiting for their buns. Shen Yuchu was serving soy milk, and Chen Feng greeted the customers. A new menu board was placed in a prominent spot nearby. Plain soy milk 4 yuan per bowl. Red date and lotus seed soy milk 5 yuan per bowl, random flavor each meal. Sugar buns 3 yuan each. Osmanthus red bean buns 3 yuan each. Carrot buns 3 yuan each. Meat buns 4 yuan each. Sauerkraut pork buns 4 yuan each. Braised tofu buns 4 yuan each. Beef buns 4 yuan each. Beef vermicelli buns 4 yuan each. A total of 8 different bun flavors plus 2 kinds of. The fried dumplings and fried dough sticks were completely cut from the menu by Chen Feng when he opened the new shop. He had bigger plans and new ventures to pursue. He wanted to turn his snack shop into an internet sensation, a place whose flavors would be renowned. This would help him expand his business. Though each bun didn't cost as much as a basket of dumplings when customers really started eating. The average spending per customer would definitely go up. Sister Yochu, bring us 30 more buns, we're running out. Don't worry, we're paying now. Huang Shi and his 5 buddies squeezed around a table, shouting loudly. They had already finished 50 buns, averaging 8 buns each. Every one of them wore a look of pure delight, their faces filled with satisfaction. The buns were incredibly delicious. Though not as fun to eat as dumplings, they tasted even better. Paired with soy milk, a bite of bun followed by a sip of soy milk. The flavor. Burp. Even when stuffed, they craved more. After a whole afternoon of hard work, their bodies were sore. But after this meal, their bodies and souls felt more fulfilled than even the most intimate of acts. At another table, the young punk girl in a vocational school uniform had finished 1 sugar bun and 1 osmanthus red bean bun, her stomach full. Yet she still looked shyly at the handsome boss and said, "Boss, 1 bowl of plain soy milk and another carrot bun, please." Those guys at that table seemed to be enjoying them. They looked tasty. Sure. Chen Feng promptly served her. Okay. Huang Shi whistled, enjoying the boldness of the punk girl. Little sister, you talk nicely. Order whatever you want. Tonight's dinner is on your brother Huang. Thanks, big brother. The girl with heavy smoky eye makeup stared boldly at Huang Shi. She felt the bun boss was too far out of reach for someone ordinary like her. But a handsome guy like Huang Shi was just her type. She said, "Big brother, have you heard the story of Xiao Bei and Xiao Qian becoming Xiao Guai? How about you drink with me tonight?" Xiao Bei and Xiao Qian. Huang Shi was puzzled. To his surprise, a buddy beside him excitedly slapped his shoulder. "My brother Huang has heard it. Drinking's no problem, I'll accept on his behalf." What does that mean? Huang Shi still didn't get the joke. Xiao Guai, his buddy snickered. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Huang Shi's head. He slapped his thigh and said to the girl, "No problem. Well, drink till we drop tonight." Soon Shen Yuchu brought more buns to those 2 tables. While helping her, Chen Feng was busy with other tasks. These meat buns are so fragrant. The aroma of ginger and scallion with soy sauce. Nom. The beef is so tender, boss. Chen, how did you steam them? Some customers grabbed the piping hot buns and, ignoring the heat, took a huge juice dripped from their mouths. Their faces were filled with surprise. These buns were heavenly. Boss, why no more steamed dumplings? I want lamb and scallion dumplings. I'm not really into buns. Hey, just try the buns. You'll realize your old dumplings were nothing. Boss, give me a plate of smashed cucumber. How you don't sell that anymore? Only buns now. Alright, give me 10 buns first. If I can't finish them, I'll take them to go. 2 more bowls of soy milk. Bao account credited 30 yuan. Boss packed 20 more buns to go. More and more customers arrived. There were regulars, but even more new faces, all coming. Chen Feng had to pause his own tasks and quickly help Shen Yuchu. He swiftly shaped new buns. The filling in buns was thicker and more generous than in dumplings. But in Chen Feng's hands, each kneaded dough ball transformed, filled with stuffing pinched a few times, and plump, adorable little fresh buns will be ready in about 10 minutes. Our filling is thin and the portions are small, so it's quick. Chen Feng said. Alright, well, wait. The diners replied expectantly. New steamer baskets were brought to the tables. The queue of customers only grew longer as the line. People love a crowd. Look, there's a long line over there. Oh my god, that's impressive. Whoa, that must be nearly 100 people. Come on, want to give it a try. The boss and his wife are so handsome and beautiful. One by one, customers heading to the food street saw the bun shop at the corner and changed direction. With so many people queuing for buns, the shop's taste must be worth trying. They assumed Shen Yuchu was the boss wife. She and Chen Feng made a perfect couple. Meanwhile, a large, overweight man weighing about 350 kg, holding a selfie stick, waddled over. He was 1.75 meters tall, half a head shorter than Chen Feng, and was chatting with his livestream audience. He was a small-time food streamer with only 7,000 fans. His viewers had nicknamed him Bubble Pig. Bubble Pig had a greasy, big-eared, cheerful face and walked with a bounce. His belly was huge, his neck short, and his entire body swelled up like a round bubble. He also ate a massive amount in one sitting. Hence, let me tell you guys that smashed cucumber was amazing. If you ever visit Donghai City, you've got to try it. But today the restaurant wasn't serving it. I ate it for a whole week and never got tired of it. I asked the boss, so I found my way to the main shop. Hey, guess what I see? Oh my god. Bubble Pig said dramatically. Even in his chatter, he never forgot about food. He turned his selfie stick around. The thousands of viewers in his live stream saw, oh my god. This shop had a line stretching forever. A line of at least 200 people. This is the shop that sold smashed cucumber. Haha, Piggy will probably starve to death waiting in this line today. Hurry up, we just want to see Piggy eat. Without a second thought, Bubble Pig joined the queue while continuing his live stream. How strange. I just heard the new shop only sells buns and soy milk. Can you eat this stuff at night? Is it really that good? Such a long line. Come on, watch me eat this shop out of business. 10 minutes later, Pao Pao Zhu reached the front to place his order. He had already studied the menu and knew that the buns were too small to fill even a single gap between his teeth. Boss, give me 5 of each type of bun and 5 bowls of each of the 2 kinds of soy milk. Holding up his selfie stick to film the steamer baskets, Pao Pao Zhu said, Boss, why aren't you making cucumber salad anymore? And I heard you have pan-fried dumplings and fried dough sticks, but I don't see any. Boss. Shen Yuchu watched Pao Pao Zhu calling out to Chen Feng, feeling a bit at a loss. This customer seemed to be alone. Could he really finish all that food? Chen Feng, who was busy making buns, looked up and saw Pao Pao Zhu. He felt both speechless and secretly pleased. He never expected that his small eatery would attract a food streamer. He had previously stumbled across Pao Pao Zhu's videos. The streamer was somewhat famous around Donghai City. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to start his own food channel. Now it seemed that this saved him that trouble. When luck was on one side, even heaven seemed to lend a hand. All right, Yochu, serve him. Chen Feng smiled and said, I was making cucumber salad a few days ago, and I also had pan-fried dumplings and fried dough sticks. Today we just moved to a new shop. If you come in a few days, you might be able to try them. Chen Feng's words implied that even if he came in a few days and could try some items, he might not be able to try everything, because he had changed the structure of his snack offerings. From now on, getting to taste all the delicacies of the snack shop would be difficult, unless he came every day. All right, watch me make the boss rich today by eating. After delivering his catchphrase to the live stream in a cocky and funny manner, Pao Pao Zhu turned to find a seat. That catchphrase described his ability to eat a lot. He often ate massive amounts, making the boss earn a fortune. It was this catchphrase along with his likable appearance that helped Pao Pao Zhu gain a bit of fame online. Luckily, there was an empty seat. He walked over and sat down. Pao Pao Zhu, I've seen your videos. Me too. The 2 vocational schoolgirls sitting at the same table said, delightedly looking at Pao Pao Zhu with admiration. Haha, I'm honored to eat buns with 2 celestial sisters today. They'll have to eat even more. Pao Pao Zhu greeted them and then began to secure the selfie stick, pointing it at himself. We don't want to see Brother Pig, we want to see the girls. The live stream was filled with groans. They wanted to see the celestial sisters. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu walked over carrying a large tray piled high with 40 assorted buns and 10 bowls of soy milk. I saw the boss just now. He's so handsome. The boss wife is also gorgeous. They're so happy. Haha, I'm dying of envy, bros. Send gifts so Pao Pao Zhu can eat more. Pao Pao Zhu, show more of the boss wife. The live stream groaned again. They had caught a glimpse of Shen Yuchu and were stunned by her beauty. After Shen Yuchu set down the food, Pao Pao Zhu asked, Boss wife, do you have any garlic? No, and I'm not the boss wife. Shen Yuchu replied, her eyes shy. She blushed and quickly ran away. The live stream viewers became even more excited upon hearing that this celestial sister was single. The live stream viewers howled with excitement like wolves. Slap. Pao Pao Zhu clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and said with a reverent expression, I can already smell the aroma of delicious food. All right, fellow internet friends, I'm about to dig in. Let me first try the original soy milk. Then Pao Pao Zhu picked up a bowl of plain soy milk. Half of the bowl of plain soy milk was gone in one gulp. Pao Pao Zhu's eyes widened. The warm bean liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, filling his whole body with energy. Brothers, this soy milk is the best I've ever tasted. Absolutely amazing. So delicious. Pao Pao Zhu exclaimed in amazement. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He finished the bowl in 2 big gulps. He let out a blissful sigh. Seriously, it's top notch. I've traveled far and wide, and Brother Pig knows every corner of Donghai City where the freshest food is. But today's soy milk is absolutely the most delicious. Hearing Pao Pao Zhu's words, the live stream became excited. Say no more. Anyone going? I'm heading to Donghai City tonight. Find someone to go with. Let's go together. Let's go. He'll set off tonight from Heibi. It's just a cheap flight. Only 100 yuan for a ticket. If Piggy praises it, then it's truly top-notch. All the viewers nodded. They knew that Pao Pao Zhu was an honest food explorer who, everyone hold your horses. Let me first taste these buns. If the taste is indeed good, you can come later. Then Pao Pao Zhu picked up a bun. This bun has a red dot in the center. It's a sweet bun. Let me tell everyone, this is a custom in the southern regions. He took a big bite. The white sugar turned into a thick syrup and a trace of steam was trapped within the dough, making it soft, but not sticky. Pao Pao Zhu burning his mouth and letting out little yelps, chewed with a look of ecstasy. In just a few bites he finished it and swallowed. He looked blissfully at the live stream, closed his small eyes, then picked up another bowl of plain soy milk. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After several big swallows he let out a satisfied sigh. Brothers, I swear that the taste of these sweet buns will make your visit to Live Snack Shop absolutely worthwhile. Compared to the cucumber salad from before, this is on another level of deliciousness. How can I be so happy? With that, Pao Pao Zhu picked up his selfie stick and filmed the even longer cue and his own blissful expressions while eating the buns. See, it's freaking delicious. Enough talk. I'm a food warrior, a true champion. Watch me make the boss rich today. This is a braised pork and tofu skin bun. After saying that, Pao Pao Zhu picked up another bun, pinched it open to reveal the mixture of pork filling and dried tofu. Pao Pao Zhu took a bite and chewed heartily. Then he made an incredibly difficult decision. He ate a mouthful of bun and then a mouthful of soy milk and stopped talking. Brother Pig, say something. Don't just eat. Is it really that good? Oh my god, he's down 20 buns already. He's going to make the boss rich again. Brother Pig, does the employee sister at the snack shop look even more beautiful in real life? Pao Pao Zhu stopped interacting and focused solely on devouring the food, eating voraciously. The livestream viewers grew the buns in front of him disappeared at a visible rate. Soon Pao Pao Zhu finished the last one. Burp. Brothers, so delicious. Pao Pao Zhu sighed, slapped the table and shouted, boss, another 50 buns and 10 bowls of soy milk. Today I'm going to make you rich. With that, Pao Pao Zhu picked up his selfie stick. At that moment, two very beautiful women walked into the frame. One was gentle as water, the other vibrant as fire. They were as beautiful as the waitress at the snack shop. The two women were holding hands with a little girl carrying a pink backpack, absolutely adorable. Dad, I'm back. Uncle. Brother Chen Feng. The three women greeted Chen Feng, who was fiddling with a pot. Tuan, you're back. Chen Feng smiled, looked up and nodded at Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin. The tens of thousands of real viewers in the live stream were utterly stunned. What divine snack shop is this? There are so many celestial sisters. The boss is so lucky. Brother Pao Pao Zhu. Immediately Tuan spotted the hefty Pao Pao Zhu in the distance and waved her little hand, greeting him sweetly. She put down her backpack and rushed over. Hello, Brother Bubble Pig. I'm your fan, my name is Tuan. Nice to meet you. Tuan blinked her big eyes and extended her small hand towards Yu Quan. Hello, Tuan. Bubble Pig smiled with narrowed eyes, knowing that this little girl was Boss Chen's daughter. He didn't expect her to be his fan. Could that mean cheaper meals in the future? The two shook hands. Tuan's cunning eyes darted as she politely said, Brother Bubble Pig, are you live streaming? Can I say hello? Of course you can. Bubble Pig felt even happier. He adjusted the selfie stick to frame both of them and introduced, this is the boss daughter. From now on, Tuan is my little sister. Say hello to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Tuan. This little shop is run by my dad. Tuan turned her head to look at the storefront and continued. Welcome to our place for snacks. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunties who've eaten here all say it's delicious. My dad is super handsome and knows how to care for someone. He's still single. Tuan hopes more beautiful sisters will come in the future. Who knows, maybe they'll come for snacks and go home with a husband. Buy one get one free with a little cutie like me thrown in. After saying this, Tuan rested her chin on her hand, striking an adorable pose. Wow. The live stream was instantly overwhelmed by her cuteness. The impact of this little charmer was immense. Oh my god, Tuan is too cute and funny. Love it, love it. Let's tip, brothers. My old man's heart is overflowing with a Bubble Pig, I envy you so much. Tuan, do you want to, moms? My bestie and I both have our eyes on your dad. For a moment, the live stream was flooded with barrage comments. With her first appearance, Tuan conquered everyone with her cuteness, and some young women in the live stream got excited too. The boss was so handsome and had such a sweet kid. Marrying him would be a steal. Off in the distance, Chen Feng helplessly scratched his head. His daughter was great at everything except meddling to find him a wife. And the viewers just loved that sort of thing. But before the stream's audience could recover from their shock. Hello. Since Bubble Pig was streaming after the two vocational school girls left, no customer came to sit at that table. Teacher Lu, Sister Ruoxin, come sit. Tuan greeted them. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin sat down. Bubble Pig was stunned. The fleeting glimpse of the two beauties was captured by the live stream. The viewers were completely dumbfounded. Heavenly fairy sisters had come to sit at their table. What a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Soon Tuan discovered a new world in the live stream and kept answering the viewers' questions. This was fun. The big brothers and sisters online spoke in such pleasant ways. She dominated the live stream all by herself. She decided to take a little break today and stop helping her dad. Shin Yuchu again brought Bubble Pig 50 steamed buns and 10 bowls of soy milk. Bubble Pig and Tuan then launched into a live stream duet performance. The live stream's popularity soared. It reached millions in terms of popularity with over 200,000 concurrent viewers. Such viewer numbers were a sign that he was about to become a huge hit. The live snack shop was his lucky charm. Tuan was his little. The entire live snack shop became even more bustling. In particular, some passers-by who saw Bubble Pig streaming there decided to join the long queue even though they hadn't planned to eat there. After working until 6:20 p.m., the business at live snack shop kept increasing instead of decreasing. Some shop owners on the snack street were puzzled. Why were fewer customers coming to their places today? At this moment, Chen Feng stopped making buns and let Shin Yuchu handle the work. He went to the front of the shop and pulled out a long extension cord. In front of him was a large pot, as if he was preparing some new snack. He brought over 200 small eggs already washed and put. Little boss Chen, what are you doing? An old regular customer asked curiously. It was Grandpa Peng, a loyal fan of the shop. Every day after eating, he would stay and chat with the other old men, treating the snack shop as his revolutionary base. Making an interesting snack. It's available only until noon tomorrow. Don't miss it if you want to try it. Chen Feng replied with a smile. A little boss Chen, just sell snacks properly. You're turning this into an art form. Grandpa Peng expressed his opinion. What if I know how to make too many kinds of snacks, and every single one is delicious? Chen Feng smiled and asked back. Hiss. Grandpa Peng was momentarily speechless. With only 2 people, live snack shop couldn't possibly offer a huge variety of snacks. It would be too taxing for too little gain. He suddenly realized why little boss Chen had stopped making dumplings and fried dough sticks. That was precisely Chen Feng's consideration. To make the snack shop truly popular, he needed to not only satisfy customers' palates, but also create a sense of scarcity and preciousness around the snacks. Now with so many traditional snack recipes in his hands, he could release a different one each day, never repeating. In that case, if Chen Feng can get 500 food connoisseurs from the culinary world, Life Snack Shop will take off completely. Just do it. Grandpa Peng patted his chest. Old man, I support you. He'll come every day to cheer you on. Thank you, Grandpa Peng. At that moment, Tuan Tuan brought Bubble Pig over. Boss Chen, what are you doing? Mind if I film this? Bubble Pig slipped into a dialect, holding his selfie stick and asking curiously. No, go ahead. But if any customer doesn't want to be filmed, don't. Chen Feng said. All right. Bubble Pig quickly nodded, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed happily, with skills like yours, Boss Chen, I could make a folk food documentary. Boss Chen, what snack are you preparing? Bubble Pig aimed the camera at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and said, this is tea eggs made with an ancient technique. Wow. Bubble Pig gave a thumbs up. Just a tea egg and Boss Chen makes it sound so high-end. This tea egg must be worth a villa. Ha! The onlookers burst into laughter. Was this turning into a comedy duet? For a snack to be delicious, the ingredients are always the most crucial part. My ancient technique tea eggs are no exception. Playing along with Bubble Pig, Chen Feng had nothing better to do. With his slightly magnetic voice, and as he demonstrated each step, Chen Feng began to narrate slowly. Dad, shouldn't tea eggs be boiled with tea leaves first? Why are these eggs already yellow and black before they're even boiled? Tuan Tuan also joined in. That's right, but I first filter them through a special marinade to achieve the best flavor. That is also the essence of my ancient technique, Chen Feng said. How do you make that marinade? Care to share with everyone? Bubble Pig asked, deliberately knowing that the marinade recipe was the heart of the craft. Boss Chen definitely wouldn't reveal it. But asking like this was for the effect of the live stream, and for him to later edit into a video. With Boss Chen's daughter Tuan Tuan being so cute and clever, Bubble Pig believed that Boss Chen would be no exception. That was the intuition he had gained from years in the streaming industry. Sure, just scan to pay $1,000,000 yuan, and you get the marinade recipe, Chen Feng said with a smile. Tuan Tuan leaned her little head into the camera and added, free shipping too. Just mail a mom over. Ha ha ha. The Life Snack Shop was once again filled with joyful atmosphere. Cook the eggs over low heat for 8 minutes, then pierce each one deep into the yolk with a needle. Add an appropriate amount of salvia, safflower, and walnuts, and cook for another 3 minutes to let the tea eggs absorb more flavor. This brings out the layered flavors of the tea eggs. As Chen Feng finished explaining the final step, silence fell over the entire Life Snack. Some customers stopped buying buns. Pao Pao Zhu stood dazedly holding his selfie stick, his nose twitching constantly. The aroma of these traditional tea eggs had enveloped the area for dozens of meters around. As the breeze carried the rich fragrance, it spread further. What's that smell, eh? Star anise, cinnamon, and salvia. It smells incredibly nourishing. Seeing the spectacular long line of customers, more people drawn by the scent rushed out. They too joined the queue. Even customers who had been walking with their heads down into the snack street turned around and came over. Boss Chen, you've said so much, but haven't told us the price of these tea eggs. Right, how much? He'll take 10. No way, if you order 10, what about me and everyone else? Hurry up, Boss Chen, name your price. The customers grew excited. These so-called traditional tea eggs were incredibly fragrant. Scent drifting for miles was no exaggeration. The irresistible aroma burrowed into their noses uncontrollably. It was mouth-watering. Boss Chen, give me 10 eggs. Pao Pao Long was too overwhelmed to speak, swallowing his saliva continuously. He stopped narrating and instead filmed the customers with his camera. Every customer had gone wild, swallowing saliva and staring at the tea eggs like walking zombies. Then Chen Feng smiled and said, everyone, don't rush. Each person can buy only 2 tea eggs, but you can requie. They're 5, a collective gasp. 5 yuan for a tea egg. That was expensive. But no matter the cost, they had to buy. Yuki Ambeo received, Lianxin received 10 yuan. Yuki Ambeo. The sounds of payment notifications wove into an epic symphony dedicated to the tea eggs. Chen Feng kept packing 2 tea eggs in plastic bags and handing them to each arriving customer. Hisses of hot, fragrant, so fragrant. Every customer who received the eggs immediately wanted to eat them, only to be scalded into a curled-up shrimp. Customers further back in line counted the queue, and seeing they would get their turn, all sighed in relief. Chen Feng also set aside 2 eggs each for his daughter Lu Yue, Wang Ruoxin, Pao Pao Zhu, and the others. In the blink of an eye, the line kept moving forward. 5 or 6 minutes later, 200 traditional tea eggs were sold out. The next customer in line who was about to buy went into a frenzy. She looked at Chen Feng pitifully. Boss, does this count as falling from heaven? If you don't mind, could you wait another 30 minutes? Chen Feng smiled. You can try the buns and soy milk first. Okay, thank you, Han. The beauty flashed a sweet smile and stepped aside. By then, the first batch of customers who got their tea eggs had peeled the brown shells, and fragrant, so fragrant, an indescribable fragrance. Pao Pao Zhu took a deep sniff at the camera without rushing to bite. He said to the live stream audience, everyone who missed this Life Snack Shop is missing out big time. With a gulp, he took a big bite, finishing most of a tea egg. His eyes widened in pure ecstasy. Believe me, I'm really not a plant by bot. His bun, soy milk, and these tea eggs are just too delicious. With another bite, Pao Pao Zhu finished 1 tea egg and quickly ate the remaining 1. Then he picked up his selfie stick and filmed the blissful expressions of nearby customers. See, don't miss out. Coming to Boss Chen's shop is a win. This place is a true hidden gem. I'm done chatting with you all. I'm getting back in line. After saying this, Pao Pao Zhu rejoined the queue, gathering material for his video later that. Delicious, Daddy. The tea eggs are so fragrant. Tuan Tuan ate the tea egg in big bites. Seeing Chen Feng busy, she peeled the remaining egg and came to him. Daddy, open wide. Ah. Chen Feng opened his mouth with a smile, and Tuan Tuan shoved the egg in roughly. Confirmed this was his real daughter. My daughter loves me the most, Chen Feng said. Of course. Daddy is still a child, but Tuan Tuan is already a grown-up. Tuan Tuan giggled. Time flew by. Chen Feng made 3 batches of tea eggs that day, totaling 500, not 600, as he hadn't stocked that many. The result was unexpectedly good. Alright, the buns are sold out today, and so are the tea eggs. If you want to eat them, come back tomorrow. Chen Feng finished speaking. The customers reluctantly left. The life snack shop closed for the day. Lu Yu and Wang Ruoxin had already left earlier. But Pao Pao Zhu stayed. His phone had long run out of battery, ending his live stream. Boss Chen, can I upload the footage of the tea eggs I shot today online? Pao Pao Zhu asked. Sure. Chen Feng nodded. Will there be tea eggs tomorrow? Pao Pao Zhu asked eagerly. Yes, but limited supply. They won't be available in the evening. They'll have other snacks. Come early if you want to eat. Chen Feng said. Pao Pao Zhu's eyes lit up. Boss Chen would feature new items every day. If they were all as delicious as the tea egg, Pao Pao Zhu felt he had found a golden path to internet fame. He would become a major food streamer. And the method was to cling to Life Snack Shop and milk it for all it was worth. He'll come again tomorrow. Goodbye, Tuan Tuan. Goodbye, Yu Chu. Goodbye, brother Pao Pao Zhu. Pao Pao Zhu waved and left. Chen Feng tidied up the shop. Shin Yu Chu and Tuan Tuan tallied the day's revenue. Soon, Daddy, the evening revenue is out. Tuan Tuan announced loudly. How much? Chen Feng asked. 23145 yuan, Tuan Tuan said. Shin Yu Chu's eyes sparkled. Selling buns was far more profitable than the dumplings and fried dough sticks they used to sell. Shin Yu Chu added the morning and noon revenue and said, Boss, today's total revenue is 54020 yuan. Daddy is amazing and Sister Yu Chu is amazing too. Tuan Tuan clapped happily. At this calculation, Shin Yu Chu was stunned. Once the 2 shops were renovated and they started selling smashed cucumbers again, with a bit more effort, daily revenue could reach to... That number was terrifying. Chen Feng just smiled and patted his daughter's head. Tuan Tuan, you can't have your mind full of money, okay? From now on, the snack shop will focus on soy milk and buns. He'll arrange the other snacks. Chen Feng didn't plan to add more work to he might even reduce the quantity. As for future expansion, he had other plans. Life shouldn't be just about making money. Breaking down the word life, the survival problem was now completely solved. Once money was earned, he should consider how to live happily and comfortably. After all, life is short, and one must learn to seize the moment. Chen Feng's outlook on life was entirely different from his ex-wife's. So sometimes when he saw news of billionaires dying of cancer or sudden death from overwork, he would sigh. The underworld doesn't accept RMB. Making so much money but being unable to spend it. What a loss. After the shop closed, Chen Feng rode his electric bike to drop the 2 women off at their apartment building. Daddy, aren't you coming back? Tuan Tuan asked, holding Shin Yu Chu's hand. No, Daddy has to go talk to your mother about something. Chen Feng said. He didn't want to hide what he was about to do from his daughter. What do you want to see that woman for? Tuan Tuan immediately became, in her heart, mother equaled unhappiness. To negotiate her visitation rights with you, Tuan Tuan. I plan to revoke that right. Chen Feng said. Tuan Tuan clapped her hands happily. That's great. What if that woman disagrees, Tuan Tuan? What should we do? Chen Feng hadn't expected his daughter to take this stance. It made him quite happy. His daughter wasn't raised in vain. So he wanted to, Daddy, if that woman disagrees, spank her bottom until it's black and blue. Spank her until she gives in. Tuan Tuan declared loudly. Hearing such fierce words, Shin Yu Chu blushed. Tuan Tuan's words weren't wrong, but in the adult world things were far more complicated. Roger that, madam. Chen Feng rode off on his electric bike with a flourish. After a 30-minute ride on his electric scooter, Chen Feng arrived at Huayuqing, the old neighborhood he had called home for 7 years. The complex comprised 16 buildings, each 18 stories high. 13 kilometers from Beitian district, the security guard at the gatehouse, an elderly man, greeted him warmly. Chen Feng, you're here. How have you been since the divorce? And where's Just came back to pick up something from my ex-wife. Uncle Wang, you're on night duty today. Mind if I charge my scooter here? Chen Feng parked with a smile and handed over a bag filled with peanuts, melon seeds, and mangoes, snacks he had intended for himself. Since he had run into an acquaintance and needed a favor, the treats were no longer his to keep. How, you didn't have to bring anything? The elderly guard chuckled as he took the bag. When you come back, your scooter will be as charged as a bull in heat. Uncle Wang guarantees it. Thanks, Uncle Wang. After the guard swiped his access card, and they exchanged a few more words, Chen Feng headed to Building 10. Back when he lived there, his daughter Tuan Chuan's adorable nature and his own handsome looks had made them well known throughout the neighborhood. Almost every homeowner recognized the father-daughter duo. Chen Feng had even earned a reputation as a heartthrob among the young wives, though he had always remained faithful. Now standing at the door of apartment 802 on the 8th floor, he knew that tonight would settle all the grievances between him and his ex-wife. Taking a deep breath, he knocked. After the divorce, he had handed over the keys to Zhang Na, so knocking was his only option. He knocked again. After a moment's wait, he peered through the peephole. The apartment was dark and empty. Chen Feng had anticipated this, otherwise he wouldn't have brought snacks to wait. His ex-wife's family never returned home before 11 p.m., and it was only about 9:20 now. Chen Feng thought, I want to talk to you tonight. He pulled out his phone and looked at the message he had sent that afternoon, which she hadn't replied to. After a moment's consideration, he decided not to call. Given the incident today with Wang Chang's group causing trouble at the shop and his warning over the phone last week, his ex-wife had likely guessed the purpose of his visit. Since Chen Feng was coming to confront her, it made no sense to call ahead and alert her. That would be as obvious as Sima Zhao's intent. Might as well head to the Do Shui Heaven while I wait. Chen Feng picked up a small card from the ground, wedged it into the door crack, and silently chanted his entry. With a flicker of thought, white mist swirled before him, revealing the scene outside his ex-wife's door. This was a recent discovery he had made after mastering the Do Shui Heaven. It prevented awkward situations where he might suddenly reappear in the real world, startling elderly neighbors and possibly giving them heart. With that small card in place, he could monitor his ex-wife's return. Not bad, not bad. Chen Feng smiled as he took in the sight of the Do Shui Heaven. The watermelon seeds he had planted last night had grown wildly, producing long, lush vines, and 7 or 8 enormous watermelons, their green forms harmonizing with the cucumber plants. He'll sell cucumber salad for a few more days to earn some hard money, but it's time to branch out into other ventures. Chen Feng walked to the watermelon patch and patted the fruits, each weighing over 20 jin, as big as pumpkins. He'll bring one for Tuan to taste tomorrow. Anticipation filled him as he moved to the stove area, continuing to build the wine vat for his brewing endeavors. After working for a while, he kept an eye on his ex-wife's apartment. Huff, huff. Today Chen Feng conserved his strength, refraining from practicing his Tai Chi forms. Why practice empty-handed when he could soon strike something real? It's been 8 days since Xiao Yao ran away. I miss it. Time to accept today's inheritance of the old craft. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Feng approached the thatched hut. The jujube and peach trees beside it were lush and still growing. With a statue emerged, a long-bearded old man, simmering a small pot, steam curling from the lid, a smile on his face as he fanned the flames with a grass fan. Beside him lay a stone bed with a patient. In the next moment, the statue dissolved into white mist that surged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head vigorously, leaning against the hut. Dizziness overwhelmed him, his thoughts clouded and heavy. This inheritance was far greater than any before, even surpassing the dragon beard noodles and Tai Chi fist techniques he had received from Master Long Tianxiang. The volume of memories was immense and intense. Huff, huff. Chen Feng gasped for air as his brain struggled to process the influx, feeling starved of oxygen. After more than an hour, Chen Feng's dark pupils contracted. He spotted a bulging leather scroll lying quietly on the hut's floor, as if something was wrapped inside. Recalling the newly acquired memories of the old craft, he murmured, "Medicine, elder medicinal cuisine." And the ghost doctor's 13 needles, along with a lifetime of healing experience. He was also a master of soup making. In his later years, he combined his medical knowledge to create countless medicinal dishes using food. Chen Feng raised his hands in disbelief, utterly stunned. His hands were as white as jade, his fingers seemingly more slender. Having grown up in the countryside, he was no stranger to hard labor, and years of housework had left thick calluses on his thumbs and index fingers. But now all the calluses had vanished. If this is any indication, I must be even more handsome now. He rushed to the pond. As expected, he was right. Handsome. This is a huge win. Chen Feng was ecstatic. The medicinal cuisine was secondary. What truly mattered were the ghost doctor's 13 needles and the vast medical experience. He had never failed a patient, earning the title of living Yama, a demon who snatches souls from hell. The title signified his ability to pull patients back from the brink of death. So I'm a divine doctor now. A wave of delight washed over Chen Feng's face. The benefits the Do Shui Heaven had bestowed upon him were beyond imagination. He never expected that acquiring the medicinal cuisine craft would grant him such miraculous medical skills. With this, his father's lame leg, which had troubled him for years, could finally be healed when he returned to Chen family village. And Chen Feng sensed the energy flowing within him, an invisible force surging through his limbs. This is the chi-refining method recorded in the Ghost Doctor Immortal Scripture. Over the past half-month, he had continuously cultivated the Do Shui Heaven, absorbing the spiritual energy hidden within. By accepting the old crafts, he also gained the physical prowess and experience of their masters. His already formidable physique far surpassed that of the world's top athletes. I was on the verge of generating chi through constant Tai Chi practice. But acquiring the Ghost Doctor Immortal Scripture has accelerated the process. He formed a fist and a palm, joining them together, feeling the surging power within. With the terrifying strength now housed in his body, his ex-wife wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. Just then he noticed the white mist at the edge of a distant hill violently churning. Something seemed about to emerge. Was the Do Shui Heaven changing? Meow. A soft heart-stirring meow echoed through the realm. Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. Had the little runaway returned? Meanwhile, in Donghai City Haishi District, inside a rented room, Bubble Pig bit into a spicy chicken leg burger while editing the video he had filmed tonight on his computer. Phew. Finally finished editing. His small eyes scanned through the carefully selected footage, narrowing in satisfaction. After reviewing the 5-minute video 3 times, he uploaded it to the largest video platform, Indo. The main title read, "A unique little eatery of life. The boss that uncle is too handsome and gives way too much." The subtitle was, Tuan quest to support her family, free snacks, as long as you ship a mom. What could he do? In this day and age, if you didn't add a hint of something suggestive or provocative to your short videos, no one would click. Bubble Pig remembered it vividly. He had once visited a duck restaurant, a roast duck place, and titled the video, "This man looks absolutely gorgeous when he's working as a duck." The view count skyrocketed, hitting 1 million clicks in just an hour. Countless comments poured in, though most were from female users. Then the short video was taken down for being vulgar after someone reported it. Bubble Pig figured it was the work of his competitors. After uploading the video, it soon passed Yindus review and was initially pushed to a small test audience. He opened his fan group and sent a message, "Today's food review video is out. Dear Gourmands, please enjoy." Then Bubble Pig took the last bite of his spicy chicken leg burger and downed the rest of his cola in a few big gulps. This is nothing compared to Boss Chen's soy milk and buns. What a load of junk food, all it does is make you fat. I'm going across the sea tomorrow morning to have breakfast at that eatery. Immediately fans in 3,000 or 4,000 member groups started buzzing with discussion. I just watched Brother Pig's 3-hour live stream video. Note, this isn't the edited short video he just uploaded but the raw footage, and I was blown away. Is that eatery really that popular? I didn't fast forward through any of it. It looked so delicious. Wow, I missed out on a fortune. Those young ladies were way too pretty. I'm so envious. Envious of the snacks and envious of their looks. Right. That Boss Chun at the eatery is living the dream. I'm so jealous. A smug grin curled at the corner of Bubble Pig's mouth as he happily joined the replies. At the same time, in a food blogger group, he was part of a few peers sent him messages. Bubble Pig, is that eatery really that popular? Will that boss make more snacks in the future? Man, is that live stream video you recorded fake? It can't be that popular, right? These food industry peers like his fans were scattered across the country. Some had as many as 14 million followers while others had as few as 200,000 or 300,000. Bubble Pig was somewhere in the middle. He sneered and typed back, "Haha, Brother Pig just landed some investment. The eatery boss, his daughter, and those beautiful ladies are all actors I hired, including the customers in line. Bubble Pig, what do you think? Do I have a head for business? Brother Pig is about to blow up." The group chat immediately erupted with a barrage of curses in reply. Bubble Pig chuckled. No way was he going to let these guys in on the luck. His chance at fame and fortune lay right there at that little eatery of life. Bubble Pig chatted idly in the fan groups while shooting the breeze in the peer group. He also scrolled through his newly uploaded short video on his phone, watching its steadily rising view count, comment rate, and like rate. Watching the 3 metrics climb from 100 to 100, then to 100, then 100. It had barely. His heart rate soared along with the numbers. His face flushed with excitement. Riding on the coattails of Boss Chun and Tuanshuan, he was about to become huge. On an elevated bridge from Haishi heading to Haidong, a Maserati Quattroporte sped along. Zhang Taihong was at the wheel. Zhang Na was on her phone handling company matters, while Zhang Li, bored in the backseat, scrolled through Indo videos. Dad, try calling Wang Chong again. His phone's been off since this afternoon. What's going on? Zhang Na looked irritated. After witnessing that messy scene at the little eatery of life in the afternoon, she had rushed to deal with a medical incident at her beauty branch in Haidong. A client had gone into kidney failure and had trouble breathing after an overinjection of Botox by an esthetician who had only been trained for a month and didn't even have a medical license. Though the client was eventually stabilized, the two parties were locked in a dispute over compensation. The client was threatening to sue. In the end, Zhang Na had no choice but to pay over 300,000 to shut the client up. Because she was part of a small circle of wealthy women in Donghai, many of whom were clients of her beauty salon. Zhang Na was furious. Lately she hadn't made much money, all she had been doing was losing it. Later, when she tried to call Wang Chong to berate him for his shoddy work that afternoon, his phone was unreachable. And that final payment of 700,000, Wang Chong hadn't even called to ask for it. She had no idea what had happened to him. Zhang Na grew even angrier. Everything was going wrong. It was like the heavens were against her. Oh call. Don't get angry, daughter, it's bad for your health. If you marry into the Hua family like this, what if you can't bear children? Zhang Taihong chuckled placatingly as he dialed the number. After a long wait, all he got was a busy signal. Oh my god, that waste. Chen Feng and Tuanshuan showed up too. They're going viral. Suddenly Zhang Li shouted. She had just stumbled upon the Indo video. What's going viral? That waste. Zhang Na snatched the phone and saw over 1 million views, a like rate exceeding 1,000, and tens of thousands of comments. Then she saw the video's footage of the long queue at the little eatery of life. There was her ex-husband, her daughter Tuanshuan, and that pretty teacher, a short-haired beauty, and a shy female employee were all helping out at the eatery. Huff. Zhang Na felt a tightness in her chest as she could barely breathe. Especially when she saw her daughter and that teacher Lu Yu smiling happily as they ate tea eggs. Rage boiled inside her. How could they enjoy such garbage? She picked up her phone again and looked at the text message from her ex-husband Chen Feng, which remained read but unanswered. Chen Feng, I want to bang. Zhang Na hurled her phone to the ground in fury. Talk about what? Flaunting how your business is getting bigger and bigger. Her face ashen, she screamed at Zhang Tiahong. Keep calling Wang Chong. Zhang Li joined in, cursing like a fishwife. So this waste actually managed to make something of himself. He got lucky today. The heavens. Looking at the video of the eatery with its serpentine line and thinking about her own beauty salon's failing business, Zhang Li was consumed by jealousy. All of this should have belonged to their Zhang family. Meow. A soft meow echoed in the Tusida heaven. Chen Feng immediately looked toward the sound. There he saw an aloof, proud little tabby cat holding its head high, stepping out from the thick, white mist on graceful paws. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What surprised Chen Feng even more was that behind the cat followed 4 golden monkeys. Their eyes were incredibly lively, curiously gazing around the Tusida heaven, taking deep breaths of the thin spiritual energy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They spotted Chen Feng and immediately cowered in fear. Meow. When the little cat saw Chen Feng, its aloofness vanished and its feline eyes were filled with terror. Hi. Chen Feng smiled broadly and waved his big hand at them. Xiao Yao. Chen Feng waved his hand and walked toward the tabby cat with great enthusiasm. Where have you been these days? The more Xiao Yao wanted to avoid him, the more Chen Feng wanted to approach. Don't come any closer. Xiao Yao retreated 2 steps, arching its back. This scene frightened the 4 golden monkeys into huddling together and backing away. Why not? Chen Feng asked, pointing at the sky. It was dusk now. He remembered that the previous 2 times Xiao Yao lost its sigh. Xiao Yao exhaled weakly, its feline face filled with dejection. Final come over myself. This is fate. Meow meow. Then Xiao Yao exchanged a few words with the 4 golden monkeys. The monkeys gesticulated wildly and stood obediently in place. Xiao Yao walked toward Chen Feng. Meow. Gradually man and cat drew closer. Xiao Yao's eyes showed a look of infatuation as it approached Chen Feng and hugged his leg. Chen Feng picked up Xiao Yao and began to pet it. Was this the right procedure? Chen Feng wondered. The mystery of Xiao Yao's behavior only deepened his confusion. Purr. After about 3 or 4 minutes of petting every part of the tabby cat, it let out a contented purr and gently rubbed against Chen Feng's face. It tickled, felt fuzzy, and was quite pleasant. Suddenly the purring stopped. Chen Feng looked down and saw Xiao Yao's eyes regain clarity, and it rolled its eyes at him. With a leap, Xiao Yao strode toward the 4 golden monkeys without looking back. All right, you've petted me 3 times. From now on, you're my master. Meow. In that final meow, Chen Feng could detect a hint of reluctant resignation to fate. I've become your master. Aren't you the cat demon from Do Shui heaven? Chen Feng quickly asked. No, Xiao Yao replied, looking back. Chen Feng became even more curious and pointed at the golden monkeys climbing on the small hill tree. Did you bring them here from Do Shui heaven? Yes. Xiao Yao said, this is beneficial for Do Shui heaven. You'll know in time. What benefits do I get from becoming your master? Chen Feng asked. You'll know in time. Chen Feng was about to ask again. You'll know? Stop, I won't ask, all right. Chen Feng said. It seemed that becoming Xiao Yao's master didn't grant him absolute power. Chen Feng wanted to approach the 4, but they hid in the small hill, very afraid of people. Chen Feng gave up and walked toward the thatched cottage, then picked up the leather roll on the ground. This is the ghost doctor's 13 needles. He unrolled it, directly revealing 13 acupuncture needles of varying lengths, the longest measuring 6.6 inches. Chen Feng tucked it into his bosom. Seeing Xiao Yao moping by the pond because it had become his pet, Chen Feng said, Xiao Yao, don't be meow. Xiao Yao responded lazily to Chen Feng. With so many delicious foods yet to taste, why would it want to die? Just then Chen Feng's mind stirred, and he saw the small card on his ex-wife's door fall to the ground. His ex-wife's family had returned home. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Chen Feng said his goodbyes. Meow. Xiao Yao replied with a perfunctory meow. Chen Feng vanished from Do Shui heaven with a light heart. Tonight wasn't a waste. He had become Xiao Yao's master, and it felt quite exhilarating. Sister Yochu, look. We're on Indo, and so many people are liking us. In the thin blanket, Tuan was gesturing. The blanket flew up, revealing a vast expanse of rolling hills. Tuan held out her phone for Shin Yuchu to see. The naive Shin Yuchu saw the video showing her busy figure and the boss making tea eggs. Her eyes lit up. Look, there are 2,000,000 red hearts. And so many comments from brothers and sisters. Sister Yochu, please read them to me, okay? Tuan couldn't recognize many characters, so she asked, planning to show the video to the kids in her kindergarten class tomorrow. Shin Yuchu took the phone and said softly with a smile, sure. Stinky daddy so late and still not back. Does spanking mommy's bottom take that long? Tuan muttered, and Shin Yuchu began. Gradually Tuan's eyes curved into crescents. In the comments, many sisters wanted to be her mommy. Yeah, look, you're on Indo. Suddenly her best friend Zhang Xiaochao dashed out of the room, holding her phone. It's the first time I've seen brother Chen Feng's face clearly. He's so handsome. And his daughter is so cute, ha. Zhang Xiaochao was so excited she drooled. As a programmer, she worked overtime every day, even on weekends, and had never visited the life snack shop. Every day, she could only rely on Lu Yu to bring her food. Is this girl your rival in love? She's quite pretty. Zhang Xiaochao commented while watching the video. Lu Yu suddenly pointed at Shun Yochu, who was selling buns nearby. Now, maybe I have another rival. Zhang Xiaochao was startled. Is boss Chen Feng so popular? This young lady is also very beautiful and gentle. Tell me everything. They'll give you advice to defeat them. Lu Yu began to explain slowly. Only a woman truly understands another woman. Although Shun Yuchu kept it well hidden through a week of silent observation, Lu Yu had already. In other words, the 3 of them lived together every day. Shin Yuchu was only 20, spoke even more gently than she did, and was diligent in her work. Since brother Chen Feng was so good, how could Shin Yuchu not like him? No, I have to find a way to change this. I can't just wait idly. Lu Yu thought to herself. In another room. Ruwa Xian, look, you're on Indo. Great, today Uncle Chen Feng released a new classic tea egg, and you didn't bring me any. Boohoo, Ruwa Xian, you don't love me anymore. Zhang Xiaohua said tearfully. Wang Ruwa Xian rubbed her forehead. Xiaohua, you look so ugly like that. So what if we're on Indo? Uncle's business is too busy now, and he won't let me help. There's only half a month until the college entrance exam. I feel like I'm drifting further and further away from Uncle. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua blinked. Didn't Uncle Chen Feng say you could work part-time after the exams? Wang Ruwa Xian shook her head. My family wants me to go back home right after the exams. Sigh. With a long sigh, Wang Ruwa Xian, with her chin-length hair and delicate earlobes showing, rested her chin on her hand. So annoying. I have to leave in half a month, and he'll come of age too. Suddenly Wang Ruozin's eyes lit up fiercely. An extremely bold plan formed in her mind. As long as her useless brother came to pick her up, Uncle Chen Feng would surely be hers. Zhang Xiaohua grew frightened. Ruo Xine, your smile is so sinister. In Qinjia village, inside a small house resembling a honey, come quick. Your precious granddaughter is on Indo. And Fengzi too. The girls beside him are all so beautiful. Is Fengzi dating again? Chen's mother said excitedly from under the covers. Let me see. Chen's father slowly dried his feet with a towel limping on his right leg as he climbed onto the bed. He took the phone and was instantly stunned. Haha, my precious granddaughter. Which one is Fengzi's girlfriend? They're all so pretty. I don't know. Chen's mother shook her head. Maybe we should go to the city one day to see Tuan Tuan and ask Fengzi. He can't mess around and delay other people. Two of those girls look familiar. Chen's father suddenly frowned, trying to recall. Which two? Chen's mother asked anxiously. Her son's affairs were a big deal. Not a single mistake could be tolerated. I want say ha. Chen's father laughed loudly. You're asking for it. Chen's mother punched Chen's father. Chen's father watched the video several times, his old face beaming like a flower. Tisk, my son is so handsome. He looked like me when he was young. Let go. Let go of me. Suddenly Chen's father gasped as his ear was twisted by Chen's mother into a spiral. Chen's mother sneered. How did he look like you when he was young? You'd better explain yourself thoroughly tonight. Chen Laoba, if you don't make it clear, ouch. Chen's father wore a miserable expression. He really had a loose tongue. In Shanghai, inside a high-rise apartment near the Pearl Tower, Yunwei, your daughter, has been found. And the young man who stole her heart has also been found. I didn't expect him to be so talented, and Liu's mother held her phone with a gentle smile. That young man has a child. He's good-looking, and his daughter is adorable. I think he's quite suitable for you. Where? In the distance at a desk, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat upright, dressed immaculately in a handmade gray shirt. Even at this late hour, he was still handling group business. He put down his pen, walked over without a word, took the phone, and looked at it, his brow slowly furrowing. Anyway, I trust you. Where's judgment? Don't meddle. It was because of you that she ran away from home last time. Liu's mother complained. Wait until I finish my work in a few days, then we'll go to Donghai City together. Liu Yunwei pondered for a moment, gave no opinion, and showed no extra emotion before returning to his business. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Yunwei coughed incessantly. Under the full moon, Liu's mother looked at the steady man on the screen. A mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she saw, the more satisfied she became. Knock, knock, knock. After leaving Doshui, Heaven, Chen Feng took a deep breath and knocked on the door. His mind replayed the scene of Lu Kai's left leg being broken. He also recalled the snack shop being trashed and Zhang Hongwei's legs being broken. Chen Feng's eyes turned red and his fists clenched. Since he had severed ties with his ex-wife, she was a stranger to him now. If he had been Lu Qi that day, if he had been Zhang Hongwei, then his leg. They even wanted to take Tuan Tuan away from him, let her call another man father. They wanted to take away the most precious thing in his life. Chen Feng was panting like a bull, his eyes bloodshot. Since they were ruthless, he could be unrighteous in return. Who is it? So late at night, are you sick? Zhang Taihong's voice came from inside the house. It's me, Chen Feng. I need to talk to Zhang Na. Chen Feng said in a low voice. Inside the house, Zhang Na, Zhang Li, and Zhang Tiahong, who had just lain down on the sofa, all jumped up and exchanged glances. What does that loser want? Zhang Li asked warily. Because of this afternoon. Zhang Li's hands began to tremble with fear. Probably. What's there to be afraid of? Him here. Does he dare hit me? Zhang Taihong said. Zhang Na, however, shook her head and said loudly, Chen Feng, go back. I don't want to see you tonight. After saying this, Zhang Na felt a sense of satisfaction. Normally Chen Feng wouldn't pay her any attention, but today she was in a bad mood, so she'd just leave him outside. What could he do? No sound came back from outside. The three of them stood up and walked toward the door. Meanwhile, outside the door, Chen Feng took out a 3-inch needle from his bosom. He inserted the energy he had just mastered, probed through the needle hole, sensing the condition of the lock's mechanism. As it happened, the old medicine master was skilled in medical needles and was also a locksmith. His ex-wife wouldn't open the door, would she? Then he would open it himself. The soft needle became rigid with the infusion of energy, twisted a few times, and with a click the door opened. Chen Feng pushed the door open and walked in. He was met by the stunned expressions of Zhang Na, Zhang Li, and Zhang Taihong. Had they forgotten to lock the security door when they came home? Chen Feng strode forward, stepped up to Zhang Na, raised his right hand, and slapped her forcefully. The slap carried a fierce whistling slap. A crisp sound echoed. Zhang Na's mind went blank, and her right cheek instantly swelled red. A vivid 5-finger mark appeared like a stamped seal. Inside the room, a dead silence fell. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Zhang Na let out a hysterical scream. Zhang Na let out a hysterical scream. She glared venomously at Chen Feng, her heavily made-up face contorted. Trash, how dare you? A fierce gust of wind swept in. Slap. Zhang Na's face twisted violently, warm blood trickling from her mouth and nose. She was stunned by the slap, her mind buzzing. Her left cheek swelled at the same alarming rate. Beast, bullying my daughter. They'll fight. Zhang Li shouted, her hands curled as she clawed at Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng ducked low, stepping forward to press against his former mother-in-law's chest, then punched her in the stomach. Boom. A muffled groan sounded as Zhang Li cried out and crumpled to the ground. The world spun around her as she felt on the verge. Whoosh. A violent roar swept in. Zhang Tiahong, his face twisted with fury, swung an iron chair at Chen Feng's head. Little beast, die. Chen Feng raised his right hand, and the iron chair's downward trajectory halted abruptly. Zhang Taihong's momentum faltered, fear creeping onto his face. Chen Feng stared coldly at him. Old fool, who are you calling a little beast? He stomped his right foot for leverage, using his body as an axis. A steel whip-like kick lashed out, and Chen Feng's foot slammed into Zhang Taihong's stomach. Zhang Taihong's features bulged. Boom. A loud crash followed as Zhang Taihong curled up like a shrimp, slamming into the wall 3 meters behind him. Blood filled his nose and mouth. Ah, Chen Feng, you hit my parents. They'll kill you. Zhang Na clawed frantically at Chen Feng. Chen Feng formed his hand into a blade, pressing it against his ex-wife's chin, then sent force through his arm and swung. His ex-wife, weighing over 100 jeans, soared into the air and crashed heavily onto the sofa to the left. A dead silence fell. Zhang Li retched on the floor, spilling a pool of yellow fluid. The air reeked of the foul odor of stomach acid and digested food. Zhang Taihong leaned against the wall, wiping blood from his nose with his finger, his entire body feeling as if it had fallen apart. Zhang Na's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. She had never seen her ex-husband so ruthless. Chen Feng coldly regarded his ex-wife, ex-father-in-law, and ex-mother-in-law. Since he had decided to strike, Chen Feng would show no mercy. He was also the type who was not good with words. If he could act, he would never waste. Long ago, when his ex-wife had called people to attack him, the last shred of affection among the three had vanished. Now they were nothing but I told you, if you secretly hire people to deal with me, I might not be able to handle them, but I can kill you first. Chen Feng said coldly. Chen Feng, I won't let you off. Zhang Li was still threatening. Meow. At that moment, a haughty cat's meow sounded. Through the doorway, a colorful tabby cat suddenly burst in. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Isn't that Xiao Yao? How could it appear in Xiao Yao's speed was astonishing. It transformed into a blur and dashed to Zhang Li's front. Meow. It extended its sharp claws and swiped at Zhang Li's exposed arm. Ah, get away, damn cat. Zhang Li let out a scream. The tabby cat disdainfully leaped away from Zhang Li's vomit, came to Zhang Tiehong, and swiped its claw across his face as well. Ah. Another bright red claw mark appeared on Zhang Taihong's face, flesh torn viciously, blood dripping. Next. Ah. Zhang Na screamed, another bright red cat claw print appearing on her chin. Meow. The tabby cat swiftly ran back, its head lowered, as if it had done something wrong. It seemed to glance up at Chen Feng, then hurried out of the room. Chen Feng was utterly stunned. So this was the benefit of being Xiao Yao's master. But things here were far from over. He coldly looked at his ex-wife and her parents. Furthermore, Zhang Na, don't even think about visiting Tuanchuan again. Your visitation rights are gone. If you want to sue me, go ahead, it'll be ready anytime. You can call the police right now if you want. Remember what I said, if you play it straight, it'll play along. If you play dirty, it'll also enjoy it. Let's see who destroys whom first. If you dare to forcibly take Tuanchuan again, it'll kill you first. Chen Feng glared fiercely at Zhang Na. Meeting Chen Feng's icy gaze, Zhang Na's heart quivered violently. Heaven doesn't spare the self-destructive. You'd better take care of yourselves. With that, Chen Feng swept a cold glance at Zhang Li and Zhang Tiehong, then turned and walked out of the house. Chen Feng, it'll get Wang Chong to take your life. Zhang Taihong roared, fiercely staring at his former son-in-law. Chen Feng turned back with a smile. You mean Wang Chong? He might have gotten himself locked up before you. In the afternoon, Wang Chong had sent people to beat up Zhang Hongwei, and Zhang Hongwei had connections. Chen Feng didn't think Wang Chong could escape. The three of them were stunned, disbelief clear on their faces. Finished speaking, Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to engage in a war of words with this irrational family. He turned gracefully, smiled politely, and closed the door for his ex-wife's family. It was late, and he hoped not to disturb the neighbors. Outside the door, Chen Feng wiped his face with both hands and took a deep breath of the tranquil night air. He laughed happily and hummed a. This fight had been thoroughly satisfying. Time to go home. Chen Feng didn't enter situation to ask Xiao Yao why it had come out. He would ask later. He couldn't wait to go back and tell Tuanchuan the good news that her mother would never pester her again. As for spanking the mother's bottom, Chen Feng was sorry he hadn't fulfilled his daughter's wish. Moreover, it was time for Chen Feng to find a new, otherwise lacking maternal love in childhood, might cause personality defects later. Thinking of this, Chen Feng grew worried. Inside the room. Ah, they'll kill that trash. They'll kill him. Zhang Li screamed hysterically, looking at her husband. Didn't you say you'd handle him? That he wouldn't dare fight back? What's this? What's this? Our daughter's face is disfigured. Zhang Li waved her arms wildly, extremely frantic, venting her anger indoors. Mom, stop it. Call Wang Chong. Give him whatever he wants. I want to kill Chen Feng. Zhang Na's eyes burned with intense malice. Today that trash Chen Feng had bullied their entire family like this. Did he think they would be scared just because he said and did those things? No. It was a fight to the death. Zhang Na couldn't swallow this bitter anger. She would seize everything Chen Feng had. In this fierce battle there must be a loser, but that loser would not be her. This was also why Chen Feng didn't bother to say more. He knew his ex-wife had always been stubborn and never understood the principle of giving way for a broader perspective. Moreover, Zhang Na and her family wouldn't report to the police. Because this kind of matter, given that both parties were once married, even if taken to the police station, would only be a civil dispute, far from becoming a criminal case. Since it couldn't reach criminal level, at most there would be bickering, arguing, and compensation. Zhang Taihong silently took out his phone and do. The call connected. I want to kill Chen Feng. Zhang Li was still venting, shouting loudly. Kill who? Who do you want to kill? An unfamiliar voice came through the phone. Where is Wang Chong? Is Brother Chong there? Hello, this is Liao Feng of the Hongxing Road Police Substation, badge number 75. The call has just been recorded. Who do you want to? Coincidentally, the owner of this number, Wang Chong, is involved in a serious criminal case. Please. Are you bluffing me? Wrong. With a click, Zhang Taihong's expression changed as he hung up. Zhang Na, Zhang Tiehong, and Zhang Li looked at each other in dismay. Was Wang Chong really arrested? Was it because of her ex-husband? The three suddenly felt a chill of fear. Vast horizon is my love, rolling green mountains are blooming. What rhythm is the most swaying? Ding ling ling. The phone rang again like a soul-summoning bell. The ringtone of Vast Horizon echoed for a long time, but Zhang Taihong did not answer. They now knew that Wang Chong had surely been arrested, and they might have just revealed their intention to hire a hitman. What now? Zhang Li covered her mouth in fear, her expression terrified. She could be domineering at home, but faced with such a crisis, she was frightened. With a retch, Zhang Li vomited again. It was a double stress reaction, intense nerve stimulation combined with the violent impact to her. The phone kept ringing. Answer it. Deny everything no matter what. Just say mom was drunk, Zhang Na said, quickly thinking on her. Zhang Taihong answered with a fawning tone. Hello, officer. My wife was drunk just now and said some nonsense. None of it is true. This is Liao Feng. We believe you are connected to another serious criminal case. You must report to the Hongxing Road Police Substation within 1 hour to cooperate with our investigation, or we will come to arrest you. Liao Feng's voice was stern and succinct. Okay, we'll be there. Hanging up, Zhang Taihong clutched his stomach as he rose, fetched a bottle of hard liquor from the wine cellar, and shot a displeased look at Zhang Li. Drink this. Zhang Li had lost her fierceness and whispered timidly, I want red wine. The father and daughter stared at her in exasperation. After opening a bottle of red wine, Zhang Li took a sip, but immediately retched and threw up. She was already suffering from acid reflux after being punched in the stomach by her former son-in-law, and her abdomen was completely numb. Now, under the additional stimulation of alcohol, her gastric mucosa was severely irritated. Yet she forced herself to gulp down mouthful after mouthful, vomiting, then drinking again. It nearly cost her half her life. After repeating this cycle, she finally managed to get drunk. If only she hadn't been such a heavy drinker before. On the road, Zhang Taihong drove. Zhang Li lay slumped in her seat, a plastic bag under her chin as she continued to vomit. Zhang Na had her head wrapped in a scarf. All three had roughly treated their injuries. A sharp hiss escaped whenever they accidentally touched a wound, deepening the pain. With this, their hatred for Chen Feng grew even stronger. Zhang Na kept calling contacts she knew. After arriving at the police substation, they were interrogated. They stubbornly denied everything, insisting they had nothing to do with Wang Chong, and that the phone call was merely a coincidence. They had met before and chatted casually. Fortunately, perhaps Wang Chong had quickly transferred his illicit funds, or maybe he didn't even use his own accounts. Wang Chong also refused to confess, claiming he acted alone and categorically denied the gang's nature, with possible backing from Heng Xian behind the scenes. After several rounds of interrogation records, by 5 in the morning, Zhang Na's family was released. They were temporarily safe. Zhang Na answered a phone call, nodding repeatedly before saying bitterly, Wang Chong has someone behind him. That Black Lord stepped in as a mediator. They settled privately, compensating the injured party $1.2 million. But the victim had powerful connections and still insisted Wang Chong serve 3 months in prison to close the matter. That was the power of connections. Major issues become minor issues dissolve with money paving the way. Now we can't rely on Wang Chong anymore, Zhang Na told her parents. This was the resolution she had gathered through her contacts. What a stroke of bad luck. Just hitting a random passerby, and he turns out to be so influential. Zhang Li cursed, feeling somewhat better now. At least we didn't lose that $2 million. Father and daughter fell silent again. They hadn't lost $2 million, but they had lost $1.3 million. Wasn't that money? This can't end like this. Zhang Na gritted her teeth, feeling the sting on her face. Her cheeks were swollen badly. It wouldn't heal in at least half a month, and she couldn't put on makeup, so she couldn't go out to see anyone. Chen Feng, you want to play games? He'll play with you. If I can't win in the shadows, he'll fight in the open. How? Zhang Taihong asked darkly. He couldn't swallow the humiliation of being trampled by a worthless man. No idea yet. Let's talk later. First, sell that old house. We can't stay there anymore. It's not safe. All three of them once again remembered Chen Feng's fierce skills. Zhang Na walked out in irritation. Zhang Li quickly called, Sweetie, the car is here. Let's go back now and get some good sleep. We're going to get rabies shots. Last night a stray cat scratched me. Whose animal got in? Why didn't it scratch Chen Feng? Do you all want to die? Zhang Na snapped at her parents. Zhang Taihong and Zhang Li both shuddered. One had torn arm, one with a mangled face and a scratched chin. Not a single one of the three. Damn that stray cat. They had to wait until the hospital opened at 9. They got the domestic freeze-dried rabies vaccine, with 4 more doses required on day 3, day 7, day 14, and day 28. It was an endless streak of bad luck. Especially after a full day of running around yesterday, being beaten by Chen Feng at night, and then wasting the whole night at the police station. The three were dizzy and muddle-headed. Driving along. Bang. A violent collision. Zhang Li in the back seat hadn't buckled her seatbelt and hit her head again, blood streaming down. How are you driving? Just because you have a luxury car you can rear-end me. The driver in front got out, cursing, a scar on his head, looking fierce. A perfect opportunity to extort some money. Zhang Taihong didn't even have the energy to argue. He paid nearly 3,000 yuan in compensation and continued driving home. The front bumper of the Maserati had fallen off completely. Repairs would cost a fortune again. Damn it, what bad luck. Approaching noon, they returned home, without even washing up, ready to go straight. Zhang Taihong asked, Nana, should we mention this to Hua Shuai-tsung? He's been asking you out so often lately. He must have taken a like. A trace of venom flashed in Zhang Na's eyes. Let him come to me first. He sees me as his woman. The worse I suffer, the more a man of his status won't let it slide. Chen Feng bullying me means trampling on his face. Good. Zhang Taihong nodded emphatically. Daddy, I'm back. Did Grandpa Chen come today? Tuanshuan ran over cheerfully. Behind her followed Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua, two guardians of the nation's buds. At this moment the life snack shop was bustling. Even the scorching summer heat couldn't dampen the diner's enthusiasm. Xin Yuchu was busy at the bun stall, while Chen Feng sold tea eggs beside her. Naturally the line at Chen Feng's side was longer. Many knew that once the tea eggs were sold out by noon, Boss Chen would stop selling for the afternoon. The irresistible aroma drove them to come and enjoy without regrets. Many were food enthusiasts from Donghai City, who had seen the Indo video yesterday and followed the trail. He didn't come. Chen Feng, what is Grandpa Chen doing? He hasn't been here for over a week. Tuanshuan raised her child's wristwatch. I wanted to save Grandpa Chen's number. Did he go north to find his veteran grandpa? That's possible. Chen Feng replied. Uncle, I'm here to help. Wang Ruoxin with bright eyes and white teeth looked boldly at Chen Feng. Uncle will be an adult in half a month. Just finished her college entrance exam. Come work part-time at my shop. Chen Feng kept busy without looking up. Wang Ruoxin stamped her foot in annoyance and took the initiative to help Xin Yuchu sell buns. Zhang Xiaohua was drooling freely at the tea, eggs, and buns. Meanwhile, Tuanshuan's eyes scanned the crowd at the tables looking for something fun or interesting. A man weighing several hundred pounds was live streaming while eating happily in big mouthfuls. Haha, watches your brother Pig today eats Boss Chen's life snack shop into bankruptcy. Brother Bubble Pig did that video later go viral. Tuanshuan ran over joyfully. My little lucky star is here. Bubble Pig turned around and spotted Tuanshuan immediately greeting her. Tuanshuan, come sit. Have you had lunch? If not, join me. Big Pig will fatten you up nicely. Okay. Tuanshuan's eyes curved into crescents as she sat down on the chair. She waved her little hand to greet the livestream audience brimming with cuteness. Hello, big brothers and sisters. Do you still remember Tuanshuan? The one who finds a mom for her daddy. Now any sisters who want to be Tuanshuan's mom can start asking questions. Bubble Pig chuckled. Tuanshuan had no other specialty. Her forte was finding a wife for her father. Chen Tuan, keep it up, and tonight you'll be eating chicken feather stir-fried with pork skin. Chen Feng's voice came from afar. Oh. Tuanshuan immediately sat up straight, then looked at Bubble Pig with wide eyes. Bubble Pig, did the video blow up yesterday? It blew up huge. Look, Bubble Pig quickly pulled out another phone excitedly saying, the view count has passed 15 million likes, 189 million, and comments over 33000. Your Bubble Pig brothers followers have grown by more than 1 million. All praising Tuanshuan. With numbers like these persisting for a few more days, it would become a nationwide sensation. Bubble Pig would seize the moment and strike while the iron was hot. He would release a few more explosive videos. He would become the top food streamer on the entire Indo platform, imagining his future dreams turning into reality. Bubble Pig was as excited as a 700-gene child. Then more sisters will see daddy, right? Tuanshuan's eyes sparkled. Definitely. Bubble Pig took a bite of a braised pork and dried tofu bun, then downed a spoonful of chili sauce from the Rinching snack shop. In front of him were over 60 buns neatly arranged. He had wanted to come in the morning, but he stayed up late last night checking the stats and missed breakfast, so he only had a lunch. Come on, Tuanshuan, eat as much as you like, don't be shy. Bubble Pig called out, his mouth greasy with oil froth matching his endearing chubby face slick and shiny. Bubble Pig seriously felt he should move from the west side of Haishi to Haidong in the afternoon. Completely unsatisfied with the food. Bubble Pig, then Tuanshuan won't hold back. The big and little one started a live stream. Haha, Tuanshuan, quickly tell me your dad's measurements. Sister will consider it. You won't go hungry, you won't go poor, but one bite from Bubble Pig and you're poor for life. If you want dad not to climb trees, buy diapers for Tuanshuan. This little doll is unbearably adorable. Brother Pig, this gift is for Tuanshuan. Let the little darling earn some pocket money. Don't you grab it. Since Tuanshuan appeared, the livestream room's popularity soared and the viewers went wild. This little one was just too cute, a divine daughter who cared for her father. On the other side, no way, Boss Chen, you're not selling tea eggs anymore. Are you cooking more? I haven't had any yet. Sorry, no more today. Chen Feng smiled at the customers in line. We've already sold 1,000 tea eggs this morning and afternoon. None left. Why, I missed out again. Boss Chen, please be kind. This aroma is lethal. I've swallowed so much saliva. No way, I won't leave until I get some tea eggs. Chen Feng laughed. Come early tonight. I'll prepare some even. No, I want tea eggs. Boss Chen, cook a few more. Handsome boss, I just want some eggs. A pretty young girl even pouted. Chen Feng said helplessly, but I've bought out all the eggs from the market. Temporarily out of stock. Even if I wanted to cook, I can't. Alright then. Some customers lost their temper. The pretty girl's wish to eat eggs was dashed. The tea egg line scattered and then formed a new line behind the bun counter. No eggs, so they'd have buns. The two former ramen and dumpling shops had workers inside renovating with great enthusiasm. The walls of both shops had already been broken through to connect with the bun shop. Painters were coating the walls. Chen Feng helped Xin Yuchu sell the buns, continuing until about 1 o'clock. All the buns and soy milk were sold out. Customers who didn't get any left glumly. Boss Chen, what new items will you have this afternoon? Secret. Chen Feng gave a mysterious smile, and the customers left with anticipation. Rinching snack shop, closed for the midday break. The several workmen renovating were also eating. over 100 assorted buns, and soy milk. They ate heartily, faces full of happiness. Renovating for Boss Chun was awesome. This meal alone was worth most of a day's wages. At that moment at the table in front of the shop, Bubble Pig Zhu Quan was joking with Tuan, ending the noon livestream. Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Ruoxin, Chen Feng, and Xin Yuchu were also nibbling on buns. Huang Shi and a few of his younger buddies were discussing business. Today was another day without serving cucumber salad. Because Boss Chen, in just the past week, Huang Shi had earned nearly 5,000 yuan. He had completely outgrown his previous small-time gigs and only wanted to follow Boss Chen to get rich. I'm full. You all take your time. Chen Feng wiped his mouth, smiling as he looked at the bustling scene of Rinxing's snack shop, growing livelier by the day. Then he quickly entered the bun shop. In a small pot, a sticky dark pulp was boiling. In the morning, Chen Feng had taken time to buy many medicinal herbs from the pharmacy and had been simmering them. But it wasn't a medicinal stew. Then he dialed Lu Chi's number. Hey brother Lu. After the shop closes at noon, bring your wife to my new place. Chen Feng said. Okay. Lu Chi didn't ask further and hung up. Seeing that the pulp was almost done, Chen Feng turned off the heat. He was about to go find Huang Shi to discuss business. Daddy, did that woman agree yesterday? Tuan sidled up to him, whispering expectantly, did you spank her? Though Tuan's voice was low, Wang Ruoxin, Xin Youchu, Zhang Xiaohua, and Huang Shi, who were not far away, all heard it. The women blushed. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened, cursing the scumbag uncle in her heart. She knew that her best friend Wang Ruoxin liked Chen Feng, teacher Lu liked Chen Feng, and even his employee sister Yuchu secretly liked Chen Feng. But Chen Feng showed no reaction whatsoever. And now there was that woman, playing spanking games unsuitable for children. What else could he be but a scumbag uncle? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Feng nearly choked. He patted his daughter's head, looked around, but couldn't find the feather duster. Tuan, your mother agreed. And from now on, don't talk about spanking outside. I never spanked your mother. Never mind. I just went yesterday to negotiate with your ex-mother. Seeing things getting more absurd, Chen Feng sighed and said loudly, I talked your mother into agreeing. She probably won't come to visit you, at least not for now. Chen Feng silently added in his mind. He thought of Xiao Yao's gesture of scratching his ex-wife's chin yesterday. Given his ex-wife Zhang Na's obsession with beauty, she wouldn't dare go out before the scars healed. Hooray! Tuan waved her little hands with joy. As long as she wasn't with that woman, she was a happy little dumpling. As for a mother, she would try to for instance, one of the sisters waiting in line for eggs today wasn't bad. Just then, meow. A haughty meow sounded inside. Meow. Upon hearing the cat's cry, Tuan perked up her ears in surprise and looked toward the shop. It was Xiao Yao's voice. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he peered into the shop. Beneath the stainless steel counter stood the tabby cat Xiao Yao, and beside it lay a massive 20-pound watermelon. Meow. Xiao Yao looked up and called out, hello there, kitty. Tuan stood nearby, wanting to reach out, yet hesitating. Though the little cat seemed gentle, her father had taught her not to pet unfamiliar cats and dogs carelessly. Tuan looked at Chen Feng, her big eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Feng smiled and said, it's all right, Xiao Yao is harmless. Hello, Xiao Yao. Then Tuan cautiously approached, extending her small hand from a distance. Meow. But Xiao Yao walked up to Tuan and actively rubbed its little head against her hand. Giggle. Tuan stroked it a couple of times, laughing joyfully, then scooped Xiao Yao into her arms. Daddy, how did you know its name is Xiao Yao? That's such a wonderful name. Meow. I guessed it. Realizing he had let it slip, Chen Feng replied. He hadn't expected Xiao Yao to appear in reality again, and it had come to his shop. He walked over to his daughter, wanting to pet Xiao Yao too, as its texture stirred a fond nostalgia in him. Meow. With a cry, the tabby cat haughtily dodged Chen Feng's large hand. Chen Feng met Xiao Yao's gaze and saw the impatience in its eyes. This stubborn cat, now that it had become his master, refused to let him pet it. Xiao Yao, Tuan likes you so much. Tuan held Xiao Yao and asked, Daddy, can I take Xiao Yao out to play? Chen Feng knew his daughter wanted to show it off to others, so he smiled and said, sure, go ahead. I'm off then. After his daughter left, Chen Feng looked at the large watermelon beneath the counter. Since Xiao Yao had come all this way, it had even picked a ripe watermelon from the Tusada heaven. Might as well eat it. Chen Feng took a fruit knife and sliced it open, sending bright red flesh and juice splattering out. The vivid red flesh was incredibly appetizing. Chen Feng cut a piece, placed it in his mouth, and took a bite. Crunch. Juice burst in his mouth, a sweet and refreshing flavor lingering on his tongue. Sweet. So sweet. It reminded Chen Feng of the innocent, fleeting romance of his elementary school days. This was the taste of first love. As he continued cutting, Chen Feng devoured many pieces. The sweetness that reached deep into his heart made him feel that this was truly the life of enjoyment. Chen Feng plated the watermelon and brought it out to share with everyone. But Xiao Yao had become the center of attention, lying helplessly in Tuan's arms, as Xin Yuchu and Wang Ruoxin's hands stroked. Meow. However, when Zhang Xiaohua and Huang Shi tried to pet it, Xiao Yao glared at them with a sharp look, arching its back in a clear wound. Zhang Xiaohua was almost scared into a tiny flower. Huang Shi rubbed his nose, a bit disgruntled, and said, looks like this cat recognizes people. We'll call her sister Xiao Yao from now on. Tuan nodded. Come on everyone, let's have some watermelon. Chen Feng brought out a basin of watermelon and set it on another table. He also took some to the renovation workers. A 20-pound watermelon was more than enough for all of them. Meow. Xiao Yao leaped onto the table. Sister Xiao Yao, do you want some too? Tuan placed a slice of watermelon on the table. Xiao Yao immediately buried its head and began eating. Huang Shi, still not giving up, tried to pet the cat. Meow. Xiao Yao reacted swiftly, raising a paw with sharp claws ready to strike. Huangshi pulled his hand back, grinning nervously. Xiao Yao is so fierce. This time Huangshi was truly scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had nearly succeeded in his reckless attempt. Thankfully he wasn't scratched or had to get another shot from the nurse. Chen Feng casually picked up a large slice of watermelon and took it. So sweet. Daddy, where did you buy this watermelon? It's incredibly sweet. Delicious. After the first bite, everyone wore expressions of pleasant surprise. This watermelon was not only sweet, but also touched the heart with its flavor. Brother Chen, where did you get it? He'll buy a few later. One of Huangshi's underlings asked. Everyone looked at Chen Feng finishing one slice and reaching for another. This watermelon was too good. It's from my dad's hometown, grown in his own field. There's not much, so don't get your hopes up. Chen Feng said with a smile. The others gave up, but their pace of eating quickened. With such sweet watermelon, they might never taste it again, so they ate as much as they could. Haha, amazing, absolutely amazing. Pao Pao Zhu ate, even more voraciously, holding a slice in each hand and taking. Daddy, since sister Xiao Yao came to our shop on its own, it means we're fated. Can I keep it? Tuan Tuan asked, expectantly nibbling on her watermelon and placing another slice for Xiao Yao. Yes, you can. Chen Feng agreed. Great. Long live Daddy. Tuan Tuan rushed over happily. Chen Feng crouched down, and before his daughter could kiss him, he planted a kiss on her cheek, then swiftly stood up. His daughter's moist cheeks were covered in watermelon juice. How annoying. Daddy is so mean, Tuan Tuan said with disgust. Watching the father-daughter play, everyone laughed. They knew Tuan Tuan had wanted Chen Feng to wipe her mouth, but the old fox had struck first. Chen Feng. Tuan Tuan. At that moment, Lu Kai's voice rang out. His wife Li Yin supported him as he hobbled over quickly on crutches, one leg suspended in the air. Uncle Lu, Aunt Li, you're here. Come have some watermelon. Tuan Tuan ran over immediately. Brother Lu, have some watermelon first. Chen Feng greeted them. Brother Lu. Huangshi also offered a cigarette with a smile. Brother Huang. Lu Qi took the cigarette with a smile, sat at the table, and bit into the watermelon with Li Yin, his eyes lighting up. This watermelon is this sweet. It's delicious, Li Yin said. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had gone into the shop. The paste-like ointment had finished solidifying. Chen Feng cut it into pieces. He wrapped about 10 portions in plastic and came back out. Chen Feng, what did you call me for? Lu Qi, having finished his watermelon, asked. Brother Lu, your leg has been like this for a week. How is it now? Chen Feng inquired. The doctor says it'll need a few more months before I can try walking. It's still in a splint. Chen Feng said bluntly. Brother Lu, do you trust me? Lu Qi nodded silently. They were brothers, so trust was a given. All right. Chen Feng took out a leather scroll from his bosom and laid 13 long needles on the table. A week has passed, so the broken bones should be able to bear some force. They'll treat you, and you'll be walking by next week. Chen Feng casually made up a reason for not treating him earlier. After acquiring the medicine elder's skills yesterday, he had prepared the ointment and other items this morning to treat Lu Qi. Beyond testing the medical arts of the Ghost Immortal Sutra, this was also something Chen Feng owed. If not for Lu Qi that day, the snack shop might have faced worse trouble. Daddy, you know medicine. Tuan Tuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone watched the silver needles, looking quite intimidating. Could Chen Feng be a hidden miracle doctor? Meow. Xiao Yao, however, paid no attention, continuing to devour the watermelon, its cat face dotted with droplets of juice. Huh. Ignorant humans. The poop scooper knows far more than that. These 13 silver needles had been sterilized. Chen Feng first unwrapped the gauze, removed the splint, and also the medicinal ointment applied on Lu Kai's leg. Don't be afraid. Chen Feng picked up a long needle measuring 2 inches and 8 feet. Lu Kai's mouth twitched. He hadn't been scared initially, but Chen Feng's words made him apprehensive. Still, he didn't stop him. The others felt the same. Since Chen Feng had a complete set of silver needles, he must possess some skill. The next second, Chen Feng, with masterful precision, inserted the needle into the bushy acupoint on the knee. The needle entered 1 inch and 7 feet. While twisting the needle head back and forth, Chen Feng infused his qi. Hiss. I can feel it. It hurts a lot, like it's piercing into the bone. Lu Qi furrowed his brows. The ghost doctor's 13 needles from the Ghost Immortal Scripture passed down by the medicine sage required the use of qi. It's okay, bear with it. Chen Feng spoke, then inserted 3 more needles in succession, continuously channeling qi into them. The onlookers gradually grew amazed. Although Chen Feng wasn't engaging in strenuous activity, sweat beaded on his forehead. Wang Ruoxin took out a wet tissue and wiped Chen Feng's sweat without any hesitation. She was quite delighted. Meanwhile, Lu Kai's brow relaxed, and he began to feel more comfortable. This is quite mystical. It's really mysterious. Haha, since Boss Chun can cook so many delicious things, it's only natural he knows medicine. Maybe Boss Chun can even make medicinal cuisine, and in the future practice immortality, fly through the sky, and escape the earth, pluck pearls from the heavens, capture dragons from the seas, and treat us to dragon meat. Nothing to be surprised about. Pao Pao Zhu said nonchalantly. The others were speechless. Even bringing up immortality from fantasy novels was just nonsense. As for dragon meat, they imagined it roasted with cumin. No, they were drooling. They couldn't think about it anymore. Comfortable. Lu Qi couldn't help but moan. After about 10 minutes, Chen Feng removed 6 needles. Then he picked up a sticky, solidified medicinal paste from the table. How did it melt? Someone blinked in disbelief. It was already melted. You must be seeing things, Chen Feng said with a smile. Inwardly, he thought that was close. He had taken a shortcut and melted the paste directly with his qi. Fortunately, he was drenched in sweat, leaving no trace of suspicion. But I clearly saw it was solid. The young man scratched his head in confusion, but no one paid him any attention. Then Chen Feng applied the paste to Lu Kai's left leg, secured the splint, and wrapped it with gauze. Chen Feng picked up over a dozen pieces of medicinal paste and handed them to Li Yan. Sister-in-law, change it every day and heat it over a small fire. The paste will solidify. In 7 days, brother Lu can try walking, but you must use all the paste. Thank you, Li Yan said gratefully. Chen Feng had just used his qi to activate the vitality of Lu Kai's knee bone. Combined with the catalytic effect of his specially made paste, as long as his body received adequate nutrition to promote bone healing and growth, he would definitely be able to walk in 7 days. The ghost immortal scripture and the medical sage's clinical experience were invaluable treasures. Treating a comminuted fracture was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Thanks, brother. Lu Qi was overjoyed. Not having to wait over half a year for his leg to heal was a huge relief. It was just that this leg had been hindering his nightly activities recently. Every day, he could only watch the lotus position, which was truly a sin. Daddy is amazing. Tuan sat obediently beside him, holding Xiao Yao in her arms, cherishing it dearly. The others were also deeply impressed. They had all witnessed Lu Kai's change in demeanor. Boss Chen truly had remarkable skill. Wang Ruoxin's gaze held a hint of wonder. Huang Shi spoke up, Brother Chen, I know. Your brothers are all making a living at the harbor. I can't cure cancer, but come to me for fractures and external injuries. Chen Feng was being modest. In truth, he could even cure cancer. But even if he said it outright, no one would believe him. Thank you, Brother Chen. Huang Shi grinned. Chen Feng chatted with Lu Qi for a while, and realized it was already 1:30. He looked at his daughter, and said, Tuan, it's time for school. Tuan didn't want to get up. Still holding Xiao Yao, she said pitifully, Daddy, can I take Xiao Yao to kindergarten? The other kids will surely love it. Meow. Xiao Yao looked disgusted, yet had no time to play with little kids. Tuan, how about Daddy gives you 2 slaps on the face? I bet you'd love that. Chen Feng said. This little rascal was getting out of hand, actually wanting to bring a cat to school. She definitely just wanted to show off to her classmates. Bad, Daddy, blah blah blah. Tuan made a face at Chen Feng, making everyone laugh. She reluctantly put down Xiao Yao and said, Sister Xiao Yao, stay home and behave. Tuan will be back in the afternoon and bring you a little mouse to eat. Meow. Xiao Yao looked utterly despairing. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Sister Yuchu. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Yao. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Goodbye, Aunt Li. Goodbye, Uncle Huang. Goodbye, Brother Pao Zhu. Goodbye, Uncle. Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua led Tuan away. Pao Zhu rubbed his nose, so am at the bottom of and I'm second to last, even worse than Xiao Yao. Huang Shi sighed deeply. Everyone burst into laughter. It seemed the little one was indeed calling them in order of closeness. Just then Chen Feng glanced at Pao Zhu. There were some dark spots on his plump face. Zhu Quan, have you had those dark spots on your face since before, or did they appear recently? Chen Feng asked with a frown. I've had them since. Pao Zhu touched his face. If you have time, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Chen Feng advised. Or let me take your pulse. Haha, boss Chen, no need. I eat well and feel as strong as an ox. Pao Zhu slapped his chest proudly, causing his rolls of fat to jiggle. Huang Shi sidled up, mischievously extending his hand. Brother Chen, take my pulse. I used to be known as the king of midnight spicy hot pot, but now I'm called the southern soft lobster. What's wrong with me? Get lost. Chen Feng said irritably. Haha, Brother Huang, you've got kidney deficiency. Oh, I can diagnose that even without a pulse. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily. My youth is gone. Huang Shi lamented deeply. Chen Feng smiled. I'll brew a nourishing soup for you another day to replenish your strength. Great. My brother Chen is truly loyal. Looks like he'll have to join the team searching for Tuan's mother. Huang Shi's eyes lit up. Huang Shi, you're done for. Chen Feng said. No, Brother Chen, Lord Chen, you're my lord now. With this teasing, Chen Feng forgot about the dark spots on Pao. The dark spots weren't very prominent. According to traditional Chinese medicine, large dark patches on the face indicate an overabundance of yin energy and internal organ ailments. According to Western medical science, this is acanthosis nigricans, commonly seen in obese patients whose digestive and urinary systems may harbor malignant tumors. And Pao Zhu weighed 350 gene. After a few more moments of laughter, Chen Feng said to Huang Shi, all right, stop joking. Huang Shi, I need to talk to you about something. Brother Chen, are we finally making smashed cucumbers? Huang Shi asked excitedly. It's a more profitable business than smashed cucumbers. Chen Feng shook his head. Huang Shi immediately stubbed out his cigarette upon hearing this, and walked over to Chen Feng. Li Yan went to help Shen Yuchu clean the shop. The renovation workers began hammering and banging inside the shop. Lu Qi was chatting with Pao Zhu, but when the conversation turned to business matters, Chen Feng hadn't called them over, so naturally, they should proactively keep their distance. To be human, one must learn the sense of proportion. It's fine to listen. Maybe we'll need everyone's help later. Chen Feng said with a smile, then addressed Huang Shi. Huang Shi, this afternoon, help me find a factory nearby that produces buns and dumplings. Huang Shi's eyes first froze, then widened. Brother Chen, are we finally opening a factory? Haha, with your bun and dumpling skills, the quality is guaranteed. Huang Shi didn't ask what benefits he would get from Chen Feng starting a company or factory. He hadn't studied much, only had a belly full of. He knew that by helping Chen Feng get things done, Brother Chen wouldn't treat him poorly. He trusted Brother Chen. Brother Chen, leave this to me. I'll have the info for you this afternoon. If there's no processing plan, I will create one for you. Huang Shi patted his chest, called his brothers, and hurriedly drove away in the broken-down van. Chen Feng exchanged a few more words with Lu Qi, advised Chen Feng to think carefully before acting. Opening a factory was no small matter. Soon after he left, "Boss Chen, is there anything I can help with?" Pao Pao Zhu came over to ask. Of course. After closing the shop, Chen Feng brought Shin Yuchu and him to the market. Pao Pao Zhu was riding his electric scooter. They bought wheat flour, white flour, soybeans, mung beans, and various bun fillings, spending over 1,000 yuan. Shin Yuchu personally selected many of the ingredients. Over the past week or so, Chen Feng had taught her how to pick materials and distinguish quality. She had long since mastered it. Chen Feng felt at ease. Then the group returned to the shop. Bang! Bags of flour and 100 jin of mung beans hit the ground. Purr! Meow! Xiao Yao, who had been sleeping comfortably under the sun, was jolted awake, shot them a white-eyed glare, and walked away. Huff! Huff! Pao Pao Zhu gasped heavily, his legs trembling, drenched in sweat. In contrast, Chen Feng's face was not flushed, and his breathing was steady. He had carried more than Pao Pao Zhu the entire way like a Superman. "Boss Chen, so this is the help you wanted from me." Pao Pao Zhu was close to tears from exhaustion. He was suited for technical work, not manual labor. Health is the capital of revolution. Don't just eat all day, move around more. Chen Feng said. You need to eat to have the strength to work. Pao Pao Zhu grimaced. You really don't know until you do it. The snack shop looks busy, but I never imagined a single meal's ingredients would require so much preparation. You're not even as good as my Yochu, Chen Feng teased. Shin Yochu, busy working nearby, showed a shy smile. That's true. Pao Pao Zhu shamelessly agreed, looking at the ingredients expectantly. Boss Chen, what delicious snacks are we making this afternoon? Yochu, go get more ice this afternoon to store. Chen Feng didn't answer him. His gaze fell on the mung beans. He soaked them in water. Okay, boss, Shin Yuchu replied naively. Pao Pao Zhu watched expectantly, then plopped himself onto a chair. He wasn't getting up until it was time for the afternoon livestream material. After giving a few instructions, Chen Feng rode the electric scooter away from the snack shop. Meow. Xiao Yao let out a lazy cry and lay languidly at the shop entrance. As if saying, go ahead, I'll watch the shop for you. Come back and feed the cat master something delicious. He left Shin Yuchu alone in the shop. Chen Feng was at ease. In 1 week, the dexterous Shin Yuchu had already mastered the craft. But what puzzled Chen Feng was that even though he taught with care the buns and soy milk they each made had different flavors, the taste she created always lacked a little something. This might be due to differences in dough technique and strength. Perhaps it was also the difference between a man and a woman. However, for the customers, it was still a rare delicacy. Chen Feng was satisfied. Riding the electric scooter, he crossed districts. Arriving outside the Donghai City Commerce Bureau, he dialed a number. Hello, Manager Zhang, this is Chen Feng. I'm here. Boss Chen has arrived. Great, it's all taken care of for you. After a short wait, a thin, monkey-like man walked out of a nearby office building carrying a large bag of materials and documents. Boss Chen, the Tuan Catering Company has been registered for you with a registered capital of 10 million. All your documents are inside. Please check. The man smiled. Good. Chen Feng had everything he needed, not a single item missing. Manager Zhang, for the remaining amount, I'll scan your Yukianbao. Sure. Boss Chen, if the company needs accounting services in the future, I have a dedicated accountant. Let's stay in touch. Alright. Chen Feng scanned the Yukianbao payment, and the man took his leave. Last week, Chen Feng had found an agent to register the catering company. Since the procedures were too cumbersome and he didn't have enough cash on hand for the capital verification, he had to hire an agent. He knew that with his snack shop doing so well, this step was inevitable. But he hadn't expected it to come so soon. The main reason was that selling dressed cucumber every day made money but drained him. He didn't take a single day off, always in the shop without extra time to watch his daughter grow up. This also differed from Chen Feng's original view. Money earned was meant to be spent. You can't just earn and not spend, or you'll take it to the grave. Of course, he still had to reach the big goal of 100 million, far exceeding his ex-wife's assets of 60 million. After barging into their home yesterday and beating up his ex-wife's family, Chen Feng had completely burned bridges with them. He didn't know if his ex-wife would seek revenge. People's hearts are unpredictable. Chen Feng had to be on guard. For now, the small target was 1 million, still short of 37,010,000. But I feel it's coming soon. Buying a car will have to wait. Chen Feng smiled. Everything was moving in a positive direction. As for the agent, Manager Zhang, who just left mentioning that their company had an accountant, Chen Feng knew what he meant. The unavoidable cooking of the books. Cook the books. Pay taxes properly to the motherland, run an honest business. I'm proud. Then Chen Feng rode his electric scooter back to the snack shop. When he returned to the shop entrance, the sun was hiding behind thick clouds to cool off. It was around 4:20 p.m. But Chen Feng, it wasn't even time for dinner yet. The shop and the area outside were lined with a long queue of nearly 300 people. Steam rose from the steamers, the buns were already boiling, and the tempting aroma of food wafted through the air. Waiting customers chatted among themselves, saliva flying. Pao Pao Zhu had started his live stream over by the tables, surrounded by layers upon layers of people. He was completely out of sight. Boss Chen is back. Boss Chen, hurry up and start making the new snacks for this afternoon. The moment the handsome and mature Chen Feng returned, someone shouted, and the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Here they come, here they come. Seeing so many customers waiting to eat, Chen Feng revealed a sunny smile. It was an acknowledgement of his culture. I'm dying for it, Boss Chen. Why haven't you been supplying the nearby restaurants with smashed cucumbers for 3 days? They say time feels like years, but do you know how I've lived through these 3 years? Lucky I found out where your shop is. Without that cucumber dish, I couldn't sleep for 3 days. What a coincidence, this is my first time too. I came after seeing Pao Pao Zhu's video yesterday. It's so popular. As a local from Donghai, I've got to taste it. Boss Chen, what delicious food are you making later? The diners all craned their necks, and you'll find out soon. Chen Feng kept them guessing as he walked toward Shen Yuchu. Everyone make way, let Brother Zhu pass Boss Chen. Seeing Chen Feng return, Pao Pao Zhu clamored to come out, but the group of foodie fans wouldn't let him go, brimming with enthusiasm. Yuchu, what's going on? So many people at this hour. Chen Feng asked Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu blinked her long eyelashes, not daring to look directly at Chen Feng. She nodded softly and said gently, they're all from Brother Zhu's local fan group, plus old regulars who ate smashed cucumbers at nearby restaurants before. After seeing yesterday's Indo video, they realized it was our shop that made it, so they all came. I see. Chen Feng suddenly understood. So it was Pao Pao Zhu's doing. Chen Feng said, you shouldn't be making buns now, Yuchu. You've been busy without rest, haven't you? This is too tiring. I'm not tired. Shen Yuchu shook her head, a sweetness in her heart. She turned around to continue wrapping buns. Where's Xiaoyao? Chen Feng rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, ready to start working. Meow. A helpless cat's cry sounded at his feet. Chen Feng looked down. Xiaoyao was lying in front of the coal stove. In this sweltering heat, even though the sun had slipped behind the clouds, it wasn't afraid of dying from the heat. Shen Yuchu's voice rang out. Xiaoyao was lying outside at first, but after the guests arrived they found it quite endearing. Bored while waiting, they started playing with Xiaoyao. At first Xiaoyao ignored them, but they grew bolder and tried to pet it. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Did anyone get hurt? Chen Feng still remembered Xiaoyao's fierce feat at his ex-wife's house last night, taking down 3 in less than 10 seconds. No. Shen Yuchu smiled softly. Xiaoyao, annoyed, just hid away. Meow. Xiaoyao let out a weak cry, as if questioning Chen Feng's perception of it. Chen Feng exhaled. He put the company documents into the cabinet, and then got busy. He first carried a large pot outside the shop, filled it with clean water, and started boiling it. What delicious food is it? The waiting diners all widened their eyes. Every one of them was a curious child. Chen Feng went back into the shop, took out the soaked mung beans with a net, and put them into the large pot. Haha, Boss Chen, I bet this is for making ice bean paste. Pao Pao Zhu ran over, starting his live stream and preparing to commentate. Where's the ice we prepared? Chen Feng asked. In the freezer. Chen Feng went to the freezer and found 2 large buckets of crushed ice. He carried one out, and then set up a small pot beside the large one. In the small pot, he put rock sugar, sesame seeds, and dried osmanthus flowers, adding an appropriate amount of water to boil. For the large pot of mung beans, he didn't cover it with a transparent lid, as covering it would turn the beans and soup red. Both pots were boiling. As the large pot came to a rolling boil, Chen Feng kept skimming off the floating bean skin foam with a ladle. After boiling for about 10 minutes, he turned to a low flame and let it simmer slowly. As the mung beans softened, he vigorously stirred and pressed with the large ladle to make them mushy and smooth. Look everyone, this is how you make ice bean paste. Some places call it sand bean ice. Anyway, it's a summer delicacy to beat the heat. Wow, I don't know if you're drooling, but Brother Zhu is saluting you with a drool of respect. Today Chen Feng didn't explain. Instead, Pao Pao Zhu narrated in his own style. Chen Feng smiled. On the other side, as the rock sugar melted in a small amount of water, the fragrance of sesame and osmanthus infused it. A refreshing aroma wafted through the air. The nearby customers all sniffed deeply. The scent was too enticing. It simply stirred the cravings deep in their stomachs. Just smelling it was irresistible. Was ice bean paste this fragrant? Today was truly an eye-opener. With his other hand, Chen Feng kept crushing the ice with a chisel. Once the rock sugar syrup and bean paste were ready, Chen Feng first turned off the heat and let them cool. All his movements were fluid and graceful, a joy to watch. Gazing at Chen Feng's stunningly handsome face, the female viewers in the live stream had stars in their eyes, nearly ecstatic with excitement. Countless gifts floated across the stream. Over 1,000 yuan worth of Buddha jumps over the wall gifts were crazily tipped by wealthy women. Sigh. Uncle Chen Feng, so men cooking can be this mesmerizing. If I married Brother Chen, wouldn't I hit the jackpot? Buy one get one free, no need to have a daughter. The one above is dreaming. The dream says Yamit, stop it. Brother Chen Feng is so handsome. Sisters, I've already bought my ticket to Donghai City. Anyone going the same way? Haha, I'm already on the bullet train. I want to learn cooking from Brother Chen Feng. Ooh, I love doing what I love. The live stream turned chaotic with countless veteran female drivers spouting dirty jokes. Mainly because Chen Feng was too handsome, had the aura of a mature man, and could cook delicious food. Plus his daughter Tuan, truly marrying him was a win. Chen Feng took a bowl, scooped out the steaming bean paste with a large ladle, and poured crushed ice over it. Finally, he drizzled the prepared rock sugar syrup on top. 15 yuan per serving. Scan the code here, thank you. Chen Feng handed it to the first female customer in line. Yuki Ambeo received 30 yuan. A voice sounded. As the female customer took the bowl, her slender finger lightly brushed across Chen Feng's knuckles from the bottom of the bowl, and she threw a flirtatious glance. Boss Chen Feng, keep the change. The other one is for you. Thanks, stir it before eating. Chen Feng smiled wryly. So he was being flirted with. A handsome man indeed faced troubles beyond. Though he sighed inwardly, Chen Feng's hands didn't stop as he continued to scoop out the second serving of ice bean paste. Lianxin received 30 yuan. Boss, 2 servings. Sorry, only 1 serving per person. Chen Feng said with a smile. At that moment, Shen Yuchu also started. Pao Pao Zhu, having privileges, got a serving of iced bean paste early and sat at a table starting an exaggerated comic-style eating broadcast. 15 minutes later. The last serving of iced bean paste is sold out. If you want more, you'll have to wait another 20 minutes while I make it, Uncle Zhang. Chen Feng said to the unlucky customer. Go on, don't tease an old man like me. Got it. Chen Feng went back to work. When the second large pot of iced bean paste was ready, Daddy, I'm back. Did you miss Tuan Chuan? His precious daughter's voice rang out. Chen Feng looked up and smiled. Teacher Lu is here too. Have a seat and have a bowl of iced bean paste. Okay, thank you, brother Chen Feng. Lu Yu smiled. Sister Xiao, my daddy doesn't love me anymore. Boo-hoo, I only have you now. Tuan Chuan put down her backpack and went to play with Xiao pitifully. Just then Chen Feng's phone also rang. An unfamiliar phone number. Hello, this is Chen Feng. Who is this? Chen Feng answered, holding the phone between his ear and shoulder while still busy with his hands. Brother Chen, I'm a compatriot from the south, feeling very lonely lately and want to have a son. I heard your genes are excellent. After it's done, I'll give you 3 million, just a small token. But first you need to pay a deposit of 200,000. Brother Chen, are you interested? The voice on the phone was a woman's, thick with a plastic Cantonese accent. I'm bored too. How about you pay me a deposit of 50,000, help me have a big healthy son, let me freeload first, then he'll give you 3 million. With a click, the other party hung up quickly. Chen Feng put away his phone, thinking it might have been news from Huang Shi. But somehow his information had leaked, and the small ads for a child with a hefty reward were directly calling him. Chen Feng recalled a famous theory in the world of scammers. Sometimes you think a scammer's trick is stupid, but it's not. It's because once they use that trick, they know whether you are their target audience. Like the endless phishing messages on phones in recent years. In this vast world with 8 billion tadpoles, you don't believe it. Naturally, someone will. Ponder that phrase. Isn't it true? Scammers cheat those who don't understand. The moment you recognize it as a scam, you can't fall into it. Meow. Xiao Yao let out an unhappy cry, hurt by the little master's actions. At that moment, Tuan Tuan had just picked up the tabby cat, and upon hearing her father's words, she squeezed too hard. Oh dear. Did Dad think she was misbehaving lately, that the older one was a lost cause, and he needed to start over with the younger one? Tuan Tuan widened her big watery eyes and shivered all over. No way. She had to be a good girl for a few days. Even if Dad found her a new mom, it had to pass her approval. WeChat Pay received 30 yuan. Boss Chen, 2 bowls of iced red bean paste, 1 for me and 1 for my boyfriend. The speaker was a fashionably dressed young man pointing at a flamboyant man at a table. Okay. Chen Feng's mouth twitched, but customers were customers, so he quickly served 2 bowls of iced red bean paste. His customer base was indeed getting broader. On the other side, Lu Yu had already sat down with her iced red bean paste, and an extra bowl was placed beside her. Teacher Lu, let's eat together. Try Dad's new snack. If it's not good, feel free to give feedback, Tuan Tuan said. Sure, Lu Yu smiled. Tuan Tuan came over carrying Xiao Yao, holding another bowl in her hand. She sat at the table and used a spoon to divide half of her iced red bean paste into another bowl. Sister Xiao Yao wants some too, will share with you. Meow. After dividing the food, the girl and the cat buried their heads and ate. Lu Yu also scooped a spoonful of the iced red bean paste and put it in her mouth. The crushed ice quickly warmed in her mouth, the osmanthus and rock sugar syrup from the ice mingling with her saliva, and then she chewed on the crushed bean ice. Instantly the heat of summer and the day's unhappiness vanished, leaving no trace. Delicious. Lu Yu smiled serenely with shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth, as if time stood still. So good I can't find any suggestions for improvement. Tuan Tuan scooped another large spoonful into her mouth, her small tongue licking her lips in dissatisfaction. Meow. Xiao Yao ate, and it seemed that after bonding with her owner, her pickiness had faded. Or rather, Chen Feng's culinary skills had become more refined. The 2 women and the cat cast aside all worries, focusing only on eating the iced red bean paste. The other customers eating the iced red bean paste were the same. They hadn't known until they tried it, but Chen Feng's snack shop was simply unparalleled in Donghai City. Better than any snack shop they had ever been to. The quality and taste of the food were only fit for the heavens. Some customers even alternated between the iced red bean paste and hot soy milk, experiencing a sensation of fire and ice. Then they took a bite of the soup-filled buns. Why was it so delicious? Boss, another 2 bowls of peanut soy milk and 3 carrot buns. This is damn good. Yet today was worth it. Another 3 beef stews and 2 meat buns. The beautiful moment was captured right then. The local Donghai City customers and Pow Pow Pig's fans in the live stream acted as free promoters. Time slowly passed. Since he had prepared enough mung beans that day, Chen Feng made batch after batch and replenished the ice several times. Finally, he closed up shop with Shin Yuchu. Yuchu, rest first. He'll handle the rest, Chen Feng called out. Shin Yuchu kept busy slowly wiping the stainless steel countertop and whispered, Boss, I'm not tired. You've been running around all day. Pow Pow Pig should do more physical work. At that moment, Pow Pow Pig happily ended his live stream and joined the work crew. The group worked busily. Huang Shi arrived with a few of his brothers. Brother Chen, today, I asked around, even visited all the local food processing plants. Oh. Chen Feng washed his hands, and the 2 sat at a table. There are 3 suitable shops in total, Huang Shi said without. Tell me about them, Chen Feng said with a smile. Huang Shi said, the first is the closest within 10 kilometers, a frozen bun and dumpling processing plant with a dozen workers. I asked the boss, and he's willing to sell. The transfer fee is 3 million, including the land. The second is a small one, a dumpling and meatball processing plant, a family workshop with 9 people 30 kilometers away on Nanmenka Street. There's definitely a willingness to sell. 400,000 just for the equipment and workers. The third is a large one. Chen Feng stopped Huang Shi, who was about to continue. No need. Let's check out the first one tomorrow. Okay. They chatted a bit more, and Huang Shi called the other party to arrange a meeting for the next morning. The reason the first one was for sale was due to intense competition. A large processing plant had opened in Haixi City and was stealing. That was what Huang Shi had found out. However, the factory boss told him that the annual profit was 600,000, and it would pay off in 3 years, a great deal. He had been earning for over a decade and wanted to quit, so he was willing to sell. Chen Feng mused that he only had 660,000 in savings, so taking over that processing plant would be quite a stretch. But where there's a will, there's a way. Have you eaten? Chen Feng asked Huang Shi. Huang Shi grinned and shook his head. No, brother Chen. You don't need to cook for us. We'll grab some late-night snacks later. I promise it won't affect tomorrow morning. Chen Feng nodded. Yeah, I wasn't planning to cook anyway. Huang Shi's face stiffened. I was going to buy you guys some food, but since you are having late-night snacks I won't keep you, Chen Feng said. Soon the bun shop closed. They went their separate ways. Chen Feng rode his electric scooter with Tuan in front, and Shen Yuchu behind, and they arrived at their apartment building. Why, Dad? Tuan had cried into a mess of tears. Chen Xiaotuan was crying heartbrokenly, tears falling like unstrung beads. Woo, Dad, did Sister Xiaoyao get lost? Shen Yuchu squatted down, gently wiping her tears with a tissue. Chen Feng walked upstairs on his own. She cried even louder like a helpless child. Shen Yuchu comforted her softly. Tuan the boss said Xiaoyao went home and will come back tomorrow. Little Chen Xiaotuan had become quite familiar with Xiaoyao after just one day. Almost like sworn sisters. Taking advantage of her distraction, Xiaoyao probably returned to the Tusida heaven. Chen Feng explained several times along the way, saying Xiaoyao went home and would come again tomorrow. But Tuan didn't believe it, instead urging Chen Feng to go find her. Her usual cleverness was completely gone. It's good that Tuan loves small animals. However, as his daughter grows up, she still needs to be taught. Although a daughter should be spoiled, she shouldn't be completely indulged. Chen Feng stood in the hallway looking down at his daughter. Chen Xiaotuan, if you keep crying, I promise that even if Xiaoyao shows up tomorrow, then Tuan won't cry. Tuan sniffled 2 times aggrievely, her body twitching as she slowly held back her snot and tears. Blinking her watery big eyes, she asked, then will Sister Xiaoyao appear tomorrow? Yes, if you give me all the lollipops you've hidden, I promise she'll appear. And if you are a little more well-behaved every day, they'll bring Xiaoyao home. Strike with a club, then give a date. Chen Feng was well-versed in this parenting method. He spoke to his daughter in a consultative tone. Chen Feng had no idea how his daughter's little treasure box contained so many candies. It felt as if she had snatched all the candies from her entire class. Taking them away forcefully would be bad, so he had to use a transactional method to achieve his goal. His daughter was so young her teeth couldn't handle eating candy every day. If she got cavities all over her mouth, Chen Feng would feel heartbroken. Besides, had heard that eating too much sugar makes children stupid. Okay, Daddy, pinky promise. Tuan rushed up, extending her little finger to hook Chen Feng's pinky, looking serious. Pinky promise, no changes, whoever changes is a puppy. Yay! Chen Feng immediately picked up his daughter and kissed her cheek. Shen Yuchu smiled downstairs, a happy grin spreading across her. The boss really had a way with kids. Then the three returned home. The little advertisement on the door handle of room 302 was torn off as usual. Entering the house, they switched on the dim yellow light. With people inside, the home presented a warm scene. Sister Yuchu, let's go take a bath. For the next few days, Tuan won't eat any. Tuan pulled Shen Yuchu and ran into the bedroom, then brought out the little treasure box. Sister Ruoxin Xiao Ming Xiao Hua Xiao by Xiao He Xiao Tian Xiao LV. All the candies they gave me are inside. Dad, you keep them safe. Tuan will eat them when she grows up. Goodness, so many people. How many robberies must she have committed? Okay. Chen Feng smiled and patted his daughter's head. Then Shen Yuchu took the daughter. Chen Feng stretched and sat back comfortably on the sofa. He looked around the living room, kitchen, and various counters. The household items were increasing day by day. Every household item was arranged neatly and orderly. All of this was Shen Yuchu's doing. Even if Chen Feng tried, he couldn't have done a better job. Soon after, the two finished bathing and wore their respective pajamas. Tuan, go to sleep first. Chen Feng looked at Shen Yuchu and said, Yuchu, come over here. I want to talk to you. Oh. Shen Yuchu answered blankly, her damp long hair leaning to one side, cascading over her ample chest. Tuan didn't obediently go to sleep. Instead, she took Shen Yuchu's hand and followed her to the sofa, looking wary. Dad, what are you Don't do anything bad. Shen Yuchu blushed. Chen Feng almost blacked out. This little one was getting increasingly bold and unafraid of punishment. One sentence ruined the entire atmosphere. Chen Feng said to Shen Yuchu, Yuchu, you've been working at the shop for nearly half a month. I said the probation period salary was 3,000 a month. Now you're basically running the shop alone. Do you think the pay is too little? Shen Yuchu kept the home clean and tidy, making it feel like a real home. She also took care of his daughter, saving Chen Feng a great. She even single-handedly handled all the work at the Baozi shop. She never complained about being tired, only worked silently. When he hired her, Lu Qi said she didn't need a salary and could be worked to the bone. Also that his aunt could quickly establish herself in the city. Thinking it over carefully, Chen Feng realized that in the past 2 weeks, he really had been working Shen Yuchu to the bone. So he felt guilty. Doing so much work for such little pay. Chen Feng was still human. He hadn't reached the level of a heartless capital. Thus in this conversation, he wanted to give Shen Yuchu a raise. But Shen Yuchu shook her head, naively counting on her fingers, and said softly, Boss, here, I have food, a place to live, TV, every night, good food and good sleep, and a salary of 3,000. Almost double what I made at the factory back home. Suddenly Shen Yuchu lowered her head, her body tensing slightly, her pajamas visibly bulging as her fingers twisted together anxiously. Boss, am I not doing well enough? Please don't chase me away. You can reduce my salary, or even pay me nothing. Her voice grew softer and softer, tinged with... At these words Chen Feng was stunned. Don't you dare drive Sister Yuchu away, stinky daddy, he'll fight you. Tuan immediately hugged Shen Yuchu, angrily blocking between the two. Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. Was he abnormal, or was Shen Yuchu abnormal? Her thought process went in the opposite direction. No wonder he had always found Shen Yuchu a bit simple. Fine, you don't have to leave. From now on your monthly salary will be 100,000. At the beginning of next month, I'll first settle the pay for the first 2 weeks. Keep working for me, and you need to perform better, understand? Otherwise I'll fire you and make you sleep on the streets. Chen Feng didn't beat around the bush and said it bluntly and fiercely. Shen Yuchu immediately lifted her head, gazing at Chen Feng with a naive look. After a long moment, she broke into a joyful, happy smile. Okay, boss. Chen Feng waved his hand weakly. Get some rest early. I have to negotiate buying the factory tomorrow morning. From morning until noon, you might be the only one in the shop. If there's an emergency, call Brother Liu. Okay, thank you, boss. Shen Yuchu, dressed in loose pajamas, stood up and actually bowed deeply to Chen Feng. Don't do that anymore, or I'll fire you. Chen Feng quickly stepped aside. He was just a small boss, he couldn't accept such gratitude. He didn't want to take advantage of Shen Yuchu's naivety. Oh. Shen Yuchu nodded, her calm brown eyes holding a hint of excitement. Stinky daddy is a big demon who only bullies Sister Yuchu. Sister Yuchu, let's go. Tuan pulled Shen Yuchu back to the room, and his daughter's verbal attacks continued. Don't worry, Sister Yuchu. Tuan is here. No one can fire you. Daddy is a big bad guy. If he dares to fire you, we'll fire. Sister Yuchu got a raise. Yay. Can you buy a pretty sheep doll for Tuan? As the bedroom door closed. He had clearly given Shen Yuchu a raise, so why was he the big bad guy? Chen Feng fell into deep doubt. After his daughter fell asleep, Chen Feng took the laundry into the bathroom, locked the door, and entered the Do Shui Tian. A monkey's chirps echoed. It was deep night in the Do Shui Tian with a crescent moon like a drawn bowstring. He saw Xiao Yao lying by the thatched hut, constantly licking the fluff at the corner of his mouth, as if savoring the taste of today's food. The 4 golden monkeys were gathered around his newly built wine vat, enthusiastically poking inside, with wooden sticks screeching, and, "What are you doing?" Chen Feng approached curiously. The monkeys, spotting him, their eyes filled with fear, dropped the sticks and fled screeching toward the distant hills. One female monkey with gradually golden fur, after running a few steps, turned back, mustered the courage to pick up a wooden plank, and covered the wine vat before fleeing in panic. Panting heavily as she ran, she seemed to have escaped the calamity. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Was he really the big demon his daughter spoke of, since the monkeys were so terrified of him? Passing by the fields, he saw the watermelons growing even more promising, with 7 or 8 large ones already formed, while the cucumber vines remained lush and verdant. The cucumber strips had grown even larger, no longer resembling food, but rather grotesque toys. I won't sell smashed cucumber anymore. They'll deal with it tonight, but I'll leave some for the monkeys. Chen Feng thought it would be nice to keep some for the family to enjoy later. Even if the entire field were planted with cucumbers, the sales price wouldn't surpass what he made from dumplings and buns. So what should he plant next? Chen Feng needed to think it over carefully. The peach and jujube trees beside the thatched hut were still Xiao Yao, what were those 4 monkeys up to? Chen Feng asked, seeing the 4 golden monkeys hiding among the trees on the hill, still nervously peering in his direction. Meow. Are you going to the snack shop tomorrow? Meow. I was thinking. Meow. Chen Feng stepped forward, scooped up the tabby cat, and began to stroke it. Meow. Meow. Purr purr. The mew started in alarm, then turned into a contented purr. Xiao Yao was truly a cat at heart. Chen Feng could clearly see the lazy, aloof, and human-like expression in its eyes, yet it was just brushing him off. It just needed a good petting. After that, Xiao Yao collapsed limply on the ground. Satisfied, Chen Feng no longer bothered to ask him, and walked over to the wine vat. The monkey's screeches grew even more frantic. He lifted the wooden lid, and saw the vat filled with all kinds of crushed fruits, a fragrant sourness wafting into his nose. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. This was monkey wine, also known as 100-fruit wine. In many supernatural novels, monkeys are most fond of brewing this kind of wine. No wonder the 4 monkeys were so nervous. They had been gathering fruits from the hills to brew wine. Chen Feng smiled and covered the vat. The monkey wine wasn't ready yet, and he had no interest in these half-finished products. He would come back for it once the monkeys finished brewing. The monkeys could run, but the vat couldn't, so consider this the rent for using the vat. As Chen Feng walked toward the fields, the 4 monkeys visibly relaxed. Then they screeched in fury. This despicable human dared to touch the food of their monkey lord. But human will never bend to the... Using a shovel, he removed 8 of the cucumber vines, tossing some into the pond to feed the fish, and leaving the rest on the ground for the monkey. Then he practiced his Tai Chi palm, and cultivated the ghost doctor immortal scripture. The spiritual energy of the Do Shui Tian surged into Chen Feng's body. Xiao Yao quietly crept into his arms, revealing a comfortable expression. When he finished his cultivation and stood up, a meow sounded, and the tabby cat jumped out of his arms first. My whole body feels strong. After all this, Chen Feng felt no fatigue at all. The feeling of growing stronger and more fulfilled day by day. Truly wonderful. Then Chen Feng walked toward the thatched hut to receive today's inheritance of the old craft. This time the statue that opened the door was an old man wearing a small floral hat. Beside him was inserted a thick wooden stick with a bundle of grass wrapped around the top stuck with all kinds of fruits. Is this Tang Hulu? Chen Feng said. He had just said he wouldn't let his daughter eat sugar, and now this was causing trouble again. After standing to receive the inheritance, Chen Feng returned to the bathroom, washed up, and went to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, still before dawn, Daddy's sister Xiao, "Ya didn't come, you big liar. She'll come at noon. Oh, she's still sleeping in now. Big liar. Grandpa Chen didn't come either, I miss him." Fortunately, yesterday's snack was ice bean paste. Chen Feng had a leisurely morning preparing buns and soy milk with Shin Yuchu. I still want to eat Boss Chen's fried dough sticks, crispy and flaky. The programmers who were busy with their careers finished their meal and left bellies full, ready for another day exploited by capital. When teacher Lu arrived, Chen Feng took a walk with her to send Tuan to school. At the school gate the next day, watching Chen Feng, Lu, and the little girl walking hand in hand, they looked like a perfect, happy family of three. Wow, teacher Lu is here. She has a daughter. No way, no way. Why is that man holding the little girl's hand, and the little girl holding teacher Liu's hand? The fathers who had already sent their children to school seemed to see their first love fall into someone else's arms. Their minds were struck by a thunderbolt. Some mothers were also heartbroken. Tuan father was already taken. Back at the shop they were busy until 8 a.m. Huang Shi and a younger man finished their breakfast. Brother Chen, time to go. All right. Huang Shi drove the van, and Chen Feng got into the passenger seat, joking, "A Wuling van, Huang Shi, are you the god of racing from Mount Chuyan?" Huh. Huang Shi lit a cigarette, his small eyes narrowing, gradually becoming sharp. Brother Chen, I've long retired from being the How dare I call myself the god of racing in front of Master Chen? I'm just a novice who has barely learned the basics. At 8:30 m. Chen Feng and his two companions arrived at Tianhong Frozen Food Processing Factory. Hello, you must be Boss Chen. A middle-aged man holding a briefcase answered the phone and walked out. Hello, Boss Liao. Chen Feng shook hands with him. Let's take a look at the factory first. Of course, Boss Chen. Let me tell you, supermarkets and hotels are all scrambling for my buns and dumplings. Guided by Boss Liao, Chen Feng toured the entire factory. The factory was not large, only a few thousand square meters, a simple single-story building located on the border between Donghai City and the surrounding counties. A medium-sized truck was parked outside. The land was small and cheap, belonging to the surrounding county. As long as one was willing to open a factory, it was basically given away for free to attract investment. The factory had only 2 production lines, one for buns and one for dumplings. All kinds of production equipment were available, and the production environment was acceptable. However, the production enthusiasm of the workers, mostly middle-aged women, was not high. It was clear that the factory was either not profitable or had low wages and benefits. After touring the factory, Boss Liao took Chen Feng to the office for tea. Huang Shi happily sipped his tea, unable to join the conversation. Boss Chen, you see, my factory has 3 delivery trucks, 2 of which are out delivering, and I also have a friend who wants to take over the factory. If you want, it'll give you a final price of 3.2 million. Throughout the conversation, Boss Liao had secretly observed that these people were serious about taking over his factory. This Boss Chen looked young, handsome, and not like a businessman at all. So he raised the price a little, hoping to fleece an easy target. Huang Shi's eyes widened. Boss Liao, we agreed on a maximum of 3 million yesterday. You're raising the price on the spot. Boss Liao said with a smile. Brother Huang, yesterday was yesterday. My friend is also asking for it. If I sell it cheap, my friend will be unhappy. It's hard to please everyone. Chen Feng stood up with a smile. Boss Liao, 2 million, no more. He'll buy it. If you say one more word, he'll leave. Huang Shi was buying a factory like buying vegetables. The counteroffer was so harsh that it seemed doomed to fail. Fine. Boss Liao gritted his teeth and said, "Of it." Huang Shi spat out a mouthful of water. Master Chen truly lived up to his reputation. One dared to ask, and the other dared to slash the price. 2 million. Boss Liao, why don't you just sell it for 1.5 million? Huang Shi grew anxious. Brother Chen had already slashed the price by 1 million. As his underling, cutting another 500,000 was only fair, wasn't it? No, 2 million is my absolute bottom line. Boss Liao shook his head like a rattle drum. 2 million was the lowest line in his heart. Selling the factory at that price would still net him a small profit, any lower, and he'd rather not sell. Each year he'd either make or lose around 200,000. It could be said that Chen Feng's offer of 2 million struck right at the core of his dilemma. To sell was regrettable, but not to sell was equal. But considering the increasingly fierce competition in Donghai City, it was better to sell and pivot to another industry. 1.75 million. Huang Shi probed, unwilling to give up. Boss Liao smiled bitterly. Brother Chen already agreed to 2 million. If I sell any cheaper, I won't do it. I pulled a lot of strings to acquire this land and set up the factory. It will save a lot of trouble with fire safety and industry and commerce later. If Brother Chen needs to expand the factory in the future, it will also be easy. All right, Boss Liao, draw up the contract. Well, sign it. Chen Feng smiled. Good, Brother Chen is straightforward. Overjoyed, Boss Liao quickly called his nephew to come and turned on the computer, found a contract template downloaded yesterday, modified it, and printed it. For this kind of package factory sale, a preliminary agreement was usually reached first, then both parties prepared and arranged a time for the transaction. Chen Feng and Huang Shi sat aside sipping tea. Huang Shi leaned close to Chen Feng, a little anxious, and whispered, Brother Chen, have we overreached? Maybe we should postpone a few days. Even if I pool all my money, I only have less than 800,000. Before coming Huang Shi knew Chen Feng only had about 700,000 in cash. It's fine. Chen Feng smiled. Boss, alright, I'll watch your performance, Brother Chen. Huang Shi was curious to see how Brother Chen, with only 700,000, could get the factory that Boss Liao wanted 2 million for. Was he going to fool Boss Liao like a fool? Soon a sample contract was printed. Brother Chen, take a look. If something's not right, we can revise. Boss Liao handed over the contract. Chen Feng examined it carefully. In truth, buying a factory wholesale was his first time. But the contract was clearly written with straightforward language, easy to understand. He wasn't afraid of being tripped up. Chen Feng still raised many suggestions, discussing with Boss Liao for a long time and modifying several details. This dragged on. Boss Liao almost wanted to give up, but seeing success within reach, he couldn't bear to quit. Are you satisfied now, Brother Chen? Boss Liao tried to build rapport as he handed over the final revised contract. After reading it, Chen Feng nodded. It's acceptable, but I have one last condition. Sure, brother, speak your mind. Boss Liao perked up. Finally, it was about to happen. The 2 million will be paid in 4 installments, the first payment of 500,000, then every 2 months thereafter, completing the payment over 6 months with interest at the current bank rate. How about that? You can also settle early. Chen Feng said. Brother Chen, you can't toy with me like this. Boss Liao's face darkened as he shook his head repeatedly, barely stopping himself from accusing Chen Feng of playing him for a fool. If the money wasn't all up front, what was the point of selling? What if the other party defaulted? Moreover, Chen Feng's sidekick Huang Shi had a rebellious look with a fierce dragon and tiger tattoo on his chest. He seemed like a street thug. Wouldn't the money just go down the drain? Chen Feng added, Boss Liao, don't rush. We'll put all this in the contract. Add a clause, if I fail to pay on time, the factory will be returned in full. We can sign a gambling agreement. Boss Liao fell silent. He wasn't blinded by the potential profit. These days business was full of pitfalls. It was easy to get taught a lesson by society. He weighed the pros and cons, glancing at Chen Feng, then at Huang Shi. His nephew was clearly tempted. Uncle, it's a society governed by law. If it's written in the contract, there's nothing to fear. Brother Chen looks like a decent man, he won't default. All right. Boss Liao nodded. Hello, is anyone there? Just then the office door knocked and a man in a suit walked in. Mr. Chen, I'm here, the man said. Who is this? Boss Liao asked, puzzled. This is the lawyer I invited to draft the contract. Since neither of us is very familiar with gambling agreements, it's best to leave it to a professional. Chen Feng explained with a smile. He had made thorough preparations yesterday when thinking about how to acquire the factory. This dispelled Boss Liao's last concerns. Next, after verifying the lawyer's identity, Boss Liao kept revising the contract. Both parties reached an agreement. Boss Liao signed without hesitation. Chen Feng paid promptly. They shook hands. Boss Liao smiled wryly. Brother Chen, your tactics are something else. If I had known from the start that you wanted to pay in installments, even with the hidden benefits of getting the money for free and getting the factory back, I wouldn't have taken the risk. Huang Shi, picking his teeth with a toothpick, laughed. So why did you agree in the end, Boss Liao? This truly amazed Huang Shi. He never expected Brother Chen to secure the factory with just 500,000. Even if he couldn't keep up with payments later, and it was taken back, Huang Shi's confidence in Chen Feng had soared. Since the factory was already in hand, was this even a problem? Behind Brother Chen stood a man like him. Back in the day, he had single-handedly charged through South Street with a double-barreled kitchen knife just to avenge a brother. Chen Feng smiled, but said nothing. Boss Liao explained, sunk cost, Brother Chen has a way with people. Each time he struck exactly at my heart, letting me see the hope of success. Unwilling to give up, step by step, I fell into the trap. Huang Feng clapped his hands. Isn't that just like when I used to set traps in the mountains for game? All right, Boss Liao, pleasant cooperation. In the next, while Boss Liao continued to explain everything about the processing plant, including introducing old customer relationships and introducing the new boss to the factory's workers, mostly middle-aged women. They worked until late morning, and Boss Liao wanted to treat them to a meal. Chen Feng declined, and he left. Finally got the process. Huang Shi, toothpick in mouth, was excited. Brother Chen, what now? Shut down the entire factory. Start new training, from ingredient selection to finished buns and dumplings. A full retraining process. Chen Feng said. Then what do I do? Huang Shi asked. He couldn't do what Chen Feng mentioned. Once we produce the finished buns and dumplings, you hit the market. Supply to our old restaurants, then expand into shopping malls, supermarkets, and hotels to open new sales channels. Chen Feng patted Huang Shi's shoulder. Work hard, and I won't treat you poorly. I know, Brother Chen. Huang Shi frowned. If Boss Liao's factory wasn't half dead, he'd never sell. Brother Chen, if you don't keep an eye on things here, can you guarantee those aunties will make dumplings and buns as delicious as yours? Even if the taste is only half as good, I can help you capture the entire city's bun and dumpling market. Chen Feng smiled. What if I guarantee it'll be at 80 of the quality I personally make? Then the whole world will be ours. Huang Shi's eyes lit up as he pounded his chest proudly. Then grinning, he leaned in and whispered, Brother Chen, how can you guarantee that? The wise have their ways. Chen Feng smiled, a hint of mystery in his expression. Come, everyone, stop what you're doing and gather here. The new factory director is about to address you. At the corner of the factory, Huang Shi waved his hand and shouted loudly, beckoning the group of elderly workers, 9 in total, 4 men and 5 women, to come over. Liao's factory was essentially a family business. Half of the workers were relatives. Production was entirely outsourced, while transportation and sales were controlled by family members. Once the factory was sold, everyone left. Two of the elderly women also worked part-time as factory cooks. This was the entire staff composition of the factory. Chen Feng was holding the roster. Zhang Jianwei, Uncle Zhang. Present boss Chen. Just call me Xiao Zhang. An elderly man with a missing tooth grinned, bowing his back and smiling ingratiatingly. Get lost. If we call you Uncle Zhang, then you're Uncle Zhang. Don't add drama. Calling you Xiao Zhang. Are you trying to embarrass boss Chen? Is there such an old handsome guy? That's not how you suck up. Huang Shi, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, rolled his eyes and handed a pack of soft huazi to Uncle Zhang. Take this, a welcome gift. Don't light it. From now on, no smoking in the factory workshop. Everyone hear that, or your wages will be docked. Thank you, Master Huang. Get lost. Call me Huang Zai, or even handsome guy. Huang Shi scolded irritably, calling him Master Huang. Where would that leave his brother Chen? This was a setup to ruin him. Yes. Uncle Zhang laughed heartily, took the soft huazi, and stowed it carefully in his bosom. The other workers' eyes also lit. Chen Feng watched Huang Shi's small tricks and his unabashed demeanor. In no time, he had the 9 workers completely obedient. Present. Chen Feng called out the names one by one, getting to know the workers. With each name, Huang Shi handed over a pack of soft huazi. Even the elderly women received one, accepting it with delight. They didn't smoke, but their husbands did. The new boss was truly generous. Alright, over the next 3 days, he'll improve the process for making buns and dumplings. Chen Feng said, your monthly salary is 3300. That won't change while in the director. From now on, there will be a weekly production performance bonus tied to the number of dumplings and buns you make. If you want to earn more money, work hard. Including bonuses, I guarantee that high earners won't get less than 7000 a month. AI Zugua and the 2 elderly women will continue as part-time cooks with the same pay. Next month, we'll also buy social insurance and housing fund for you. After this speech, the elderly workers were thrilled. Had the boss changed and the heavens shifted. Alright, that's the welfare part. Now for the new rules. The factory's hygiene standards will be much stricter. This food goes into customers' mouths. Detailed management rules will be posted. Violations will result in deductions. Now there are 2 positions for future ingredient procurement. Who's willing to take them? Chen Feng looked at the crowd. He'll do it. The elderly workers were excited. Procurement was a cushy job. Everyone knew that. You 4 come with me. The rest of you stop all production for now. Clean the workshop and wait in the factory. Okay. Having chosen these 4, the group got into Huang Shi's van. Chen Feng continuously asked the 4 about the factory's details, and they answered without reservation. Midway, they met another van driven by Huang Shi's underling and headed toward the largest nearby market. After getting out of the car, Huang Shi filmed with his phone. Chen Feng guided the 4 and the 2 underlings brought by Huang Shi on how to select various raw ingredients for dumplings and buns. He tirelessly explained the quality and identification of each raw ingredient. As they walked around, he covered everything about the ingredient. The 6 kept asking questions, and gradually their gazes toward Chen Feng changed. They never knew buying meat involved so many nuances. The quality and taste of mushrooms, carrots, and other items were also linked to their appearance. This new boss truly had skill. After buying 2 truckloads of materials, the 2 vehicles rumbled back to the factory. From now on, buy ingredients as I've instructed. If you forget, Huang Shi will send you the video. Watch it often and memorize it. Practice make Uncle Wang, Aunt Lu, Asan, and Lu Zi. You 4 will be responsible for factory procurement. The other 2 will be backups. Post the daily procurement list in the factory. If the ingredient quality is substandard or if anyone is caught embezzling, there's a reward for reporting it, and that person will be replaced by the next in line. Yes, boss. Everyone's hearts tightened. Boss Chen had blocked all avenues for kickbacks with a single statement. This also prevented future purchases of inferior goods. At that moment, Lu Zi whispered, Brother Chen, I have a question. Huang Shi slapped him on the back of the head. Call him boss. From now on, you're part of the factory, and he pays your wages. Yes, boss, Brother Huang. Yang Lu laughed. What do you want to ask? Chen Feng inquired. Yang Lu said, Boss, I heard from second brother that the factory's daily output is limited. Wouldn't 2 people be enough for procurement? Huang Shi slapped him on the back of the head again. Just do what Brother Chen says. Is this something for you to worry about? Chen Feng stopped Huang Shi and smiled. The factory's output will increase in the future. Huang Shi is recruiting. Understood, boss. Yang Lu said. Let's go to the workshop. The group headed to the workshop, each carrying ingredients. 4 of you demonstrate the entire process of making dumplings and buns. Yes, boss. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Feng pondered how to combine his old skills with machine production. He planned to gather more information on bun and dumpling production equipment. Once he had ideas, he tested them one by one, simultaneously teaching the production line workers. This continued until 4 p.m. Alright, that's it for today. Knock off early. We'll continue tomorrow. After the early dismissal, Chen Feng got into Huang Shi's van and returned to Life Snack Shop. On the way, Huang Shi asked in confusion, Brother Chen, aside from improving some bun and dumpling production techniques, the food quality definitely won't be as good as what you make by hand. When we add food preservatives, can you really guarantee 80 of the taste? It's not even a done deal yet. What's the rush? Chen Feng chuckled. At 4:30 p.m., a van parked on the street by the snack shop. Chen Feng got out and instructed, Huang Shi, take care of things these couple of days. Formal production starts in 2 days. You'll see then. Remember to start recruiting. Alright, I'll handle it. You can count on me, Brother Chen. Huang Shi patted his chest. Chen Feng then took his leave. Boss Chen is back. At that moment, the crowd queuing on the sidewalk spotted Chen Feng and shouted excitedly. With another food video from Bubble Pig, the popularity on Indo had surged further. Chen Feng was nearly becoming a full-fledged minor internet celebrity. He occasionally glanced at the comments on the videos. Surprisingly, he became famous not for his snack-making skill, but because he was handsome, and he had an adorable daughter. What a world that judges by appearances. As the buzz grew, more and more foodies from nearby cities and the local area flocked over. They considered it an honor to taste the snacks Chen Feng made daily. Posting on social media was a must. "Boss Chen, what delicious food are you making today?" Many foodies swarmed over, their faces full of excitement. "Uncle Chen, let's take a fake photo." Some young girls held up their phones, opening beauty filters to include Chen Feng in their selfies. "It's a secret. You'll find out soon." Chen Feng walked into the snack shop. "Brother Feng, could you take a photo with me?" Uncle Chen Feng looked this way, just one look. "Excuse me, please make way, thank you." At this moment, Chen Feng finally understood the troubles of those big stars. He smiled wryly and moved forward slowly. All around him were coquettish voices as soft and sticky as mud. Perhaps he shouldn't have let Huangshe leave so early. With that guy around, he could surely tame these enchantresses. Who? A short 10-meter path took Chen Feng nearly 3 minutes. He finally let out a sigh of relief, reached into his pocket, and without even glancing at the 2 slips of paper, crumpled them into balls and tossed them into the nearby trash bin. He was not that kind of person. Being handsome really didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. Witnessing this, the men fell silent, and the women wept, and among the crowd, a beautiful woman revealed a look of disappointment. "Haha, today we watched you gluttons devour buns one after another, taking that little food stall to an IPO. Brothers, light up those sparks, and let's fully ignite this restless summer." In the distance, at a table laden with buns, Pao Pao Zhu, drenched in sweat, devoured buns while hyping up the atmosphere both on-site and in the live stream. It could be said that a considerable number of diners were drawn here by Pao Pao Zhu. Chen Feng shook his head and gazed at Shen Youchu, who was busy by the steamer. She lifted down 2 steamers, white steam rising upward. Shen Youchu collected money while handing buns to customers, a layer of crystalline sweat on her forehead, too busy to wipe it away. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Chen Feng asked in surprise, addressing a woman wiping a table nearby. "The child's father is inside." Li Yan replied with a look of complaint. "Go ask him that, spendthrift." "All right." Chen Feng nodded with a smile, first approaching Shen Youchu. "Tired? Need a hand?" "Ah." Shen Youchu was startled, her delicate face flushed pink from the steam with a hint of pleasant surprise. She whispered, "This silly Shen had been so busy she hadn't even noticed. Indeed, there are no wrong names, only wrong nicknames. Boss, I'm not tired and I don't need help. Go work on the new snacks. Many customers are urging. Miss 5 beef buns, 2 bowls of peanut soy milk, and 2 osmanthus red bean buns. Yu Bao account credited with 20 yuan. Okay, please wait a moment." Shen Youchu turned and busied herself again. The kind-hearted, sweet-natured silly Shen couldn't bear to make her customers wait any longer. "Boss Chen, hurry up with the new snacks. Please, we've been in line for 2 hours, almost getting heat stroke. Save the hungry children, please." Urgent calls came from the diners behind. "All right, I'm on it." Chen Feng smiled and walked into the bun shop. Renovation workers were still busy in the shops on both sides. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Chi sat on a chair, his left leg stretched out with a splint, a chopping board in front of him. 2 cleavers flew up and down, mincing beef. He habitually held an unlit cigarette in his mouth. "Chen Feng, you're finally back," Lu Chi said. Chen Feng asked, "Brother Lu, why are you and sister-in-law here? Aren't you supposed to be serving dining customers soon? Won't you lose business?" Lu Chi smiled and glanced at Shen Youchu outside, saying, "This morning Youchu was running around like a headless chicken. She called us and your sister-in-law, and I came to help. My shop doesn't make much in a day. Your shop has built up such popularity. Make hay while the sun shines. Aren't you planning to open a Your sister-in-law and I have saved up 10000 over the years. Last time, there was still 15000 we didn't get to spend. Is that enough? If not, I can borrow some more." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of chopping continued. "Damn." Chen Feng's eyes reddened, moved by the gesture. "It's enough, thank you for your concern, Brother Lu." Chen Feng grinned. He knew well that Lu Chi had learned about his plan to set up a food processing factory. He hadn't tried to dissuade him, but had kept it in mind. Chen Feng would remember this kindness. "Today there are many orders for beef buns. I've been chopping non-stop, didn't even have time for a smoke this afternoon." Lu Chi laughed. "Then let me take over the chopping, Brother Lu. Go have a smoke and rest. You'd better go make the new snacks, or I'm afraid those diners outside will roast me alive." "Haha, all right." Chen Feng first washed his hands, then rolled up his sleeves. What new snack should he make today? He hadn't thought about it this morning. He had spent the whole day on the food processing factory, scanning the available ingredients in the shop. "All right, I'll go with this." Chen Feng took out a large basin and poured in a big bag of flour. He added an appropriate amount of water, cracked in a dozen eggs, and added salt. Then he began to knead the dough. "What are you making?" Lu Chi asked curiously. Chen Feng kept him guessing. "Brother Lu, take a guess." Once the water and eggs were incorporated into the dough, he placed it on the stainless steel counter. The dough, nearly the size of his chest, slammed against the counter with a loud thud. "Boss Chen, come out and make the new snacks. We can't wait any longer. Save me, little sister is so hungry." Oddly mixed urgings came from outside the shop. Chen Feng ignored them all. Then he mixed the dough with scallion oil water that contained a bit of pepper and continued to work it beautifully with a rolling pin. Soon the dough was split in 2 with half mixed with the prepared beef filling. Although the final taste of this bun's beef filling certainly wouldn't match Chen Feng's freshly made version. Time was running out. If he delayed any longer, the angry diners outside might tear his shop apart. Chen Feng set up two flat-bottomed pans parallel to where Shin Yuchu was selling buns. Boss Chen, what delicious treat are you making? A curious diner asked. Take a guess. Chen Feng smiled and turned back into the shop, grabbing the two prepared dough balls and bringing them out front. Lu Chi chuckled. You're making scallion pancakes with beef and scallion fillings. Correct. Chen Feng went outside. Then he took a suitable amount of dough, flattened it with a rolling pin. A small amount of oil had already been poured into the flat-bottomed pans. Layer after layer of dough was laid and sprinkled with white sesame seeds, and Chen Feng began to fry them. One pan for beef scallion pancakes, the other for plain scallion pancakes. The rich, enticing aroma filled the air as the oil seeped into the dough. The pancakes slowly became fluffy and crispy, the fragrance spreading. A long line had already formed in front of him. The first few customers swallowed hard at the smell of scallions. Boss, 10 of each flavor. How much? An auntie said boldly. She had secured the first spot in line. Sorry, Auntie Zhang, you can only buy one, Chen Feng said. I want to take some home for my family, the auntie insisted. Sorry, only one per person. If they want some, they can line up. If you want to buy in bulk, you can get the buns next door, 8 yuan each. Thank you. Auntie Zhang, I'm really sorry, but I have to take care of all the customers in line. Which flavor do you choose? Chen Feng displayed a smile that said he was enjoying this. The difficult choice of life was now in Auntie Zhang's hands. Veins bulged on her forehead as she swallowed frantically. Chen Feng had turned into a little devil. Aunt Zhang looked at him with eager eyes, her heart struggling with a difficult decision. But she truly wanted to eat both. The aroma of these two flavors was irresistible. The beef scallion pancakes and sesame scallion pancakes were already out of the pan, their golden crispy crusts utterly tempting. Chen Feng skillfully split them with a spatula, cutting each in half. He then took out paper bags, packing half of the beef scallion pancake and half of the sesame scallion pancake. Chen Feng handed them to Aunt Zhang. Oh, you little rascal Chen boy, are you teasing your aunt now? Aunt Zhang snatched them away, her face flushed red with anger. The customers behind her burst into laughter. Innocent aunt, Chen Feng rubbed his forehead and said with a wry smile, I just thought that maybe everyone would want to try both, so I simply split them in. No way. You teased me, so I make me another one, and I'll forgive you. Aunt Zhang refused to let it go. Her eyes darted, and she slyly took a bite of the sesame scallion pancake. SSS. Fragrant, so fragrant. Aunt Zhang's face was filled with bliss. Chen Feng handed the other bag pancake to the next customer and said, Aunt Zhang, the shop rules can't be broken. Tomorrow's snack, I'll make it for you first, okay? I'll let you off this time. 20 years ago, the young men chasing me stretched from one end of the bridge to the other. You're lucky to have good Aunt Zhang finally turned away, satisfied, carrying her withered vegetable basket toward home. Waiting in line so long for such a bite, it was worth it. The waiting diners all laughed. But from Aunt Zhang's current figure, it was clear she must have been a great beauty in her youth. Chef Chen, get cooking. All right. Chen Feng smiled, gazing at the long line behind him and the eager looks of the customers. It seemed he would have to fry more scallion pancakes at once, enough to serve 4 or 5 customers per batch. Crispy, so delicious. This scallion pancake is explosive. Each bite is crunchy and flaky. My goodness, today's trip was truly worthwhile. The crispiness with the beef and sesame makes me feel like my mother loves me again. Queue for 3 hours, enjoy for 5 minutes. They'll stick to steamed buns. I'm going crazy. What if I can never eat such delicious scallion pancakes again? As time passed, one by one the customers ate the scallion pancakes, experiencing both pain and joy. A simple scallion pancake from Chef Chen's shop made them feel the essence of life. Chasing a new snack, queuing painfully, finally obtaining it, only to feel a fleeting emptiness after finishing. The joy of flavor was too bright. They wanted to keep queuing, but the terrifyingly long line was too much. Maybe they should kidnap Chef Chen and lock him up at home to cook for them. Around 6 o'clock, Lu Yu returned with Tuan Xuan, Chen Feng's beloved little treasure, who enjoyed the privilege of cutting in line. The two women ate happily. Wang Ruoxin and Zhang Xiaohua hadn't shown up. The college entrance exam was 5 days away, and soon several nearby vocational schools would serve as temporary exam venues. June had arrived, and the weather was growing hotter. Yet the customers' enthusiasm remained undiminished. The shop closed at 9 p.m. Even though Chen Feng hadn't been there during the day, today's revenue hit a new high with a net profit of 700 yuan. After putting his daughter to bed that night, Chen Feng continued revising the detailed rules for the food processing plant. The factory was still, but even a sparrow, though small, must have all its organs. Lacking talent, Chen Feng had to do it himself. Shin Yuchu brewed him a cup of green tea and then went to sleep. The next day, Chen Feng spent the daytime at the factory, further optimizing the taste of dumplings and buns to minimize flavor loss. In the evening, he went to the snack shop to launch new items, collaborating with Bubble Pig to sustain the buzz around Life Snack Shop. The couple Lu Chi had been helping at the shop these 2 days. Business was incredibly booming. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. At the food processing plant, Chen Feng watched as 12 elderly workers busied themselves on the dumpling and bun production line. Nearby, a new production line was being installed with equipment. Farther away, Huang Shi's brother Huang San was training new employees. Chen Feng's 300 yuan savings were rapidly dwindling over these 2 days, relying solely on the daily cash flow from Life Snack Shop to survive. Huang Shi held a cigarette and asked expectantly, "Brother Chen, can we start expanding the market this afternoon?" "Of course not," Chen Feng said. "We need to submit the finished products to the health department for inspection and quality testing. Even with Boss Liao's help and the fast track, the health approval won't come until tomorrow before we can officially sell. We've improved the product, but can it really retain 80 of your skill? No. Chen Feng shook his head again. Huang Shi was stunned. Then all our work is for nothing. We still need this. Chen Feng smiled and looked behind him. There were 2 large barrels of materials covered. Huang Shi rushed over, lifted the lids, and saw white powder inside, unknown what it was. What is this? Huang Shi asked puzzledly. This is called CU agent. CU agent. What is it? A preservative, specifically a flavor preservative. Chen Feng gathered the workers and said, when making buns and dumplings, add this to the flour and filling at a ratio of 1:1. Got it, boss. The workers carried away the 2 barrels. Brother Chen, I've never even heard of CU agent. Will it kill people? Huang Shi increasingly couldn't understand Chen Feng. If it could kill, you'd be the first to die. Chen Feng laughed. Once we produce enough samples, everyone can try the original and the one with CU agent, and you'll know. All right. Huang Shi nodded. The taste of the factory's dumplings and buns was paramount. In his view, it directly determined the factory's success or failure. When we send samples to the health department this afternoon, keep the factory running non-stop. Work overtime if needed. Go for it. Got it. Huang Shi nodded one by one. Soon the buns and dumplings with CU agent were produced, sterilized, bagged, and then either frozen or kept at room temperature to simulate various home scenarios. Huang Shi prepared 2 pots and steamed the buns and dumplings. Come on, everyone, try both the original product and our factory's genuine product, and see the difference in taste. Huang Shi called everyone over to taste. A large sample would be convincing. Over 30 workers in the factory picked up chopsticks, grabbed the food, and compared. What trash was that original? Wow, our factory's buns taste this good. The dumplings are amazing too. Delicious, so much better than the old factory's products. Really fresh. Uncle Jean, you feel the same. I do too. So tasty. The elderly workers exclaimed in shock. It was their first time tasting the new product, which was far superior to the old factory's buns and dumplings. And the product with the boss secret recipe was even more savory, far surpassing the first 2. Brother Huang, this tastes exactly like what Chef Chen made at his snack shop. A young man under Huang Shi exclaimed. Is it that amazing? Huang Shi tasted it, his eyes lighting up, and he turned excitedly to Chen Feng. Brother Chen, is the CU agent really that magical? Chen Feng smiled with relief. He had bet everything he had. Fortunately, the result was not unexpected. Yes, the Zhuji is indeed that miraculous. Chen Feng said with a smile. He quietly unclenched his fist. He also picked up chopsticks and first tried the pork dumplings that Boss Liao used to make. After chewing a couple of times, spit, Chen Feng spat it into the trash can. These dumplings had a faint taste of pork and a hint. They were very common, ordinary home-style frozen dumplings. Then Chen Feng tried the mushroom and pork buns without the Zhuji. Due to the final sterilization and added food preservatives. Even with Chen Feng's improvements, if compared to his own dumplings, they would barely score a 50. Finally, he tried the pork dumplings and mushroom and pork buns with Zhuji added. Chen Feng nodded, indeed, reaching about 80 of his own skill level. 15 was the gap between handmade and machine-made. The remaining 5 was due to various food additives. But with the addition of Zhuji, it was different. Because it was a type of preservative. It was a formula recorded in medicine elders, medicinal. Chen Feng had stayed up these past 2 nights making it in the Tishita heaven. This was developed by medicine elder for the long-term preservation of certain medicinal cuisines. After all, some medicinal cuisines taste better with time, similar to the cured and smoked goods made during the new year at home. It had the effect of enhancing food flavor, preserving freshness, and preventing spoilage. This was Chen Feng's secret weapon for daring to start a factory. Later in the Tishita heaven, he would acquire old-school techniques, like the pill. With Zhuji, Chen Feng could also set up different types of food factories. As long as Chen Feng took the first step steadily, his planned strategy would succeed. Within a year, Chen Feng might see the dawn of becoming a 100 millionaire. Life. Sometimes when you think about it, it's just so miraculous. When he first opened the shop, Chen Feng's goal was just to earn enough for Tuanshuan's tuition and to allow father and daughter to survive in the big city. But in less than a month, Chen Feng's ambition gradually grew. At this thought, a saying came to Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng is no mere pond fish. Once meeting Tishita, he transforms into a dragon. Life is unpredictable. The boss dumplings are really delicious. Yeah, I have a feeling our factory's dumplings will be a huge hit. Haha, when the factory grows, we'll be the veteran employees. Let's get to work, brothers. What are you standing around for? Let's do it, let's do it. The atmosphere at the scene immediately heated up. After all, the more products the employees produced, the better their performance, which was tied to their wages. And with their pork dumplings and pork buns being so delicious, how could they be afraid of not selling them? Brother Chen, we're going to get rich. Huang Shi said joyfully. Don't get too excited too early, we don't know if they'll sell yet. Chen Feng poured cold water on the idea. With dumplings of this quality, are the customers blind? Huang Shi said loudly. Chen Feng patted Huang Shi on the shoulder, telling him to keep his voice down. That's just how society is. Often when people are most inflated, they are most susceptible to a harsh reality check. Huang, the factory has 2 production lines, one for dumplings and one for pork buns. If dumplings sell well, the new line can make shrimp and mushroom dumplings. For now, the factory would temporarily focus on these 3 types of products, dumplings and buns. Okay. Huang Shi nodded. Chen Feng added, keep hiring at the factory. With more people, administrative management needs to step up. Even if the dumplings don't sell, keep production going these days. Once my shop is renovated in a few days, we can sell them there too. How could they not sell? As soon as Huang Shi finished speaking, he saw Chen Feng glare at him. All right, brother Chen, you can count on me. Right now this factory is like my newlywed bride. I wish I could sleep with it every night. I just hope to work it hard and get it to lay plenty of golden eggs. Huang Shi said with a grin, not taking things seriously. Chen Feng smiled. We can start trying to break into the market tomorrow. Remember to send it to the health department. We must have the paperwork. I'm afraid someone might try to sabotage me. Chen Feng thought of his ex-wife whom he had taught a harsh lesson and who had temporarily backed off. After all, she was his only enemy now. Who would dare to mess with brother Chen? Who? Huang Shi's gaze turned fierce as if he could devour someone. All right, don't be so aggressive. I bet you can't even beat me. Chen Feng said. Haha, brother Chen, I'm 177 meters tall. You're taller than me, but I'm more muscular. You may be the god of war on Snack Street, but I bet 3 of you couldn't beat me. Huang Shi retorted defiantly. Let's try it another day then. Since Huang Shi was so confident, Chen Feng's hands itched too. Thinking back to that night, when he beat up his ex-in-laws, feeling the punches land on flesh, Chen Feng still felt a thrill. Every night practicing boxing in the Tishita heaven, there was no benchmark. Huang Shi just happened to come along. Chen Feng felt that with his current physique and strength, even if he stood still and let Huang Shi punch him a few times, it wouldn't hurt at all. Try it, and you'll die. Who's afraid of who? Huang Shi twisted his neck, producing the sound of joints cracking. Combined with his reckless expression, it was quite intimidating. Chen Feng said, all right, you get busy. We'll take a cab back. It's about time I head to the shop. No way, brother Chen is the boss. How can you take a cab? That would make me your subordinate. Lose face. Huang Shi slapped his face loudly. Huang San, get your ass over here. Drive the van and take brother Chen back. Okay, boss, let's go. Huang San ran over. Brother Huang will head off now. With that departure, another 3 days passed in the blink. The day before the college entrance exam, the fork in the road that determines the fate of most ordinary people would set the tone in just 2 short days. In the afternoon, outside the life snack shop, some roadblocks had already been set up on the street. Not far away was an advanced tourism vocational college. It was a college entrance exam venue. From time to time, tomorrow's examinees could be seen scouting the location under the scorching sun. People came and went, creating a lively scene. Customers also began to gather outside the life snack shop. After all, the exam was tomorrow, right? Today they could still eat to their heart's content. Daddy, is there anything Tuan can do to help? Tuan asked. Go play with Xiao Yao and don't cause trouble. Meow. Xiao Yao meowed lazily. Chen Feng was busy in the shop preparing the afternoon snack, jianbingguozi. Jianbingguozi had many ingredients: pork, tenderloin, bacon, ham, meat floss, etc. These all needed special preparation. Paired with the crispy jianbingguozi, it would bring the taste bud experience to its peak. Okay, Daddy, what delicious thing are you making? Tuan's mouth watered in anticipation. Eating one of Daddy's new snacks every day had become Tuan's daily routine. She just couldn't understand. How had she never once tried Daddy's snacks in all those 7 years when they were so delicious? Including the time she was in that woman's belly. But after Daddy opened the life snack shop, the snacks he made seemed to be on a whole new level. They had spoiled her palate. Now she didn't even like eating the food at school, preferring to go hungry at noon like Teacher Lu. It's jianbingguozi. If you behave well, he'll let you have ice cream and candy tonight. Chen Feng said with a smile. Yay? Daddy is the best daddy in the world. Moi. Tuan covered Chen Feng's face with kisses and ran off to play. Sigh, brother Chen, am so down. Is the world too complicated, or am I thinking too simply? Boss, you're just too prescient. At that moment, Huang Shi walked in with a sigh. Huang's, I have some water first. What's wrong? At that moment, Lu Qi limped over, bringing water to Huang Shi and his underlings. After Chen Feng treated his leg last time, he had applied the ointment for nearly a week. Yesterday, Lu Qi could finally walk a few steps. This stunned everyone. Chen Feng's medical skills were simply miraculous. The Lu couple had been helping at the snack shop these days, seemingly abandoning their Hunan restaurant. The dumplings and buns have been promoted for 2 days now. Old Huang, another setback. Pao Pao Zhu remarked with a smile, as if he had. That fellow had moved from Haidong to Haishi a couple of days ago. Apart from sleeping in his rented room each day, he had practically turned the life snack shop into his second home. He had been live streaming non-stop and recording a documentary of Chen Feng making snacks. Pao Pao Zhu was on fire. His Indo followers had surged from 7,000 to 9.3 million, a more than 10-fold increase. Moreover, most were loyal fans. But recently he hit a bottleneck. The growth slowed, and breaking through 10 million followers seemed like an invisible hurdle. Interestingly, his followers were all modern-day female Wei Yans. Day after day, they left comments begging Chen Feng and Tuan to open Indo accounts. It seemed that if Chen Feng and his daughter joined the Indo family, those fans would betray him in a heartbeat. Besides that, Lu Yi was also at the shop petting Xiao Yao. Tomorrow the school would serve as a college entrance exam site, so the primary, middle, and kindergarten classes had an early holiday. Everyone listened intently. Huang Shi was responsible for scouting the market, which would determine the success of Chen Feng's processing plant. No one wanted him to fail. Chen Feng couldn't afford to lose either. If the processing plant failed and lost everything, Chen Feng's ex-wife wouldn't hesitate to sue for custody of their daughter. Gulp gulp. Huang Shi chugged a glass of water, handed it back, and grinned. Brother Lu, another glass please. Huang's eye, why is your left cheek swollen? Chen Feng set down his work and asked. Don't even mention it. Those bastards are all birds of a feather. Huang Shi started with his catchphrase from the past 2 days. Ah, brother Chen, your guess was spot on. Scouting the market is tougher than I thought. I underestimated it. Huang Shi shook his head, venting his frustrations. The restaurant owners who used to sell my cucumber salad, When they found out these dumplings and buns were made by you, they tried them and were willing to stock them. They sell the pork buns and dumplings as a dish on their menus. But in this summer heat, brother Chen, cucumber salad is a seasonal snack, appetizing and easy to sell. I was overconfident and fooled by that. But customers come to restaurants for flavor. Dumplings and buns are good, but they don't eat them as a main course, so the consumption can't compare. Everyone nodded in agreement. So my underlings and I visited over 50 restaurants. They all agreed to stock, but sales were low, barely 3 of our daily factory output. I also tried convenience stores, but the owners weren't interested. Without dedicated refrigerators, they'd rather sell popsicles. That route accounted for less than 1 of supply, a dead end. Huangshe first shared 2 pieces of not so good news. For a factory selling dumplings still relies on malls, supermarkets, and hypermarkets. Huangshe continued sharing his recent insights. I visited all the clients Boss Liao left behind. They didn't even taste the product, just talked price and connections. But a new dumpling factory was built in Haishi. Our factory price is 20 yuan per 1 kilogram bag, and Brother Chen gave me a direct sales price of under 25. Malls sell it for 39, but that bastard factory's price is 16, with a direct sales price of only 18. Any buyer with half a brain knows what to choose. Merchants chase profit, it's only natural. Who cares about the common folk? The sales channel is king. Damn it, our dumplings taste so good, but even at 20 yuan a bag they don't want them. Our small factory has no reputation, so they don't trust us. Only money and connections matter. Brother Chen, I even offended that bastard Boss Liao for you. You don't blame me, do you? Huh. Huangshe let out a long sigh looking to, did Boss Liao give you that bruise on your face? Lu Qi interjected. Yeah, that bastard switched to raw material supply and hooked up with the Haishi factory, so he sold us out. That's why their direct sales price is so low. They want to crush us first, then raise prices. It pissed me off. In a fit of rage, I tricked him into a cooperation talk and beat him up. But that bastard didn't take it lying down. He called his men, and they beat me. If they weren't so many, and if I had the time, would I take this lying down? Everyone looked and saw that Huangshe's brothers were also bruised. It seemed there had been a small skirmish. A snicker escaped. Everyone laughed. Hey, don't rub salt in the wound. Huangshe exclaimed. It's like this all over Haidong and Donghai City. Haishi is the dumpling factory's turf, so it's even worse. They'll have to try other towns and counties. By the way, Huangshe turned to Chen Feng. Brother Chen, how are sales at the shop? The 2 adjacent stores had been fully renovated yesterday. The entire life snack shop had nearly doubled in size. Now the whole shop was stocked with factory goods. This morning many local customers came for snacks and took a few bags home. At a retail price of 35 yuan, each customer buying 3 bags yielded about 45 yuan in profit. Hao Zhu laughed. Much better than your efforts. This morning and afternoon we barely managed to sell over 1,000 bags. What? Huangshe's eyes widened. His days of running around had yielded sales comparable to half a day at the life snack shop. And without a stable sales channel, it was essentially a one-time deal. All right, Huangzai. Chen Feng patted Huangshe's shoulder. Don't bother with sales channels for now. Focus on overseeing production and maintaining quality at the... How can I do that? Huangshe shook his head vigorously. We're spending money like water every day. The factory has over 200 bags of stock. Nearly 500,000 yuan worth of goods. The freezers aren't enough. Then add more freezers and keep stocking up, Chen Feng said. And then, oi. Huangshe's eyes widened. Wait until the college entrance exam is over and you'll understand. If conventional channels don't work, we'll take a special route and make a smash hit. Once we're famous, you won't need to chase channels. They'll come to you. Chen Feng explained confidently. Brother Chen, I don't get it. Can you spell it out? Huangshe said. Figure it out yourself, Chen Feng replied. Damn it, Brother Chen, you're doing this again. Being all mysterious. You can't keep bullying a fool spit. You can't bully an honest man like this. Otherwise I won't sleep well for days. Huangshe said. Even better if you don't sleep. Tell the employees that overtime is voluntary with triple pay. They'll transfer you the money now. Go buy more. Chen Feng threw in all the shop's cash flow and remaining savings. You can't catch a wolf without risking your bait. Ruthless, you're truly ruthless. Huangshe scanned everyone in the shop. Is anyone going to tell me? Lu Qi, Pao Zhu, and the others all blinked innocently. They all knew, but they just wouldn't say. Yes, they were bullying the honest man. And it was pure joy. At 4:30 p.m. steam curled gently from the revitalized life snack shop. Basket upon basket of buns were steaming, towering to the heavens in the eyes of a crowd of eager foodies. 6 large buckets of plain soy milk and black bean sesame milk exuded a fragrant aroma. The 3 storefronts had merged into one with numerous seats arranged inside for diners to sit and eat. The antique plaque of Life Snack Shop hung above the storefront. In the leftmost section, freezers were stocked with 3 products renamed from Tuan Tuan Food Factory, guarded by a female factory employee. She was a new hire from Tuan Tuan Catering Company tasked with selling instant dumplings and buns. Her nickname was Xiao Wanzi. A long line formed at the bun counter. Symmetrically where Chen Feng's new daily snack stall had yet to be set up, customers had already formed an even longer queue. After all, Boss Chen changed his snacks daily. They could finish eating here and then join the bun line. Otherwise they would miss out on today's offer. The daily changing snacks were reputedly exquisite, made by the handsome boss himself and hard to come by again. Just then Chen Feng emerged carrying a stove. Handsome boss, what's the tasty treat today? The customers immediately asked, brimming with excitement. After queuing for nearly an hour for a bite, their patience was finally about to pay off. Today I'm making jianbing guozi, Chen Feng said with a smile, turning to fetch more ingredients. Jianbing guozi. Wow, I love Finally moving to street food, huh? Boss Chen really knows his snacks. Let's count how many different kinds he's made since day one, starting with ancient-style tea eggs, then iced bean paste, scallion pancakes, cold noodles, hot dry noodles, fried dough sticks, dragon whisker noodles, fried goods, and today it's jianbing guozi. Is there anything this man can't do? Haha, Boss Chen used to keep us guessing every day. No tricks today. Is he running out of ideas? The regulars had just finished teasing when they saw Bubble Pig and Lu Chi carrying out newly made wooden. The signs were eye-catching, reading special window for college entrance exam students during the 2 exam days, free breakfast and lunch for exam students. Strive to top the list. Window for other customers. The 3 signs were placed on the sidewalk, visible to all passers-by at the street corner. The customers were stunned. Wasn't this a trick? Indeed, only Boss Chen remained constant with an ever-changing stream of gimmicks. Still seeing the signs, they couldn't help but feel admiration. Boss Chen's business was booming, easily earning tens of thousands a day. Yet he was willing to waste 2 days solely to serve college exams, and he wasn't charging a cent. Among the crowd were exam students who had just finished scouting their exam venues, queuing for a meal. Seeing the 3 signs, the students rejoiced. They would definitely come for free breakfast tomorrow. Boss Chen, won't you serve us during the 2 exams? One person asked loudly, echoing the doubts of others. I will serve, and parents seeing off their kids can eat too. But you wouldn't want traffic jams here, leaving students hungry in the exam hall, would you? Chen Feng replied with a smile. So how about you all bear with it, and eat elsewhere for 2 days? Since Boss Chen says so, we'll give other vendors a break these 2 days. Ha ha ha. Most customers burst into laughter. After all, 99 of students take the college entrance exam only once in their lives. If Boss Chen was willing to spend generously for it, they could endure 2 days without his food. Boss Chen, will you lose money? How about raising prices today to recoup losses for the next 2 days? Count me in as supporting the student. Yeah, count me in too. Among the customers were many warm-hearted souls, but some frowned. Why should we care about other people's kids? No need. I'll take the loss. If you really want to help my small business, you can buy some dumplings. Chen Feng pointed to his shop. The customers meant well, but they hadn't considered others' feelings. It was a form of moral coercion. If Chen Feng agreed, he'd be foolish and get roasted. He would only contribute his own share. He couldn't control others. Besides, would he lose money? No. After the exams, he'd earn it back twofold. This was a crucial part of Chen Feng's plan. Boss Chen is so kind. A boss like this deserves to get rich. Today I'll eat buns until I'm full and take some home. Right, since we can't come these 2 days, I've got to buy some and try the products from Boss Chen's factory. With Chen Feng's suggestion, some customers decided to buy products after queuing for jianbing guozi and buns. In no time, Chen Feng set up his jianbing guozi stall and started cooking. Bubble Pig naturally began live streaming the entire process. Others were busy too. Miss 2 bowls of black bean sesame milk, 1 beef bun, 1 tofu bun, and 1 carrot bun. Yu Qianbao received 30 yuan. Miss. Amazing, this pork loin is so satisfying. The ham has a weird smell, but the texture is great. So fragrant. How does Boss Chen make jianbing guozi so delicious with such simple ingredients? He must be using mag. Voices of customers rang out. Mom, I want jianbing guozi. The line's too long, sweetie. Let's go elsewhere. No, I want it here. Wah. Chen Juan, get up. If you keep rolling on the ground, I'll sell you to the zoo to sleep with a python. Why, I want to sleep with a big tiger. A mother and child passed by, showcasing life's little dramas. Everyone look. Tomorrow Boss Chen is offering free support to exam students. I'll be live streaming all day. Here's a little insider tip. Tomorrow's special breakfast for students will be extraordinary. I Bubble Pig swear. After eating Boss Chen's breakfast, you'll ace the exam, scoring 200 points on a 100-point scale. Bubble Pig aimed his camera at the 3 signs, rambling without restraint. Haha, Brother Pig, 200 points still isn't a passing grade. Can't even get into a 3rd-tier college. Haha, Brother Pig, you should switch to stand-up comedy. Food live streaming is beneath your talent. Bubble Pig chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I meant your score doubles. Slip of the tongue. To make up for it, a campus bell is walking this way. Let me show you. Folks, send me gifts. Check out the campus bell. A short-haired girl stepped into Bubble Pig's live stream. Her steps were light, her eyes bright, and her teeth gleaming. When she smiled, her exquisite oval face radiated the vibrant glow of youth. She walked toward the life snack bar, her gaze fixed solely on the warm and steady figure within. It's the campus beauty. Bro Pig, she's the sister Roashin that little Tuanzi mentioned, the one who appeared in the first food video. Bro Pig, not content with feeding us snacks, now you're force-feeding us dog food. Have a heart. Bubble Pig, you know what they say. Names are never wrong, only nicknames. You're a pig. Damn. Give us your address, bro. I've got something. The moment the campus beauty was recognized, the live stream erupted into chaos despite the initial awe. Bubble Pig let out a muffled laugh that soon turned bitter as tears welled in his eyes, memories of the past flooding back. Throughout these days of streaming, every viewer knew the familiar faces at the life snack bar. Bubble Pig's streams were entertaining, and his enjoyment of food was one thing. But many tuned in for the boss, the serene teacher Lu, the adorable little Tuanzi, the gentle Chu, and the aloof proud Xiao Xiao Yao. Of course, the beloved campus beauty was also a key part of the show. Uncle, I've come to see you again. Need any help? Wang Ruoxin approached Chen Feng, her voice sweet as she asked. Chen Feng looked up and smiled upon seeing her. No need. You have the college entrance exam tomorrow. Don't tire yourself out and affect your performance. You haven't been here for days, and Tuanzi has mentioned you many times, Chen Feng said with a laugh. Then, Uncle, did you miss me? Wang Ruoxin replied with a sweet smile, her crescent-shaped brows arching like an autumn moon. Her words struck like a blow, nearly making Chen Feng's spatula slip. He looked at Wang Ruoxin, whose pink eyes held his gaze boldly, her cheeks flushed with shyness and her expression full of anticipation. The waiting customers grew excited. Had the handsome boss charm really reached such an extreme? Could good looks allow him to do anything, even have pretty girls confess to him? This was a juicy bit of gossip they loved. Ahem. I did think of you, but that. I thought of you many times too, uncle. I'm going to find before Chen Feng could finish, Wang Ruoxin cheerfully interrupted him, her pretty face flushed as she ran into the shop. But only when Tuanzi mentioned you. Chen Feng muttered the rest of his sentence with a wry smile, handing a finished jianbing to the customer in front. He still had things to tell Wang Ruoxin, but the girl had run off too quickly. Boss, keep fooling the girl if you want, nobody believes you, the customer said, taking the jianbing and leaving with a face full of indignation, born of envy. Boss Chen, you're something else. Chen Feng looked at the skeptical faces of the other customers and grew anxious. No, why won't you believe me? Forget it. Chen Feng was at a loss. Seeing everyone's expressions, he knew he couldn't explain himself. At least not many had seen it. Chen Feng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. But then, did the campus beauty run off with a blush? Oh my god, what did she and Boss Chen just say? Delicious. This dog food tastes amazing. Bubble Pig, do something human for one. Bro Pig, can you give us ugly 5-foot-nothings with pockmarked faces, bald heads, beer bellies, and stubby legs, but still full of hope for life, a break? The livestream viewers were exhausted by the scene. Some female viewers were also seething with jealousy. It turned out that people's joys and sorrows were truly different. Time slipped by. The setting sun cast slanting rays and golden clouds draped long shadows over people. Every customer's face beamed with joy, full of anticipation for the food. Alright, I'll make 100 more jianbing, and then call it a day, Chen Feng suddenly announced loudly. Boss Chen, it's not even dark yet. Right, I disagree. Let's keep going until dawn today. A chorus of groans rose from the long queue. Sorry, but I need to prepare ingredients for the students tomorrow. Those at the back, please buy buns from the next stall. They'll make it up to you later, I promise, Chen Feng quickly explained. Once those words were out, despite their reluctance, the customers had no choice. During this college entrance exam period, going against the examinees meant opposing countless parents. Wouldn't you one day marry, have children, and see them go through the same? After selling the 100 jianbing, Chen Feng scraped the crumbs off the pan and packed up. The live snack bar was packed with customers gulping down soy milk and devouring buns. The new company member Zaiwanzi was also selling products. Business was booming. Her round, chubby face was beaming. The more she sold, the higher her commission. Knowing the college entrance exam would be held nearby in the next 2 days, many customers bought several bags of dumplings to take home. Huang Shi even made a trip to the factory to restock midway. And now they were nearly sold out again. Shen Yuchu and Li Yan were busy selling buns. After tidying up the kitchenware, Chen Feng scanned the room and found Wang Ruoxin petting a cat. He walked over. Ruoxin, I need a favor, Chen Feng said directly. Oh, uncle, what is it? It'll definitely help. Wang Ruoxin's pretty face flushed pink. Thinking about how uncle had missed her these past days, she had been gentler with little Tuanzi. The afternoon had filled her heart to the brim. Before Chen Feng could speak, Wang Ruoxin pretended to be surprised. Uncle, did you know the day after tomorrow is my 18th birthday? Did you prepare a gift? Chen Feng opened his mouth, but he had no idea about that. Wang Ruoxin had never told him. Yes, I have one for you. Seeing the girl's expectant eyes, Chen Feng changed his words and smiled. Sure enough, Wang Ruoxin's smile grew even brighter. Yes, she had successfully tricked uncle into giving her the most important gift. Uncle, what's the matter? Wang Ruoxin asked. Tomorrow's your exam day. Come to my snack bar for breakfast in the morning, and you'll ace it. Chen Feng said. Really? Wang Ruoxin blinked her phoenix eyes. Are the senior students from your school taking the exam here? Chen Feng asked. Wang Ruoxin said, I know students from nearby vocational schools as well as from City No. 3 No. 9 and No. 36 high schools will also come here to take the exam. Chen Feng hadn't expected Wang Ruoxin to be so well informed. If possible, Ruoxin, could you bring as many exam takers here for breakfast as you can? It's free, but it will definitely help their scores. Okay, uncle, how many do you need? Is 1,000 enough? Wang Ruoxin asked. Your school has only 9 senior classes, about 300, Chen Feng countered. He figured that even if Wang Ruoxin knew everyone in the senior year, it was only a few hundred. How could she possibly? Haha, uncle, just tell me how many you want and leave the rest to me. Alright then, 500. Chen Feng thought it over. If his snack bar prepared breakfast for the exam takers in advance with the first exam, Chinese, starting at 9 a.m. An entry half an hour early at 8:30, students would need to arrive at the exam gate by 8:10 at the latest. Even if they came from 7 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., there were only 70 minutes. Many students would also eat breakfast at home. The snack bar could prepare at most 700 portions. Factoring in walk-in students, informing about 500 would be more than enough. Alright, 500 it is. Wang Ruoxin pulled out her pink phone right in front of Chen Feng. Meow. Xiao Yao let out a disdainful cry and darted out of the girl's embrace. These two boring humans had disturbed the slumber of Lord Xiao Yao. How utterly detestable. Wang Ruoxin tapped until Lianxin entered her class group and began typing swiftly with both hands. Wang Ruoxin, now immediately right this moment am informing you all, no breakfast tomorrow. Gather at 7:30 a.m. at 17, Xiangfu Road, Live's Little Eatery. Breakfast is on me. Then Wang Ruoxin, also everyone Ma Kung got it, boss. Miao Jiarong understood. Weng Tung, alright, boss. Jiang Jun, great Ruoxing. Nong done, awesome, finally get to eat breakfast made by the school beauty. No regrets in life. Lu Yang yeah agreed +1. One name, an avatar after another popped up replying with messages of agreement. Not a single objection. Wang Ruoxing added, oh, and who here knows people from the other classes? Besides our class 8, notify the entire grade. Remember to count the numbers. Weng Tung got it, leave it to your humble servant. ITLL be done. Weng Tung, will definitely tell everyone this breakfast is hosted by Ruoxing. Weng Tung Ruoxing, trust me to handle it. Chen Feng watched utterly dumbfounded. Was Wang Ruoxin's influence really this strong? He couldn't help but ask, who's Weng Tung? So eager to help. The class toady. Wang Ruoxing stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Her little expression was exceedingly adorable. In the distance, Xiao Yao's barbed tongue licked its fur incessantly. It cast a contemptuous glance at Wang Ruoxing, silent and soundless. Haha. Chen Feng chuckled. Uncle Il, make sure to notify all 500 people, Wang Ruoxing promised. Thank you. Chen Feng smiled and said, consider this my first small adult gift to you. After the college entrance exams, these students will thank you. Wang Ruoxing blinked, her phoenix eyes filled with confusion. Why? Could Uncle's breakfast really help with the exams? Ruoxing, keep it up. Aim for Qingbei. After chatting with Wang Ruoxing for a bit and offering encouragement, Chen Feng went to instruct others in the shop. Wang Ruoxing thought silently Qingmiao and Beixiao were possible, but Qingbei, 10 of her couldn't get in. After all, over the year, she had poured all her intelligence into her beauty. Yuchu, after closing, take Tuan home first. He'll be home late tonight. Okay, boss. Shin Yuchu nodded, naively, still selling buns to customers. Zhu Quan, can you make it by 6 a.m. tomorrow? Chen Feng asked. Bubble Pig patted his chest. Boss Chen, I think hitting 10 million followers depends entirely on the gimmick of providing free breakfast and lunch to examinees over these 2 days. Trust me, ITLL work. This isn't a gimmick, it's genuine financial support. Chen Feng nodded with a smile, having given all his instructions. He noticed Xiao Wanzi still selling frozen products next door. He directly called out to Huang Shi. The two got into the van ready to leave. Dad, come back early, okay? Don't get seduced by bad women outside, the house can barely fit anymore. The women's gazes also turned toward him. Tuan hugged Xiao Yao, her big adorable eyes wide as she looked around at all the women in it. Meow. Xiao Yao elegantly placed its tiny paw on Tuan's hand, expressing agreement. Chen Xiaowan, no ice cream. You two remember not to let Tuan sneak candy at night. She's still hiding too under her little pillow. Chen Feng called out loudly. Shin Yuchu replied naively, almost instinctively. Daddy, you're good, baby won't dare anymore. Tuan's face showed panic as she pleaded pitifully. How did her stinky dad know she was hiding candy? Huang Shi smirked, stepped on the gas, and sped away. At 7:20 p.m., the van drove for 20 minutes on the Xiangfu Road elevated highway, then got stuck in traffic for another 10 minutes. The two arrived at a renowned health pavilion in Donghai City, 18 kilometers away. It was a famous private Chinese medicine hospital, presided over by Su Bin, a highly respected old professor in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Over the years, he had treated many elderly patients with chronic and complex ailments. He was greatly respected and sought after. After all, some everyday illnesses couldn't be resolved with Western medicine alone. These patients included both the wealthy and powerful, as well as the poor and powerless. At this moment, several luxury cars were parked outside the small Chinese medicine hospital. Brother Chen, what are we doing here? Aren't we buying ingredients? Huang Shi habitually held a cigarette in his mouth, but didn't light it as they entered the hospital. He knew about the health pavilion too. Back when his brothers got beaten up, they'd applied the pavilion's herbal trauma ointment, and the wounds healed quickly. The health pavilion had quite a reputation in Donghai City. Thus Huang Shi held it in high regard. Yeah, buying ingredients. Chen Feng smiled. Getting supplies from a hospital. Huang Shi felt his horizons broaden. He thought to himself this was a pro. The two walked inside. There was no smell of disinfectant or formalin. Instead, a scent of Zen incense burned softly. At the entrance was a long corridor with various medicine cabinets lining the left side. A young man in a white coat was weighing various Chinese herbs according to a prescription for a patient. He habitually looked up to see the visitors. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Su Qian immediately broke into a smile. Brother Chen, you're here. Brother Chen, you two know each other. Huang Shi was stunned. Wasn't Brother Chen just a cook? How did he have ties to the medical field? But Huang Shi quickly came to his senses. Brother Chen's mysterious acupuncture skills had healed Lu Kai's leg so quickly. That level of skill was extraordinary. He came to buy some herbs. Is Elder Su around? Chen Feng chatted casually. Chen boy, don't call me Elder Su, haha, just call me Little Su. In your presence, how dare I accept such a title? One learns an order of attainment regardless of age. Your medical knowledge far. At that moment, a vigorous aged laugh rang out from the stairs leading from the second floor to the first. An old man in his 60s slowly descended, his sleeves rolled up. He let out a long sigh of relief. Just in time. Come help this old man solve a difficult case. Huang Shi stood frozen on the spot. Su Bin, the pillar of the health pavilion, the renowned master of Chinese medicine in Donghai City. It could be said that any Chinese medicine practitioner making a living in Donghai City would have to address Su Bin as Elder Su. But what was Huang Shi seeing? The 60-something Elder Su was calling himself Little Su in front of his brother Chen. With a clatter, Huang Shi's mouth hung open and his cigarette fell to the ground. This old Su was so shameless. But damn, he loved it. He never expected Brother Chen to be so renowned in the world of What's the matter, Elder Su? Chen Feng asked. Elder Su walked over with a kindly smile, trying to affectionately take Chen Feng's hand, but Chen Feng dodged it. Chen Feng, you're my savior, Su Bin said without any offense, even wiping the sweat from his brow. Elder Su, I'm not interested, Chen Feng said with a cheerful smile, taking a prescription from his pocket and handing it to Su Qian behind the counter. Su Qian, please fill this prescription with the best quality herbs available regardless of their age. All right. Hissed. Su Qian took the prescription and gasped. Such a large dosage. It could treat 10 elephants. Brother Chen, what kind of prescription is this? Chen Feng chuckled. It's a recipe for refreshing the mind and clearing the head to be added to medicinal cuisine. Don't think about memorizing it secretly. If a few herbs are not handled properly, it could be toxic. Medicinal cuisine. Old Su Bin clicked his tongue in amazement. He knew some old rules of traditional Chinese medicine. Some wandering physicians of the older generation knew only a few prescriptions in their lifetime, yet if they found the right patients they could earn a fortune. But when they dispensed medicine, the dosages written on the prescription were often not the actual amounts. They would even add several conflicting herbs or go to different pharmacies to get the herbs. It was all to protect the prescription that laid golden eggs. Because such an old prescription equaled a house in the most expensive district of the capital, the kind that could not be bought for 1,000 gold pieces. Su Bin and Su Qian were simply astonished. They had not expected Chen Feng to be not only an outstanding physician, but also knowledgeable about medicinal cuisine. Perfect. Could they not invite a master of medicinal cuisine to hold the fort at their health pavilion? Open a health branch. Then wouldn't real gold and silver come pouring in? Is this medicinal cuisine delicious? Su Qian added a casual remark. Hey, don't you know? Asking if my brother Chen's cooking is delicious. Isn't that a joke? At this, Huang Shi couldn't help interjecting. He had the right to speak here. He said domineeringly, have you watched Indo? The two were startled. Could Chen Feng be a major streamer on Indo, the hottest short video platform in the country? The hottest food influencer recently, Pao Pao Zhu, became famous thanks to my brother Chen. Every day the street stalls selling her snacks stretch from one end to the other. The college entrance exam is in 2 days, and my brother Chen is making this medicinal cuisine for free to help the candidates achieve the best results of their lives. A business that makes no money, a pure loss. Only someone like my brother Chen would do that. Huang Shi was finally warming up to the topic. He was openly boasting about Chen Feng. Huang Zi, that's enough, Chen Feng interrupted with a smile. Old Su and Su Qian were Chen Feng came to the health pavilion to get herbs and make medicinal cuisine just to help the exam candidates. This medicinal cuisine is for refreshing the mind. Chen Feng's snacks are incredibly delicious, and a major influencer even gained fame through him. And it's free. Old Su also glanced at the prescription. Thousands of yuan worth of herbs given away just like that. The two were instantly filled with respect. Such medical ethics and compassion, they felt inferior. Since it's to help the exam candidates, let me also contribute. Xiao Qian charged him the cost price for the herbs. After speaking, Old Su scratched his head, then suddenly grabbed Chen Feng's hand. Brother Chen, I really need your help. Chen Feng smiled. This old fox is clever. Huang Shi had just felt admiration for Old Su giving up the profit from selling herbs. But hearing the next sentence, he realized the old man was setting a trap. It was all to get Chen Feng to help. After all, this is a society of favors. You help me, I help you. Isn't that how social reciprocity? Old Zu's method was just more subtle and harder to refuse. Learned. Huang Shi exclaimed inwardly. Indeed, old foxes are as cunning as ghosts. This made Huang Shi even more curious. How could Su Bin, the top figure in Donghai City's traditional Chinese medicine circle, hold his brother Chen in such high esteem? Chen Feng just smiled and said nothing, making Old Su feel a bit uneasy. Hey, as long as you cure the patient upstairs to the Su Bin held up 2 fingers. Su Qian filled the prescription. Chen Feng laughed. Sure, Su Wan, come over and fill it carefully. Su Qian called someone over. He wanted to continue watching the battle of wits. No, brother Chen 500. Su Bin quickly grabbed Chen Feng and changed his offer. Huang Shi was damn stunned. What kind of illness required 200? That's as much as a car. And when brother Chen refused, Old Su immediately multiplied it by 2. 5. Tisk tsk. Huang Shi was full of envy. Rich people's money is so easy to make. But of course it also requires brother Chen's skill, otherwise the money couldn't be earned. Huang Shi was tempted to abandon fighting and study medicine, becoming brother Chen's disciple. Elder Su, tell me about the patient's condition, Chen Feng said. Money doesn't matter to me, what matters is helping the patient. But I won't make a move for less than 1 million. Chen Feng decided to bluff Old Su further. From Old Zu's previous behavior, the patient was very wealthy, had been suffering for a long time, and urgently needed a cure. It might also involve the risk of damaging the health pavilion's reputation if the illness was not cured. Otherwise, Old Su wouldn't be so anxious. Moreover, since dealing with the health pavilion, given Su Bin's character daring to offer him 500, there must be an even higher commission in between. After all, Old Su ran a business treating patients. Since it's about curing illness and helping people, Chen Feng charging a higher fee was a case of the willing sufferer and the willing striker. If the patient were poor, depending on the severity of the condition, Chen Feng would be happy to help even for free. Whether one admits it or not, from the moment of birth, everyone is labeled with a value. Human nature has 1,000 variations. But people are not divided into noble or base. Decades later, all become a handful of dust, neither changing the multitudes, so one must cherish the people in front of them. This was Chen Feng's philosophy. Chen Feng treated the sick and saved lives. He would treat the poor for free, and for the rich he would charge a reasonable fee and then use it to benefit more people. Isn't that wonderful? Chen Feng's factory was short of money, so this was a perfect chance to make a profit. That was Chen Feng's current state of mind. But unexpectedly, after hearing Chen Feng's price of 1 million, old Zhu's mouth twitched fiercely. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "All right, later, brother, cooperate with me and see if we can squeeze out a bit more." "Sure," Chen Feng nodded. "Am a fool, a big fool." Huang Shi roared viciously in his heart. Today he had truly broadened his horizons. All along he had thought brother Chen Feng was a righteous, gentle, good uncle in his heart, a national good dad, a good capitalist boss. He never expected that his brother Chen, who usually kept a low profile, could be so shrewd. Was this collusion? Huang Shi shook his head. This was helping others and robbing the rich to aid the poor. "Brother Chen, let's go upstairs. Elder Su, tell me about the patient's condition first." The two walked side by side toward the second floor of the health pavilion. Huang Shi followed closely, and Su Qian handed over the medicine dispensing task to Su Wan and came along. Walking slowly along the way through Su Bin's description, Chen Feng learned about the patient's condition. The patient's surname was Hua, a small, old man of 50. Whenever it was rainy or he drank alcohol, all his joints would ache, swell, and become inflamed, accompanied by symptoms like hyperlipidemia, hypertension, and diabetes. Huang Shi listened with confusion. He knew this illness well. Isn't it just gout? When he drank too much, he would be in pain all over. His condition is upper burner like mist, toxin entering the organs, not lower burner like drainage. Elder Su, you might have misdiagnosed. Chen Feng made a preliminary diagnosis. Old Su pondered for 2 seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't I think of that? Su Bin slapped his forehead in sudden realization. After the joy came the worry. Even if the patient was diagnosed with the upper jiao being like mist, and poison entering the viscera, and suffering from complications of hyperlipidemia, Su Bin found it difficult to treat. Because some medicines required strong herbs to invigorate the kidneys and liver, putting immense pressure on those organs. If not handled properly, given the patient's weak constitution, they could end up in the ICU in no time. It might not be that disease. Let me take a look first, Chen Feng said. Su Bin nodded, knocked on a wooden door, and pushed it open. The reason Su Bin held Chen Feng in such high esteem, even feeling inferior in the art of medicine, stemmed from an incident sometime. When Chen Feng was preparing an herbal decoction, he came to Health Preservation Pavilion to get the herbs. At that time Su Bin was diagnosing a patient, but couldn't make up his mind. While waiting for the herbs, Chen Feng glanced over and casually muttered the phrase 3 lines in Yin. Instantly a flash of inspiration struck Su Bin, and he knew how to treat the patient. Old Su, without any shame, humbly asked Chen Feng to review the prescription he had written. Seeing that the patient was dressed plainly and looked worried, Chen Feng changed 2 of the herbs in the prescription. Just 2 days later the patient recovered and came to thank them in person, bringing 2 banners of gratitude. One of the banners was for Chen Feng, still hanging in the Health Preservation Pavilion. "Hee, brother Chen, after we cure old brother Hua, I'll have to get you a banner," Su Bin said with a chuckle. Cough. Cough. Ouch. The patient's coughing came from the room. Inside the mahogany room, there were 2 people. A sallow-looking, pampered old man and a well-preserved woman in her 30s, frowning coldly. "Old Su, can you cure him or not? My husband has been treated for a month already." Chen Yunwei spoke up. "You said it was easy to cure, but after a month there's no effect. If it weren't for a friend saying you were good, I would have taken him to the provincial capital long ago." "Yunwei." Old Su is trying to find a way. "Doctors always put patients first," Hua Wu said with a smile, sizing up Chen Feng and Huang Shi. "Old Su, who are these 2? "This is young friend Chen Feng, and this is his friend," Su Bin introduced. Huang Shi pouted. Was he as a nobody, not even worthy of a name? Su Bin smiled bitterly. "Sister Wei, don't worry. Old brother Hua's illness can definitely be cured. Haven't you noticed my medicine is working? He's been complaining of pain, which is a good sign. They'll definitely cure him in a few days." After saying this, Su Bin winked at Chen Feng, signaling him not to expose the truth. Old Su was utterly devious. He had treated the patient incorrectly and needed Chen Feng to cover it up, like pulling a fig leaf over the mess. "Hello, may I take your pulse?" Chen Feng walked toward Hua Wu. "Can he cure him?" Chen Yunwei glanced coldly at Chen Feng. "Old Su, didn't you tell me that in traditional Chinese medicine, the older the doctor, the more experienced? Where did you pick up this apprentice?" "Sister Wei, that's where you're wrong. In the art of medicine, I'm not even fit to hold Chen Feng's shoes. He's the expert I specially invited to treat old brother Hua." Su Bin hurriedly explained, wildly praising Chen Feng. Only by doing so could he later set a high price, and only then would Hua Wu and his wife dare let Chen Feng treat him. Huang Shi's eyes widened. Tonight he had truly seen something new. Old Su had a whole set of tricks. He made people willing to be fleeced, even feeling they got their money's worth. A man of finesse. "All right." Hua Wu nodded with a smile, though his expression was pained. Chen Feng nodded and began to take Hua Wu. After taking the pulse, he also lifted Hua Wu's sleeves and trouser legs to look. The flesh was all swollen with a deep purple color and accumulated blood stasis. "I can cure it." Chen Feng smiled. Old brother lied down on the bed. "All right, brother Chen, if you cure me, I'll be your sworn friend despite the age difference. When I was young, I didn't take care of my body, living recklessly, and now I'm paying the price. This illness has tormented me for years. I'm counting on you, brother Chen." Hua Wu chuckled, slowly got up and lay down on the wooden bed. Then Chen Feng reached into his bosom and pulled out the ghost doctor's He needed to first stimulate Hua Wu's liver and kidneys, then clear the blood stasis. "Wait." Chen Yunwei, seeing Chen Feng produce silver needles, nervously stood between them. Can you really cure him? Chen Yunwei didn't believe that someone as young as Chen Feng could succeed. Treat him or not. Hurry up, we have things to do. Huangshi interrupted impatiently. Seeing Chen Yunwei's distrustful expression, Huangshi had initially felt uneasy about fleecing them. Now he thought it was utterly sad. Why let Brother Chen treat me? When you use a doctor, don't doubt him. When you doubt, don't use him. I trust old Zu's judgment, Hua Wu said with a frown, displeased. I'm just worried about you, Chen Yunwei said sulkily as she sat down. Chen Feng, holding the silver needle, looked at old Su Bin. Old Su chuckled. Brother Hua, since Sister Wei doesn't trust us, it'll have to be straightforward. If you don't trust Brother Chen, that's fine, but his consultation fee is very high. It took me a lot of personal favors to invite him. Originally we agreed on a fee of 1 million yuan for curing the illness. Now I'm no longer the attending physician, so I won't charge. But Brother Chen's fee for treating you will be 1.3 million yuan. Huangshi was stunned. Old Su had originally negotiated a fee of 1 million, but he had only offered Chen Feng 2,000 at the start. What a black heart. If Chen Feng had been as foolish as he would have been fleeced badly. However, Su Bin's words were spoken frankly and directly, which somewhat redeemed him in Huangshi's estimation. Huangshi nodded. Old Su might be black heart, but he had principles. Make it 1.5 million. If you cure me, I'll acknowledge Brother Chen as my sworn friend despite the age difference. Hua Wu said without hesitation. Chen Feng said nothing more, and immediately began acupuncture on Hua Wu, slowly sending qi through the needle's burying points and prying meridians. Time passed slowly. Soon Hua Wu let out a comfortable groan, his face no longer pained. Much better, it's working. Hua Wu exclaimed in surprise. That's great. Chen Yunwei was overjoyed. Thank you, Chen Feng. I was just worried about my husband, so I spoke too harshly. Don't mind me. As long as her husband could be cured, Chen Yunwei was truly happy. After all, she was only in her 40s, but her husband had been tormented by illness for a long time and could no longer share her bed. With Hua Wu cured, how could she not be ecstatic? Su Qian and Su Bin standing in the background watched in awe, as if they had discovered a treasure when they saw Chen Feng's acupuncture. It was the first time they had seen long needles of varying sizes and thicknesses. Such silver needles were unheard of to them. The main thing was that the effect was immediate after Chen Feng applied them. This was truly a divine needle doctor. After the treatment lasted for half a quarter of an hour, Chen Feng pulled out the long needles one by one and said, he'll write a prescription. 7 days, form 1 course of treatment, take it twice a day, morning and evening. After 4 courses, the illness will be mostly cured. Good. Thank you so much, Brother Chen. Hua Wu laughed heartily, seeing hope for his recovery. You see a doctor and pay. I cure the illness, that's only right. Chen Feng wrote the prescription. No. Hua Wu shook his head. I've acknowledged you as my sworn brother despite the age difference. Brother Chen wants him well. I have some old friends in the Donghai City Circle who are also plagued by various ailments. He'll introduce you to them. The consultation fee won't be any less than mine. Brother Hua, you can't say that. My Brother Chen charges according to the illness. He won't take a single extra cent. Huangshi interjected, his words becoming increasingly loose. The others heard this and their mouths twitched. Just a simple acupuncture session and a prescription, charging 1.5 million. Wasn't that an astronomical price? Chen Feng, thank you. He'll transfer the money to you now. Seeing that the treatment was truly effective even though there were still 4 courses left, Chen Yunwei immediately took out her phone. This prescription is brilliant. Adding 3 grams of cuscuta is a stroke of genius. It balances the medicinal properties. Why didn't I think of that? Old Su savored Chen Feng's prescription, murmuring in admiration. Old Su stopped savoring it. If you could have thought of it, what would my Brother Chen need you for? Huangshi teased with a grin. Brother Hua, I'll have someone prepare the decoction for you right away. Huangshi's jab didn't faze Su Bin, he chuckled amiably. Chen Feng added, Brother Hua, if you need anything in the future, just reach out to old Su. I have matters to attend to, so he'll take my leave. Alright, thank you, Brother Chen. Hua Wu turned to Chen Yunwei. Yunwei, see Brother Chen out. Sure. Chen Yunwei nodded, unable to. Chen Feng had cured her father. He was her savior. Sister Wu, no need. It's necessary. After a bit of polite refusal, Chen Feng went downstairs. The first thing he saw was several large bundles of herbs packed neatly on the counter. This trip for medicine had earned him 1 million on the side. Worth it. Old Su was still engrossed in studying the prescription. Old Su will take the herbs now. If anything comes up, give me a call, Chen Feng said. Wait. Su Bin snapped back to reality and instructed, Su Qian, fetch that silk banner. Su Qian immediately turned and left. Huangshi watched with curiosity. Su Bin advised Chen Feng, this Hua Wu belongs to the top echelon in our Donghai, and he even has influence in the provincial capital. Brother Chen, if you cure him and build a connection, wealth will pour in. Su Bin expected to see excitement on Chen Feng's face, but Chen Feng merely nodded calmly. Using medicine as a gateway to befriend the upper circles of power and wealth, Chen Feng shook his head inwardly. He possessed an ancient craft passed down through generations, and his career was just taking off. Once he finished with the college entrance exams, his enterprise would soar like an eagle spreading its wings. Rather than curing others to curry favor, he'd rather ascend to the circles of power and wealth on his own. Medicine was merely a tool. Better to rely on oneself than to beg others. Chen Feng smiled. Old Su, what's your bank account number? He'll transfer you 500,000. Su Bin stiffened his neck as if insulted by the money. Brother Chen, what do you take me for? I said in front of Hua Wu that I'd take no fee this time. That money is all yours. How could I accept it? Are you trying to slap my face by shoving money at me? Huang Shi initially thought Su Bin was just putting on airs, but after a couple of refusals, it was clear he genuinely wouldn't take it. Chen Feng didn't press further. Too proud for his own good, letting money slip away, Huang Shi muttered. Su Bin's face stiffened. Just then Su Qian emerged holding a silk banner, and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, your banner." Huang Shi immediately took it, and read aloud, "Benevolent heart, and skillful hands, miraculous cure. Brother Chen, it praises you. Why isn't old Zh's name on the thanks note?" Huang Shi asked, puzzled. Chen Feng chuckled. "This is from a patient I treated on a whim during my last visit to the health pavilion. Old Su was just pulling your leg." Huang Shi's eyes widened in realization as he stared at old Su, who shot him a resentful look. In the end, the two men carried large bundles of herbs out the door and loaded them into the beat-up van. Huang Shi drove toward the market. On the way, he rolled down the window, drove with one hand, and lit a cigarette. The ember flickered in the night wind blows cold alone. I look back on past events. The stereo played Leslie Chung's song, "Silence is Golden." A shadow of depth crossed Huang Shi's face as he blew out smoke rings. "Brother Chen, why do people have so many faces? I've always only liked the wild and untamed. And now you're being sentimental?" Chen Feng was busy on his phone, not looking up. Huang Shi immediately grinned. "I mean, I thought old Su was just a greedy old man at first. Nice guy but full of tricks. It's true, the older the fox the deeper the game. We agreed on $1 million for the cure. Hua Wu offered 1.5, and in the end he refused it. What a generous old man." Huang Shi marveled. Chen Feng smiled. "Huang, you're still thinking too simply. Old Su didn't take that 500,000 because he said from the start that had called in a big favor to get me to help. Think about it. If I cure Hua Wu, isn't that favor valuable? Won't Hua Wu be grateful to him? And he mentioned that after this he'd refer more patients to me. If I ever let slip to Hua Wu that old Su took money, he'd be finished in Donghai's. What would those people think of him? By refusing the money, he wins me over and does Hua Wu a favor. He's profiting far more than I am. Damn. Slap slap." Huang Shi gave himself 2 hard slaps. "I'm such an idiot." Chen Feng's mouth twitched. That was brutal. Huang Shi squinted and grinned. "I'm simple-minded. From now on, I'll just stick with you. Enough flattery doesn't work on me." Chen Feng said, "I just transferred you 1.5 million. Check if it's arrived." Huang Shi's eyes widened. "Brother Chen, is this a bonus?" "Get lost," Chen Feng replied. "Huh." Huang Shi laughed, feeling much better after the outburst. "Over the next 2 days, keep expanding the factory lines and hiring. In 3 days, I want 6 production lines running. In a week, daily output must reach 100,000 bags. Going that big?" Huang Shi pouted and whined. "Brother Chen, just tell me the plan." "Secret." Chen Feng laughed. Huang Shi said, "Another sleepless night for me. Brother Chen, I haven't been home in 2 days. My sweet wife is waiting. Have a heart. Even a donkey gets to grind soybeans. Huang, have a heart yourself." Then the two went to the market to buy some dried goods and hurried back to the live snack shop. It was 10 o'clock and the shop was closed. After putting things away, Huang Shi drove Chen Feng home. He gently unlocked the door. Chen Feng tiptoed inside. Meow. In the moonlit living room, a slender shadow padded lightly toward him. Its obsidian eyes looked up at him, a haughty gaze. Chen Feng scooped up Xiao Yao and slowly stroked her soft fur. Purr. Xiao Yao let out a contented purr. On the table were 2 candies with a note. Tuanshuan voluntarily surrendered. Daddy Tuanshuan was wrong, begging for leniency. A smile crossed Chen Feng's face. He went to the kitchen first and gulped down several glasses of water. Then he quietly opened the bedroom door to steal a glance at his daughter. Tuanshuan was hugging Shun Youchu, sleeping soundly against her chest. "Tuanshuan, Daddy will be busy a few more days. Once my career is stable, I'll spend quality time with you," Chen Feng promised with a smile. Meow. Xiao Yao looked at him as if to say, "Don't forget me. Let's go." Chen Feng muttered, and man and cat disappeared into the hall. Meow. After entering the Tishita heaven, Xiao Yao leaped out of Chen Feng's arms and walked toward the fields. It was deep night in the Tishita heaven. Chirp chirp. For golden monkeys were busying themselves beside the wine vat in front of the thatched hut. With 4 sticks constantly poking inside the vat, they were brewing monkey wine. The aroma grew increasingly rich, permeating the entire Tishita heaven. They no longer fled at the sight of Chen Feng. Over the past few days, Chen Feng had been coming in and out of the Tishita heaven every day, and they had gradually grown familiar with each other. But to slowly make friends with them, Chen Feng still had to put in effort. Chirp chirp. Meow. Seeing that Xiao Yao had also returned, the 4 golden monkeys hurried over to Xiao Yao and reported to him. It seemed as if they regarded him as their leader. Finally ripe. Chen Feng smiled as he walked into the fields. Aside from a few cucumber vines and watermelon vines, everything else were small strawberry trees in vibrant crimson and emerald green planted by Chen Feng in his spare time over these days. Summer was the season for watermelons and strawberries. Meow. Xiao Yao jumped up, bit off a strawberry, and swallowed it, his eyes narrowing in contentment. The 4 monkeys brought over a large basket from afar. The large basket was one Chen Feng had left behind in the Tishita heaven. He could see it was full of strawberries, clearly picked by the monkeys. They would all be his soon. Chen Feng casually picked a strawberry, weighing it in his palm. Each strawberry was as big as the steamed dumplings from his family snack shop. Holding the strawberry by its stem, Chen Feng bit off half of it. Immediately a fresh milky sweetness mixed with a slight tartness and juice filled his mouth. This is so delicious. Tuan will definitely love it. Chen Feng remembered that the seeds he had planted were of the milk fragrance variety. He ate several more before finally stopping satisfied. Xiao Yao, can you ask the monkeys to keep picking strawberries? They'll need them tomorrow. Chen Feng asked loudly. Meow. Xiao Yao, speak human language, said Chen Feng. All right. Meow. Good. Chen Feng immediately brought over a large basket and began picking strawberries. Meow. Chirp. Meow. After the cat and monkeys communicated, the monkeys also started picking strawberries from the other side. Xiao Yao supervised from the side, occasionally enjoying a strawberry, his cat face incomparably satisfied. After enough were picked, 3 large baskets were left in place. Chen Feng had tested that inside the Tishita heaven, even at room temperature, preservation was far better than in a refrigerator. After resting a while, Chen Feng performed a set of Tai Chi movements, then sat cross-legged to meditate for a bit. Next he walked toward the jujube and peach trees were still growing. On both sides, Chen Feng had planted 2 more jujube and peach trees over the past few days, arranged in a trapezoid with the hut. Let's see how the old craft inheritance is going today. Chen Feng paused. The snacks he had demonstrated in the shop so far were soybean milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, dumplings, smashed cucumber, ancient tea, eggs, iced red bean paste, scallion pancakes, cold noodles, hot dry noodles, dragon beard noodles, fried goods, jianbingguozi. Those he had not yet demonstrated were sorghum wine, medicinal diet, candied hawthorn, fermented rice balls, shengjian bun sauce, meat crab apple cake, xiangbean spring rolls. Among them, the preparation for sorghum wine had been conveniently replaced by the monkeys' mixed fruit wine. Chen Feng did not plan to brew it. He pulled open the door of the thatched hut. There he saw an old man with a large pot in front of him. Inside the pot floated square pieces resembling tofu, some black and some white. In his hand he held chopsticks with a few small pieces, and a variety of toppings were laid out on the table. The statue turned into white mist, surging toward Chen Feng. This is... Chen Feng stood upright in place. Having received so many old craft inheritances, a flood of memories poured into him, but he felt no discomfort. Stinky tofu, a famous snack from Hunan province. Chen Feng broke into a smile. Legend had it that this stinky tofu smelled terrible, but tasted wonderfully fragrant. He just wondered if it was really as amazing as the tales said. The thatched hut door closed automatically, as if brewing the next old craft. Xiao Yao, I'm heading back. Chen Feng called out. Xiao Yao had eaten until his belly with its white base and pear-shaped patterns was round and full. He rolled over and lay down on the thatched roof. Another day, he did not feel like greeting his cat master. Chen Feng's figure slowly faded from the Tishita heaven. Meanwhile, Nana, it's been almost a week. Why won't you come see me? A middle-aged man reeking of alcohol was on the phone. Sung-gu, I really can't see you. Zhang Na said urgently, her voice tinged with grievance and choked emotion. Give me a reason. Hua Shuaitsong said in a low voice. After entertaining an important client from the north today, he was full of irritation and wanted someone to vent his frustration on. His ex-wife was out of the question. He didn't like messing around outside. Coincidentally, he had been getting along well recently with his blind date Zhang Na. A strong woman like Zhang Na suited his temperament. So he called again. Tonight he wanted to conquer her thoroughly. Zhang Na hesitated about to speak, but stopping. Hua Shuikong's brows knitted into a frown. Nana, I know what you're worried about. That I'm just playing around. I genuinely like you. Hua Shuaitsong said. How about this, in 2 days you bring your parents, they'll bring mine, and we'll settle the engagement. It will be a grand affair. You can keep running your beauty chain store. I finally found time to take you to meet some people. After that you'll be able to walk tall in Donghai City. At that moment a phone lay on the coffee table on speaker mode. Zhang Na was touching up her deep red nail polish without looking up. Zhang Li was wearing a face mask. Zhang Taihong was playing a real-time PvP battle game called Glory of the People with one hand. The 3 of them brightened at Hua Shuikong's promises. Zhang Taihong threw down his phone and signaled to his daughter. Zhang Na understood and asked, Song-gu, why not these 2 days? The 3 of them had played hard to get for days, rejecting him several times. Hua Shuaitsong could no longer hold back. As long as they met and Zhang Na put on a show, Hua Shuaitsong would never ignore them if they got hurt. The chance to take revenge on her ex-husband Chen Feng had come. If Hua Shuaitsong made a move with the power of the Hua family, both legal and illegal, a tiny life snack shop would not last a week. By then, whether it was the daughter or the increasingly popular old crafts of the life snack shop, everything would fall into their hands. Chen Feng would fall from the clouds to hell. Over the past few days, watching that Fat Pig's livestream every day had infuriated Zhang Na and the other 2. My dad has been seeing a doctor lately. His old condition is flaring up and getting more painful, so we need to delay a couple of days. Hua Shuaitsong explained patiently. Oh, what illness does my future father-in-law have? I know a few friends who understand traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Na asked with timely No need. I'm probably going to see Su Bin at the health pavilion. The friends you know probably won't be able to help. If old Su can't handle it, I might go to the provincial capital to find more renowned miracle doctors. Western medicine hasn't worked for years. Nana, after you marry into the Hua family and understand our circle, you'll get it. They chatted a bit more. After making Hua Shuaitsong happy, Zhang Na hung up. 5 days. Tomorrow we have to get the rabies vaccine again. The 3 silently touched the wounds on their bodies left by that wild cat, their eyes burning with deep hatred. Through the live stream, they had seen that the wild cat belonged to Chen Feng. Meow. Xiao Yao let out a soft cry, sprawled comfortably on the thatched roof, and slowly fell asleep. At 3 o'clock in the early morning of the second day, Chen Feng left a note and the keys to his electric scooter at home. Over these days, Xin Yuchu had already learned to ride the electric scooter. Under the pitch-black night, Chen Feng jogged towards the life snack bar. What a relentless life. For the sake of living, have you ever seen the moon at 3:10 in the morning? As Chen Feng jogged, he could see scattered lights in various residential areas. Lights of those burning themselves out for a living or those defeated by life, decaying and rotting away. He arrived at the shop at 315. Chen Feng opened the door, then entered the Daotian realm, bringing out 3 large baskets of fresh strawberries. After that, he cleaned 3 large pots. He took out the purchased traditional Chinese medicines, musk borneal styrax and acarus gramineus, processed them one by one, placed them into the large pots, filled them with water, and boiled them over high heat. With his skillful hands, Chen Feng casually weighed each ingredient, perfectly controlling the dosage. At 345, the water in the pots came to a boil, and Chen Feng turned down the heat to a medium simmer. Then he began to brew soybean milk and process wheat flour. At 4 o'clock, Lu Qi and Li Yan arrived carrying 6 live old hens. Brother Lu's sister-in-law, Chen Feng, greeted them. "You're here so early. Today is the college entrance exam. My boy and later Tuan will inevitably have to take it too. If we can help these students now and accumulate some virtue for our own kids, it's only right for parents to put in the effort," Lu Qi said with a smile. Chen Feng took the old hens, then cut off their heads and let the blood drain. It wasn't for a blood oath, but to remove the feathers, gut them, and clean the innards. Even the thick chicken skin was completely stripped away. Under Chen Feng's direction, the two quickly got to work. After cleaning the 6 chickens, they added them to the 3 large pots. "Is this chicken soup?" Lu Qi asked. "It smells wonderful, a minty fragrance that clears the mind. Some people really need to wake up their brains," Li Yan exclaimed. She also cast a meaningful glance at her husband. Now that Chen Feng's shop was thriving, they still needed help. Her husband had even stopped running his own shop, spending day and night working for Chen Feng. How would they pay for their child's tuition in the future, and what would they eat? As the saying goes, a wife follows her husband's fate. Li Yan grumbled, but there was nothing she could do. She had married Lu Qi. She didn't resent Chen Feng. In fact, she was deeply grateful to him. He had found work for her great-aunt, who might even become the young mistress of the Chen family. Moreover, her husband's leg was almost healed, and they had earned 15000 yuan. Even if they worked for Chen Feng for free for a few years, it would still be repaying that debt of gratitude. She was just a simple woman with shallow views, hoping her husband would think more about their own family. Of course, understanding was one thing, but complaining was inevitable. It was the daily routine of a loving yet conflicting couple. "This mind-clearing chicken soup isn't ready yet, sister-in-law. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Have a few strawberries to tide you over." Chen Feng added the herbs to the large pot and stirred vigorously with a ladle. Then he lifted the cloth covering the large baskets, revealing bright red and green strawberries. "These strawberries are huge." Li Yan took a few and fed some to her husband, who was busy chopping filling. They each ate a strawberry. "These strawberries are sweet and juicy, delicious. Chen Feng, the watermelon, strawberries, and cucumbers you grow are amazing," the couple praised. "If they're good, eat more," Chen Feng said with a smile. Meow. A meow sounded and Xiao Yao arrived. It pawed at the large basket, flipping strawberries to eat. At 445, a white Zhongdao mini car drove up and stopped in front of the shop. Lu Yu stepped out. She wore a pure white long dress today, her hair flowing over her shoulders, her face as delicate as the moon goddess changed descending to earth. "Teacher Lu is here. Come and have some strawberries," Li Yan called out. "Sister Yin, I'm here to help." "So sweet." Lu Yu smiled as she took a large strawberry, gently bit into it with her cherry-like lips, and her whole expression became animated, just like the figure she glimpsed busy in the shop. "Brother Chen Feng, what are you simmering? There's a refreshing fragrance that clears the mind." "What should I do?" Lu Yu asked. "It's just a mind-clearing chicken soup. You can start wrapping the dumpling filling," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Okay." At 515, "Dad, I'm here. You stinky daddy getting up so early without waking us." "Teacher Lu, Uncle Lu, Aunt Li Yan's sister Xiao Yao." Chen Xiaotuan rushed in excitedly. After these days of care, she had automatically placed herself one generation below Xiao Yao. Behind her, Xin Yuchu was parking her electric scooter next to Lu Yu's car. At 530, "So fragrant and refreshing. Brother Chen, do I have the honor to eat?" Huang Shi arrived with his brothers Yang Lu Huangsan and Lu Si, joining the helpers and setting up guide signs. At 535, "Haha, so delicious. Brother Pig is here." Bao Bao Zhu strode over the fat on his chest, jiggling. Beside him was Xiao Wanzi, a new employee of Tuanchuan Catering Company. He quickly opened his Indo app and started live streaming. For this college entrance exam, Brother Chen started preparing at 3 in the morning. Then Bao Bao Zhu took a deep breath. "Fragrant and refreshing. I just found out this medicinal meal is a chicken soup to awaken the mind with many Chinese herbs added. Can you all smell it?" At this hour, there were only about 20 viewers in the live stream room. Some were Bao Bao Zhu's fans, others were just passing by. They had been drowsy, but seeing the bustling shop and feeling the collective effort, they were all captivated. After all, Bao Bao Zhu, a major influencer nearing 10 million followers, was still broadcasting earnestly this early. "Everyone have some buns and soybean milk first." Chen Feng greeted them with a smile. "This mind-clearing soup needs to simmer for another half hour. Save some room for it. Take a break first." Then everyone sat at the square tables in front. Xin Yuchu brought them soybean milk and buns. Today's 2 types of soybean milk were plain and goji berry honey. Delicious. Brother Chen's buns are never boring. "Haha, Yang Lu, your flattery landed on the wrong target today. These buns were made by Lucy. You dare mock me? I don't care, they're still Brother Chen's buns." Ha ha ha. Everyone chatted as they ate. Passing customers also came to buy soybean milk and buns. Xin Yuchu sold the food on the side as it was still early and the college entrance exam hadn't started yet. At 555, suddenly a series of noises arose. Is it here? Yeah, the location Sister Xian gave us is right here. Are we supposed to gather here? Many students who looked like examinees were finding their way. Boom, the roar of a light motorcycle engine sounded in the distance. It sped all the way, seemingly waking the entire sleeping street. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Even Huang Shi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, had a thoughtful look. The god of Mount Akina is here. How dare anyone show off in front of me? Puff. After saying this, Huang Shi took a couple more puffs from his pipe. When he saw the streamlined motorcycle with fiery red cloud patterns approaching from the street. Cough, cough. 2 wisps of smoke snaked out of Huang Shi's nostrils. Motorcycle girls, and a pair of them at that. The one in the back has a tonnage that could rival Bubble Pig. Huang Shi muttered in astonishment. Bubble Pig heard this and looked over excitedly. But the motorcycle quickly pulled onto the sidewalk and parked in front of the many cars. Those dozen or so college entrance exam candidates watched with anticipation and excitement. Phew. You scare me to death. Zhang Xiaohua took off her helmet from the back seat, trembling all over, and complained, Shiner, you can't drive so fast anymore, you scared. Wang Ruoxin took off her helmet, shook her short hair that reached her ears with a spirited air, her face radiant and exquisite, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful complexion. Today the school beauty was exceptionally radiant. She was still chewing gum and flashed a smile. Everyone's here so early. Xinjie, you're so cool today. Is this the place? A student asked. Every student was very excited. One of the 2 jewels of bright moon was exceptionally stunning today, and these students were even more thrilled to find that Teacher Lu was also in this shop. Why? What kind of magic did this shop possess? Follow me. Wang Ruoxin, like a big sister, carried her helmet with one hand, her long legs sheathed in tall boots, and led the way toward the live snack shop. Uncle, I've brought people. These are my loyal followers. There will be more later. Teacher Lu, Uncle Lu, Yu Chujia. Wang Ruoxin greeted each one, placed her helmet on the table, and looked down at Huang Shi with a smile. Brother Huang, do you like it? Want to give it a try? Wang Ruoxin jingled the keychain in her fingers, smiling playfully. Your brother Huang gave up street racing. Huang Shi shook his head with longing, then gave a thumbs up and laughed. Besides racing this early, I'm afraid the neighbors might beat me to death. Xinjia. You look really cool today. It's a pity I'm not single anymore, or I'd definitely pursue you. After saying this, Huang Shi secretly glanced at Chen Feng, who was approaching. Would he get beaten up by the neighbors for this? Probably not. Wang Ruoxin's almond eyes widened, her cheeks puffed out, looking incredibly cute. Chen Feng had already come out. He was also impressed by Wang Ruoxin's appearance today. He hadn't expected her to be a motorcycle girl. Chen Feng said with a smile, Ruoxin, have your classmates sit down first. They'll bring you the steamed buns right away. The mind-refreshing chicken soup is just ready. Okay, uncle. Wang Ruoxin nodded obediently and vigorously, then turned to greet the students. Everyone sit down. Okay, Xinjia. The students all sat down, waiting expectantly. I've known about this live snack shop for a long time. Bubble Pig became famous because, haha, I ate here once before. The taste was amazing. It's a pity I've been busy preparing for the exams. I've been craving it. So fragrant, my mouth is watering just from the smell. You rascal, are you craving Xinjia? Shoo. Look at how Xinjia looks at the boss. It's the same way I look at Xinjia. My love life is over. This boss is really handsome. A girl said excitedly. Xinjia is dressed so beautifully today. She seems different. Could she be? The students all whispered among themselves, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Hello, everyone. At this moment, Bubble Pig walked over holding a selfie stick. Before we eat, can I ask everyone what your goals are for this year's college entrance exam? On one side, Bubble Pig started his interview. On the other side, Chen Feng and the others began serving soup to the students. Each examinee received 1 or 2 steamed buns, a bowl of the mind-refreshing chicken soup, and a bag with 2 strawberries. Soup, filling, food, and dessert were all prepared. A group of people served them one by one. Take your time eating. Today your Xinjia is treating you and Boss Chun is footing the bill. There's more if you need it. Huang Shi greeted them with a smile. Whoa. This chicken soup is so fragrant with a refreshing scent. Did the boss uncle make it especially for us? Finally get to taste the steamed buns from Life Snack Shop. Good thing I answered Xinjia's call. I hit the jackpot. This soup is so fresh and smooth. Did you see the sign just now? The boss prepared it specially for us. Stop talking, my mouth is flooding like a river. As the examinees chatted, they ladled the soup, blew on it to cool it down, and then drank. Whoa. Everyone's eyes lit up. Delicious. There's a taste of angelica in it. That's a medicinal herb. It's both cool and hot, warming the heart and cooling the mind. The boss said this is a mind-refreshing chicken soup with medicinal herbs. This is so delicious. Let me try a bun. There's chicken in it too, but it's almost melted away. So soft and smooth. The dozen or so examinees drank heartily, their faces full of satisfaction. This must be the place. My son insisted on coming here, saying the breakfast here is good for the exam arranged by the teacher. My daughter said this is the breakfast spot arranged by the school. I had already made breakfast, but she wouldn't eat it. It's driving me crazy. It seems they weren't lying. At this moment, more parents arrived early with their children. The parents from both sides chatted. They soon realized their children hadn't. The other students overheard and exchanged glances with the good kids, sharing a knowing smile. They hadn't expected this excuse to work. Xinjia. Xinjia. The new students greeted her. You guys sit down first. They'll get your breakfast. Wang Ruoxin, while sipping her soup and eating her bun, helped promote Uncle's shop. She found that after drinking the soup, not only was her whole body warm, but her mind was also clearer than usual, suppressing her restless love-struck thoughts. She then ate a strawberry, finding it sweet in her mouth and beautiful in her heart. This was all part of the appetizer for the birthday gift Uncle had prepared for her. As more and more people arrived, some office workers also came over. At this time, personnel from the Public Security Bureau and the Traffic Bureau also arrived one after another. They managed the nearby traffic, set up traffic barriers in advance, and maintained order. Seeing the life snack shop so bustling with, they also joined the line to buy breakfast. Boss, why can we only buy soy milk and buns and not that chicken soup? Give us a bowl too. And those strawberries look delicious. You're killing me with the smell. Sorry folks, that's specially prepared for the college entrance exam candidates. If you want some, you need an admission ticket. Officer, let me see your admission ticket. Huang Shi explained with a grin. The police officer laughed. Usually I'm the one checking other people's IDs. I didn't expect you to ask for mine. If I show it to you, would you dare to look? Huh. Everyone laughed. But when they saw the examinee's breakfast, which was far more sumptuous than theirs, they all felt envious. And at that moment at 7:20 a.m., a group of special people also approached. Approaching were journalists carrying their cameras and microphones. Seeing so many Gaokao examinees here, they felt compelled to conduct. Initially, they had planned to station themselves at the exam site entrance to interview the accompanying parents and examinees, the annual routine. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a delicious, steamed bun shop. Moreover, there were also people from the Traffic Bureau and Public Security Bureau eating here. With a journalist's keen instinct, Su Yan felt that she could dig out a big news story here. Now, as the fresh and rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, she thought that after the interview, she could enjoy a hearty meal. Su Yan felt this work arrangement was simply fantastic. Hello, are you all Suntob Gaokao examinees? I'm Su Yan, a journalist from Donghai City News. May I interview you? Why are you all eating at this life snack shop? Is it because the buns here are so delicious that they help with Gaokao performance? Su Yan, the female journalist, smiled and showed her press card, not directly interviewing, but first making an inquiry. This was the professionalism of a journalist. Unexpectedly, the Gaokao examinees just buried their heads in eating. And a pimpled youth was holding a strawberry with a smile savoring. This journalist's sister isn't very pretty. They had just learned that the Moonlight twin jewels Mingyue Shuangjiao were at this shop all because of the handsome boss uncle. Their morale was very low. The two goddesses had inexplicably been snatched away by outsiders. They hadn't lost to their own schoolmates. The good fortune had flowed to others. They were unconvinced. So they simply didn't want to pay attention to this journalist's sister. These kids nowadays are really good at provoking. Not answering her questions is one thing. They even ate the strawberries that looked absolutely delicious right in front of her. This scene made Su Yan's eyelids twitch. She was secretly swallowing saliva crazily. But she held it in and maintained a professional smile. So delicious. I really want another bowl of this refreshing chicken soup, but we're only allowed one bowl. I feel like this soup really clears my mind. Truly lucid. I feel the same way. You too. How magical. Is this what the uncle boss called the Gaokao Wonder Tool? Anyway, I feel in great shape, now just not sure if ITLL last until the exam. What if I get drowsy during the exam and mess it up? That would be terrible. Sister Xian wouldn't trick us, would she? As the students were almost done eating, they all started discussing. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Refreshing chicken soup. There must be a big story here. She licked the corner of her mouth and looked into the student. Unfortunately, they were all clean, leaving no material to film. Hello. Su Yan was about to speak again. Finally, one examinee stretched comfortably, looked at Su Yan with a smile, and said, Sister reporter, have you just gotten internet in your off? Su Yan knew the meaning of getting internet in the village. It was a trendy internet slang term asking if she was out of date and just getting the news. I live deep in the mountains still without internet. What's up? Su Yan played along with the student's joke. Don't you know about this life snack shop, sister reporter? Don't you know that Pao Pao Zhu is a top streamer on Indo with 10 million followers? Now this shop is almost an internet famous spot in our Donghai city. Sister reporter, you work in media. Surely you know that. No way. Oh my god. Is it so strange for us to eat here? The examinee directly hit her with a soul-searing four-question barrage, leaving Su Yan bewildered. To be honest, Su Yan really didn't know about this life snack shop. Nor did she know about the internet celebrity Pao Pao Zhu. Because the TV station was traditional media, serving the local residents, that is the elderly folks broadcasting daily news about local while Pao Pao Zhu and his kind were from the new era using the new media platform Indo. Although both sides were media workers, they were totally Su Yan was struck dumb by this examinee. She adjusted her awkward expression and was about to ask again. The examinee continued, since sister reporter is asking me so pitifully, I'll tell you generously. Not at all. Su Yan wailed loudly in her heart. Was this the generation gap between them called era? It was too deep. The cameraman behind her was laughing so hard that the camera position was shaking wildly. First, this life snack shop is about to become famous nationwide. Recently, foodies from all over the country are coming here to check in. The examinee said proudly. I suggest sister reporter go back and do some homework on Yindis Pao Pao Zhu. Okay, thank you little brother examinee. Anything else? Su Yan became increasingly interested. Second, the food here is really delicious. Sister reporter can try it later. The examinee continued. Also today and tomorrow are both Gaokao. When the uncle boss of Life Snack Shop found out, he opened a special window for Gaokao examinees, providing breakfast and lunch for free. Sister reporter must have seen the two signs on the sidewalk just now. This boss is a good man. Without a second thought, Su Yin handed Chen Feng a good person card. So we're having breakfast here. And what's more, the uncle boss specially prepared a medicinal chicken soup, which is super effective. I think you'll definitely get excellent results in this Gaokao, surpassing my previous exam scores. I feel the same way. My mind is so clear right now. This medicinal food is very effective. I just hope it lasts all morning. Yeah. All the examinees chimed in and nodded. Su Yin and the cameraman grew more and more astonished. Was this medicinal chicken soup really so miraculous? I won't disturb you all. I wish everyone a smooth Gaokao and excellent results. Su Yin offered a polite greeting. Then she went to other tables to interview students. She also interviewed parents. The more she interviewed, the more shocked she became. Every examinee's answer was basically the same. They all said the chicken soup was so refreshing and would definitely help with Gaokao. Every parent was beaming with joy. And the young examinees were all using trendy internet slang, almost making Su Yin question her own. She had only graduated a year or two ago with an age gap of just 5 years from the examinees. How could the generation gap be so wide? And as time passed, more and more examinees from nearby exam sites came here for breakfast. This shocked Su Yin. She and the cameraman recorded and filmed at the same time. Su Yin even expressed her desire to interview the shop owner Chen Feng. But the life snack shop was bustling with activity with no time to accept her interview. She wanted to try the refreshing medicinal chicken soup, but was ruthlessly refused. She would have to wait until after the Gaokao, if there was any left. Su Yin was dumbfounded. This life snack shop was too divine and domineering. These days, even a journalist's status isn't useful. Just as she was taking a short break, reporter Su, come have a steamed bun and a bowl of soy milk. Chen Feng's mellow magnetic voice. Su Yin turned her head and saw the boss' warm smile as he brought over steaming meat buns and soy milk. She was almost moved to tears. Finally, someone remembered her and the two cameramen. Chen Feng set down the tray. Boss Chen, where's the medicated chicken soup? Su Yin asked. There are still examinees now. You eat first or I have to get back to work. Chen Feng pointed at the shop. In front of Life Snack Shop, two distinct long queues had formed. One queue was for examinees, the other for office workers. The parents who had come to see off their children chose not to buy breakfast and stood on the sidewalk waiting, preferring to send their kids off first and eat later. Such is the love of parents everywhere. Chen Feng, now a father himself, could feel this selfless devotion parents have for their children. Hey, you've started eating without me. Leave some for me. Su Yin yelled, grabbing food without any regard for her image. The three of them ate heartily, their eyes lighting up with delight. They had been interviewing for so long, hearing examinees say the breakfast at this shop was incredibly delicious until their ears were about to grow calluses. Now they finally tasted it. This was far beyond just incredibly delicious. It was the kind of food only a living deity could create. Uncle, I'm off to prepare for the... At that moment, Wang Ruoxin's voice rang out. She and Zhang Xiaohua were holding small stationary bags, no longer riding their scooter. Wait, Ruoxin. Chen Feng jogged over and reached into his pocket. Uncle, are you giving me something? Wang Ruoxin blinked, her phoenix eyes full of anticipation. Zhang Xiaohua watched from the side, her eyes wide with envy, staring intently at Chen Feng's jade-like hand, wondering if she would get anything. Finally, Chen Feng pulled out 2 black pills. Take these. During the exam, hold them to your nose and sniff, or you can swallow them. This is an enhanced version of the medicated diet. Although there might be a tiny side effect after the 2 days of exams, getting good results is the best reward for all these years of studying. Consider this a small token of my appreciation for all your help at the shop, and also your second birthday gift. Chen Feng said with a smile. Wang Ruoxin took them, her heart brimming with surprise. She examined the dark pills. They had a strong, refreshing scent and a hint of pomegranate blossom fragrance. And this was the second comingafage gift Uncle had prepared for her. It was incredibly meaningful, worth cherishing for a lifetime. Thank you, Uncle. Zhang Xiaohua snatched them and swallowed them without a second thought. Her face instantly turned a meaty shade. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Uncle, this tastes awful. Zhang Xiaohua kept spitting, but she hadn't actually spit them out because she had gulped them down in one go. She had expected them to taste good, but they were far inferior to the chicken soup. Xiaohua, you glutton. Wang Ruoxin smiled gently at Chen Feng and said sweetly, thank you, Uncle. All right, go prepare early and aim. Goodbye, Uncle. After bidding farewell to the 2 girls, Chen Feng walked back. Su Yin and the other 2 had already finished eating, leaving not a single crumb on the tray. If they hadn't needed to interview Chen Feng, they could have eaten even more. Chen Feng glanced around the shop. Since there were still over 20 minutes before the college entrance exam admission, Life Snack Shop wasn't so busy anymore. Reporter Su, if you have any questions for me, you can ask now. Chen Feng said. All right. Su Yan's eyes lit up. She had a belly full of questions she was eager to ask Chen Feng. The 2 of them began a back and forth after finishing the interview to her satisfaction. Oh no, this is bad. Su Yin realized she had been so engrossed in questioning that there were no more examinees drinking chicken soup in front of the shop. Everyone had left. It was now 8:15, and in 15 minutes students would be entering the exam hall. Boss Chen will come back to ask more later. Let's go. Su Yin sprinted toward the exam center. The 2 cameramen followed, groaning in complaint. Don't fall. Chen Feng smiled and returned to the front of the shop. All right, the college entrance exam is about to begin. Let's end the morning live stream here. Brother Piggy wants to drink the medicated chicken soup. I just found out there's still some left. You all can just drool with envy. Bubble Pig said cheekily and ended the live stream. He sighed in relief, then excitedly said to Chen Feng, Boss Chen, guess how many viewers I had for this morning's live stream? Brother Bubble Pig was at 1 million. Tuan Tuan came over and asked curiously. Yes, a full 3 million. And I even captured our adorable Tuan Tuan on screen. Many pretty sisters said they want to be Tuan's mom. Bubble Pig laughed. That's wonderful. Tuan hugged Xiao Yao, her big eyes squinting happily. Dad's mommy fish pond was growing. Having this many people watching a live stream at this hour in the morning. The power of the college entrance exam is truly beyond imagination. Bubble Pig mused, after all, it's the national exam, the one chance for most people in this country to turn their lives around. I didn't take it back in the day, so I ended up as a mediocre little streamer. Piggy, you're just being humble, you know that. Huang sure said, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Hey Huang, if you've got something to say it more. You fat pig. You foolish ape. Bubble Pig and Huang sure bickered affectionately. Alright everyone, take a break. If you want to try the medicated diet, go ahead. It nourishes the spirit and refreshes the mind. I reckon we have a tough battle ahead at noon. Chen Feng said. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the examinees drank the medicated, they had already seen the amazed reactions. If the morning exam proved effective, then the afternoon battle would be like the Battle of Shanghai Pass, determining the shop's reputation and success. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pant. Suyin had fallen while running too fast. Now she was barefoot, carrying her high heels in both hands as she ran. The two cameramen behind her took turns carrying the camera, gasping for breath. Finally, the vocational school exam center came into view. Suyin let out a despairing wail. She watched helplessly as the exam center gates opened wide and the examinees outside poured into the school like a tide. They had arrived too late after all. We'll have to interview some examinees before the afternoon exam starts. Suyin composed herself, took 2 deep breaths, and said with a smile, for now, let's go interview the anxious parents waiting here. So the 3 of them walked toward the crowd of parents. At that moment, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. I just passed by and saw a breakfast shop is it that life snack shop? Since we're just waiting around anyway, why not go there for breakfast? That shop made a special breakfast for the exam and even stewed chicken soup. I smelled it. Lots of herbal ingredients. My son said could it cause problems? My son ate there too and said the strawberry buns and chicken soup were absolutely amazing. Just smelling all those scents made me feel much more alert. Where's that shop? Let's try it. Let's go. In no time, word spread like wildfire. All the parents began moving, heading toward some worried that their children might have adverse reactions and planned to go ask about it. If their kids did well in the morning exam, they would force the shop owner to make more, even if they had to hold a knife to his throat. So their children could drink more in the afternoon. No way. Su Yin and the 2 cameramen groaned. They had just come from that direction. And now they had to go back. Moreover, it was easy to imagine that parents from all nearby exam centers would flock to that snack shop. And there were 4 exam centers nearby, in front of the Donghai Vocational School examination site. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Su Yin. This is already the 4th examination site in Xiangfu Street, Yuhua District. Why is there no one around the site? Where have all the parents of the candidates gone? Shouldn't they be waiting outside for the exam? Su Yin smiled mysteriously at the camera. Next, I will continue to bring you reports. After filming, Su Yin, not taking any rest, headed towards the live snack shop. Let's go. Now all those parents are heading to Boss Chen's place. We need to seize the opportunity. I have a feeling this episode of our program will go viral. If the examinees show that the medicinal chicken soup is effective, it will explode nationwide, and we'll get promotions and raises. The 2 cameramen nodded excitedly. Students were taking exams at the site, yet outside the site, no parents were waiting. Was that in line with China's national conditions? Absolutely not. Just that footage just captured during the college entrance exam, the whole country's eyes would be drawn to it. If the medicinal chicken soup actually helped the exam candidates, this feature news would definitely go viral. Then they would become renowned media professionals with promotions and raises beckoning them. Meanwhile, in front of the life snack shop, that a lot of people are coming this way. Tuan, who had been playing outside, holding Xiao Yao. What? Oh man, I've got to say, oh man. Pao Zhu, who was eating a bun, looked up and towards the street. He saw a massive crowd of diners walking towards them. He regretted ending his live broadcast so early. Pao Zhu opened his phone and started recording tonight's material. Chen Feng and his team were handling the medicinal kitchenware. Hearing the commotion, they also came out. Shin Yuchu was still selling buns to later customers. Is this the place? Yes, life snack shop, this is it. Boss, 3 beef buns, 2 bean curd buns, and 1 cup of original soy milk, please. Boss, thank you for treating my kid to breakfast. I brought everyone here for you. Wishing you a thriving business. They'll take several bags of your... Count me in. Haha, Boss Chen, 3 bowls of goji berry honey paste. My body is weak. I rely on this to replenish. Line up, everyone line up, follow order, and everyone will get some. Lu Qi managed the queue. As hundreds of people surged over, the entire street became bustling. But they were still half a kilometer away from the nearest exam site, so the noise they made wouldn't affect the candidates at all. Welcome all parents of exam candidates. Chen Feng put down his work and walked to the stall, starting to sell buns alongside Shin Yuchu. Huang Shi moved the large pot over there. Wait, Boss Chen, can we try the medicinal food? Although the kids said it was good after drinking it, were worried. Yes. Many parents in the crowd asked. Some wore suits, others wore clothes, showing that they came from various professions. There were also parents whose children hadn't eaten breakfast here, but had heard that the medicinal chicken soup was very effective and came with a faint hope. What if it really worked? Then they would have their children drink it in the afternoon, striving for excellent results. After all, the college entrance exam only happens once in a lifetime. This type of parent was in the majority. Chen Feng's shop had served around 700 to 800 candidates in total. But the combined number of candidates across 4 exam sites was at least 5,000 to 6,000 plus accompanying parents. That was nearly 10,000 people. This was just a small fraction. Even more people were still on their way. The crowd was already a sea of heads. Some security officers were alarmed and came fearing a riot. It was extraordinarily fierce and bustling. Quiet down, everyone, quiet down. Chen Feng smiled, wryly dragged a chair over. I am the owner of this life snack shop. He pressed both hands downward, signaling everyone to be calm. Many parents looked over and realized the snack shop owner was very handsome. They heard he even had a 6-year-old daughter, yet he looked like a big... I know many of you have heard about the medicinal chicken soup. I wanted to do something for these students, so I made this soup. I understand that nothing is more precious to you than your children. Because I also have a daughter and I hope for her to succeed and shine. Chen Feng spoke slowly. You hope the medicinal chicken soup works and helps your children, but you're also afraid that eating out might be unclean and affect their exam performance. What I want to say is that all the ingredients in my snack shop are very clean. I guarantee it to everyone. Chen Feng explained clearly. These words had to be said. Otherwise, some parents who didn't know the truth might misunderstand. If rumors spread and he was labeled a fraud and these parents swarmed to tear down his shop, what would he do? I also understand your eagerness to try the medicinal soup. But I only prepared about 800 portions this morning, and now there are only about 20 left. It's impossible for everyone to... You can select 20 representatives to try this medicinal chicken soup. As for those who want our buns and soy milk, there's plenty. All right, please discuss among yourselves. Chen Feng finished speaking and came down, signaling to the people in the shop. No one was going to rest in the morning, because Chen Feng had just seen even more parents streaming towards them. His mind-refreshing and invigorating medicinal chicken soup spread like a virus. Chen Feng and the others got busy, but the parents weren't rushing to line up for breakfast. Instead, someone capable took the lead, directly deliberating and selecting representatives. Soon after, Uncle and Auntie, my dad is here. Follow us. If my dad helps your kids today, then later uncles and aunties, you must help my dad find a new mommy. Tuan led 20 people through the crowd. Her adorable babbling words made everyone laugh. They thought having a relative like Boss Chen wouldn't be bad. At least he was pleasing to the eye. Chen Xiaopi, are you at it again? Chen Feng said in exasperation. Stinky dad just secretly enjoy it. Tuan brazenly ran off to find Lu Yu. Teacher Lu indicated she didn't want to deal with Tuan. So you are the representatives to taste the medicinal chicken soup, right? Chen Feng smiled. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Boss Chen. A middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses smiled warmly. He was the leader and organizer among the parents. He was also a senior official in the bureau, having taken a day off specifically to accompany his son for the exam. Chen Feng nodded and immediately ladled out the final 20 bowls of medicinal chicken soup for them to taste. The other parents watched nervously, none going for breakfast. They hoped the soup was truly effective, not just a gimmick from the shop owner, trying to become famous overnight. The 20 representatives tasted it one by one. So refreshing. My mind really feels clearer. So delicious. This chicken soup tastes even better than my grandma's. A female parent's eyes lit up as she exclaimed. At this moment, she only cared about eating. The other parents, eagerly watching, were near delicious. It really does seem to clear my mind. I feel like my brain is working much better than before. I get it now. 3 months ago on March 9th, I didn't lose my keys. I left them at the office. I wasted money getting new ones made. Suddenly, a father who had just tasted the dish exclaimed with excitement. It really works. There's something from 3 months ago that I could never quite recall, and now I remember it clearly. Silence fell. All the parents watching were stunned. Could it really be this miraculous? If this man hadn't been their own chosen representative, they might have suspected he was a plant by Boss Chen. Everyone, I have the most authority to speak. Another mother who had tried the dish stood up and declared loudly. I'm an emergency nurse at the 3rd Municipal Hospital. I worked the night shift last night and didn't sleep a wink. Those nearby could see the bloodshot eyes and utter exhaustion on her face. I'm a single mother. My child has always been withdrawn, so when he came for the exam, I came to see him off. I hadn't slept all night and my mind was foggy and heavy. That's why everyone chose me to taste it, to see if it actually worked. After I ate Boss Chen's medicinal chicken soup, my mind felt clear and refreshed, and my internal organs felt much more comfortable. As you all know, when you haven't slept all night, your chest tends to feel tight. But this medicinal soup is truly astonishing. After eating it, my mind is sharp and clear. I don't feel the least bit sleepy now. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. The crowd erupted into chaos, all of them stunned. It's a setup? This must be a fake testimonial. After hearing these two parents share their first-hand experiences, the onlookers were both shocked and deeply stirred. If this medicinal soup had no side effects, they absolutely had to get some for their own children. It felt like not doing so would put their kids at a disadvantage in the exam. Is this for real, eh? Pao Zhu Huang, Shiyang Lu, and the others stared in disbelief. They had eaten it too, but they hadn't felt anything so miraculous. For a moment, every parent who had tasted it kept nodding in agreement, claiming the soup was truly effective. This was partly due to the contagious excitement of the crowd, which amplified the perceived effects. The crowd instantly boiled over. The nurse turned to Chen Feng and asked, Boss Chen, could you tell me what medicinal herbs are in this soup? Of course. Chen Feng stepped forward and said with a smile, dried pomegranate flowers, musk, borneal, styrax, stone calamus. He listed each herbal ingredient. The nurse nodded and explained to everyone. These herbs all have calming and mind-focusing properties. They won't harm the children. I studied herbal medicine in college. I can confirm that too. I'm a Western medicine doctor. Another father stepped forward. With that, the parents' doubts vanished completely, and they were all filled with excitement. Haley Xiao, yes. Come to 18, Xiangfu Road. He'll wait for you here. Bring a bowl of this chicken soup for your son who's taking the exam at noon. It really works wonders. Right. Old Wang, isn't your daughter also taking the exam? I found a golden opportunity here. At this moment, driven by the wave of excitement, some parents called their friends who also had children in the exam. They urged them to come and get a bowl of the medicinal soup. This is huge news. At that very moment, reporter Su Yin was hiding among the crowd, filming the scene with excitement. Pao Pao Zhu had already started a quiet live stream nearby, recording video footage. Boss Chen, can you make more of this medicinal chicken soup? I want my son to have a taste too. Me too. The parents shouted, their faces full of hope and anticipation. Chen Feng gave a helpless smile. He had to bring out a chair again and stand on it. Everyone please quiet down for a moment. He looked out at the crowd. There was a sea of dark heads, nearly 10,000 people. Many parents looked bewildered, unable to hear, clearly growing anxious. He had to gather his breath and shout, "Thank you all for your trust. Actually, some of your children have already had the medicinal soup. You can wait until they finish their morning exam to confirm the effects. Of course, he'll prepare in advance too. I, Chen Feng, promise you all that this medicinal chicken soup is absolutely beneficial and harmless for the exam takers. But I should tell you, this soup keeps you clear-headed for a whole day. Those who had it in the morning don't need to eat it again at noon. For other parents who want to give it to their children, please coordinate with this parent representative to tally the numbers and well prepare the corresponding. If everyone wants a serving, the quantity is too large, so well need to prepare well in advance." After saying this, Chen Feng stepped down. The parents immediately gathered around the representative to discuss. Chen Feng simply went back into the shop. "Everyone, let's have some buns first. We can support Boss Chen's business while we discuss." "Great." With the parents organizing, the crowd quickly formed an orderly line. Word spread like wildfire, from 1 to 10 to 100. The parents at the back finally understood what was happening and became excited. They absolutely had to get a bowl of this mind-clearing, refreshing medicinal soup for their children. It felt like not doing so would mean their kids would fall behind in the exam. Soon, all the buns in the shop and on the steamers were sold out. Boss Chen, stop making more. With so many people here, save your energy for the Haha, right. Okay. Chen Feng replied. Shortly after, at 9:20 a.m., Chen Feng gave instructions to the staff assigning tasks, and they were about to head out. "Boss Chen, where are you going?" Someone stopped him. "I'm going to buy ingredients for the medicinal soup. We're out of old hens. For this quantity, you'll need to prepare 36 old hens, plus big pot stoves and herbs. How much will that cost? We can't let Boss Chen put in both the effort and the money. That would be disheartening." So the parent representatives quickly held a discussion. "There's a village not far from here near my parents' home. They'll go collect 36 old hens for Boss Chen. He'll find the pots. Boss Chen, write down the prescription, and well, go get the herbs for you." Chen Feng argued with the parent representatives. He had no choice. He lost the argument. He had to write down the herbs and quantities, then sheepishly went back into the shop. "Haha, my follower count has exceeded 10 million. Tons of bored parents waiting for the exam to end have flooded into my live stream, and the platform has been promoting it too. The live stream has over 20 million viewers." Pao Pao Zhu was still broadcasting, receiving gifts like crazy. Chen Feng was briefing Huang Shi and Xiao Wanzi. Thanks to the frenzy of the exam parents, all the dumplings and buns in the next room were sold out. Huang Shi had already started having his team bring in more stock from the factory. They no longer needed to prepare lunchtime buns and soy milk, focusing solely on the medicinal soup. Some parents, having learned about Chen Feng's approximate daily revenue, directly offered him money to compensate for his losses. Chen Feng refused, and the two sides were at a stalemate. Chen Feng said if they insisted, he wouldn't make the soup. The parent group backed down. Su Yan recorded every scene. Before 11:30 a.m., all the ingredients for the noon batch of medicinal soup had arrived. Chen Feng and his team worked with fervor, aided by some of the exam parents. The crowded parents dispersed, returning to the exam site to wait for their children. Soon a loud bell rang. The morning session of the college entrance exam was over. Moments later, even more parents rushed over excitedly. They had learned from their children that the medicinal soup was truly effective. The morning exam had gone brilliantly for the students. In front of the live snack shop, a spectacular sight unfolded. 18 large pots were set up, steaming away. Reporter Su Yin had already returned to the TV station, preparing to air the morning's news. Meanwhile, the video recorded by Pao Pao Zhu was promoted by the platform to viewers nationwide. Chen Feng's live snack shop had exploded in popularity, unexpected yet entirely logical. At noon, Donghai City local news channel. A group of elderly folks turned on the TV, as usual, listening to the news while, "Xiao Dong, you're back. Come eat. How was the exam this morning?" "Not bad. Mom, Dad, Xiao Dong still has the college entrance exam this afternoon. Don't leave the TV on. ITLL disturb the child." The boy's father advised. "Away with you. What do you know? The more tense the moment, the more we should act normal. You're adding pressure to your son for nothing. What's wrong with watching TV? Will watching TV stop our Xiao Dong from getting into Qingbei?" "Right, Dad, what do you know? Just keep quiet. I've been tense all morning from the exam. I want to watch Pleasant Goat." Hello everyone, I'm news anchor Lu Yo. Today is the first day of the college entrance exam, and it's also an interesting day. Let's take a look at the live report from the exam sites. I'm on-site reporter Su Yan. Hello dear viewers. What you're seeing now is the test center in front of Mingwei School. As the news broadcast played, the family initially paid no attention, then all stared at the TV in shock. Is that medicinal chicken soup really that miraculous? Parents from 4 test centers are all gathered at the entrance of Renxing snack shop, even helping buy ingredients. Fake news, right? The boy's father said. It's real? That's the streamer Pao Pao Zhu. He's been blowing up on the Indo platform recently. I can't believe Boss Chen can make such medicinal food. Xiao Dong excitedly looked at his father. Dad, go get me a bowl to boost my exam score. I heard the food at Rinching Snack Shop is incredibly delicious. I was planning to try it after the exam. Fake. It's definitely a gimmick from some unscrupulous merchant, the father retorted. Don't get an upset stomach and ruin your exam. Dad, you're full of crap. Xiao Dong flushed red. Pao Pao Zhu eats there every day. How come he hasn't died from it? It's the college entrance exam. Nearly 10,000 people are gathered in front of that shop. Are those parents dumber than you? Would they gamble with their children's future? Dad, better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. Dad, Xiao Dong cried. No, we must stay steady. Can't take the risk. The father pondered. Dad, maybe this chicken soup could bump me from a second-tier university to a first-tier one, said Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong's grandmother and grandfather were deep in thought. After a moment, the grandfather said, Xiao Dong, I think it's true. If that shop owner dared to deceive so many exam candidates, wouldn't the state come after him? Don't worry, let me ask a friend. Xiao Dong, grandpa supports you. The grandfather lost interest in the chicken leg in his bowl, took out his old phone, and called an old friend who lived on Xiangfu Road. Hey, old John, you know the Rinching Snack Shop, right? Yes. After a while, the grandfather hung up. The whole family except the father was thrilled. After inquiring, they learned that the place was already packed with exam candidates' parents, all waiting for a bowl of Boss Chen's medicinal chicken soup. Wang Changhong, are you going to buy chicken soup for our son Wang Dong, or not? The grandfather looked at his son. No. If you want to go, Wang Changhong stuck his neck out stubbornly. He didn't believe it. The grandfather silently turned and went back into the house, then came out trembling with anger carrying the family heirloom, a feather duster, and pointed it at Wang Changhong. You little brat. You won't even listen to your old man. Are you going or not? He'll whip your ass until it's black and blue. Dad'll go, will go, okay? Don't get worked up or your blood pressure will spike and you'll burst a vessel. I can't afford that. The father gave in. Similar scenes played out in thousands of households across Donghai City. As the saying goes, better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. The images captured by the news were too shocking. Over 10,000 exam candidates' parents had gathered in front of Rinching Snack Shop, all waiting for their children to have a sip of the medicinal chicken soup. If it were all a lie affecting the futures of thousands of families, wasn't the owner of Rinching Snack Shop afraid of state prosecution? Afraid of doing time? Could all these 10,000 parents be fools? Could Donghai City News be full of idiots? With these 3 points in mind, Rinching Snack Shop became even more popular. Meanwhile, in front of the shop, more than 20 large pots were boiling the medicinal chicken soup. The aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. Every parent waited while the other parent at home took the child to rest. Hey, Boss Chen hasn't rested at all, has he? With all this commotion we caused, Boss Chen and his staff have been busy all morning. What a good person. Just now the parent representative checked. The herbs alone cost nearly 100 yuan. Boss Chen is helping exam candidates today without making any profit, losing about 200 yuan in total. He's truly a wonderful boss. I heard he even transferred stock from his factory. The Tuan brand dumplings and steamed buns from the shop next door have been bought out by us. My wife had the dumplings and steamed buns for lunch. They were delicious. Same here, we ate them too. The taste far surpasses what's on the market, but I've never seen them in supermarkets. Let's wait for more stock to arrive. We must support Boss Chen's business. Yes, have you seen Indo? The stream Pao Pao Zhu is brought. A friend just called me asking if they can get the medicinal chicken soup here. The waiting parents chattered among themselves. Just then someone from Rinching Snack Shop brought out a newly made sign. Parents coming from other test centers, please line up here. Boss Chen is so considerate. He even thought of this. Yes, good people will surely get rich. Amid the chatter, the fragrance of chicken soup grew richer. Chen Feng patrolled the 20 large pots, checking the effectiveness of the medicinal chicken soup. He walked to the front of the shop. Pao Pao Zhu rushed out. Brother Chen, it's blown up on Indo too. The click-through rate has exceeded 50 million and my live stream has 10 million viewers. Many parents in Donghai City say they're coming here to get a bowl of chicken soup. Parents from other parts of the country are wailing. Why isn't there one in their area? Some people contacted me offering to pay a high price for the recipe. They're dreaming. My follower count has surpassed 13 million and it's still skyrocketing. Weibo's trending topics hit number 1 too. Pao Pao Zhu was truly ecstatic. Riding the wave of the college entrance exam, his followers had not only broken through the 10 million mark, but were growing so fast that even 20 million might not be the ceiling. He was about to surpass the top food streamer. Not bad, Chen Feng praised. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. He had thought it would take at least 2 days to ferment, only exploding after the exam ended. Unexpectedly, it was done in just 1 morning. He was getting closer to the success he had planned. This was a very good start. Chen Feng gazed around the streets. At this moment, parents who had received the news were flooding in from all over Donghai City. The sidewalks and the open area in front of the shop were packed with people. The local public security bureau had even dispatched a large number of officers to maintain order. Chen Feng glanced at the time, so he fetched a chair and stood on it. Hello, parents of the examinees. I'm Chen Feng, the owner of Rinching Snack Shop. Chen Feng looked down. All he saw were hopeful gazes filled with the earnest expectations parents hold for their children. This time he didn't need to ask for silence. Seeing him on the chair, the parents all watched him quietly. Daddy, use this, your throat is almost hoarse. Suddenly Chen Feng's Tuan was holding a large megaphone, standing on tiptoe to hand it to him with tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. Tuan Chen Feng looked at Tuan touched and crouched down to take the megaphone. This was the unbroken legacy of compassion and filial piety in Hua country passed down through generations. Tuan tilted her head and smiled. I asked Uncle Huang to get it. Thank you, Tuan. Go play now. When I'm done here, Daddy will take you on a trip. Chen Feng affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. He had spent far too little time with her lately. Yay. But we have to bring teacher Lu's sister Yochu's sister Ruoxin and little Yao. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Tuan happily ran off to share the good news with teacher Lu and sister Yuchu. Once sister Ruoxin finished her college entrance exams, the whole family could go and have a joyful, carefree time together. Chen Feng turned on the megaphone and stood up again. Everyone, please don't worry. The medicinal meal will be ready in 2 minutes. Thank you all for your trust. Parents who need to rush to other exam locations, please line up on my left. There's a special passage. Please be orderly, it will be more efficient. If I, Chen Feng, am worthy of your trust, there will be medicinal meals again tomorrow. Now you may come and collect the meal. After speaking, Chen Feng stepped down from the chair. He checked the medicinal meals in the large pots, then nodded to the snack shop staff and the parents who were helping. Immediately the large pots were opened. The rich, fragrant aroma of chicken soup filled the entire snack street. The parents all sniffed the air, lining up to collect their share for their children. This was their beautiful hope for their children's future. Chen Feng, the busy man, was instead resting leisurely on the side. As the overseer, he inspected the situation everywhere. Tuan followed him, acting like a little bully, holding a small high-pitched megaphone and walking while saying, uncles and aunties, don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Don't worry, if there's any problem you can report to my dad and he'll solve it for you. Please remember, this is the Life Snack Shop's Tuan brand. The child's adorable voice rang out. The people in line looked at the tiny figure and all laughed. How they wished they had such a cute daughter. Moreover, the parents who had bought products like steamed buns and dumplings knew that boss Chen doted on his daughter. He even put the label Tuan on his products. They were so envious of the father-daughter bond. In the middle of it all, Li Yin took over from Lu Qi. Lu Qi took a break, stepping aside to smoke a cigarette. He tilted his head and said to Chen Feng with a smile, it was supposed to be for the exam takers, but it turned out to be all their parents lining up. How interesting. Indeed, life is full of strange twists. Huang sure laughed and said, who would have thought that I, the former thug Huang, would end up following brother. Time flew by in the busy yet fulfilling atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it was past 2:10. Amidst the parents' chorus of thanks, the medicinal chicken soup in over 20 large pots was completely gone. The area in front of the Life Snack Shop became empty. Phew. Everyone who had been busy let out a sigh of relief. Their tense nerves relaxed. They had been afraid of making a mistake, but fortunately, everything ended perfectly. Let's eat first. At that moment, a delivery driver arrived with large bags of takeout. They had been too busy today to cook, so Chen Feng had ordered delivery. Boss, should we sell buns this afternoon? Shin Yuchu picked up a piece of green vegetable and asked softly and seriously. The boss had lost over 100,000 these past 2 days and had even been subsidizing the costs. Shin Yuchu's expression showed a hint of distress. No, let's rest for half a day. They'll give you the afternoon off, Chen Feng said with a smile. Daddy, you're so generous. Tuan was eating with her own spoon. Everyone laughed. Chen Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly. It seemed that since Shin Yuchu became an employee, she had never had a day off. Everyone's nerves had been stretched taut, and with the college entrance exams, even the strongest Iron Man couldn't hold up. Chen Feng needed to relax in the afternoon as well. The entire afternoon was very leisurely in front of the Life Snack Shop. The men were basking in the sun, playing cards and shouting boisterous. The women gathered on the side, eating frozen red bean paste and chatting about family matters. Tuan and Xiaoyao were playing together, occasionally running over to tease everyone. This kind of leisurely life was really nice. Chen Feng even found time to go to the market to buy some groceries for a group dinner that evening. Life is but a few decades long, so fleeting. Fate had brought them together, so they should cherish it. Daddy, little sister Xiaoyao is. Tuan ran over and said, handsome uncle, can you help me find her? Huang sure grinned. Tuan, your little sister is missing, but don't you have any idea? I have no idea at all. Tuan blinked her big eyes, not a single number in her head. Xiaoyao thinks you're too annoying. She wants some personal space, Huang sure said. Oh. Tuan nodded. Then he'll go wait for sister Ruoxin to come back and play. I wish Daddy could catch a monkey to play with. Chen Feng thought of the 4 golden monkeys in the Tishita heaven. If he really caught a monkey to play with, it would be a national protected animal, and he'd be singing the prison blues. At 5 in the afternoon, the bell, signaling the end of the college entrance exams, was about to ring. Sister Ruoxin is coming back. Tuan ran out excitedly and stood in front of Wang Ruoxin's covered motorcycle. Daddy, can Sister Ruoxin take me for a ride? No. Chen Feng shook his head and refused. Why not? Tuan asked, puzzled. Chen Feng pointed at their little electric scooter. Daddy can take you for a ride on this. Sister Ruoxin's bike is too fast. You're too young, you can't hold on, and before you know it, you'd fly off. Oh, okay. Then Daddy, you have to make me food that will make me grow up fast, Tuan said. Then you have to eat properly from now on, Chen Feng replied. Okay. Everyone waited. Sure enough, not long after, a group of college exam takers and their parents walked over joyfully. The crowd surged like a tide. Hurry and thank Uncle Chen for the medicinal chicken soup. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle, I love you. The chicken soup was amazing. With one family taking the lead, everyone came to express their gratitude. Because they had heard from their children that they had performed exceptionally well in today's English and science exams. This medicinal chicken soup was like a miracle cure. After giving their thanks, the parents all rushed to the product store, frantically buying Toanchuan brand buns and dumplings to show their gratitude to Chen. Boss Chen, sorry to bother you. At that moment, a middle-aged man, the parent representative, walked over. Approaching was the head of the parent delegation. A genial smile graced his face with eager parents standing behind him. Hello, Chen Feng nodded, setting aside his work. Boss Chen, this medicinal chicken soup is incredible. My daughter had some this afternoon, and she says her comprehensive science scores improved by at least 30%. It's miraculous ingredients. The man with gold-rimmed glasses turned to look behind him, smiling. Every parent's child has felt the same. Boss Chen, you are a benefactor to these children. The middle-aged man stated firmly. I came specifically on behalf of all the examinees' parents to express our gratitude. No need. Chen Feng chuckled. I'm delighted the kids are performing so well. Doing something for the examinees is something I'm more than. The middle-aged man shook his head. Boss Chen, you said the medicinal soup only lasts a day. Will you make it tomorrow? Of course. There's no reason to give up halfway. Chen Feng said wittily. Upon hearing this, the expectant parents behind him all breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Boss Chen, I consider you a friend for sure. The middle-aged man laughed. Boss Chen, rest assured. We'll prepare all the ingredients, the old hens, and the herbs, and well arrange for helpers too. As long as the kids ace their exams, a little hardship for us is nothing. Chen Feng nodded, also feeling relieved. Today, Donghai City and the whole country had erupted in a frenzy. Moreover, reporters Su Yin and Pao Pao Zhu were still outside live streaming and filming news, amplifying the current buzz. It was easy to imagine that even more parents would catch wind of it tomorrow. By then, the wave of parents coming to claim the medicinal chicken soup would likely surge one after another. At that moment, the middle-aged man pulled a bank card from his pocket. Boss Chen, hey, race 300,000. Please accept it. It's a small token from us parents, a collective contribution to make up for your losses these past 2 days. Chen Feng pushed it back. No, doing this changes the nature of my actions. If you make me take money, I won't want to do it anymore. The parents someone urged. Boss Chen, please take it. A good person shouldn't lose money just for praise. Donate the money to a children's critical illness relief fund in everyone's name. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head firmly. Was he losing money for praise? He was the owner of Live Snack Bar, half a businessman. A businessman seeks profit. He refused the 300,000 because he had his eyes on something much bigger. But that was something he couldn't share with the students' parents. The parents exchanged glances, seeing Chen Feng's unyielding expression. The middle-aged man nodded without further persuasion. All right then, thank you very much, Boss Chen. With that, the middle-aged man took out a business card from his pocket. Boss Chen, your integrity is admirable. This is my card. If you ever run into trouble, I'll definitely lend a hand. Thank you. He wouldn't take the money, but Chen Feng was curious to see the card. Right, Boss Chen, hey, raise my card. Mine too. Keep it. If anything comes up, old Lu will surely help. Seeing Chen Feng accept the cards in a flash, he had collected 7 or 8. Chen Feng put them all away, then discussed the arrangements for the next day, with the middle-aged man finalizing the plan and the quantity of medicinal chicken soup to prepare. Considering the spread of publicity the next day, they were going even bigger this time. They needed to prepare over 70 old hens and nearly 40 large pots for simmering, with the cost of herbs approaching 200,000. After the discussion, Chen Feng gathered the shop staff and made temporary arrangements for the next day's work. Once everything was settled, he found a moment and looked at the 9 business cards in his pocket. Cards from various industries: building materials, decoration, law firms, logistics. The parent delegation was a hidden dragon and crowd. When he saw the middle-aged man's card, Chen Feng paused, matching the name in his mind with an official he had glimpsed on Donghai City's evening news. Wang Bin, secretary to the second-in-command of Donghai City. I never expected this. Doing good deeds has landed me a powerful connection. With this, when I open the shop later, my ex-wife won't be a problem. Chen Feng recalled the day he beat his ex-wife and the bold claims he had made to her. Whether it was the lawful route or the underworld, if his ex-wife wanted to play, Chen Feng was ready for it all. With Wang Bin's favor in his pocket, Chen Feng had finally filled the gap in the lawful aspect. And by tomorrow afternoon, the fruits of these days of effort will finally bloom. I just wonder how much that fruit is worth. Can it make me a billionaire overnight? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. The night passed without incident. The fervor of the college entrance exams continued to stir up stormy waves online and in Donghai City. Because Live Snack Bar had closed early yesterday. At 3 a.m. the next day, Chen Feng rode his electric scooter with Tuan Tuan standing in front and Xin Yuchu sitting behind, heading towards Tuan Tuan, you didn't have to get up this early. Chen Feng said. Duh. DDY, I just want to be with daddy. Tuan Tuan said, her words a bit garbled. Chen Feng rubbed his chin against his daughter's little head, a tender smile in his eyes, saying everything without words. Arriving at the shop, they quickly tidied up. Chen Feng and Xin Yuchu prepared a simple breakfast for dozens of people. At 3:03, a small truck pulled up. A parent from the delegation arrived, smiling. Boss Chen, over 70 old hens are inside, collected from the countryside. We've also hired a butcher. Today you just need to direct. Great. Chen Feng smiled. Get ready to have breakfast together soon. By the time it was past 4, all the helpers had arrived. Delicious. Boss Chen's handmade steamed buns and soy milk are truly worthy of their reputation. After a whole night of work, this meal hits the spot. Awesome. Large pots were set up in front of the shop. Everyone who came was eating breakfast while others busied themselves. Everyone was brimming with energy and drive. Working for their children's sake. If the kids did well this time, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime achievement, totally worth it. Soon Chen Feng was adding herbs and old hens to the large pots one by one. By 5:30 a.m. parents arriving by various modes of transport either lent a hand or queued up. Some parents also brought large quantities of caring breakfasts. Everyone was contributing a small, insignificant effort for their children's future. All their strength was united towards one goal. All the parents who had come early to wait for the medicinal chicken soup had arrived. At 6:20, time to serve, Chen Feng announced with a broad smile. The lids of the large pots were lifted one by one. The fragrant aroma of chicken soup filled the air. The examinees' parents queued up to collect the soup, then headed home to warm it up for their children when they woke. A roar. The sound of a light motorcycle engine revved. Sister Ruoxin is here. Tuan Tuan immediately dashed out. Tuan Tuan. Wang Ruoxin carrying Zhang Xiaohua arrived. She stylishly took off her helmet, picked up Tuan Tuan, and walked towards Uncle Chen Feng. Uncle, thank you for yesterday's birthday gift. It was really helpful for the exam. Wang Ruoxin said with a playful smile sticking out her tongue. Her coy look seemed to be asking Chen Feng for a birthday present. Chen Feng gave an awkward smile. He had been so busy he had completely forgotten about it. Here's Sister Ruoxin. Tuan Tuan suddenly pulled a lollipop from her pocket. Happy birthday, Sister Ruoxin. This is Tuan Tuan's comingafage gift for you. Yay? Sister Ruoxin is an adult now. Tuan Tuan was overjoyed. Adults could date right. Thank you, Tuan Tuan. Wang Ruoxin's face bloomed with a radiant smile. But Chen Feng's eyes widened. Where did Tuan Tuan get that candy? This little rascal was getting better at keeping secrets. Sister Ruoxin, no need to thank me. Tuan Tuan patted her little chest, wearing an expression that said we're in this together. Just then Lu Yu approached, holding a small brocade box. She handed it over with a smile, saying, Ruoxin, a birthday gift. Happy comingafage and happy birthday. Wow, thank you, Teacher Lu. The young girl Wang Ruoxin widened her pink eyes, a crystalline radiance shimmering within her moonlike pupils. She hadn't expected Teacher Lu to give her a birthday gift. What a delightful surprise. Ruoxin, happy birthday. You've grown up. Lian also came over with a small gift box, smiling warmly. Thank you, Aunt Li. Here you go, Sister Xin. Happy comingafage. Now you can do things only adults do. Huang Shi approached with a grin. He also held a gift, a ghost face balloon box, clearly a last-minute purchase. Wang Ruoxin's pretty face flushed pink as she shot Huang Shi a playful glare. Thank you. Next, Bubble Pig offered a small gift box. Even the new employee Little Meatball presented a small pendant with sincere thank you everyone. At that moment Wang Ruoxin was overjoyed. She hadn't expected so many people to give her birthday gifts. Then she looked at Chen Feng, a guess forming in her mind. Chen Feng chuckled, don't look at me. After you left yesterday, Tuan Tuan told everyone you were coming of age today and wanted to prepare a surprise, so everyone got gifts. Wow. Tuan Tuan moi. Sister Ruoxin didn't spoil you for nothing. Wang Ruoxin pressed her rosy lips against Tuan Tuan's smooth little cheek, leaving a trail of saliva. She had thought it was Uncle Chen Feng who had told everyone. It turned out to be this adorable little one. She was simply too endearing. She was determined to become Tuan Tuan's stepmother. Sister Ruoxin, you're so mushy. Tuan Tuan feigned disgust as she wiped the tiny droplets from her face, speaking like a little adult. I do this not expecting anything in return from Sister Ruoxin. Just remember to be good to my dad in the future. Huh. Huang Shi let out a whistle. All right. Wang Ruoxin's face suddenly flushed crimson. She turned to Chen Feng beside her, extended her fair palm, and stared at him boldly. Uncle, everyone has prepared birthday gifts for me. What about yours? Ahem, of course I prepared one. But I'll give it to you after your exams today. In that brief moment Chen Feng had already crafted an excuse concealing the fact he had forgotten to prepare a gift. You didn't forget, did you? Phil let you off for now. Wang Ruoxin hugged everyone's gifts to her chest, the corners of her mouth lifting upward, choosing not to argue with Chen Feng. Her best friend Zhang Xiaohua had eyes brimming with envy, wondering if everyone would prepare birthday gifts for her when she came of age. By the way, Ruoxin, since today is your comingafage birthday, when your family come? Chen Feng asked casually. It was his first time inquiring about Wang Ruoxin's family matters. He hadn't seen Wang Ruoxin's family during the college entrance exams these past 2 days either. Wang Ruoxin felt a flicker of nervousness inside. Could she say that she chose to study in Donghai City just because of him? Wang Ruoxin replied, they are coming. My brother will come find me then. My parents aren't in Donghai City, they're busy with other things. Just as Chen Feng was about to ask more, someone called him over. Soon after Wang Ruoxin finished breakfast, time slipped by quietly. She bid farewell to everyone and set off to prepare for the college entrance exams. The bustling Life snack shop finally emptied. All the parents had gone to accompany their children to the exams. Yet until noon, parents of examinees kept coming to ask if they could collect the medicinal chicken soup here. They had only just heard the news and rushed over from all corners of Donghai City. There was still one more exam, the comprehensive liberal arts test, in the afternoon. Even if it could only help their child improve by a single point, they wouldn't give up. Such are parents who toil for their children their entire lives. Anticipating this, Chen Feng had the Life snack shop prepare 2 large pots of medicinal chicken soup at noon, reserved for the parents of examinees who arrived later. Bubble Pig was live streaming every moment, energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Thanks to the buzz from these 2 short days of the college entrance exams and the promotional push from the Indo platform, his follower count had surpassed 10 million, then 20 million, and was now closing in on 22 million. At every moment, fans drawn by the news showered Bubble Pig with tips. In just these 2 days, his live stream revenue reached over 3 million yuan. After deducting the platform's share, he still earned over 1 million. Bubble Pig owed his success entirely to Boss Chen's kindness. He was a grateful person, needing no further words. From now on, he would follow Boss Chen's lead without hesitation, and he planned to split the earnings half and half with Chen Feng. In the afternoon, the examinees took their final exam. The entire life snack shop took a break. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Though this marathon had only lasted 2 days. Physical fatigue was secondary, the main strain was mental tension. Chen Feng also prepared a Kamingafage birthday gift for one. At the same time, Chen Feng went to the market to buy a large quantity of ingredients. The life snack shop would temporarily stop selling steamed buns and soy milk today. Everyone needed more rest, so Chen Feng changed the shop's menu on the fly. He believed that by helping these examinees, the parents wouldn't let him down. So he scoured the nearby markets, purchasing a full 10,000 eggs and a large amount of red yeast rice. He planned to make a batch of scholars' tea eggs. The method would be the same as the traditional tea eggs, but the eggs would be dyed red, symbolizing joy and auspiciousness, implying success in the imperial exams. The large pots were readily available. Although cooking so many at once wouldn't achieve perfect flavor, the goal now was to bring a touch of festivity, something these examinees would remember for a lifetime. A snack shop owner with his daughter seeking neither fame nor fortune, just to help them perform better in the exams. And that boss and his daughter were incredibly handsome and adorable. At the thought, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Feng began bustling about. The others, Little Meatball and Lu Yu, guarded the product room, where the freezers were packed with items like buns and dumplings. Huang Shi and the processing plant employees parked 3 vans by the roadside, loaded to the brim, ready for the final battle of the college entrance exams. Even if traffic officers saw the 3 vans occupying a main thoroughfare, they chose to look the other way. Who said the law is merciless? The life snack shop's owner had done so much for the examinees, they had witnessed it, and occasionally turning a blind eye was permissible. Chen Feng exchanged a glance with Bubble Pig. Bubble Pig nodded, signaling his understanding. The upcoming battle was of utmost importance. The success or failure of the food processing plant, whether it could make a splash, all hinged on this. Jingle bell. The distant sound of a bell rang out. At exactly 5 p.m., the college entrance exams had ended. The horn of battle sounded. And at that moment, a familiar and nostalgic old man appeared in front of the life snack shop. Grandpa Chen, you're finally here. Tuan Tuan missed you so much. At once, Tuan Tuan spotted Grandpa Chen Zhengwo approaching, and joyfully, oh my aching back. Chen Zhengwo rubbed his aged waist as he awkwardly lifted Tuan Tuan, his face beaming with a smile. Tuan Tuan, you've gotten heavier. My old back can barely hold you anymore. Tuan Tuan turned her head with a proud pout. Grandpa Chen, you can't say a girl is fat. You have to say she's grown up, got it? Heh. Chen Zhengwo chuckled warmly. Grandpa Chen, have you missed Tuan Tuan these days? I missed you so much. Tuan Tuan gently touched the old man's weathered face, her expression full of concern. Of course I have. I miss you every day. If only my precious great-grandchild were as adorable and sensible as you. Giggle. Suddenly Chen Zhengwo tickled Tuan Tuan's cheek with his beard. The two of them frolicked. Grandpa Chen, your eyes are so bloodshot, and you have dark circles. What happened? Look. Tuan Tuan asked with concern, raising her little wrist to show off her children's watch. Grandpa Chen, Dad gave this to me as a reward for working hard. Give me your phone number so I can call you whenever I miss you. All right. Chen Zhengwo recited his number, and Tuan Tuan entered it into her watch. Old man, long time no see. Come sit. At that moment, Chen Feng walked over and asked with a smile, Old man, why haven't you come to our shop for breakfast lately? Hearing Chen Feng's question again, tears welled up in Chen Zhengwo's aged eyes. He sighed. After that day, I went north to accompany an old friend for his final journey. Alas, an awkward silence fell between them. It seemed the old man's comrade hadn't made it through. No wonder he hadn't been around these past few days. Don't cry, Grandpa Chen. Tuan Tuan wiped his tears with her little hand, her own eyes glistening. Seeing the exhaustion on Chen Zhengwo's face, Chen Feng comforted him. Old man, please accept my condolences. Let's not talk about it. Let's not. Chen Zhengwo waved his hand, looking around. Chen, your business has grown so much you've even changed shops. I went to the old place across the street and found it empty. Even Liu's Hunan restaurant was closed. I had to ask around to find you here. Old Chen. At that moment, Lu Qi, seeing an old acquaintance, came over with a smile to greet him. Old man, please take a seat. Try this herbal chicken soup to soothe your mind. You came on a bad day. We're out of dumplings and soy milk. The shop's menu has been upgraded. When you leave, take some products from my factory home with you. Oh, not bad. Your business is booming, Chen. Chen Zhengwo chuckled. Soon Chen Feng personally brought over the remaining herbal chicken soup. Old man, the scholar's eggs will take a bit longer. If you have grandchildren preparing for the college entrance exams, take a few home for good luck. Good. Chen Feng had just sat down ready to chat with the old man when shouts erupted from a distance. Boss Chen. A tide of parents and students surged forward, their faces glowing with joy. Old man, let Tuan Tuan keep you company. The shop. Chen Feng stood up. All right, go ahead and tend to your business. Chen Zhengwo nodded hastily. Tuan Tuan, Grandpa Chen is a bit down today. Keep him company and cheer him up, okay? That's your little task from Dad. Chen Feng said. Got it, Daddy. Leave it to Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan patted her chest confidently. Relieved, Chen Feng left to attend to the new customers. Chen Zhengwo took a sip of the soup, his eyes lighting up. The anxiety in his heart began to dissipate, and his spirits seemed to lift. This soup is miraculous. Grandpa Chen, is it good? Dad made it specially for the exam candidates. Look. Tuan Tuan pointed at the throng of customers approaching. Each customer expressed their gratitude to Chen Feng. Without him, their children wouldn't have performed so well in the exams. Good. Chen Jiangwo watched with a gratified heart. Chen Feng's actions reminded him of their own days on the battlefield protecting the country for the sake of future generations. Tuan, I haven't been here for a while. Why are there so many parents? What happened while I was gone? Chen Jiangwo asked. Grandpa Chen, it's a long story. Tuan tilted her head, thinking, then began to recount. That day after you and Dad drank together later that woman. As Tuan narrated, Chen Jiangwo sipped his soup, his once cloudy eyes gradually sharpening like a blade. So much had happened in just over 10 days. The shop had suffered 2 mishaps. Though Tuan hadn't heard her father say it was her mother, others around her had mentioned it, and she repeated it. Chen Jiangwo, sharp as a tack from a lifetime of experience, immediately sensed the irregularities. That day I caused trouble for Chun and Lu. If I hadn't asked him for a drink. Hua Shuizong never liked walking the straight and narrow. Maybe Chen's ex-wife latched onto him, leading to all this mess. Thankfully nothing too serious happened. An old man's mistake must be rectified, Chen Jiangwo murmured to himself. Meanwhile, as the exams ended, more and more students and their parents flocked to the life snack shop, eager to thank boss Chen Feng for his contribution. They were surprised to find that Chen Feng had also prepared scholars' eggs. As the tea-like aroma drifted from the large pot, someone asked, "Boss Chen, you must charge for these scholars' eggs, right? The exams are over, so it's fine. Each person can only buy 3. If you sell them for 5 yuan apiece, even a philanthropist wouldn't be this generous. Our family of 3 has never had such cheap eggs. Are you looking down on us? They have to be 10 yuan each. 10 yuan each. I think they're worth 50. So delicious." Yu Qianbao received 300 yuan. Lian Xin received 100 yuan. Amid the cacophony, the atmosphere grew even more frenzied. Money seemed to lose its value. How could they bear to let boss Chen work so hard for 2 days without making a decent profit? No, everyone, please don't. The cost of these eggs is already this high. Don't waste your money. Otherwise the food safety authorities will come after me for disrupting market pricing. Chen Feng helplessly used a loudspeaker to persuade, but the parents were in a frenzy. They ignored Chen Feng's pleas. "We just love paying. What's it to you?" They devoured the scholars' eggs and swarmed into the shop, buying up the factory's products in droves, paying whatever price they felt like. If not for the limit of 5 bags per family, some wealthy households would have bought out the entire shop stock. Yet some families still found loopholes. A family of 3 would eat the eggs, then line up separately to buy 15 bags of products in total. Damn it. Call Lu Zi to bring 2 more vans and restock immediately. What are you waiting for? Get to the factory. Huang Shi directed his men, shouting hoarsely. He was ecstatic, watching the fervent parents with even more frenzy than them. At the same time, Huang Shi patrolled back and forth, calling the factory to put them on standby. Is this Brother Chen's plan to revive the factory, using these parents to build word of mouth and slowly break into Donghai City's food market? Huang Shi frowned. That doesn't add up. These parents numbered less than 10,000. How long would this word of mouth last? What real impact could it have? Just then he passed by the live streamer Bubble Pig. Watching him roar while manipulating his computer, Huang Shi saw several of their factory's products being listed on the Indo platform. Huang Shi gasped, a flash of inspiration striking him. Holy shit, I get it now. Brother Chen is a genius. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, crushing the burning butt in his palm. He extinguished it, but couldn't quell the fiery, money-driven excitement burning within him. Huang Shi lunged in front of Bubble Pig's camera, smoke billowing from his nostrils like snakes. Grinning, he said, "Hey everyone, I'm Huang Shi, also known as the Ape. I'm Bubble Pig's sworn brother." Huang Shi faced the livestream camera, flashing what he believed was his most handsome smile. He slicked his bangs back, revealing a smooth, broad forehead, and said with a grin, "They call me the 13 Wolves of the East Sea. That's yours truly, Huang Zai. Dear, beautiful ladies in the livestream, please take good care of me from now on." Over these days, Huang Shi had been watching Pao Pao Zhu's livestreams carefully. Thanks to Brother Chen's backing, Pao Pao Zhu's follower count had skyrocketed like a rocket, rising from a modestly famous gluttony streamer to the top spot among Indo's food streamers. This ascent had taken less than 20 days. That Pao Pao Zhu had reached such heights was entirely due to Brother Chen's nurturing. Previously, Huang Shi had looked down on streamers, those who flaunted themselves daily, pleasing their audience with their stomachs. What difference was there between them and the singing girls of the old society? But you couldn't resist the money. Though he scorned them, he was still envious. Huang Shi had been following Brother Chen for longer than Pao Pao Zhu after, so he had to work even harder and be more attentive. It was only when Pao Pao Zhu put 3 of their own products on sale in the live stream that a flash of insight struck Huang Shi. He recalled how Brother Chen had been wholeheartedly serving the examinees these past 2 days, and the terrifying impact the medicinal chicken soup had made on the National College entrance examination. Only then did Huang Shi finally grasp Brother Chen's plan. He also finally understood why Brother Chen kept pouring money into the food processing plant despite its sales difficulties. It had to be said, this plan's success was only one final push away. As the self-proclaimed top general under Brother Chen's command, Huang Shi believed he was the undisputed one to make that final strike. "Mandra, what are you butting in for? Going to put on a show of a monkey eating a banana?" As soon as Pao Pao Zhu saw Huang Shi on camera, he exuded a strong sense of variety show humor. Their tacit understanding made the live stream lively and witty. As long as the sisters like it, steel wire rings for bananas, sugar daddies, happy balls, nails for severing posterity, anything goes. Please don't treat this handsome lad like a human. The moment Huang Shi spoke, you could tell he was a pro. Pao Pao Zhu was startled and quickly covered Huang Shi's mouth in panic. "Huang Zai, if you want to play, I'll play with you tonight. Don't corrupt the stream now." Okay. Huang Shi grinned and made an okay gesture. He glanced at the live stream's popularity, a full 30 million viewers, and the numbers were still climbing steadily as the examinees finished their tests. With such popularity, there were always around 5 million viewers in the live stream, which meant many internet monitors were watching. If he went too far, the stream might get blocked. Every moment lavish gifts worth 1,000 yuan kept flying across the live stream. All kinds of presents were being tossed out, as if, haha, please enlighten us with Pao Pao Zhu's happy ball. Can this handsome lad handle it? With a brother our size sitting down, that handsome guy would be crushed flat, wouldn't he? Hurry up, not enough to see. But thanks to the two of them stirring things up, the viewers flooded the screen with comments. Pao Pao Zhu heated up the live stream even more. Handsome, did you know? There's always been a fool at our life snack bar. A fool? Who's the fool? Huang Shi asked with a smile. There's a theory called the fool theorem. Don't you know it? Pao Pao Zhu explained, in any gathering of people, there's always one fool. Yet you claim there's no fool in our snack bar. So who's the fool? Yeah, who's the fool? Playing along with Pao Pao Zhu, Huang Shi exerted himself in feigned idiocy. The live stream turned into a scene of pure joy. Suddenly Pao Pao Zhu swung the camera to capture the terrifying sight in front of the live snack bar. Everyone look. Boss Chen is working so hard, and he's such a fool. At that moment, Chen Feng was using a loudspeaker to persuade the patrons not to overpay. Just the goodwill sufficed, his voice already hoarse. You all know Boss Chen put his heart into serving the examinees toiling for these 2 days. Next year he plans to make this medicinal diet public to benefit examinees across the country. But you truly don't know. Boss Chen has suffered so much. Yeah. Huang Shi chimed in. The two of them fully displayed the standard livestream routines. First they evoked sympathy and played up the hardship then. Good people shouldn't be poor, but it's too hard for good people in this world. As far as I know, the dumplings and buns from Boss Chen's food processing plant are of the highest quality and taste, but they can't get through the sales channels. Why is that? Pao Pao Zhu looked at Huang Shi. Alas. Huang Shi let out a long sigh and scratched his head in anguish. I'm the useless one who couldn't get the channels. These days business isn't about quality, it's all about connections. The factory is still piled high with unsold products, almost like a mountain. In another month Boss Chen will go bankrupt and owe millions in debt. Then Boss Chen will have to sell himself. To their astonishment, a flood of female viewers in the comments expressed their intention to patronize Boss Chen's business. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap rang out. Huang Zai slapped himself hard across the face, leaving a distinct red 5-finger. Handsome, what are you doing? Pao Pao Zhu was genuinely startled, never expecting Huang Shi to be so ruthless on himself. I hate it. So without Boss Chen's approval, I went ahead and listed 3 of his products in the store. Hee, I hope all you sisters with money will lend your support, and those without can lend your presents. Click the products below. Only 1000 bags available, first come first served. We'll ship on time. We also welcome franchisees from all over the country to come and discuss cooperation at our small factory. After going through the earlier routine, the two smoothly entered the sales phase. The 1000 bags were naturally intended to create a sense of scarcity. They knew that this sales push was part of Brother Chen's plan. But Brother Chen absolutely could not sell online himself. Having just done good deeds helping college entrance examinees, if he immediately started selling products, he would attract a barrage of online trolls. So the two had to take over. Now I'll count to 3, and then we'll open the purchase. Only a few seconds. 1000 bags of products. Help Boss Chen through this crisis. It's all up to you all. 3, 2, 1. Pao Pao Zhu starts selling. Huang Shi roared, and Pao Pao Zhu decisively hit the sell button. Then they saw the sales figures on the computer backend skyrocketing. The online price for each bag was 30 yuan, 23 yuan lower than in supermarkets and malls. Then Huang Shi was completely stunned, utterly dumbfounded. Every second the numbers jumped. In the first second, he saw sales amount 5432780 yuan. Sales volume 181092 bags. Number of buyers 97862. The next second sales exceeded 10, 20 million, 30 million, 70 million, over 100 million. In less than 10 breaths. Huang Shi stood rigid with excitement, completely dumbfounded. Brother Zhu, now I know which one of us is the fool. Huang Shi said. Who is it? Asked Pao Pao Zhu. It's me.